He was paid to be invisible. She was born to be worshipped. Zhu Yeqing, the legendary bamboo snake CEO of Longmen Group, is used to commanding rooms and destroying rivals. Zuo Chen is the security guard hired to protect her from a distance, a man she would never glance at twice. When her plane crashes on a remote, deserted island, the corporate ladder is shattered. Here, his survival skills are the new currency, and her billions are worthless. To live, the ruthless CEO must rely on the very man she once ignored. But as they battle thirst, hunger, and the island's deadly inhabitants, a dangerous attraction ignites. On this island, there are no rules. The greatest threat isn't the jungle, but the line between duty and desire. The question is, when rescue comes, will their newfound bond survive the return to the real world? Chapter 1. Stranded on an island with a beautiful CEO. As I opened my eyes, I found a stunning woman sprawled atop me. She emanated a faint, intoxicating fragrance, her soft body pressing against mine, completely motionless. A throbbing pain in my head left me momentarily bewildered about the circumstances. As I tilted my head, a remarkably exquisite face came into view. This visage seemed somewhat familiar, as if I had seen it before. After a few more glances at her enchanting features, a sudden realization struck me. This was not the illustrious Zhu Yeqing, the CEO of Longmen Group in Jiangcheng. In Jiangcheng, Zhu Yeqing is a woman of considerable renown. Years ago, she married Jiang Wansheng at a young age, only for her husband to perish suddenly on their wedding night, earning her the notorious nickname, Bamboo Leaf Green. Rumors circulated that she was akin to a venomous serpent, bringing misfortune to men, despite facing malicious gossip following her husband's untimely demise. She persevered, transforming the modest company he left behind into the preeminent Longmen Group in just a few short years, excelling in both legitimate and illicit enterprises. Meanwhile, I was merely a humble security guard for a property company. Recently returned from a company trip to Southeast Asia, my first time ever aboard an aircraft. Little did I expect to encounter such misfortune on my maiden flight. I vaguely recalled being ejected from the aircraft upon landing, after which my memory faded. Although my back felt sore, I was certain I had sustained no serious injuries, merely a few superficial scrapes. It was remarkable that I had survived such a fall from such a height with only minor abrasions. I gazed upward, observing the dense canopy of towering trees and the sprawling vines that shielded the sun. It appeared that these natural barriers had cushioned my descent, sparing me from a more grievous fate. Regaining my composure, I turned my attention to the still, motionless Zhu Yeqing. "Hey, are you okay?" I called out to her. However, she remained unresponsive, her beautiful face showing signs of a faint bluish hue. Something's not right. A wave of alarm surged through me as I took in her pallor. Given the circumstances of our fall, she should have been unscathed if I was unharmed, yet her condition indicated possible asphyxiation. If I did not act swiftly, her life could be in jeopardy. I scrambled to my feet, my heart racing as I assessed her lovely face. I realized that if I did not administer aid promptly, she might perish here. The thought of performing artificial respiration on her filled me with trepidation. Despite being a woman, she was a formidable figure in Jiangcheng. I was merely a lower-tier individual whom she would typically not even acknowledge. Yet, I understood that my hesitation could lead to her demise. Gritting my teeth, I cast aside my fears and focused on the urgent task at hand. I carefully placed her body flat on the ground. My gaze inadvertently fell upon the alluring curve of her figure, and I instinctively inhaled sharply. Zhu Yeqing was a legendary woman in Jiangcheng, a remarkable figure. She had built the Longmen Group into a leading conglomerate within less than a decade through sheer talent and determination. Her youth and beauty had undoubtedly captivated countless men throughout the city. Yet, despite the numerous tales surrounding her, she had remained without a partner. Now, this stunning, accomplished woman lay before me, and it was impossible not to feel an attraction, as I was, after all, a normal man. However, I knew that now was not the time for such thoughts. The priority was to awaken her. Any delay could prove fatal. In her usual life, she was a goddess, no a queen. But in this moment, she was a vulnerable woman in need of my assistance. That I leaned closer, my thoughts momentarily drifting as I observed her exquisite form, forcing myself to focus on the task at hand. I pressed my lips against her crimson ones and began administering artificial respiration. My 5 years in the military had equipped me with some knowledge in this area. As I continued to breathe life into her, her body suddenly convulsed, her chest heaving violently before she erupted into a fit of coughing in that instant. Her eyes flew open, and upon seeing me so close, her face flushed crimson. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. As she instinctively swung her hand to strike me, I swiftly caught her delicate wrist, irritation bubbling within me. "What are you doing?" "I was saving you," I retorted, frustration creeping into my voice. After all the effort I had expended to revive her, I was taken aback by her immediate aggression. "Let go." Zhu Yeqing glared at me coldly. In the outside world, she was an object of admiration for countless men, yet also a figure they dared not approach. Her beauty and prowess had made her a formidable presence, one that many men dreamt of but feared to approach. The tales in Jiangsheng warned that those who dared entertain inappropriate thoughts about her often ended up severely punished. Under normal circumstances, I would never have dared to provoke such a woman, particularly considering the potential consequences. Yet here we were, stranded in this desolate place, and I had just saved her life. Her lack of gratitude was one thing, but to strike me was another entirely. "You were unconscious and at risk of suffocating. If it weren't for me, you would likely be dead," I declared, my voice edged with frustration as I released a wrist. Zhu Yeqing stumbled back, landing on the ground with a pained gasp, her long legs elevating alluringly, captivating to behold. Dressed in a high-slit red cheongsam, she resembled a vividly colored serpent, beautiful yet dangerous. "You dare to strike me!" she exclaimed, rising to her feet, her gaze ablaze with fury. As a true power player in Jiangsheng, the head of Sihai Group, she was not accustomed to being treated in such a manner. I regarded her with a newfound sense of exhilaration. In this remote wilderness, it was a peculiar thrill to assert myself against a woman who typically commanded such high esteem. "Let's set aside our quarrels for now. The most pressing matter is to ascertain our current location," I stated, ignoring her ire as I surveyed our surroundings. The area was awash with tropical flora and thick vines, and in the distance, I could hear the rhythmic crashing of waves. Based on my experience, if I'm not mistaken, we must have landed on an island. Although stranded on a deserted isle, the mere fact that I survived a fall from such a height is already a stroke of fortune for me. The most pressing matter at hand is to ascertain precisely where we are and to discover a way to escape. I turned and walked towards the direction of the crashing waves. "Hey, where are you going?" Upon witnessing my sudden departure, Zhu Yeqing was immediately flustered. Despite being a strong woman, she is still, after all, a lady. It would be disingenuous to claim she was unafraid in this dark, primordial jungle. "That I am seeking a way out you should follow," I replied with a hint of impatience. "I cannot walk." Zhu Yeqing bit her lip, looking at me helplessly. The strong woman, who was revered by everyone in Jiangsheng, rarely displayed such vulnerability. I scratched my scalp, thinking that this woman was indeed a bit troublesome. Approaching her, I glanced at her ankle and noticed a bruise, the area around her joint swollen. It was evident that walking was out of the question for her. Without hesitation, amidst her exclamations, I scooped her up in my arms. "What are you doing, you jerk? Put me down." Zhu Yeqing protested, her delicate fists pounding against my chest. However, her strength was minimal. It felt more like a playful tickle. Moreover, the pleasant fragrance emanating from her body wafted into my nostrils, igniting a warmth within me. Chapter 2. This is a desolate island. If you wish to avoid being abandoned here, it would be prudent not to struggle. I inhaled deeply, suppressing the fire within me, addressing Zhu Yeqing. Upon hearing my words, she ceased her movements, gently biting her lip. Though she was blushing from the embarrassment of being cradled in my arms, she was not foolish. Given her inability to walk, if I did not carry her, she would be utterly lost in this wilderness. Thus, Zhu Yeqing settled down, resting her face against my chest, no longer resisting. Observing her newfound tranquility, I continued onward. However, navigating through this wild jungle, entangled with vines and burdened by the weight of a woman in my arms, proved to be quite challenging. Zhu Yeqing's soft form swayed in my embrace, her warmth causing my body to heat up. Such temptation was truly difficult to resist. Nevertheless, I was not one to be easily swayed by primal instincts. I understood that our immediate priority was to discern the nature of this peculiar place and seek an exit. Amidst the jostling, Zhu Yeqing occasionally moaned, which only intensified her embarrassment. She instinctively wrapped her arms around my neck, finally managing to stabilize herself. Feeling the warmth of her breath against my chest, I found my thoughts wandering once more. Who are you? The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward, prompting Zhu Yeqing to break the silence. My name is Zuo Chen, and I am a security guard for Jinhua Property Company. Jinhua Property? Isn't that a subsidiary of our Sihai Group? As your superior, I command you to ensure my safety until we receive rescue, she asserted, pausing momentarily before continuing in a condescending tone. If you can guarantee my safe return to the company, I shall reward you with 1 million. Seize this opportunity for someone like you. It is not an insignificant amount. I cast a glance at her, feeling a twinge of irritation. This woman was accustomed to being in charge, always adopting an air of superiority. After all, she was indeed a person of high standing in the outside world. Yet, it seems she had miscalculated the situation. Though you possess wealth and status, do you truly believe you can issue commands in such a place? If you wish to avoid being abandoned, I suggest you remain silent, I replied coldly. What? You, a mere security guard, dare to speak to me in such a manner? Do you not fear being dismissed upon our return? Zhu Yeqing's indignation flared at my words. I couldn't help but chuckle initially. I thought her clever, but it appeared her intellect was lacking. Even now, she dared to threaten me. Without hesitation, I raised my hand and delivered 2 firm slaps to her backside. The forceful yet elastic sensation was oddly satisfying. You scoundrel! How dare you strike me? Zhu Yeqing exclaimed, her beautiful face flushed crimson, her eyes glaring at me with an intensity that could kill. Do you know the fate that befalls men who harbor inappropriate thoughts towards me outside? She asked, her tone frigid. Of course, they usually end up with broken legs. I shrugged nonchalantly. Knowing this, how dare you act disrespectfully towards me? Despite her beauty, her softness, and the alluring scent she emitted, carrying a woman through the tropical rainforest was undeniably strenuous, especially when she incessantly threatened me, stirring a surge of anger within. Be quiet if you utter another word. I shall strip you of your garments and leave you here, I shouted at Zhu Yeqing. Upon hearing my words, the fury that had clouded her mind dissipated, and she bit her lip tightly. Though she ceased to threaten me, the murderous glint in her eyes was unmistakable. In the outside world, she was revered and approached with deference. Yet now, a mere security guard had threatened her and even spanked her, leaving her seething with rage. I chose to disregard her and continued my journey forward. After approximately half an hour of arduous trekking, drenched in sweat, we finally emerged from the depths of the jungle. Although I carried her, Zhu Yeqing was not spared from fatigue, her body also glistening with perspiration. Our mingling sweat created a scene that was undeniably intimate. Initially, I had assumed the fragrance surrounding Zhu Yeqing was merely a product of her perfume. However, after her exertion, the scent intensified, revealing it to be her natural aroma. The phrase sweaty and fragrant was indeed fitting for her. Beyond the jungle lay a pristine, white sandy beach, with the vast ocean stretching endlessly before us. I gently set Zhu Yeqing down and surveyed our surroundings, finally confirming that we had indeed descended upon a deserted island. The island was modest in size, its beach entirely enveloped by rainforest, and not a single vessel was visible upon the passing. Oh, you have a phone? I inquired of Zhu Yeqing. I had already inspected my own phone, which had been shattered beyond repair. Now, I could only hope that she possessed a device that could connect us to the outside world. Zhu Yeqing shook her head. I did not bring my phone with me. I do not know where it ended up. Then we are doomed without the means to communicate with the outside. We may be stranded on this island until a passing vessel comes by, I lamented. Zhu Yeqing, now grasping the gravity of our predicament, gently bit her lip. I stand by my previous statement. As long as you can ensure my safety, I shall reward you with 1 million. Though her expression remained composed, I could discern an underlying hint of panic within her. After all, stranded on a desolate island, without my assistance, she, as a solitary woman, might very well succumb to starvation. I let out a scoff. contemplating the futility of 1 million when our primary concern was survival. Is that amount unsatisfactory to you? Very well. Then I shall make it 2 million, Zhu Yeqing stated once more. I paid her no heed, instead focusing intently on the space behind her, and shouted, "Silence." Zhu Yeqing jumped in surprise, turning around in confusion, only to let out a startled cry. There, unbeknownst to her, a large, crimson serpent had appeared. Its triangular head and vibrant colors betrayed its venomous nature. The snake had coiled up, its slit-like pupils fixated on Zhu Yeqing, poised for an imminent strike. "Help! Somebody help!" Despite her formidable demeanor, Zhu Yeqing was still a woman, and like many of her kind, she harbored an innate fear of reptiles. Upon sighting the venomous serpent, panic overtook her, and she instinctively moved towards me. "Do not move. If you wish to live, remain still," I bellowed. With only the two of us on this deserted island, a single bite from the snake would be fatal, leaving us to await our demise. Hearing my command, Zhu Yeqing halted abruptly, her gaze transfixed on the serpent with sheer terror. Her complexion had turned ashen, beads of perspiration glistening on her skin as she gasped for breath, her chest rising and falling dramatically. "Do not fidget, it is imperative that you remain still." I lowered my voice, addressing her with urgency. To my surprise, Zhu Yeqing, far from being an ordinary woman, managed to maintain a semblance of composure, nodding gently in agreement. Yet, despite her stillness, her body trembled uncontrollably from the tension. The serpent oscillated its attention between us, seemingly assessing which of us posed a greater threat. I dared not move, my gaze fixated on the serpent. Lacking even a stick for defense, any sudden aggression from the creature would spell disaster. Snakes possess a strong territorial instinct, and it likely perceived our presence as an intrusion, hence its readiness to attack. Patience was paramount. We had to outlast the beast. I cannot steady my legs. I am losing my balance," Zhu Yeqing uttered, her voice tinged with despair. "You must stand firm, for your life depends on it," I replied sternly. She bit her lip, surprisingly composed even in her fright, which caught me off guard. Time passed slowly, each moment stretching into eternity as the serpent held its ground for what felt like an eternity before finally flicking its tail and slithering away into the underbrush. With the danger averted, I exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from my brow. The earlier predicament had been exceedingly perilous, even for me. Zhu Yeqing suddenly cried out, collapsing onto the ground, her hands clasped around her smooth, pale calf, her face contorted in agony. Alarmed, I rushed over, lifting her leg. She was drenched in perspiration, her fragrance intensifying, drawing me closer with an intoxicating allure. I examined her calf. The skin was smooth and delicate, her legs exquisitely shaped, undeniably enchanting. Finding no visible injury, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Though she had escaped the snake's bite, the muscles in her calf were cramping from the tension. Cramps were a minor issue, easily remedied with a massage. I reached out, kneading her flawless leg gently. "What are you doing? Do not touch me," she shrieked, retracting her leg. Yet, the immediate pain forced her to grimace once more. That I stood, somewhat exasperated, and shrugged. "Your calf is cramping. I merely offered to assist. If you refuse my help, then so be it." With that, I turned to leave. On this forsaken island, our most pressing needs were fresh water and food, and I intended to search for a water source that do not leave. "You cannot abandon me," Zhu Yeqing cried, her face pale with pain. "You must help me with my leg," she commanded, her tone brooking no argument. I furrowed my brow, recognizing her accustomed authoritative demeanor, now directed at me. "Very well. If you desire my assistance, you shall have to plead for it," I remarked, turning to face her with a teasing glint in my eyes. It was futile to maintain an air of superiority in such dire circumstances. I beseech you for help," Zhu Yeqing finally admitted after a moment of hesitation. "Very well, extend your leg," I replied, a smile breaking across my face as I squatted before her. Gritting her teeth, she revealed her exquisitely curved leg. I grasped her calf, feeling an indescribable sensation of delight. Her slender leg, paired with the shapely thigh, was nothing short of perfection. I gently massaged her calf. It was akin to caressing a delicate porcelain artifact, igniting a fervent warmth within me. Chapter 3. The timid goddess cradling that exquisitely curved, slender leg. I believe no man could possibly resist. Had this not been an uninhabited island, I could hardly guarantee that I would refrain from engaging in some indiscreet behavior. My hand gently pressed against her spasming calf, the silky sensation igniting a heat within me, constricting my throat. I glanced up at Zhu Yeqing, only to find her face flushed crimson, imbued with an indescribable shyness. In the eyes of the people of Zhu Yeqing was an exalted powerhouse, a being as beautiful yet perilous as a venomous serpent. She favored wearing a striking red QPO paired with matching high-heeled shoes. Her lips painted a deep crimson, showcasing her beauty and danger to the world. She embodied a regal presence, high above the ordinary, yet now stood before me like a bashful girl, her cheeks aglow with embarrassment. I found myself momentarily entranced by her blushing visage, for this woman was undeniably breathtaking, especially in her current state of demureness, evoking an overwhelming desire to embrace her. Taking a deep breath, I struggled to suppress the fervor within me. "You, turn your head away. Do not look at me," she commanded, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. In that moment, the commanding, queenly aura she possessed just moments ago had dissipated, leaving her face so flushed it seemed it might drip with water. "All right, I shall not look," I replied, turning my head, yet even without gazing upon her, the slick sensation beneath my fingers continued to stir my senses. Meanwhile, Zhu Yeqing trembled slightly, though I could not ascertain whether it was from shyness or pain in her leg. I found it curious that she was so easily embarrassed, for she hardly resembled the formidable woman who dominated Zhu. She appeared more like an innocent girl untouched by the world. Yet she had been married and had known men. How could she still be so bashful? As I massaged her calf, the tension in her muscles began to ease. In the next moment, she abruptly withdrew her leg. "No need to press anymore. I no longer feel pain," she murmured, her voice barely audible. I turned to look at her, and as she retracted her leg, the blush on her face vanished, and she regained her lofty, queenly demeanor. "Thank you. If we manage to escape, I will surely repay you," Zhu Yeqing's voice echoed behind me. I was momentarily taken aback. Hearing a thank you from this woman was indeed rare. There is no need for gratitude. It is only natural that we assist each other in this situation. I waved off her thanks. Zhu Yeqing fell silent, her gaze lowered as she seemed lost in thought. I glanced at the sun's position in the sky, estimating that it would not be long before darkness enveloped us. On this deserted island, we were unaware of the presence of any fierce beasts. Therefore, it was imperative to ignite a fire as swiftly as possible. "Stay here and do not wander. I will seek out materials to start a fire," I instructed, casting a look back at Zhu Yeqing before heading into the forest. You must not leave me." Upon seeing me prepare to depart, Zhu Yeqing's anxiety became palpable as she struggled to rise. Sighing, I felt a twinge of headache. After all, she was a woman, now stranded on this island. Devoid of any sense of security, I was her sole anchor. Thus, it was clear she could not bear to be without me. Her fear of being left alone compelled her to follow. "Remain here. The forest is rife with snakes and venomous insects. It is dangerous to accompany me," I replied. In this untamed jungle, one could encounter unforeseen perils. Zhu Yeqing, a woman with an injured leg, would be at great risk should she face danger. Therefore, it was best for her to stay put. But I am truly frightened being left alone," she responded timidly. "In this situation, you must learn to adapt and not wander. I will return soon." With that, I refrained from further conversation and pressed onward. If I did not start a fire before nightfall, we would face dire consequences. "Please be cautious and return quickly." Zhu Yeqing's voice trailed behind me, reminiscent of a wife bidding farewell to her husband. An inexplicable warmth enveloped me. Perhaps this woman was not so intolerable after all. "I shall return shortly," I assured her with a wave as I ventured into the thicket. Fire is of utmost importance, particularly in this tropical wilderness teeming with snakes, insects, and vermin. Fire and smoke are the best weapons against such threats. However, upon entering the jungle, I found myself taken aback. The humidity was overwhelming, and everything was damp. Before long, my clothes were soaked through from the moisture clinging to the leaves. The light within the forest grew dimmer, mirroring the heaviness in my heart. If I could not kindle a fire, the night would be a struggle. Yet, fortune smiled upon me when I spotted a dead pine tree ahead. My heart leapt with excitement as I rushed towards it. Pine trees are a treasure. Their abundant resin ignites easily. The bark can be fashioned into tinder. This particular pine was not large, and I assessed that I could easily drag it. So I began hauling the dead tree towards the exit. Along the way, I encountered several wild fruits and collected a handful. These fruits would provide hydration and energy. Obtaining proper food today would be challenging, so I would have to rely on these for sustenance. As I emerged from the thicket, Zhu Yeqing, who had been waiting anxiously, visibly relaxed upon seeing me. I dragged the dead tree out, snapped off branches, peeled a section of bark, and collected stones to create tinder, preparing to start a fire. After 5 years as a combat veteran, igniting a fire was hardly a challenge for me. Hey, just as I was about to begin, Zhu Yeqing called out to me. I turned, looking at her with curiosity. I am quite thirsty. Could you fetch me some water? She requested. I have yet to find fresh water. For now, please eat this to tide you over. Tomorrow, I will search for water, I replied, retrieving the wild fruits from my pocket and offering them to her. Zhu Yeqing hesitated but ultimately accepted, peeling one open and taking a cautious bite. However, the moment after, her brow furrowed. The taste of these jungle fruits was far from delightful. Accustomed to a life of luxury, Zhu Yeqing found it difficult to swallow. What's the matter? Can't you eat it? For now, this is all we have to replenish moisture, I remarked, a sense of inexplicable joy swelling within me as I observed her struggle. This woman, who usually held herself in high regard, appeared so delicate before me. Igniting an unusual thrill, Zhu Yeqing glanced at me before continuing to eat the fruit, her expression now devoid of any emotion. Witnessing this, I could not help but admire her. I had consumed a few of these fruits myself, and they were sour enough to make one cringe. Even I had to force myself to swallow them. She managed to swallow it without batting an eye, proving herself to be no ordinary woman. It seems that her ascent from a widow who lost her husband on the wedding night to her current position was anything but coincidental. I procured a sharp stone and split a dry tree in half, then found a pointed stick to crush the bark into a fibrous texture. Grasping the stick with both hands, I began to spin it rapidly. The sky was darkening, and mosquitoes had begun to swarm. The mosquitoes on this deserted island were terrifyingly large. If we did not ignite a fire, we might be overwhelmed by them. However, the process of creating fire by friction, though it sounded simple, was far from easy. I was sweating profusely, yet the wood remained stubbornly unresponsive. Anxiety began to creep in, causing my sweat to flow even more. Just then, a fragrant breeze brushed past me, followed by a delicate wrist extending towards me. It was Zhu Yeqing's hand, holding a tissue, gently wiping the sweat from my brow. I looked up in surprise, not expecting this cold woman to tend to my discomfort. Can you light it? Zhu Yeqing inquired. Her brow slightly furrowed. She was now very close to me, her enchanting scent invading my senses, particularly as her body nearly pressed against mine. I could even feel her warmth. At that moment, the wood beneath me failed to ignite, and a surge of frustration welled within me. A woman indeed serves as a man's motivation, especially when such a beautiful woman is beside me, helping to wipe away my sweat. I suddenly felt invigorated. With renewed strength, I spun the stick with fervor, and soon wisps of smoke began to emerge. It's working, it's working, Zhu Yeqing exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the sparks. I quickly placed the crushed bark on top and carefully blew on it. With a puff, a small flame burst forth. Watching the flames finally come to life, I let out a sigh of relief, and a smile crept onto Zhu Yeqing's face as well. In this desolate island devoid of human presence, fire could provide immense comfort and security. I hurriedly placed the collected pine needles onto the fire and arranged several dry twigs. As I observed the fire crackling to life, I finally relaxed and sank onto the ground, feeling the strain in my arms from the effort. It was indeed a challenge to kindle a fire in such a wilderness. Hey, just as I was about to take a breather, I heard Zhu Yeqing's voice nearby. I turned to look at her, curious about what she needed. Zhu Yeqing's expression was somewhat bashful, and her long legs pressed together. I need to relieve myself. Could you accompany me? She asked, her tone laced with embarrassment. Chapter 4. She fears thunder. I need to relieve myself. Upon hearing her words, I snapped back to reality and glanced around. We were on a beach, with a dense, dark jungle behind us. To relieve herself, she would have to venture into the woods. I won't go in alone, you can just stand outside. I'll be quick, Zhu Yeqing said, her voice tinged with awkwardness. I scratched my head and stood up. In this remote area, it was understandable for a woman to feel fear. Thus, I accompanied her to the edge of the jungle, allowing her to enter while I turned my back. Don't peek, came Zhu Yeqing's voice from behind. Rest assured, I am not that kind of person, I replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. Soon, I heard rustling sounds behind me, followed by the sound of leaves. Hesitant and afraid, Zhu Yeqing dared not venture far, so I could hear her movements clearly. Although I considered myself a gentleman, the sound stirred something within me. After all, Zhu Yeqing was truly the most beautiful woman I had ever seen, more stunning than any actress on television. As I was lost in thought, the sounds behind me ceased, and I heard her footsteps approaching. I turned to see her emerging, but due to her shyness, she did not dare to look at me directly, merely keeping her gaze lowered. Just as she was about to reach me, she stumbled over a vine and began to fall. Seeing this, I rushed forward and caught her in my arms. Zhu Yeqing tumbled into my embrace, and due to the shock, she clung tightly to me. We were pressed closely together, resembling two lovers in a passionate embrace. Breathing in her floral scent and feeling her soft body against mine, a wave of heat surged within me. Sensing the change in my body, Zhu Yeqing gasped and quickly released her grip. Ahem. I coughed awkwardly, unable to help the situation. I was a normal man, and Zhu Yeqing was undeniably beautiful. In such a sudden embrace, it was only natural to react. I'm sorry, I attempted to break the awkwardness. Zhu Yeqing remained silent, her head down, lost in thought. I felt a twinge of worry, wondering if she might perceive me as a lecher. Yet, with her head bowed, I could not see the expression on her face. After a moment of silence, she walked directly towards the fire. As she passed by me, she softly murmured, "Thank you." I smiled, my fondness for her growing. She was indeed an intriguing woman. Had she been an ordinary woman, she would have likely screamed and berated me. Yet Zhu Yeqing remained remarkably composed. This woman was certainly extraordinary, possessing depths beyond those of common women. I joined her by the fire and sat down. Thus, we sat in silence, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Thank you. I feel fortunate to have encountered you here. Otherwise, I would surely perish alone. Zhu Yeqing broke the silence first. No need for thanks. Fate has brought us together on this deserted island, I replied with a smile. However, as soon as the words left my mouth, I felt they were somewhat inappropriate, as if I were trying to flirt with her. Zhu Yeqing shivered slightly and let out a soft sigh. You are quite capable, managing to create fire, she remarked, seemingly unfazed. I was trained as a soldier. Starting a fire is not too challenging for me. I chuckled. From this day onward, your safety is in my hands. If we manage to escape this place, I will reward you with 500,000. But there is one condition. You must not harbor any improper thoughts about me, nor touch me. Zhu Yeqing's tone turned icy as she spoke. I could only smile wryly, realizing she still viewed me as a potential predator, clearly attempting to discourage any inappropriate intentions with money. But what if I desire you instead? I said, lifting my gaze to fixate intently on Zhu Yeqing. She did not expect my response, and upon meeting my gaze, her face displayed a hint of panic. You must think carefully. That is 5 million, Zhu Yeqing reiterated. I shook my head and approached her, looking down from my elevated position. From this vantage point, I could distinctly see the expanse of her fair skin and catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance. I had to admit, this woman was indeed alluring. No man could resist her charm, unless he was lacking in certain qualities. I acknowledged that 5 million was not a trifling sum and held considerable temptation for me. As I spoke, I crouched down, lifted her chin with my hand, and gazed into her flawless face. Zhu Yeqing did not resist. She merely fixed her cold, piercing stare upon me, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. However, you have misunderstood one aspect. Outside, you may command the winds and rains. But here we are on a deserted island, just the two of us, and I can do as I please. Furthermore, a woman as beautiful as you is indeed a great temptation for men. I could vent my frustrations upon you without fear of consequence. Taking a deep breath, I inhaled her scent, my gaze becoming somewhat entranced. I then reached out towards her chest. At that moment, the previously motionless Zhu Yeqing's eyes finally betrayed a flicker of disarray, losing the calm demeanor she had maintained. Seeing her expression, I smiled. Despite her facade of strength, she was, after all, still a woman. Stop, she exclaimed in a flurry. I let out a cold chuckle and seized her collar, fastening the button at her neckline. Feeling my actions, Zhu Yeqing was momentarily taken aback. Remember, while I am not a paragon of virtue, I am also not a base opportunist. Do not utter such futile words to me again. Now that we are stranded on this island, we must work together to survive and await rescue. Here, we are equals. Refrain from speaking to me in that condescending tone, lest my displeasure lead to dire consequences. As my words hung in the air, it was evident that Zhu Yeqing let out a sigh of relief, her body relaxing slightly. Although she had appeared composed, I understood it was merely a facade. She was genuinely frightened. I intended to instill a modicum of fear in her, so she would cease addressing me with that superior tone, which irked me greatly. If this were the outside world, it might be tolerable, but in this desolate place, it was just the two of us. Who was she trying to impress? I needed to change the way this woman communicated with me. Zhu Yeqing lowered her head, lost in thought. The once untouchable woman now seemed to be chastened by my admonishment. Undoubtedly, she was feeling quite unsettled. However, I paid her no mind and instead found a stick to begin clearing the surrounding weeds. After all, we were to spend the night here. And if we didn't clear the underbrush quickly, we would be infested with snakes and insects. Suddenly, as I finished clearing the weeds, a bright flash of lightning streaked across the distant sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Ah! Upon hearing the thunder, Zhu Yeqing screamed, leaping to the ground and crashing into my embrace, clutching me tightly. I glanced down at her, and this time, my mind was devoid of any inappropriate thoughts. It was clear that she was genuinely afraid, trembling all over, like a frightened kitten seeking solace in its owner's arms. What's wrong? Seeing her in such distress softened my heart, and I gently inquired. I'm scared. I'm afraid of thunder, Zhu Yeqing replied, her voice quivering, betraying her true fear. This woman, who often exuded strength, seemed surprisingly sensitive to the sound of thunder. Although I found comfort in her embrace, I noticed dark clouds rolling in overhead. If all went as expected, rain would soon follow, and we needed to quickly construct a shelter or risk becoming drenched, jeopardizing the fire we had managed to kindle. I need to gather some branches to build a shelter, I told Zhu Yeqing. Despite her lingering fear, she released her grip. I hurried into the thicket, retrieving several branches to form the framework of the shelter, then collected bundles of palm leaves to drape over it, securing them with rope fashioned from tree bark. In no time, a simple shelter was erected. As the sky darkened, the first raindrops began to fall. We hurried inside, although rudimentary. The shelter was sufficient to shield us from the rain. You possess so many skills, Zhu Yeqing remarked, gazing at me with admiration. Thank you, I smiled, appreciating her compliment. Just as she was about to speak further, another rumble of thunder echoed above us. At the sound, Zhu Yeqing's complexion paled, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Ah! She screamed, lunging towards me and burying her face in my chest. Her arms clung tightly to my waist, akin to a drowning person grasping a lifeline. Do not fear. I am here, I reassured her, gently patting her back. Chapter 5. Zhu Yeqing's secret. Zhu Yeqing nestled within my embrace, her body shaking incessantly. It was evident that she was genuinely terrified. Despite being held by her, my mind was devoid of any impure thoughts. My sole desire was to protect her. To safeguard a woman is an innate instinct for a man, especially when faced with such a beautiful and vulnerable figure. The thunder continued to rumble, and Zhu Yeqing trembled in my arms. After an agonizing half hour, the thunder finally subsided, and Zhu Yeqing began to calm down. Thank you, she said softly, releasing her hold and brushing her hair back. The flickering firelight illuminated her stunning visage, and I could not help but acknowledge her unparalleled beauty. It was no wonder that countless men in Jiangxing dreamt of sharing her bed. However, this woman was perilously enchanting, rendering such thoughts mere fantasies. Now before me, she had shed her authoritative demeanor and appeared fragile and more feminine. Zhu Yeqing bit her lip, gazing down at her feet, seemingly lost in contemplation. Having just instinctively sought refuge in a man's embrace, she seemed somewhat shy, opting for silence. The atmosphere grew awkward, the shelter was small, and with just the two of us, the prolonged silence felt uncomfortable. Why are you so afraid of thunder? I pondered for a moment before deciding to break the silence and pose the question. This has always been a perplexing aspect to me. How could Zhu Yeqing, who appears to outsiders as a venomous serpent, harbor a fear of thunder? This notion seems almost unfathomable. After spending some time together, and given the subtle hints of intimacy between us, Zhu Yeqing no longer maintains that frosty, superior demeanor in my presence. Upon hearing my words, she lifted her gaze to meet mine, gently biting her lip. On the night he passed away, the skies roared with thunder. It took me a moment to realize that the he she referred to must be her husband, who had tragically succumbed on their wedding night. I gazed at the forlorn woman, momentarily at a loss for words to console her. Zhu Yeqing's husband, Jiang Wanqing, was her college classmate. They had been in love for 5 years, finally achieving a union, only to have him suddenly perish from a cerebral hemorrhage on their wedding night, leaving this young life extinguished far too soon. The tales surrounding this incident in Jiangxing grew increasingly sinister, rife with rumors and conjecture. Yet, inevitably, the conversation circled back to Zhu Yeqing, culminating in speculation that she was a malevolent enchantress, bringing doom to any man who dared to approach her. It was said that her husband lost his life due to this very curse, rendering her untouchable. The common folk spun the tale further, each retelling more elaborate than the last. However, one cannot deny the resilience of Zhu Yeqing. Despite losing her spouse and facing a barrage of slander, she persevered, transforming her late husband's modest business into the illustrious Longmen Group, a preeminent entity in Jiangxing, within a mere 6 years. In this city, regardless of the shadows or light. She commanded respect. Zhu Yeqing is proud, accomplished, and strikingly beautiful, attracting countless suitors eager to vie for her affection. Yet, without exception, those who dared to pursue her were met with dire consequences, often left injured and discarded like dogs in the streets. Thus, the legend of Zhu Yeqing only grew more formidable. To the average person, she is a dazzling yet deadly serpent, too threatening to approach. Yet, I had never witnessed her in such a vulnerable state. You must have loved him dearly, I ventured to ask her. Indeed, we shared 5 years of romance. I had envisioned a future as a devoted housewife while he pursued his career. Yet, no one anticipated that he would depart so suddenly. She replied with a tone that felt detached, as if recounting someone else's tale. Her pale visage betrayed the profound sorrow that lay beneath. The uncertainty of whether we would see a ship again tomorrow weighed heavily on my mind, suggesting we might remain stranded here for a while longer. My heart ached for this woman, prompting me to shift the conversation. I truly appreciate your help. If we manage to escape, I will ensure to repay your kindness. Zhu Yeqing said, her gaze fixed on me. First, let us focus on surviving here until rescue arrives, I replied, waving my hand dismissively. Zhu Yeqing regarded me with a flicker of contemplation in her eyes. As night deepened, we found ourselves alone in the makeshift shelter on the deserted island. Despite Zhu Yeqing's typically aloof demeanor, we engaged in light conversation to ease the tension. As the hours wore on, her voice gradually softened until she leaned against me. Succumbing to a deep slumber, I adjusted my position, resting her head on my lap to afford her greater comfort. Through our earlier exchanges, I began to glean insights into her life. It was no small feat for a woman to reach such heights after enduring so much suffering over the years. To protect herself from the predatory intentions of men, Zhu Yeqing had to embody the spirit of a serpent, fierce and unyielding. Who would dare approach her? She would strike fiercely at any who dared. How pitiable she truly is. I gazed down at the slumbering Zhu Yeqing and sighed deeply. The outward glamour of a person belies the struggles that lie within, hidden from the eyes of others, known only to oneself. Zhu Yeqing slept soundly, yet I remained vigilant, unwilling to succumb to slumber on this desolate island, where the presence of wild beasts was an ever-looming threat. I stole a glance at her, her long lashes resting softly against her eyelids, her breathing steady as she drifted into dreams. The ordeal of surviving on this island had left her utterly exhausted. I could not help but note her undeniable beauty, a flawless visage, complemented by crimson lips, exuding an irresistible allure, especially now, as she lay beside me. Her garment slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of alabaster skin. The high slit of her dress showcased a long, elegantly curved leg. Such a sight undeniably stirred my imagination. The longer I gazed, the more I felt an unsettling heat rising within me. I inhaled deeply and averted my gaze, striving to quell the turmoil within. Otherwise, I feared I might succumb to temptation and act on my basest instincts. Time slipped away slowly, and despite my efforts to remain alert, fatigue washed over me. I stifled a yawn, my eyelids growing heavy. Suddenly, a melodic chime echoed in my mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the system. Binding begins now. Just as I was on the brink of slumber, this unexpected clarity jolted me awake. I quickly scanned my surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. What just transpired? Was my fatigue playing tricks on me? I pondered in confusion. Ding. Binding complete. Host, Zuo Chen. Host receives the all-encompassing system features, Strength 8, Speed 8, Endurance 9. English LV9, French LV9, Musical Talent LV9, Combat LV9, Marksmanship LV9, Gambling LV9, a total of 1542 skills, all at LV9. Additionally, the host gains the ability to perceive the secrets of all beings, Binding complete. As the voice faded, I stood frozen, unable to fully comprehend the magnitude of what had just occurred. Is this truly a system? Have I been endowed with the legendary system? At that moment, I was certain of my newfound abilities, for the voice resounded within my mind. It could only be the system. All-encompassing features? The power of insight? This is utterly remarkable. Had it not been for Zhu Yeqing resting in my embrace, I might have leaped for joy. To possess every skill at its pinnacle is nothing short of miraculous. One must understand that a mere mortal, in a lifetime, may acquire but 1 or 2 skills to take pride in. Yet now, I boasted a staggering 1542 skills. All perfected. This surely signifies that I am now truly multifaceted. And the ability to discern the secrets of all. This is extraordinary. With this ability, no secret shall remain hidden from me, for I can unveil the truths of all. Tears of exhilaration threatened to spill forth. I had never imagined that I would one day possess such a system, and one so extraordinarily powerful at that. It is impossible for me to suppress my excitement. Regardless of who one might be, possessing such extraordinary abilities makes it challenging to remain composed. I am acutely aware of the implications of wielding these powers, which signify that I shall acquire anything I desire in the future, be it fame, fortune, a grander abode, greater wealth, or societal status, objectives that every individual pursues throughout their lives. Now, with these abilities at my disposal, I can effortlessly attain them. I took a deep breath, attempting to quell the exhilaration within me, and then lowered my gaze to the slumbering figure of Zhu Yeqing, peacefully resting on my lap. As my eyes fell upon her, a cascade of information flooded my mind. Zhu Yeqing, female, age 28, Scorpio, president of Jiangxing Longmen Group, favorite colors, red, black, prefers to wear red externally and black internally, virgin, a virgin. Upon reading the system's information, my eyes widened in disbelief. I momentarily questioned the accuracy of this flawed system. Zhu Yeqing had been in a 5-year relationship with her deceased husband, and they had even held a wedding ceremony and consummated their marriage. How could she still be untouched? Chapter 6. Wilderness Survival Skills. I gazed incredulously at Zhu Yeqing, struggling to absorb this revelation. Nonetheless, the information about her lingered in my mind, rendering disbelief impossible. Evidently, she is a rather pure-hearted woman. Despite her years with her husband, she chose to preserve her purity, intending to present her flawless self to him on their wedding night. Alas, Jiang Wanqing was not fortunate enough to experience this precious gift before his untimely demise. It is truly lamentable and incredulous. The people of Jiangxing have demonized Zhu Yeqing, yet she remains untouched. Who would believe such a tale? In the folklore of Jiangxing, Zhu Yeqing, the venomous serpent, is said to engage with a different man each night, only for them to never witness the dawn. Such legends abound, and even if I do not subscribe to them, I find it hard to believe that Zhu Yeqing is still a maiden. This revelation is simply explosive. I swallowed hard, grappling with the shock this information had inflicted upon me. What are you thinking? At that moment, Zhu Yeqing stirred from her slumber. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she noticed my unwavering gaze. She sat up, and I responded candidly. Nothing much. I simply find you truly beautiful. Zhu Yeqing raised an eyebrow playfully before smiling and replying, "Thank you for the compliment. I am no longer tired. Why don't you rest a bit?" "No need. I am not fatigued, and dawn is approaching. I shall seek out some water and food shortly." Zhu Yeqing adjusted her appearance and nodded in agreement. The shelter was small, and we sat closely together, each able to sense the warmth radiating from the other. I never expected Zhu Yeqing to be a novice in matters of intimacy, leaving me at a loss for words. Meanwhile, she gazed into the darkness outside, lost in her thoughts. Time passed slowly as the inky night began to yield to the light of dawn, a crimson sun peeking over the horizon. Morning has arrived. We remained silent, neither of us daring to break the awkward tension that lingered in the air. Upon realizing the day had dawned, I hastily crawled out of the shelter, stretching my limbs. Thanks to my newfound abilities, my physical strength had significantly increased. Despite a sleepless night, I felt invigorated. "Keep an eye on the fire. I shall venture inside to search for fresh water and food," I instructed Zhu Yeqing. She nodded, her tone reminiscent of a devoted wife bidding her husband farewell. "Be careful and stay safe. I will wait for you here." I acknowledged her words and ventured into the thicket ahead. Initially, navigating through the jungle proved challenging, but with my enhanced capabilities, traversing this terrain became manageable. On this deserted island, the most critical resource was fresh water. I had read in a study that a person could survive without food for about a week, but without water, survival typically lasted no more than 3 days. Thus, finding water was of utmost importance. As I wandered through the jungle, I soon stumbled upon a grove of bamboo. My heart leaped with joy. Without tools, these bamboo stalks would serve as excellent containers for storing water. I discovered a sharp stone outside the grove and used it to fell a bamboo stalk, cutting it into sections while intentionally preserving the nodes. These pieces would now serve perfectly as water vessels. I crafted 3 bamboo tubes, strung them together with vines, and secured them to my waist before continuing deeper into the woods. Suddenly, I halted, having heard the faint sound of flowing water ahead. My heart soared at the prospect, and I raced toward the sound. Before long, I arrived at a small hill where a waterfall cascaded down, creating a pool below, its surface shimmering with white froth and appearing crystal clear. My excitement was palpable. Fresh water had been located, significantly increasing our chances of survival. I rushed to the pool's edge and filled all 3 bamboo tubes, thinking of Zhu Yeqing, and then retraced my steps. Having secured water made the subsequent task of procuring food far simpler. Thanks to my system's wilderness survival skill, now at level 9, I was well equipped to navigate this wilderness. As I made my way back, I scanned the area and soon discovered feathers and claw marks on the ground. These were signs of wild chickens. This island harbored poultry. My excitement surged. The presence of wild chickens indicated a valuable source of protein. Following the tracks, I ventured further until I found a nest hidden within a pile of dry grass, containing 3 eggs. I quickly collected the eggs and stowed them in my pocket. With these eggs, we could replenish our energy. After securing the eggs, I exited the jungle. Upon my return, Zhu Yeqing's face lit up with joy as she spotted me. "Did you find water?" she inquired eagerly. I approached her, gently tapping the bamboo tubes at my waist. Indeed, I found a waterfall and filled these with fresh water. I carefully placed the bamboo tubes beside the fire, adjusting the flames closer to them. Although I felt quite thirsty and the water looked pristine, I knew it was unwise to drink it directly. Boiling it first was essential. In this tropical jungle, one could never be certain of the presence of parasites in the water, and consuming it without treatment posed a significant risk. As the fire crackled, I reached into my pocket and retrieved 3 eggs, holding them in my palm as I remarked to Zhu Yeqing, "Look what I have here." Eggs. Her eyes sparkled momentarily upon seeing the eggs, an expression of uncontainable joy surfacing on her face. In the outside world, a mere egg would hardly capture the attention of such a formidable woman. Yet, after a day and night of hunger, sustenance had become our most pressing need. After all, even a goddess must eat. I hastily wiped the eggs on my clothing before tossing them into a bamboo tube. Soon, one side of the tube was charred black, and wisps of white smoke began to emerge from within. Before long, the water started to bubble. I knew it was safe to drink, and the eggs were now cooked. I found 2 long sticks and carefully extracted the eggs. The boiled eggs emitted a faint aroma, causing both Zhu Yeqing and me to involuntarily swallow. After a day and night without food, we were ravenous. I picked up an egg, swiftly peeled it, and handed it to Zhu Yeqing. "Thank you," she replied, cautiously taking it and taking a bite. As she savored the egg, a look of contentment graced her face. The woman who usually commanded respect in Ngching now found profound satisfaction in a simple bite of an egg. Starved, she devoured the egg in just a few bites. At that moment, having just finished peeling the second egg, I offered it to her. "I won't eat it. You can have the rest." Upon seeing the egg before her, Zhu Yeqing waved her hand in refusal. Observing her throat move, I chuckled softly. After a day and night of hunger, 1 egg would not suffice. However, with only 3 eggs available, she felt embarrassed to take a second. "Go ahead, it's fine," I encouraged her. No, you need to replenish your strength the most. After all, you're the one exerting yourself here. You should eat." Zhu Yeqing shook her head resolutely. "I insist, just eat it." Without further ado, I stood up and placed the egg in her hands. Holding the egg, she looked at me with a peculiar expression, gently biting her lip. My actions had taken her by surprise. In her world, she was the queen, commanding others without anyone daring to give her orders. Yet now, I had spoken with a tone of authority, which left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Nevertheless, she did not express anger, only an indescribable sensation. For years, she had maintained a facade of a strong, cold woman to protect herself. Yet deep down, she knew she was fragile, yearning for protection. If a man could offer her safety, which woman would choose to remain cold? Zhu Yeqing took a gentle bite of the egg, savoring it slowly, as if relishing the moment. A faint smile lingered on her lips, reminiscent of happiness. I hastily consumed the remaining egg, stuffing it into my mouth, and took a few sips from the bamboo tube. For me, that small egg did little to quell my hunger. If anything, it intensified my craving. I realized I needed to procure more food. Considering the wild chickens in the jungle, an idea struck me. Having honed my wilderness survival skills, capturing a wild chicken would not be too challenging. "Wait here, I'll find something to eat. We will have meat for lunch," I told Zhu Yeqing. "All right." She smiled and nodded, her face alight with joy. I scratched my head, puzzled by her elation. Was it truly because she anticipated meat? Chapter 7. The bite. Once more, I ventured into the jungle, returning to the spot where I had discovered the wild chickens. The wild chicken resembled common domesticated fowl, yet it was the ancestor of the typical hen. I knew that in my homeland, these creatures were protected, and consuming one would be a serious offense. However, stranded on a deserted island, such concerns felt trivial. The wild chicken, being a species of the wilderness, was far more agile than domesticated birds, making them difficult to catch. The most effective method was to set a trap. I surveyed the area where I had found the wild chicken eggs. The surroundings were overgrown with grass, revealing 2 distinct gaps. Undoubtedly the entry and exit points for the chickens. I smiled, realizing this made my task easier. I hurried back to the bamboo grove, broke several bamboo shoots, and fashioned 2 ropes from tree bark, carefully setting traps at the 2 entrances. The principle behind the traps was simple. If anything passed through, it would trigger the mechanism. When a bent branch was disturbed, it would spring back, causing the rope beneath to tighten, successfully ensnaring the prey. It was a straightforward yet effective trap. With the trap set, I cautiously withdrew. This was the wild chicken's nest, and I was confident it would not be long before I captured something. Now, all that remained was to wait. In the unknown depths of the jungle, one could never be certain of the presence of fierce beasts. I found a branch as thick as my arm, snapped it off, and sharpened one end against a stone, transforming it into a rudimentary weapon for defense against any potential danger. On my way back, I stumbled upon several fist-sized pieces of obsidian and eagerly collected them. Obsidian is a valuable resource, formed from volcanic lava that cools rapidly. It resembles glass, but possesses far greater hardness. Its sharp edges can be used as knives, making it indispensable for survival in the wilderness. Now, stranded on this island with Zhu Yeqing, we had no idea how long we would remain before rescue arrived. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. We needed to construct a shelter. At the very least, we required a bed to lie down on. With this in mind, I found a sturdy stick and used the obsidian to carve a notch at one end, allowing a stone to fit snugly into it. I then bound the stone with the bark rope, creating a simple axe. Armed with this axe, I began chopping down small trees, dragging them out of the jungle. "What are you up to?" Zhu Yeqing inquired, observing my busy endeavors with a hint of confusion. "Oh, I plan to build a small house and a bed. Sleeping on the ground isn't a viable option," I replied. "You intend to build a house?" Her incredulity was evident as she gazed at me. I chuckled, understanding that such a notion was difficult for someone of her stature to comprehend. I offered no further explanations and continued transporting timber, unknowingly working until midday. Although my physical strength had been significantly enhanced by the system, it was still a demanding endeavor. However, having been occupied from morning until now, after a day and night with only a single egg to sustain me, I find myself on the verge of collapse, my hunger causing a faintness to wash over me. It is imperative that I consume something. I made my way to the spot where I had set my traps, only to be met with disappointment. Not a single sign of activity. It appears the wild fowl have yet to return. With no quarry ensnared, I was left to devise alternative means. I strolled along the beach, taking in my surroundings. This desolate island is typically devoid of human presence, hence it offers a reasonable abundance of resources. Before long, I had collected several large sea snails. The flesh of these creatures is rich in high-quality protein, an excellent source for replenishing my strength. I placed the snails over the fire to cook, and together with Zhu Yeqing, we each devoured 2. This marked our first hearty meal since being stranded on this island. After our meal, I resumed my work. I began constructing a rudimentary framework using the felled trees, binding them securely with ropes fashioned from tree bark. The outline of a room began to take shape. Zhu Yeqing had made significant progress and was now able to assist in twisting the ropes, greatly enhancing my efficiency. I laid a layer of logs beneath the structure to insulate it from the ground, followed by an abundance of palm fronds to provide a soft bedding. Finally, a thick layer of dry grass was added, creating a comfortable resting place. I then used palm leaves to cover the roof and the periphery of the house, thus completing a simple yet functional shelter. Though rudimentary, it was certainly more comfortable than sleeping on the ground. At last, it was done. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, we had successfully erected our dwelling. Gazing at our creation, Zhu Yeqing's face lit up with a joyful smile. In this moment, she seemed to transform into a naive girl, shedding the persona of the formidable woman she once was. This was our accomplishment, our home. Zhu Yeqing danced about in elation, resembling a fluttering butterfly. As I observed her jubilant spirit, I felt an unusual sensation stir within me, a nostalgic yearning for this fleeting moment. While Zhu Yeqing reveled in her delight, I undertook the final touches, securing the foliage around the house more firmly. Suddenly, Zhu Yeqing let out a terrified cry, her hands flailing about. "What is it?" I hastily set down my work and rushed over. "A scorpion. One just stung me." Zhu Yeqing's complexion had turned pale as she spoke. A chill ran down my spine. Scorpions are notoriously venomous, especially those found on this isolated island, where their venom could prove fatal. "Where were you stung?" I inquired. Zhu Yeqing bit her lip tightly and pointed to her thigh beneath her cheongsam. I hesitated, my hand outstretched yet frozen in place. The location of her injury was on the upper part of her thigh, and inspecting the wound would require lifting her garment, which felt inappropriate. "Just take a look," she urged softly, her lips still trembling. I could not tell if her blush was due to embarrassment or the pain from the sting. Upon hearing her words, I took a deep breath and resolved to act without hesitation. Given her consent, I cast aside my reservations. In this dire situation, saving her was paramount, and I could not afford to dwell on modesty. I swiftly lifted her high-slit cheongsam, revealing her smooth, pale, and perfectly shaped thighs before me. I inhaled sharply, realizing the system had not misled me. Zhu Yeqing, who often donned red cheongsams outside, wore black undergarments beneath. I forced myself to avert my gaze from temptation, focusing instead on examining her thigh. Indeed, I spotted a swollen, reddened area on her fair skin, already blistering. This was where the scorpion's venom had struck. I gently pressed around the affected area and asked her, "What sensations do you feel?" "It itches a bit, feels numb, and burns painfully," she replied in a whisper. I frowned, sensing the gravity of the situation. The numbness indicated that the venom was spreading. While most scorpion stings are not lethal, I had no way of knowing the species of the one that had bitten her. Without this knowledge, it was crucial to treat the wound promptly. If the venom were potent, it could lead to dire consequences. The first step in treating a venomous sting is to extract the venom to prevent further spread. However, I had no tools at my disposal. Thus, I inhaled deeply and leaned closer, positioning my mouth over the wound on Zhu Yeqing's thigh. As my lips made contact with her delicate skin, she gasped in surprise. Yet, she understood that I was attempting to save her, so she did not resist. My mind was solely focused on the task at hand, as I began to draw in the venom. Soon, a bitter-tasting fluid filled my mouth. I felt the acrid flavor overwhelm me, and I turned to spit it out, rinsing my mouth with water before resuming my effort. It was imperative to extract all the contaminated blood to ensure her safety. Otherwise, even if the venom were not fatal, it could leave an unsightly scar on her flawless thigh. The thought of such a perfect leg bearing a mark was hard to bear. Under normal circumstances, it is highly inadvisable to use one's mouth to extract venom, as many toxins can enter the bloodstream through the mucous membranes of the mouth, posing a significant risk. Yet, in this instance, I had no alternative. I continued to draw in the venom until the blood flowing from her wound returned to its normal hue, at which point I ceased my actions. After rinsing my mouth again, I sank to the ground, feeling slightly dizzy, my tongue tingling. I forced a wry smile, realizing I had been affected by the venom. The scorpion that had bitten Zhu Yeqing possessed considerable toxicity. However, I did not feel overly concerned. Knowing that my exposure was not severe and that I could withstand it, with ample hydration, I would soon metabolize it. At that moment, Zhu Yeqing looked at me sitting on the ground, her beautiful face flushed with color. "Thank you," she said softly. Her voice was gentle, laced with profound shyness. After all, I had seen everything beneath her cheongsam. "Bring me some water quickly," I instructed Zhu Yeqing, waving my hand. Yet, due to the venom's effects, my speech was slurred. "What is wrong with you?" Zhu Yeqing exclaimed, rushing towards me. Chapter 8. I know everything about you. My head swam, and I found myself unable to remain seated, my body tipping sideways. Seeing my condition, Zhu Yeqing rushed over and enveloped me in her arms, her face filled with alarm. "What is wrong with you? You must not be harmed." I found myself in the embrace of Zhu Yeqing, my head almost buried in her magnificent curves. Though the softness was delightful, it was rather overwhelming, leaving me gasping for breath. "Step back a little, I can hardly breathe." I hastily waved my hand and spoke to her. Upon hearing my words, Zhu Yeqing's face turned crimson, and she shifted her body slightly. With a sigh of relief, I finally exhaled, the intoxicating scent of her body filling my nostrils. "What is wrong with you?" Zhu Yeqing, holding me tightly, had tears welling in her anxious eyes. "I'm fine, just a slight case of poisoning. Fetch me some water quickly." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yeqing hurriedly grabbed a bamboo tube and offered me a few sips. However, it was evident that she was inexperienced in serving others, as the water ended up splashing all over me. After a few gulps, I felt considerably better, yet I had no intention of sitting up. The sensation of lying in her embrace was far too pleasant, and I wished to linger a little longer. "Are you all right?" Zhu Yeqing asked, her face filled with worry. "I feel quite dizzy. The venom from the scorpion is rather potent." I feigned weakness and replied. Seeing my state, Zhu Yeqing became frantic, tears glistening in her eyes, on the verge of crying. I stared at her. This woman, who appeared like a venomous serpent before others, was now on the brink of tears, and it was all because of me. This brought an indescribable sense of happiness to my heart. "You mustn't be in any danger," Zhu Yeqing said, tightening her hold on me. I gazed at her, a different emotion stirring within me. I then looked into her eyes and earnestly asked, "Are you worried that if I were to die, no one would care for you?" Zhu Yeqing paused, biting her lip before shaking her head vigorously. No, I truly don't want you to die," she said, her voice slightly hoarse. "Why? We've only just met. To you, I am merely a stranger. Just a tool for your survival on this island." I pretended to be utterly weak, gasping for breath as I spoke to her. No, it's not like that, Zhu Yeqing insisted, shaking her head repeatedly. Initially, I did think that way because without you, my chances of survival here were slim. But now, my perspective has changed. She continued, gently biting her lip. Curiosity piqued. I asked, what do you think of me now? Zhu Yeqing lowered her gaze, and for some reason, 2 rosy clouds blossomed on her cheeks, making her already stunning features even more enchanting. I found myself captivated. For 6 long years, he has been gone. Throughout this time, I have endured immeasurable pressure, facing countless rumors. Although I feigned indifference, the pain in my heart was profound, as if countless daggers pierced my soul, Zhu Yeqing said, unable to hold back any longer as tears streamed down her face. Seeing her in such a vulnerable state, I instinctively raised my hand to gently wipe away her tears. Zhu Yeqing stiffened momentarily, but ultimately did not reject my gesture. For all these years, I have transformed myself into a venomous serpent that no one dares approach. In Jiangqing, the mere mention of my name strikes fear into the hearts of many. But do you think I desired this? Zhu Yeqing continued as another teardrop fell, her delicate expression causing a pang of pain in my heart, igniting a fierce desire to protect her from harm. No matter how I pretended, I was still a woman, yearning for someone to shield me. Yet, he left me on our wedding night. What could I do? That day was my happiest and most painful day. It rained heavily that night, with thunder rumbling outside, and I helplessly watched the love of my life grow cold in my arms. Do you understand what that feels like? At this moment, Zhu Yeqing's breathtaking face was streaked with tears, and no matter how much I tried to wipe them away, they continued to flow. Just as my words of comfort could not ease her heartache, I simply watched her, not daring to intervene. A woman who had persevered all these years was undoubtedly weary and emotionally drained. Today, on this deserted island, just the 2 of us, she wished to express her sorrows, and I would allow her to release her pent-up emotions. Having held up for so long was truly exhausting. Today, she needed to shed the facade she had worn for years and speak her heart. Though we were strangers before, on this island, you protected me, and that made me feel a sense of reliance. Thus, you cannot die, you must not die. Zhu Yeqing held me tightly, her voice tinged with helplessness. I looked at her, sighed softly, and wiped away the tears on her face. Rest assured, I'm fine. I was merely teasing you, I said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yeqing's body stiffened, and her face was suddenly filled with rage. You jerk. In a fit of indignation, she released me, throwing me onto the ground. I quickly sprang to my feet, the faint traces of poison now completely gone. You scoundrel, I will kill you. Zhu Yeqing stood up and rushed towards me, raising her hands to strike at my chest. However, her blows lacked force, and I could tell she was not genuinely trying to hurt me. I grasped her wrists as she glared at me in anger, her flushed face stirring something within me. Let me go? She protested, struggling fiercely. I did not release her, but gazed at her intently and said, you are a good woman, and I know this. Therefore, no matter how long we remain on this island, I will do my utmost to protect you and ensure you suffer no harm. I understand you well, perhaps even better than you understand yourself. Zhu Yeqing paused, her eyes flickering with a hint of softness. However, that fleeting tenderness quickly vanished as she regarded me with skepticism. You say you know me well. What do you truly know about me? For instance, I know you are still a virgin, that you have a penchant for black lingerie, and that your favorite dessert is mango mousse. I declared without hesitation, spilling all the secrets the system had provided me about Zhu Yeqing. The moment the words left my mouth, regret washed over me. I stared at her, wishing I could take back my words. This was disastrous. I had revealed too much. Zhu Yeqing looked at me in shock, followed by an unbridled fury. You scoundrel, she yelled, lifting her foot to kick my thigh. The force of her kick caught me off guard, causing me to gasp in pain as I bent over. I will kill you. Zhu Yeqing, now on the brink of collapse, scanned her surroundings for a weapon. Although the pain was intense, I realized that Zhu Yeqing had completely lost her composure. If I didn't retreat soon, she would truly fight me to the end. Because what I just disclosed were the clandestine secrets of Zhu Yeqing. Now that they have all been unraveled, how could she possibly come to terms with it? I decided to check whether the traps I had set had ensnared any prey. Watching Zhu Yeqing pick up the wooden stick from the ground, I hastily sprang to my feet and dashed into the woods. You scoundrel, don't run. I swear I will kill you. Zhu Yeqing shouted as she pursued me, clutching the stick. However, her foot injury had not yet healed, and she could not keep pace with me. After a few steps, she gave up. Zuo Chen, you wretch, I will make you pay. Her furious roar echoed behind me, indicating that this time, she was genuinely enraged. I ventured deeper into the thicket, lifted my hand, and slapped my own face twice. Damn it, I had made a mistake. I had been overly excited and blurted out everything. This time, I was in deep trouble. Given Zhu Yeqing's expression, it seemed nearly impossible to brush this off. Truthfully, it was not entirely my fault. Anyone would struggle to maintain composure when faced with such a beautiful woman appearing so vulnerable before them. My earlier words had been purely instinctive, without a moment's thought. Now, I was in quite a predicament. Sighing despondently, I walked deeper into the jungle until I reached the trap I had set. To my surprise, this time, the trap was not empty. A wild chicken hung from the noose above, flapping its wings violently upon my approach. Seeing the chicken lifted my spirits slightly. Tonight, at last, I could enjoy a meal of meat. Yet, the memory of Zhu Yeqing's anger made me feel a headache coming on. I was uncertain how to face this woman shortly. Carrying the chicken, I made my way to the water hole, where I used an obsidian stone to slit its throat, draining the blood, removing the entrails, plucking the feathers, and cleaning it thoroughly. Having completed these tasks, the sky gradually darkened. Though I was unsure how to confront Zhu Yeqing, I could not remain hidden forever. Besides, with nightfall approaching, it would be troublesome if something dangerous befell her as a woman. With a heavy sigh, I turned back. Upon reaching the edge of the jungle, I saw Zhu Yeqing sitting on the beach, her arms wrapped around her knees, gazing out at the sea, lost in thought. Upon hearing my movements, she turned her head, her cold eyes fixed on me. Chapter 9. Why do you know my secrets? The murderous intent in one's gaze cannot be concealed. As exemplified by Zhu Yeqing at this moment, I had no doubt that if she possessed the ability, she would not hesitate to end my life. Regret surged within me, wishing I could slap myself for not keeping my mouth shut. How could I have revealed everything? Now, the fragile rapport I had established with her was completely shattered. Zhu Yeqing looked at me, her chest rising and falling as she took deep breaths to suppress her fury. Seeing this, I felt a slight relief. She was a wise woman, capable of controlling her emotions. It was evident that she was currently restraining her anger. With only the two of us on this desolate island, she had to maintain her composure despite her rage. It was improbable that she would truly engage in a life-and-death struggle with me. I apologize, I said, one hand holding the plucked chicken while the other raked through my hair awkwardly. Humph. Zhu Yeqing let out a cold snort and turned her gaze back to the distant sea, ignoring me. I shrank my neck and set down the chicken, preparing to roast it. Come here. Her voice floated over just as I was about to start cooking. I turned to see her still seated, her back to me. Unable to discern her expression, I felt a twinge of unease and hesitated. Zhu Yeqing extended her right hand and lightly patted the sand beside her. Gritting my teeth, I steeled myself and approached. After all, it was just the two of us on this island, and hiding away was not a viable option. Even if she exploded with anger, I could endure a beating. After all, she was but a woman, and I doubted her blows would be too painful. Even if I stood my ground, I set down my belongings and sat beside her. To my surprise, Zhu Yeqing did not lash out, but remained silent. I had expected to endure her wrath, yet this unexpected silence left me bewildered, uncertain of her intentions. This woman was indeed difficult to fathom. We sat quietly until I could no longer bear the awkward atmosphere, and finally, Zhu Yeqing spoke. Who are you really? I am merely a humble security guard, I stammered, momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Zhu Yeqing turned her head, her piercing gaze fixed on me, resembling that of a venomous snake. Her glare made my heart race. It seemed that Zhu Yeqing, known as Zhu Yeqing in Jiangqing, was indeed as formidable as her reputation suggested. On this deserted island, she had concealed her true nature, leading me to perceive her as a fragile woman. However, when she was truly angered, she exuded a chilling aura. How could a mere security guard know so many of my secrets? Zhu Yeqing's icy stare brimmed with skepticism. I offered a bitter smile, having anticipated her question. After all, I had just revealed her most intimate secrets. Zhu Yeqing had reached her current status by being cautious and guarded, aware that countless individuals coveted her wealth and beauty. Now, having exposed her vulnerabilities, I had instilled in her a profound sense of danger. Thus, her aggression resembled that of a venomous snake whose territory had been invaded, ready to strike at any moment. Taking a deep breath, I recalled my strategy from earlier in the jungle, though I was uncertain if I could successfully deceive her, for Zhu Yeqing was undeniably astute. I was merely guessing, I replied, forcing myself to speak. However, my answer evidently failed to satisfy her. Zhu Yeqing let out a cold laugh, then said chillingly, Guessing? Do you think I would believe such nonsense? I truly was just guessing. Did I happen to guess correctly? Are you really a virgin? I knew I could no longer adopt a submissive stance. It was time to take the initiative. As expected, upon hearing my words, Zhu Yeqing's expression froze, leaving her speechless for a moment. This was a question she could not answer. No way could you truly be. I continued. You scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yeqing finally lost her composure and kicked at me. Anticipating her move, I swiftly seized her ankle. Seated as she was, her body tilted backward as I held her ankle, forcing her to brace herself with her hands. Her long legs shot up high. She wore a red qipao with a daring slit, and with her legs raised, the view within was laid bare. Any normal man would find it nearly impossible to resist such a scene. I was momentarily captivated. "You scoundrel, let go." Seeing my gaze, Zhu Yeqing's face flushed crimson, and she kicked at me with her other foot. I quickly released her ankle and scooted back a few steps. Zhu Yeqing straightened her posture, bringing her legs together and wrapping her arms around them. For a moment, silence enveloped us, imbued with an inexplicable tension and ambiguity. You claimed it was merely a guess. Yet I found it hard to believe. Such accuracy seemed implausible. Ultimately, it was Zhu Yeqing who shattered the stillness. This woman was indeed extraordinary. Confronted with such a personal inquiry, she exhibited no signs of evasion, instead posing the question directly, her gaze laced with a hint of suspicion. I recognized her doubts. After all, her identity and status commanded attention, and countless individuals in Jiangsheng were likely watching her, coveting her wealth and seeking to conquer this serpentine woman in more intimate ways. Thus, for many years, Zhu Yeqing had remained cautious and prudent. Were it not for her vigilance, she might have long since become a mere plaything of those in power. This woman was far from simple, and naturally, she was not easily deceived. However, I had already prepared my response. I offered her a sincere smile and said, "I genuinely only guessed. Based on your reactions during our interactions, if a woman has had many men, she would not be so sensitive when engaging with them." I paused briefly before continuing with a smile. "Although you have concealed it well, those subtle expressions are telling." Initially, I harbored only a modicum of suspicion. Yet I was astonished to find my intuition correct. "You scoundrel." Zhu Yeqing was momentarily taken aback by my words, finally muttering a quiet curse. Fortunately, she refrained from taking action this time. Although she still harbored some disbelief, my reply left her momentarily at a loss for a counterargument. "Humph. Even if that was your guess, how did you know I favor black?" Zhu Yeqing asked again. I chuckled, aware that she referred to her preference for black lingerie. This was an easier question to address. "Sister, we have been here for quite a while, and you are wearing a high-slit qipao, even if I tried not to look." "I could not help but see," I said with an exasperated shrug. Upon hearing my words, Zhu Yeqing's expression shifted to one of discomfort as she fidgeted with her qipao. Then, disregarding that, "How did you uncover my other secret?" Zhu Yeqing's eyes shifted, and she pressed on. I smiled again, as those matters were trivial and thus easily explained. "You are a celebrity in Jiangsheng. Countless people are observing you, and I dare say your little hobbies could fill a book." I gestured with my hands. Upon hearing this, an awkward expression crossed Zhu Yeqing's face as her gaze wandered, lost in thought. I understood that my reasoning had left her with no retort. However, this woman was remarkably astute. To earn her complete trust would likely require more time. I sensed she needed a moment of quietude. Therefore, I refrained from further conversation. Rising to my feet and walking to the fire, where I began to prepare the whole chicken. Under the searing heat of the charcoal, the skin of the chicken transformed into a golden hue, its fat steadily dripping down, releasing an enticing aroma. I couldn't help but lick my lips and glance at Zhu Yeqing. She remained seated, her back turned to me, motionless, lost in her thoughts. Before long, the chicken was perfectly roasted, its color golden and fragrance irresistible. I looked at Zhu Yeqing and approached her, presenting the roasted chicken. "Would you care for a bite?" I inquired. Zhu Yeqing lifted her head, casting me a scornful glance, her annoyance palpable. "Get that away from me. I refuse to eat your food." I gazed at her and couldn't help but chuckle. Having revealed her secret, there was no longer any need for her to maintain the icy facade before me. At this moment, she resembled an ordinary girl, somewhat flustered and annoyed at having her secrets exposed. "Very well, if you won't eat, I'll indulge alone." I plopped down beside her, tearing off a chicken leg and devouring it with gusto. "Humph." Zhu Yeqing shot me a cold glance before turning her back to me. I chuckled softly, blowing a gentle breath toward her, letting the aroma of the roasted chicken waft her way. "This chicken is truly delightful, far superior to the farm-raised ones." With a firm texture and captivating fragrance, I exclaimed between bites. "Humph." Zhu Yeqing, still facing away, scoffed in disdain. Yet I clearly noticed her shoulders tremble slightly, a telltale sign of her swallowing involuntarily. This sight made me laugh even more. Having gone 2 days without proper sustenance, I, a grown man, found it challenging to endure. How much more so for her, a delicate woman. Delicious, truly fragrant. I continued to exclaim as I savored the meat. "Get lost, stay away from me." At last, Zhu Yeqing could no longer contain herself. She whirled around, her eyes ablaze with fury. Just then, I heard a distinct rumble from her belly. Chapter 10. I dared not eat. The sound was unmistakable, especially in this secluded setting where it was just the two of us. Zhu Yeqing's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes reflecting a mix of shame and anger. Ha! I could no longer restrain my laughter. Though she verbally refused, her body betrayed her honesty. Upon witnessing my amusement, Zhu Yeqing's embarrassment morphed into indignation. Like a fierce tigress, she lunged at me, snatching the roasted chicken from my hands and biting into it with ferocity. Observing her hearty consumption, I erupted in laughter once more. Unlike other women, Zhu Yeqing displayed no shyness. She shot me another glare and continued to tackle the chicken. Watching her devour the meat, I couldn't help but smile. My fondness for this woman grew, for she was unlike any other, possessing a unique charm. Despite being under my gaze, Zhu Yeqing showed no signs of bashfulness. After days of hunger, it wasn't long before she had consumed nearly half of the roasted chicken. At this point, Zhu Yeqing let out a satisfied belch and extended the chicken towards me. I smiled and accepted it. Zhu Yeqing retrieved a wet wipe and meticulously cleaned the corners of her mouth. When she fell from the plane, she had brought along a pack of wet wipes. But after 2 days of use, they were nearly depleted. Nonetheless, she still habitually wiped her mouth after eating, for beauty is a woman's nature. I took the remains of the roasted chicken from her. Zhu Yeqing had a modest appetite, leaving over half of the chicken. I was already famished, so I devoured it ravenously. Before long, the entire chicken had vanished into my stomach. As nightfall gradually enveloped us, I tended to the bonfire and then stepped into the rudimentary shelter we had constructed. Though the dwelling was somewhat crude, the soft layer of hay beneath us made for a far more comfortable resting place than the ground. Zhu Yeqing followed me inside, hesitating briefly before lying down beside me. The space was small, and with both of us lying within, we were nearly touching. Feeling the warmth emanating from her body and the alluring fragrance that enveloped me, my heart stirred once again. I struggled to resist the urge to embrace her. If we are to sleep, let it be sleep. You may not entertain any reckless thoughts, but should you dare to provoke me, I shall retaliate, came the warning voice of Zhu Yeqing. I couldn't help but chuckle helplessly, acknowledging that this lady was indeed a challenge to handle. I am a normal man, not devoid of desire. How could I not entertain thoughts when lying next to such a beautiful woman? However, I was not the sort to act inappropriately, yet asking me not to think at all was rather unreasonable. Sensing my inner turmoil, Zhu Yeqing scoffed softly, curling up and shifting away from me. I was at a loss for words, striving to control my thoughts, for I feared losing control and acting on my impulses. Zhu Yeqing, a woman of strength, was undoubtedly weary from our ordeal on the deserted island. She had hardly lain down before she succumbed to slumber. While she drifted into sleep, I found myself wide awake. After all, who could resist the allure of such beauty beside them? Yet, I dared not move, afraid of awakening her, thus enduring a torturous wait. To hasten my own descent into sleep, I began to count sheep. Stay away, do not approach. Just as I was on the verge of slumber, Zhu Yeqing's terrified voice pierced the air. I turned to see her curled up and trembling, her hands flailing as if attempting to push away some unseen terror. She was trapped in a nightmare. Observing her shivering form, any inappropriate thoughts vanished from my mind. To the outside world, she was a formidable woman, a viper feared by all in Jiangxing. Yet, who knew that within her lay the same softness as any ordinary woman? Her cold exterior was merely a facade she had adopted for self-protection. After years of rumors and struggles, no one truly understood the sacrifices she had made to reach this position. My heart softened, and I gently turned her towards me, cradling her in my arms. Zhu Yeqing continued to tremble slightly, but soon she quieted, holding her close. A new thought emerged within me. I vowed to protect this woman and never allow anyone to harm her again. Embracing Zhu Yeqing, inhaling her subtle fragrance, I found my mind free of any wandering thoughts, filled instead with tenderness. Before I knew it, I too succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening, the sun had risen, and Zhu Yeqing remained nestled in my embrace. I looked down and noticed her slight movement, a tiny shift that did not escape my notice. She lay with her head resting on my arm, eyes closed, seemingly still in slumber. I smiled softly, realizing she had likely been awake for some time, but had chosen to remain still. Could it be that she enjoyed being held by me? This thought flickered through my mind, only to be dismissed immediately. I was merely a humble security guard, while Zhu Yeqing was the president of Longmen Group, a figure of authority in Jiangxing. The disparity between our statuses was vast. How could she possibly harbor any feelings for me? Though her words from yesterday had touched me, I did not take them seriously. She was a woman, and in this desolate place, I was her sole protector, providing her with a temporary sense of security, which may have prompted her to speak in such a manner. Once we returned to the outside world, she would revert to being the esteemed Zhu Yeqing, and I would remain just a security guard in her eyes. Despite our unique experience on this island, it meant little to her. I was well aware of my own place. I was not one to indulge in fantasies or entertain delusions of grandeur. Although Zhu Yeqing was exceptional, I truly held no extravagant thoughts about her, let alone the notion that she might fall in love with me. Realizing she was awake, I knew it was unwise to remain idle. I stretched lazily, and as I did, Zhu Yeqing opened her eyes, sitting up and brushing her tousled hair. "Oh, the sun is already up. I slept so soundly," she remarked, her demeanor calm. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at her performance. Yet, I chose not to call her out, for doing so would only lead to an awkward moment for both of us. "You should stretch a bit. I will go find something to eat." I crawled out, armed with a spear crafted from wood, and ventured into the forest. The wild chicken we had caught was now gone, and such creatures are highly sensitive to danger, so I knew I needed to seek out something else. An idea struck me as I recalled the bamboo grove, and I made my way there. Upon entering the grove, I began to inspect each bamboo stalk. I was aware that this particular grove harbored a unique delicacy, bamboo worms. These worms thrive on bamboo, remain clean, and are packed with high-quality protein, making them an excellent food source. Indeed, fortune favored the diligent. Beneath several bamboo stalks, I discovered tiny bamboo shavings, indications that bamboo worms were present. Without hesitation, I retrieved the stone axe I had fashioned from obsidian and wood. This primitive axe was simply made by binding obsidian to one end of a wooden stick, thus creating a rudimentary tool. Though obsidian is not as hard as iron, it sufficed for chopping bamboo. With a few swift strikes, I felled a stalk to the ground. I quickly examined it, locating the hollow section where the worms dwelled, and with my axe, I split it open to reveal plump, white worms nestled inside. I continued to harvest several more stalks, collecting a bounty of bamboo worms, which I stored in a bamboo tube as I headed back. With these worms, we could enjoy a hearty meal today. Zhu Yeqing was tending to the fire when she saw me emerge. "Did you find something to eat?" she inquired. I smiled at her and felt a playful impulse surge within me. "Indeed, I found something remarkable. You must take a look." As I spoke, I presented the bamboo tube before her. Curiosity piqued, Zhu Yeqing leaned in closer, and I suddenly opened my hand. Upon seeing the plump, white worms within the tube, she nearly leapt back, hastily retreating a few steps. Amused by her reaction, I couldn't help but chuckle. No matter how composed she tried to appear, she was still a woman, and women typically have an aversion to such things. "What are those? Can they be eaten?" she stammered, her hand fluttering over her heart. "You didn't know? These are bamboo worms, a high-protein delicacy. They are quite delicious," I replied, grinning at her. Zhu Yeqing's eyes were tinged with a hint of skepticism, clearly indicating her disbelief in my words. I ceased my teasing and gathered a few thin stones to place atop the fire, subsequently laying the bamboo worms upon them. Before long, the bamboo worms were lightly toasted, exuding an enticing aroma. I swiftly picked one up and offered it to Zhu Yeqing. "Here, try one. This is truly a delicacy." Zhu Yeqing gazed at the bamboo worm in my hand, her eyes reflecting a trace of fear, and shook her head vehemently. "I can't eat that. You go first." I chuckled softly, thinking how cautious this woman was. Without hesitation, I popped the bamboo worm into my mouth. It was delightfully crunchy, with a flavor reminiscent of chicken. "All right, I've had mine. Now it's your turn." I placed the roasted bamboo worm before Zhu Yeqing. Chapter 11. "I want to bathe," I observed Zhu Yeqing with a smile, inexplicably exhilarated by the sight of her displaying a vulnerable side before me. Goodness, I wondered if spending several days on this desolate island had warped my psyche. Zhu Yeqing shot me a cold glance, extended her hand, and seized a few bamboo worms, promptly stuffing them into her mouth without a hint of hesitation. I found her demeanor somewhat dull. Zhu Yeqing was no fragile girl. Such things held no sway over her. I shrugged and devoured the remaining bamboo worms. By the time I finished, Zhu Yeqing had also concluded her meal. She dusted off her hands, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke to me. "There is something I need your assistance with." Rarely did I hear such polite words from her, so I quickly inquired, "What is it?" A rare blush appeared on her face as she confessed, "I'm feeling quite itchy. I wish to take a bath." "Didn't you mention there's a pool inside? I'd like to wash there." "A bath?" Upon hearing Zhu Yeqing's request, I regarded her thoughtfully. We had been stranded on this deserted island for 3 days, and given its tropical climate, it was stiflingly humid. After 3 days without bathing, I felt utterly uncomfortable, let alone her, a woman. I had bathed in the pool a few times over the past couple of days, but had refrained from mentioning it to her, fearing she might misconstrue my intentions. "There is indeed a pool," fed by a waterfall with pristine water. However, I am too timid to enter alone. Would you accompany me? At that moment, Zhu Yeqing could no longer maintain her strong-willed facade, speaking to me with a hint of embarrassment. But you must turn your back while I wash. No peeking. All right. I'll turn away, I replied, somewhat exasperated as I stood up. If I catch you sneaking a glance, I won't let you off easily. Zhu Yeqing's tone carried a note of threat. I shrugged, thinking it was somewhat absurd. After all, there were only the two of us on this island. And as a woman, she was hardly a match for me. Besides, we had been sharing a bed at night. If I had ulterior motives, I would have acted long ago. I led Zhu Yeqing into the thicket, as she had an injury on her foot, making her movements cumbersome, thus requiring my support. This is the spot. You may bathe here. I helped her to the edge of the pool, and then settled on a large rock, turning my back. You mustn't look. Zhu Yeqing's voice rang out from behind me. Enough, just wash quickly. I truly want to peek. We've been sleeping together for days. If I had intentions, they would have materialized long before now, I said, feeling a bit of a headache. Humph. Zhu Yeqing huffed behind me, followed by the sound of rustling fabric, likely as she began to remove her clothes. Soon after, the sound of splashing water reached my ears. Zhu Yeqing had evidently entered the pool. I am not a saint, and as I heard the sounds behind me, an undeniable heat coursed through me, my mind conjuring images of Zhu Yeqing in the water. Her skin was fair, undoubtedly stunning, and her figure was nothing short of perfection. Even clothed, she was alluring. And now she must be even more enchanting. After several deep breaths, I struggled to quell the fire within me. It was indeed challenging to resist the temptation to turn around and join her in the pool for a romantic embrace. However, I managed to restrain myself. After all, on this deserted island, Zhu Yeqing was merely a delicate woman to me. Taking advantage of her vulnerability would be nothing short of despicable. Although I am not a virtuous man, such actions are beyond my moral compass. As time passed excruciatingly slowly, Zhu Yeqing continued to wash, and for me, it was a torment. In those fleeting moments, countless images of Zhu Yeqing bathing flickered through my mind, making it exceedingly difficult to endure. Hurry up, will you? I called out, feeling somewhat helpless. Why the rush? Wait until I'm clean, Zhu Yeqing replied, somewhat displeased. I could only continue to wait, resigned to my fate. Suddenly, amidst my torturous wait, Zhu Yeqing's voice pierced the air, laced with terror. The unexpected sound startled me, and I knew she must be in danger. I swiftly turned around to find Zhu Yeqing standing in the pool, arms outstretched as she rushed toward me. At that moment, she was entirely unclothed, her alabaster skin rendering me momentarily dazed. Zhu Yeqing, her face etched with fear, leapt into my arms, clutching my neck tightly, her long legs entwining around my waist. There's a snake in the water. Feeling her softness against my chest, I gasped, nearly losing control. Yet, this was not the time for idle thoughts. I looked up and indeed spotted a snake in the pool. However, it was merely a common water snake. While a bite might sting, it bore no venom, posing no real threat. Moreover, this poor creature appeared to be just as frightened, desperately thrashing its tail as it swam away. Do not fear. It's just a water snake, harmless and timid. It has already fled, I reassured her, gently patting her back, the silkiness of her skin evoking an unexplainable delight. Is it really gone? Zhu Yeqing asked, still clinging to me. Indeed, these snakes are harmless and quite timid. There's nothing to fear, I continued to comfort her. With her entire body draped over me and without any clothing, the scene was undeniably intoxicating. In such a situation, a normal man would undoubtedly respond. Sensing my body's reaction, Zhu Yeqing's legs tightened around my waist, and I could feel her warmth radiating. My breath quickened uncontrollably, and I was on the verge of losing my composure. Please, let me down, Zhu Yeqing whispered, her voice soft against my ear, like a gentle whisper of temptation. I inhaled deeply once more and, with great effort, released her, setting Zhu Yeqing back on her feet. At this moment, she stood beside me, a flawless work of art that left me utterly mesmerized. Zhu Yeqing's face was flushed with embarrassment, her fair skin tinged with a delicate blush, rendering her even more captivating. Turn your head away. Zhu Yeqing was overwhelmed with shyness. I instinctively pinched my thigh to regain my composure and then abruptly turned around, exhaling deeply. Goodness! Zhu Yeqing's figure was simply exquisite, and my mind was consumed by the image I had just witnessed. Behind me, I heard the sound of her getting dressed. After a short while, the noise ceased, and she stumbled past me. Let's go back, Zhu Yeqing murmured without looking back. I hurriedly approached her, supporting her arm as we made our way toward the campsite. However, throughout our journey, we exchanged not a single word. On the deserted island, two lost souls, Zhu Yeqing and I, had been living together for 10 days, unaware of the passage of time. My wilderness survival skills proved invaluable, and despite its desolation, the island offered a surprising abundance of resources. We had not gone hungry during this time. The original thatched hut had been significantly fortified under my improvement, becoming our shared home on this island. Over these 10 days, a subtle understanding blossomed between Zhu Yeqing and me. Each day, I ventured out to gather food while she tended to the fire, patiently awaiting my return, resembling a devoted wife anticipating her husband's arrival. We strolled along the beach and counted the stars at night. In my presence, Zhu Yeqing was no longer the distant, formidable woman. She transformed into an ordinary girl, revealing her innocent and gentle side. Although we were stranded on this island, a part of me yearned to remain here indefinitely. Yet, I understood that such a wish was futile, for we would eventually be rescued and return to our former lives. This small island served merely as a temporary haven, granting us a fleeting respite from the complexities of the outside world. Here, Zhu Yeqing was her true self. Yet, such moments are fleeting. On the 11th day, while walking along the beach, Zhu Yeqing suddenly halted, gazing blankly at the sea ahead. Following her gaze, I spotted a fishing boat on the horizon. Finally, we had company. However, instead of celebrating, we exchanged a silent glance. In Zhu Yeqing's eyes, I discerned a hint of reluctance and sadness. This stirred something within me. Did she wish to remain here with me? As I prepared to signal the approaching boat, Zhu Yeqing stood still, biting her lip, lost in thought. Though reluctant to leave, we could not continue our existence on this deserted island indefinitely. Especially for Zhu Yeqing, many matters and people awaited her back in Jiangxing. Surely, those who had been searching for her over the past 10 days were beside themselves with worry. I reached the fire, piling fresh leaves atop the flames. Soon, a thick plume of smoke began to rise. Chapter 12. The threat of the fishing boat. As the smoke ascended, the fishing boat, which had altered its course, came to a halt before turning toward us. Aren't you excited to return? Zhu Yeqing inquired, stepping closer to me. What about you? How do you feel? She countered, her tone curious. I scratched my head and replied, to be honest, after spending over 10 days here, I feel somewhat reluctant to leave. Zhu Yeqing glanced at me, then at the thatched hut where we had resided for days. I noticed a flicker of unusual sentiment in her eyes, perhaps a tinge of longing. However, that look quickly vanished. Thank you for taking care of me during these 10 days. Without you, I would not have survived here. You are my savior, and I promise to repay you once we return, I stated. I remained silent, acknowledging the power Zhu Yeqing wielded in Jiangxing and the potential reward she could offer. In the past, I would have felt elated by this prospect, yet now, for reasons unknown, joy eluded me. Had I developed feelings for this woman? Once we leave, I hope you will keep our secret to yourself. Zhu Yeqing's tone turned icy again, reminiscent of the distant and unapproachable Zhu Yeqing I had first encountered. I smiled bitterly, recognizing that I was overthinking things. A woman like Zhu Yeqing had navigated the tumultuous waters of Jiangxing for years. Perhaps this fleeting experience held little significance for her. In the distance, the fishing boat drew closer and soon anchored on the beach. It appeared to be an ordinary fishing vessel, modestly sized and somewhat weathered. A few individuals stood at the bow, curiously observing Zhu Yeqing and me. Hello. We are survivors of a plane crash, I quickly called out to the crew. You are from Daxia? A middle-aged man in traditional attire, his face marked by a sense of wariness, questioned us. Behind him stood several others, equally vigilant. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Something felt amiss. These individuals did not seem like fishermen. Amidst the chatter, a shorter man behind the middle-aged one spoke to him in Malay. Thanks to my training, I could comprehend their conversation. He urged the man not to engage with us and to hasten the delivery of their cargo to avoid complications, referring to him as Tang Lauda. At that moment, Tang Lauda responded in Malay, his face breaking into a lewd grin as he informed his companion that the women below were quite attractive and would be perfect for entertaining the crew. I focused intently on him as his information flashed in my mind. Tang Long, a native of Fuzhou, Daxia, 47 years old, an antiquities smuggler with 3 murders to his name. Next, I turned my gaze to the diminutive man beside him, and his details appeared in my mind as well. Hussein bin Aoun, 45 years old, a Malaysian antiquities smuggler and Tang Long's associate. In addition to these 2, there were 6 others aboard the vessel. I scanned the group, and their identities swiftly materialized in my mind. The remaining 6 were Tang Long and Hussein's underlings. These men were all involved in the illicit trade of antiquities on the high seas, hardened criminals with blood on their hands. Upon seeing the information about these individuals, I could not help but gasp in horror. This was not a rescue. We had walked straight into the jaws of a tiger. Moreover, these fellows had bulging waists, each bearing weapons. Instinctively, I wanted to grab Zhu Yeqing's hand and flee. However, given their elevated stance and armed presence, it was evidently a poor idea. If we attempted to run, we would likely become living targets. Realizing this, I quickly feigned excitement and exclaimed, "Indeed, indeed. We are from Daxia, stranded here due to a plane crash, and have finally awaited rescue." I pretended not to notice their odd behavior, putting on a facade of overwhelming joy. "We are fishermen from Daxia, fishing in international waters. Since you are also from Daxia, please come aboard. I will take you back." Tang Long aboard the vessel showed no suspicion, waving at us, though his gaze lingered on Zhu Yeqing with a hint of lewdness. "Hurry, let us board." I rushed to Zhu Yeqing's side, grasping her hand and feigning impatience. These individuals were suspicious. Despite my grip on her hand, Zhu Yeqing did not budge. Instead, she lowered her voice to speak to me. Having weathered many storms, she was a woman who had faced countless dangers on her ascent to this position. Like a serpent, she possessed an innate sense of danger. Although she could not comprehend their words, she could discern instantly that these were not good people. "I know, but they are armed. If we do not approach, we cannot escape," I whispered in her ear. "But going up means we are lambs to the slaughter," Zhu Yeqing replied with confusion. "There are no other options. We must board first. Trust me, with me around, you will be safe." I gently patted her hand. "Are you two coming aboard or not? If not, we shall depart." At that moment, the portly man named Tang Long impatiently called out to us, "We are coming right away. Please wait a moment." I turned to him with a tight smile, pulling Zhu Yeqing's hand as we moved forward. Although Zhu Yeqing felt uncertain, she understood that we had no avenue of retreat. I assisted Zhu Yeqing onto the boat and scanned the surroundings. Including Tang Long, there were a total of 8 individuals aboard, the remaining 6 being his underlings. Although it was a fishing vessel, there were no fishing nets in sight. Instead, the deck was cluttered with a pile of objects, tightly covered with oilcloth, obscuring their contents. They were likely antiquities traffickers. If I were not mistaken, what lay beneath was probably the treasure they sought to smuggle. These individuals were indeed formidable, managing to bring so many artifacts into international waters. Upon our boarding, the crew quickly surrounded us, their eyes glinting with predatory intent. Tang Long drew a handgun from his waist, his expression icy as he aimed it at me and advanced. Zhu Yeqing, although pale, did not retreat a step and revealed no fear, only tightening her grip on my hand. "What are you doing? We are all from Daxia." I feigned panic, glancing at Tang Long's weapon. It was an M9 pistol, measuring 21.7 centimeters, weighing 1 kilograms, with formidable power, high penetration, and great precision, favored by officers of the beautiful country, yet equally adored by terrorists and gangsters. "Of course, we intend to kill you," Tang Long replied with a sinister smile. "Killing is against the law. Are you not afraid of the consequences?" I continued to feign panic, but my eyes were already scanning their positions, mentally mapping out a 3-dimensional layout. Even with my eyes closed, I could accurately eliminate them in a split second. "Law? Ha ha ha." The traffickers erupted in laughter, as if I had shared the most ridiculous joke. They traversed international waters, selling artifacts, a perilous trade that had likely claimed countless lives. They truly had no fear of the law. "Little brat, we have never feared the law. Besides, this is international waters. Murder is not a crime here. That woman beside you is quite appealing. We shall spare her life for our amusement. But as for you, you will meet your end," he said, leering at Zhu Yeqing. The remaining men's gazes also fixated on her, their eyes brimming with lustful intent. Seeing this, I took a deep breath and suddenly stepped forward like a flash of lightning. After systematic enhancements, my speed and agility now surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, these men were entirely focused on Zhu Yeqing, presenting me with a prime opportunity. Perhaps they underestimated my capacity for resistance, for aside from Tang Long, none drew their weapons. Even if they reacted, retrieving their weapons would take time that was more than sufficient for me. I lunged forward, before Tang Long could react. I snatched the handgun from his grasp. He did not even have the chance to pull the trigger, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at me. I raised my left hand and delivered a punch to his jaw, the immense force rendering him unconscious. At that moment, the remaining traffickers finally realized what was happening, shouting incoherently and reaching for their waists. But it was already too late. I had turned, firing 7 shots in rapid succession, too swift for them to react. As the gunfire ceased, they all collapsed, each with a clear bullet wound in their brows, bleeding profusely. I exhaled in relief. The M9's magazine held 15 rounds. Initially, I had worried that it was not fully loaded, but it appeared my concerns were unfounded. Zhu Yeqing stood frozen, gazing at me as if I were a celestial being. Her eyes wide as she took in the sight of the lifeless traffickers surrounding her, her complexion pale as if made of glass. Chapter 13. Landing. Witnessing the once menacing figures now reduced to lifeless bodies, even Zhu Yeqing could not help but turn ashen. However, having faced great spectacles before, she soon regained her composure, silently stepping beside me. Yet, her slightly trembling arm betrayed her facade of calmness. It was evident she was not as composed as she appeared. I inhaled deeply, forcing down the nauseating sensation rising within me. After all, this was my first act of killing, and I had taken 7 lives in one swift stroke. The physiological tension caused mild spasms in my stomach. Yet, it was not fear nor any psychological burden weighing on me. These individuals were heinous criminals, bearing the weight of lives lost. They deserved their fate. Furthermore, Tang Long's earlier reminder echoed in my mind. This was international waters, so even if I killed them all, I would not be breaking the law. I understood that in such circumstances, there could be no mercy. Failing to eliminate these threats promptly would mean my own demise. Often, mercy towards enemies is a cruelty towards oneself. I could not afford to make such a mistake. As Zhu Yeqing approached me, her eyes were filled with confusion. My earlier display of skill had far exceeded her expectations. How could you possibly use a gun, and with such precision? Zhu Yeqing hesitated momentarily before finally voicing her thoughts. In such a brief span of time, I had disarmed someone, fired 7 shots, and struck 7 targets, all executed with a speed that left them no opportunity to react. This was undeniably beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Furthermore, each of the deceased had been shot in the forehead, which was truly terrifying. A normal person could not possess such marksmanship, thus sparking Zhu Yeqing's doubts about my true identity. I had served 5 years in the military, specifically as a special forces operative. I turned to her and smiled. Although Zhu Yeqing still bore an expression of skepticism, she refrained from asking further questions. I held the gun and inspected the cabin. It appeared that there were only these few individuals on board, and no one else was present, indicating that the danger had subsided. I stepped outside, found a rope, and bound the unconscious Tang Long, disposing of the bodies of the artifact traffickers one by one overboard. The deck was stained with blood, and fearing that Zhu Yeqing might feel nauseous, I fetched 2 buckets of water to cleanse the deck thoroughly. After completing these tasks, Tang Long began to regain consciousness. However, he was evidently terrified, staring wide-eyed at me and Zhu Yeqing, unable to utter a single word. His subordinates, along with the Malaysian contact, had vanished, leaving only Zhu Yeqing and me on the vessel. It was evident to anyone with a discerning mind that I had dealt with those individuals. To Tang Long, I must have appeared as a demonic figure. Such nefarious individuals, though they may seem fierce, are often quite cowardly. They typically prey upon those weaker than themselves, and when confronted with someone more ruthless, they quickly cower. Take this fellow. For instance, he was now so frightened that he had soiled his pants. I cast a glance at him, knowing all his secrets, and thus had no inquiries to make. Although I could easily eliminate him, piloting this vessel with its illicit artifacts aboard would surely lead to interception by the Xia police upon reaching the coastline. Therefore, it was imperative to leave a survivor on the ship for the sake of explanation. I seized Tang Long and unceremoniously hurled him over the stern. The man was now in a state of utter panic, crying and pleading for mercy, offering all his wealth in exchange for his life. His incessant wailing began to irritate me, and I swiftly kicked him in the jaw, rendering him unconscious once more. Having completed this, I made my way to the cockpit. Modern fishing vessels are equipped with satellite navigation, so I activated the system to verify my current location. Fortunately, we were not far from Xia, merely over 100 nautical miles from the coastline of Fuzhou, and there was ample fuel to return. I started the fishing boat and set the course as it sliced through the waves ahead. You can even operate a boat, Zhu Yeqing exclaimed. Observing my adept handling of the vessel, her expression once again one of astonishment. In her eyes, I seemed increasingly enigmatic. I offered a wry smile. Since acquiring the system, my skills had reached near perfection. Maneuvering this medium-sized civilian fishing boat posed no challenge for me. However, to Zhu Yeqing, all of this appeared utterly incredible. During my military service, we had specialized training for operating vessels, I offered as an explanation. You underwent training for that in the military? Zhu Yeqing responded, clearly skeptical. I smiled ruefully, pondering that sometimes a woman's intelligence can be a double-edged sword, making it challenging to deceive her, as was the case with Zhu Yeqing. As special forces, we needed to master a variety of skills. I continued to obfuscate. Though she remained unconvinced, she chose not to press further. With only a little over 100 nautical miles to the coastline of Xia, the fishing boat, while not particularly swift, would reach its destination in 3 to 4 hours at most. I gazed at the horizon with a sense of melancholy. I knew that once we reached land, Zhu Yeqing and I would part ways. Zhu Yeqing remained silent, her gaze fixed ahead, lost in her thoughts. After 2 or 3 hours, a colossal foghorn echoed across the waters, drowning out the tumultuous waves. I quickly turned to see a vessel approaching. It was a maritime police boat from Dexiao. Police. We are saved, I exclaimed to Zhu Yeqing. A smile graced her face as she nodded in agreement. For some reason, her smile carried an unspoken tension. As the police boat drew near, I promptly shut off the engine and maneuvered our vessel alongside it. As the two boats converged, several uniformed officers boarded my ship. However, upon seeing Tang Long, bound and bloodied at the stern, they immediately drew their firearms. Hands up, don't move. I scanned their faces, confirming their identities, and raised my hands in compliance. Knowing they were police officers, I felt reassured. The officers approached, producing handcuffs to secure both Zhu Yeqing and me. Another officer hastily uncovered the items concealed beneath the tarpaulin on the boat, and everyone was left dumbfounded. It was a trove of artifacts, including porcelain, pottery, and even several bronze pieces. Witnessing this scene, I couldn't help but inhale sharply. Tang Long had evidently been engaged in extensive dealings. Just those bronze artifacts alone could ensure he spent a lifetime behind bars. Who are you people, and what is the story behind these artifacts? Inside the police boat, I found myself confined to a separate room, where two officers regarded me with stern expressions. Understandably, the mass trafficking of such precious artifacts constituted a significant case, so the police were meticulous. I revealed everything without reservation, recounting the plane crash, our stranding on a deserted island, and our encounter with these criminals. Naturally, I also detailed the circumstances that led to my self-defense and the shooting of those 7 individuals. Since Tang Long was still alive, the police would undoubtedly interrogate him, making it impossible to conceal the truth. Those criminals were seasoned offenders, and given that I acted in self-defense in international waters, I anticipated no repercussions. You claim you single-handedly killed 7 of them. The officers were visibly astonished upon hearing my account. After all, it was a scenario one would expect only in the realm of fiction. An ordinary person confronting 8 armed bandits, disarming them, eliminating 7, and capturing 1, all while remaining unscathed. I assure you, my words are true. I served 5 years in the military with the 701 Special Forces Brigade. You may verify my claims, I stated calmly. Though the officers remained skeptical, their expressions softened slightly. We will thoroughly investigate your statements, but for now, your account remains unverified. We ask for your cooperation in our inquiries. One officer requested. I nodded with a smile. I am a law-abiding citizen willing to cooperate with the police investigation. However, could I first have a cigarette? After more than 10 days on that desolate island without a smoke, I find myself quite craving one. A police officer produced a cigarette, placed it between my lips, and lit it for me. I took a deep drag and exhaled, immediately feeling a wave of relaxation wash over me. The officers refrained from asking further questions and simply exited the room. As my suspicions had yet to be cleared, the handcuffs remained firmly in place. I could clearly hear the officers stationed at the door. With my current abilities, escaping from the handcuffs and fleeing would be child's play. However, such an act was unnecessary. I am innocent, and once the police have concluded their investigation, I shall be released without any need to embroil myself in complications. Zhu Yeqing must also be undergoing her own inquiries. I wonder how she is faring. Nevertheless, I harbor no concerns for her. She is no ordinary woman, and this situation should be manageable for her. Before long, the police boat docked, and I finally disembarked, only to be escorted into a police vehicle. As the matter remained unclear, we were naturally headed to the police station. Zhu Yeqing, Tang Long, and I found ourselves in the same patrol car. Are you all right? I inquired of Zhu Yeqing. She nodded and replied, the police are verifying our identities. I believe we shall be released shortly. I nodded in agreement, gazing at Zhu Yeqing, momentarily at a loss for words. I understood that once our identities were confirmed, the moment of separation would soon follow. After all, she had the immense Longmen Group to manage. Feeling somewhat disheartened, I glanced at Tang Long, who was cowering in the corner, visibly shaken by my presence. His eyes trembled at the sight of me. In a fit of agitation, I kicked him to release some pent-up frustration. Chapter 14. You've hurt me so much. Help. Help. A murder has occurred. Tang Long, having received my kick, immediately screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The nearby officers shot me disapproving glances, to which I responded with a smile before returning to my seat. The interrogation aboard the police boat had already given them a general understanding of our identities, and now it was merely a matter of final confirmation. Thus, the officer's attitude toward me had improved significantly since the initial encounter. especially since I had dealt with those antiquities smugglers and brought back a boat full of contraband artifacts, an unintentional gift to them. After a brief encounter with the police, Zhu Yeqing and I were escorted to the police station and placed in an interrogation room, while Tang Long was taken elsewhere. Upon our arrival at the station, the handcuffs were promptly removed, indicating that the police had conducted a preliminary verification of our identities. We had been at the police station for less than 2 hours when a middle-aged officer entered the room. "I apologize for the delay. The investigation has concluded, and your suspicions have been cleared," he said with a smile, shaking my hand repeatedly. His basic information flashed through my mind. Liu Yang, chief of the Fuzhou Police Department. "It's no trouble. Cooperating with the police is our civic duty. As long as the truth is revealed, that is all that matters," I replied. "Your capture of the antiquities smugglers and the invaluable artifacts you brought back makes you heroes of our great Xia." He continued to assess me with admiration. "You have remarkable skills to have subdued those thugs." In a moment of desperation, I acted without thinking. I replied with a laugh. Chief Liu regarded me once more and added, "Fuzhou is over 1,000 kilometers from Jiangxing. You won't be able to return today. We have arranged accommodations for you. You may rest here tonight, and we will send someone to escort you back tomorrow." "No need. Just give me a call. Someone will come to fetch me tomorrow," Zhu Yeqing stated calmly. Chief Liu hesitated but eventually handed her his phone. Zhu Yeqing dialed a number, informing the recipient that she was fine and currently in Fuzhou, requesting them to come and get her in the morning. She then asked Chief Liu for the name of the hotel. The call was to her brother, Zhu Yun, who wields considerable influence in Jiangxing but is not malicious, although he harbors a great fear of his sister. After concluding the call, we had a simple dinner at the police station, and then Chief Liu arranged for a police vehicle to take us to the hotel. The room was already booked. We were to collect the key from the front desk for room 902. After the driver finished speaking, he drove away without delay. "Wait, don't leave yet. Is there only one room?" It dawned on me that something was amiss, as the police had only booked us a single room. Clearly, Chief Liu had misunderstood the situation. However, the police car was already far off, and I could no longer communicate my concerns. With no mobile phones or wallets on us, acquiring another room was evidently impossible. Did that mean we would be sharing a room for the night? The thought left me feeling somewhat awkward. "Oh, come on, what's the big deal? Didn't we share a space on the island?" Zhu Yeqing scoffed at me, striding toward the hotel. Watching Zhu Yeqing's retreating figure, I shrugged. It was true. We had spent over 10 days sharing a room on the island, so what was there to feel awkward about now? If she was unbothered, then I had no reason to fret. I followed her into the hotel, retrieved the key from the front desk, and together we entered the elevator, arriving at our room. To my relief, Fuzhou's police had shown some generosity, providing us with a suite that was quite pleasant. "I'll take a shower first," Zhu Yeqing remarked before stepping into the bathroom. Although we had bathed daily on the island, the conditions there were far from tolerable, making it imperative for Zhu Yeqing to cleanse herself properly now. I settled into the sofa, idly watching television, though my thoughts were far from the screen. The sound of running water stirred an inexplicable restlessness within me. The semi-transparent glass of the bathroom reflected Zhu Yeqing's silhouette, and her slender curves held my gaze captive. Zhu Yeqing took quite some time in the shower, emerging after nearly half an hour, wrapped in a towel. Her face bore a faint flush, revealing her delicate shoulders and long, graceful legs. The sight of her, akin to a beautiful goddess emerging from a bath, left me utterly captivated. "What are you staring at? Aren't you going to wash up?" Zhu Yeqing shot me an irritated glance. "Oh yes, I'll shower right away," I exclaimed, hastily dashing into the bathroom. Inside, the lingering scent of her delicate fragrance enveloped me. After spending over 10 days in close quarters with Zhu Yeqing on the island, I had grown quite accustomed to her scent, especially now, as I noticed a black lace undergarment resting on the bathroom shelf. Hers. My gaze fixated on it, and a wave of desire surged through me. Who could resist such temptation? I nearly lost control, ready to burst out and seize her. However, in the end, I refrained from doing so, and instead turned on the faucet. To extinguish the raging fire within my heart, I intentionally used cold water. Yet, the icy water not only failed to quell my inner turmoil, but instead intensified it. I pinched my thigh hard to regain my composure. After hastily finishing my shower, I wrapped myself in a towel and stepped outside. Zhu Yeqing was already lying on the bed, the curtains drawn, and the room illuminated by a dim light, creating a hazy atmosphere. I controlled myself, avoiding a glance at Zhu Yeqing on the bed, simply stating, "I will sleep on the sofa. You can take the bed." Just as I was heading towards the sofa, Zhu Yeqing's voice reached me from behind. Although she endeavored to maintain her composure, I could still detect a quiver in her tone. Her voice carried a hint of excitement, a touch of nervousness, and a whisper of anticipation. "What did you say?" I asked incredulously. She actually wanted me to sleep on the bed. What was her intention? What? You don't want to? If you don't, then sleep on the sofa. Zhu Yeqing replied, reclining back onto the bed, seemingly dissatisfied. Of course I do. Only a fool would refuse. I could no longer hold back. Rushing to the bed and diving in beside her, Zhu Yeqing was completely undressed, and I could feel her smooth, warm body against mine. As a man, if I were to remain oblivious in such a moment, it would be sheer folly. I excitedly wrapped my arms around her, and she reciprocated tightly. Her warm lips brushed against my ear as she softly murmured, "This is my first time, be gentle." I knew she was aroused, and I was ablaze with desire. Thus, we engaged in the act that men and women are meant to partake in, a harmonious union of earth and sky, everything unfolding with an effortless grace. With Zhu Yeqing's gasp, she transformed into a true woman. Although she requested that I be gentle, how could one possibly restrain themselves in such a passionate moment? For over half an hour, Zhu Yeqing swayed like a leaf upon the ocean, and finally, we found tranquility. She lay nestled in my embrace, her hand gently caressing my chest. "You rascal! I asked you to be gentle. You made it so painful," Zhu Yeqing exclaimed, a hint of irritation in her voice. I offered no response, merely chuckling softly. After spending 10 days on a deserted island with her, it would be disingenuous to claim I had no feelings. However, as a man, I could not impose upon her. Now, it was her own choice to offer herself to me. I held Zhu Yeqing close, enveloped by an indescribable sense of fulfillment. She was a formidable woman, an esteemed figure in Jiangcheng, perceived by others as an untouchable viper. Yet now, she lay in my arms, as gentle as a kitten. Moreover, this was her first experience. To possess such an extraordinary woman would evoke a sense of conquest in any man. Observing my silence and foolish grin, Zhu Yeqing huffed in annoyance before playfully biting my chest. However, her bite was gentle, and rather than pain, it ignited an unfamiliar sensation within me, causing a renewed heat to rise. "Ah, you're at it again," Zhu Yeqing exclaimed, sensing my reaction. I chuckled, eager to pin her down once more. Yet this time, Zhu Yeqing restrained me, positioning herself atop me. "Oof, this time, I shall be on top." She gazed down at me, akin to a queen surveying her domain. Her slightly flushed cheeks betrayed the excitement coursing through her. Zhu Yeqing was a remarkably unique woman. Her assertiveness extended even into such intimate moments. That night, she wholly surrendered herself, and we hardly slept at all. Our traces were left upon the bed, the sofa, the bedroom, the living room, and even the bathroom. It was not until dawn that she succumbed to a deep slumber in my embrace. Watching Zhu Yeqing drift into sleep, I too closed my eyes. When I opened them again, she had vanished, leaving behind only a faint trace of her fragrance. I called out a couple of times, but received no response. Rising, I wandered around the room, discovering that Zhu Yeqing had indeed departed, leaving behind only a note on the table. Picking it up, I read the elegantly penned words, "Rascal, you were rather rough with me last night." Chapter 15. Zhu Yeqing's crisis. Upon reading Zhu Yeqing's note, recalling her wild demeanor from the previous night, I couldn't help but chuckle. She truly was a remarkable woman. Even in such moments, she sought to maintain her elevated stance. From initial hesitance to subsequent fervor, she resembled a queen commanding everything around her. "Rascal, knowing it was my first time, you still went so hard." My next visitor had arrived, and I had to take my leave. I left a bank card at the front desk, with the password being your birthday. And the money inside was a token of compensation for your time spent with me. Holding the note, I smiled, feeling little sentimentality. After all, Zhu Yeqing and I belonged to entirely different worlds. During our time on that deserted island, it was easy to disregard such distinctions. But now, the circumstances had changed. We had returned from that desolate place and had our respective lives to confront. I was merely a security guard, lacking the qualifications to step into her world. As I contemplated the note in my hand, I finally comprehended why Zhu Yeqing had been so uninhibited the previous night, why she had sought to exhaust me completely. It was because she wished to evade the reality of our impending separation. Although she had given herself to me, she understood that we were destined to remain apart, thus opting for a parting that would spare us both any awkwardness. Just like now, to avoid discomfort, Zhu Yeqing had been so fervent the previous night, only to slip away while I was asleep. Aware of the vast chasm between us, she believed our union was unattainable. Even though she had bestowed her first time upon me, we were fated not to be together, or at least, that was her belief. Holding onto the note, I felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Zhu Yeqing had gone, and in this manner, we had parted ways. I understood her thoughts well. Although we had shared those days on the deserted island, and despite her surrendering herself to me the previous night, it was merely a moment of indulgence. Now that we had returned to the real world, we had to confront our respective lives. I was a mere security guard, while she was the president of Longmen Group, an imposing figure that instilled fear in many. Thus, we were inherently incompatible, and Zhu Yeqing would never allow such a relationship to develop. Those 10 days on the island, along with the preceding night's passion, would simply serve as a fleeting interlude in her life. Once she regained her senses, she would revert to her original role. As for me, in her eyes, I would remain nothing more than a lowly security guard. Gripping the note Zhu Yeqing had left, I felt an overwhelming urge to tear it to shreds. Yet, in the end, I managed to calm myself. Zhu Yeqing is not at fault, for the chasm between us is indeed vast, at least from her perspective. Thus, she would never permit any narrative to unfold between us. To her, this silent farewell is the optimal course of action. I chuckled softly, clutching the note she left within the palm of my hand, then turned my gaze to the bed. The pristine white sheets bore a striking crimson stain, the remnant of Zhu Yeqing's presence. As I beheld that vivid mark, a smile involuntarily crossed my lips. Woman, I am your first man. Now that you wish to flee, where could you possibly escape? After refreshing myself with a shower, I descended to the lobby and retrieved the bank card Zhu Yeqing had left for me. Upon checking the balance at the ATM, I discovered an amount sufficient for an ordinary family to live comfortably for a lifetime. I understood that this was Zhu Yeqing's way of repaying me. As for her deeper thoughts, I remained oblivious. Nevertheless, I had resolved that Zhu Yeqing is my woman, and she cannot evade this truth. Of course, I am not one to cling desperately. If Zhu Yeqing harbors no feelings for me, merely indulging in a moment of weakness, I would not lament a fraction. Yet, I am aware that she genuinely cares for me. After spending numerous days together, I have come to know this woman well. Not to mention that I am privy to all her secrets. Although Zhu Yeqing currently stands untouchable in Jiangsheng, I possess the insight system, revealing that she is facing a dire crisis, beset by a traitor who could bring her to ruin. Woman, since you have given me your first time, allow me to assist you. Using the funds Zhu Yeqing left behind, I purchased a new outfit and acquired a new phone along with a SIM card. When Zhu Yeqing departed, she did not even leave her contact number, for in her heart, she sought to sever ties with me. However, this posed no problem for me, as I knew everything about her, including her measurements, weight, and the deepest of her secrets. I took a taxi back to Jiangsheng. Suddenly endowed with the system, I required time to adjust. Therefore, I resigned from my security job and spent the ensuing days sequestered in my rental apartment. 3 days later, I emerged, for I recognized that certain matters required resolution. The longer I delayed, the greater the danger Zhu Yeqing would face. I retrieved my phone and dialed Zhu Yeqing's number directly. Zhu Yeqing, there is a traitor lurking within your company, having surveilled your every move for 2 years. She has obtained your latest research data. If left unchecked, you will face utter devastation. Lowering my voice, I conveyed this to her. On the other end, Zhu Yeqing momentarily faltered, but soon regained her composure. Who are you? She inquired, her tone laced with suspicion. I knew this was her private number, known to fewer than 10 individuals. How do you know my number? Zhu Yeqing's voice was icy with incredulity. I smiled. After all the time we spent together, not only did I know her private number, but I was also intimately aware of her measurements. I had intentionally altered my accent, so Zhu Yeqing could not discern my identity. Moreover, as she had not provided me with any contact details, she never suspected it was me, her tone now tinged with a hint of menace. I chuckled softly, realizing that Zhu Yeqing had adeptly blended into her reality. The sudden revelation had made her somewhat sensitive and alert. Nevertheless, I had no intention of revealing my identity. I wished to surprise her grandly. I know you are currently gambling with your fate. Surely, you do not wish to lose, do you? How do you know about my wager? Who are you? Zhu Yeqing's voice now bore a hint of panic. I am someone who knows your secrets and can assist you. And I am also aware of your brother's secret. I deliberately lowered my voice. Stop playing tricks. Zhu Yeqing retorted before abruptly ending the call. I shrugged. Not particularly surprised by her reaction, I understood this woman far too well and had anticipated her response. However, my words had been spoken, and I was confident that Zhu Yeqing would reach out to me again. Although to ordinary eyes, Zhu Yeqing appeared an untouchable figure, I knew she was in trouble. A woman, especially one as beautiful and affluent as a widow, naturally attracts many who covet her. Thus, someone was plotting to ensnare her. With the insight system, I held the power to uncover secrets that eluded others. I was acutely aware of Zhu Yeqing's predicament. The reason she chose to give her first time to me in the hotel was significantly rooted in her desire to avoid surrendering to someone else, allowing them to claim what was hers. Regardless, Zhu Yeqing is now my woman, and I would not permit anyone to bully her. I knew that, given Zhu Yeqing's character. She would undoubtedly call me back. Sure enough, half an hour later, my phone rang. Picking it up, I could not help but smile. It was her calling. Come to Longmen Group, Building B. Zhu Yeqing's voice was cold and resolute over the line. This woman, in front of outsiders, always maintained her formidable and frigid demeanor. I chuckled and replied, I am already downstairs. After a brief silence, it was clear my response took her by surprise. Yet she quickly regained her composure and said, All right, I will send someone down to get you. Just look for me in the blue t-shirt, I said before hanging up. In Jiangqing, Zhu Yeqing is a woman of legendary status. For strangers to meet her is akin to a precious treasure. However, this does not apply to me. Now that I know everyone has secrets, I can meet anyone, including those who are typically viewed from a distance. Shortly thereafter, a tall man clad in a black suit and wearing sunglasses emerged from the elevator. With one glance, I recognized him as Zhu Yeqing's ace bodyguard, Lu Jin. He is a former special reconnaissance soldier, now 26 years old, with exceptional skills. Lu Jin approached me, casting a glance filled with curiosity. He had not expected his employer would send him to retrieve such an ordinary individual. After all, Zhu Yeqing is a prominent figure in Jiangqing, typically surrounded by significant personalities. Moreover, anyone important enough to warrant a personal escort from her must be a top-tier individual in Jiangqing. Yet, I appeared anything but significant, which aroused Lu Jin's doubts. Nonetheless, as a competent bodyguard, he refrained from saying much and merely inclined his body slightly, addressing me. You must be the boss's guest. Please follow me upstairs. Chapter 16. I know all your secrets. Although confusion lingered in his heart, the professionalism of a seasoned bodyguard prevented him from uttering another word. I smiled slightly and followed him into the elevator, pondering how Zhu Yeqing would react upon seeing me. Longmen Group stands as a preeminent conglomerate in Jiangqing, employing thousands, with busy employees scattered throughout the premises. Accompanied by my bodyguard Lu Jin, we ascended to the 26th floor, the pinnacle of the building. Here, no employees were visible, and the corridors were enveloped in silence. Lu Jin guided me to the office door, where two imposing bodyguards stood sentinel. Boss, I've brought him. Lu Jin whispered at the threshold. Bring him in, came Zhu Yeqing's icy voice from within. Hearing her voice again ignited a warm feeling in my heart. This woman, as always, enjoyed maintaining an air of frigid aloofness. At her command, the bodyguards at the door, together with Lu Jin, swiftly seized my arms and ushered me inside. Despite the prowess of the three bodyguards, I considered them of little consequence. Had I chosen to retaliate, I could have easily subdued them. The trio escorted me into Zhu Yeqing's office, which was spacious, with the guest sofa positioned far from her desk, indicating her meticulous nature. Who are you? And how do you know so much? Zhu Yeqing, clad in a professional suit and seated behind her desk, inquired. Presently, she sat with her back to me, obscuring her expression from view, rendering her unable to recognize me. I am an old acquaintance, well aware of your secrets, I replied with a smile, gazing at her silhouette. Upon hearing my voice, Zhu Yeqing's body noticeably stiffened, and in the next moment, she whirled around, her eyes wide with disbelief. How can it be you? She exclaimed incredulously. Could you please ask them to release me? I responded, feeling somewhat exasperated. Being restrained by the three bodyguards made me feel quite uncomfortable, akin to a criminal. Most importantly, I was here to meet their boss, who happened to be my woman. Release him, and you may leave. Zhu Yeqing commanded without hesitation, waving her hand. However, one bodyguard hesitated to comply, only to be pulled away by his companion. It was evident to all that I had a connection with Zhu Yeqing. I wondered if that bodyguard's lack of awareness might cost him his job. You still look as beautiful as ever, I remarked, gazing at Zhu Yeqing seated in her chair. She had her hair styled into a high bun, with a cascade of black locks secured by an antique hairpin. Her face remained devoid of makeup, yet it was more enchanting than that of most women. Her lips were a seductive crimson, exuding allure with a hint of peril. She wore a vibrant red qipao that perfectly accentuated her figure. As she stood, the high slit of her dress revealed her fair thighs. In the future, refrain from wearing such revealing qipaos. You have no idea how many lecherous gazes are fixated on your legs, I said, approaching her desk. How can it be you? After a moment of shock, Zhu Yeqing finally regained her composure, staring at me in disbelief. When we parted, she had not left me her contact information, seemingly wishing to sever all ties. Yet, she could never have anticipated my knowledge of her phone number and my sudden appearance before her. Zhu Yeqing no longer bore the demeanor of a delicate woman. Instead, she exuded an air of proud elegance, akin to a queen on her throne. Surprised, are you? I said, circling the desk to stand beside her. How did you obtain my number, and why are you here? What do you want? Despite our past sweetness, Zhu Yeqing's position was too precarious. Over the years, countless individuals had sought her and her wealth, rendering her a sensitive and insecure person. My unexpected arrival, while eliciting a flicker of delight, also bred suspicion within her. She questioned my motives for approaching her, especially since she had never divulged her personal phone number to me. I chuckled softly, appreciating her vigilance. I moved behind her and placed my hand gently on her shoulder. So, after one night in Fuzhou, you've cast me aside so easily? Upon hearing my words, I distinctly felt Zhu Yeqing tremble slightly. Who are you? What do you intend to do? Zhu Yeqing pivoted abruptly, biting her lip as disappointment shadowed her features. In her eyes, I had morphed into a threatening adversary, as she suspected I had come to intimidate her into compliance. Whose man are you? Who sent you to approach me? She demanded, her expression rife with disappointment and a flicker of danger in her gaze. In a swift motion, she yanked open a drawer and brandished a handgun at me. Who exactly are you? Zhu Yeqing's voice was cold and unyielding. Do you intend to kill me? Such a heartless woman, I replied, placing my hands on the table, revealing a magazine filled with bullets. Zhu Yeqing's incredulous gaze shifted to the gun in her hand, confirming the magazine had vanished. How did you accomplish this? She gasped in alarm. I smiled knowingly. I was aware of her habits, including her penchant for keeping a firearm in her desk drawer. To prevent any impulsive actions on her part, I had already removed the magazine before approaching her. With my current agility, executing such a feat without her notice was effortless. Zhu Yeqing's eyes widened, reflecting a mix of suspicion and uncertainty. She recalled my brief circuit around the desk upon entering, the only occasion I had come near it. But how had I managed to extract the magazine? How did I know the gun was in the drawer? Even if I knew, how could I have accomplished this without her detecting it? Zhu Yeqing scrutinized me intently, and I became increasingly enigmatic in her eyes. My dear, there is no need for such anxiety. I am here to assist you. Do you remember when I mentioned that I know all your secrets? I smiled, stepping closer to her and lifting her chin gently. Zhu Yeqing neither recoiled nor struggled. She merely regarded me with icy detachment. What is it you desire? As long as it isn't too excessive, I can accommodate your request. I discerned the chilling gaze she directed at me, laced with profound disappointment. She must have misconstrued my intentions, believing I was an adversary come to threaten her. I have gone to great lengths to approach her, surely with my own motives, which is why Zhu Yeqing wishes to negotiate with me. Alas, woman, you have truly misunderstood my intentions. After all, we share but a fleeting bond. My purpose in seeking you now is singular. I am aware that there is a traitor among your ranks, and you are in grave danger. I shrugged helplessly and addressed Zhu Yeqing. A traitor? You say there is a traitor by my side? Zhu Yeqing gazed at me in confusion. I offered her a smile, noting that she still exuded an air of dominance. You have been aware of this for 6 months and have conducted an investigation, yet you have come up empty-handed. I stated bluntly. You. Upon hearing my words, Zhu Yeqing's expression shifted dramatically. She understood all too well that a traitor lurked nearby, as confidential information had been compromised over the past half-year. Thus, Zhu Yeqing found herself in a precarious situation. However, despite her extensive investigation, she had yet to uncover any leads. I know your company is developing a new product, one that you have staked all your resources on. With merely 2 weeks remaining until the launch event, the traitor has already acquired your data and is preparing to sell it to your rivals. At this moment, Zhu Yeqing had taken a seat, her gaze icy as it bore into me. Who exactly are you, and how do you possess such information? I shrugged once more, offering her a smile. My identity is rather unique. I am an information broker. Our organization is privy to global secrets and information at the earliest opportunity. Observing the astonishment etched across Zhu Yeqing's face, I realized my words had struck a chord with her. After all, the extent of my knowledge about her secrets surpassed her expectations, and such revelations could only be explained by this singular narrative. I happened to be on a business trip to Southeast Asia for intelligence gathering and unexpectedly found myself stranded on an island with you. You entrusted me with your first time, so it is only natural that I come to your rescue. As I spoke, I stepped closer to Zhu Yeqing, lifting her chin with my hands. Zhu Yeqing gazed at me with a hint of defiance, mingled with an undercurrent of resentment. At this point, she had come to accept my identity, for my displayed capabilities were undeniable. Zhu Yeqing resented my persistent lack of honesty. I locked eyes with her, noting the fire of anger within, and without hesitation, I enveloped her in my embrace, kissing her deeply. In my arms, Zhu Yeqing pushed against my chest with her small fists, striking me repeatedly. Yet, under the weight of my advances, she gradually succumbed to silence, responding passionately. Her breath quickened, and her arms tightened around my waist. We parted, and I looked down at her. Zhu Yeqing raised her head, her expression still stubborn. However, the rosy hue on her cheeks and the misty glimmer in her eyes revealed her stirred emotions. I smiled and pulled her slender waist tightly, lifting her into my arms and retreating towards the back. I was aware that her office held a lounge equipped with a bathroom. Zhu Yeqing ceased her struggle, resting her head on my shoulder, lightly pounding my back with her fists. "You scoundrel," her voice whispered in my ear, igniting a fire within me. I could barely contain myself as I laid her upon the bed, methodically removing her garments one by one. The memories of that night in Fuzhou eluded me. But one thing was certain: Zhu Yeqing had not turned on the lights, leaving me unaware of her form. Now, however, I was eager to behold her. Before me lay Zhu Yeqing, as exquisite as a flawless porcelain figurine. Her skin was pristine, and in the throes of passion, a delicate blush adorned her complexion, rendering her irresistibly alluring. Her curves were perfect, devoid of any flaws, truly a paragon of femininity. Under my gaze, Zhu Yeqing's long legs intertwined, her hand resting in a tempting manner. "Scoundrel, have you feasted your eyes enough?" she admonished, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Not nearly. Such a perfect figure is never enough to behold." I chuckled, feeling akin to a lascivious thief. I did not know when it had begun, but seeing Zhu Yeqing display this bashful demeanor stirred an unparalleled sense of satisfaction within me. Perhaps it was related to her status. It was no wonder that men often sought to conquer formidable women, for the greater a woman's prowess, the more profound the sense of achievement in winning her over. I grinned, then abruptly seized her hands that shielded her modesty, pulling them aside. Zhu Yeqing gasped, attempting to cover herself again, but I had already pinned her beneath me. "Scoundrel, I want to be on top," she protested, striking my back with determination. This woman was accustomed to being in control, yet from this moment forth, she would be mine, and I would not permit her to maintain such dominance. Ignoring her struggles, I held her firmly. "Oh!" Zhu Yeqing's exclamation resonated as the bed creaked beneath us. After more than half an hour, a flushed Zhu Yeqing nestled in my embrace, her slender fingers tracing patterns on my chest. "You scoundrel, I'll have your head for this," she declared, her other hand gripping me tightly. I inhaled sharply. Regardless of a man's strength, this was a vulnerable area. Fortunately, Zhu Yeqing did not apply pressure, merely huffing in annoyance before rising and heading towards the bathroom. As the esteemed female CEO of Longmen Group, she was responsible for its management, and thus, after our passionate encounter, she returned to her duties. Once she had bathed and dressed, she resumed her commanding demeanor. "You wash up, I'll step outside to wait for you, and then we can discuss the trader." With that, Zhu Yeqing exited the lounge. I cleansed myself and donned my attire before stepping out. There sat Zhu Yeqing, awaiting me in a chair, her expression grave, devoid of the earlier fervor. "Tell me, who is the traitor among us?" Zhu Yeqing inquired, her gaze fixed upon me. The persistent leaks of confidential information had long led her to suspect the presence of an infiltrator. Yet, for half a year, she had scrutinized those around her without finding any clues. The ongoing project was one she had wagered everything on. Should it fail, she would be forced to marry someone she deeply despised. Therefore, the traitor must be identified. "Rest assured, I will uncover their identity. With me by your side, you shall not come to harm," I assured Zhu Yeqing. She bit her lip, seemingly on the verge of voicing something. Just then, a sudden knock resounded at the door. "Come in," Zhu Yeqing commanded coldly, her brow furrowing. As the door opened, a man stepped through, a balding gentleman, perhaps in his 40s or 50s, exuding a certain simplicity. He held a folder in his hand and paused for a moment upon seeing me, yet he uttered no words and quickly approached Zhu Yeqing's desk. "Zhu Zong, there is a document that requires your signature," the middle-aged man stated. I cast a glance at him, and all his information flooded into my mind. This man was named Lin Tao, a department manager under Zhu Yeqing, known for his simple and honest demeanor, earning Zhu Yeqing's trust. However, I was aware that this was merely a faade, for he was a traitor of the Longmen Group. Zhu Yeqing glanced at the document, flipped through a few pages, and picked up a pen to sign. I let out a cold chuckle, rose from the sofa, and walked over to the desk. I opened the drawer, retrieved a handgun, disengaged the safety, and pressed it against the man's forehead. My movements were swift, leaving them no time to react. "What are you doing?" It was only when my gun was pointed at Lin Tao's forehead that he let out a terrified scream. "How much did Zhao from Sihai give you to betray your boss?" I asked with a smile, then struck the back of his head with the weapon, causing blood to spurt forth. Zhu Yeqing, a woman accustomed to high-stakes situations, remained utterly unfazed, her expression filled with confusion as she looked at me. Lin Tao let out a horrific scream, collapsing to the ground as if he were a slaughtered pig. At that moment, the office door swung open, and the bodyguards rushed in, drawing their firearms and aiming them at me. The sight before them left them momentarily stunned. Lin Tao lay on the ground, bloodied. While I still held the gun, if anything were to happen to Zhu Yeqing, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Zhu Yeqing glanced at the intruding bodyguards and calmly stated, "This is not your concern. Leave." "But boss, he has a gun," one bodyguard insisted, visibly uneasy. However, he was immediately pulled out by his comrades. I shrugged. That man would likely find it difficult to continue his job after this. "You have been with me for 5 years. Why would you betray me?" Zhu Yeqing asked Lin Tao, her gaze icy as she regarded him on the floor. Watching the gun in my hand and Zhu Yeqing's frigid stare, Lin Tao trembled uncontrollably. After years of following Zhu Yeqing, he was acutely aware of her ruthless methods. He knew all too well what awaited him if he confessed to being a traitor. "No, boss, it's not me. I'm being wronged," Lin Tao pleaded, kneeling on the ground. Zhu Yeqing looked at Lin Tao and then at me. Her eyes filled with a hint of confusion. I understood she wanted to know if I had made a mistake. I let out a scoff, seized his tie, and dragged him aside, pressing his head against the desk. Still being defiant? "Then explain how, 2 years ago, you suddenly had an additional $10 million in your Swiss bank account." What are you talking about?" "I don't know," he stammered, attempting to deny it. I chuckled, kicked him to the ground, and searched his pockets for his phone. "I have nothing on my phone. Just check," Lin Tao shouted. I ignored him and directly input a series of numbers, dialing using the second SIM card. This was Zhao Sihai's private number from Sihai Group, the very number Lin Tao used to contact him. The phone rang once before being answered. I switched the phone to speaker mode and placed it on the desk. "Hello. Lin Tao, why are you calling me now? Have you gotten the data?" Before Zhao Sihai could say anything further, I hung up. Everything became clear. I placed the gun on Zhu Yeqing's desk and calmly took a seat next to the sofa. How to deal with Lin Tao the traitor was now Zhu Yeqing's responsibility. Zhu Yeqing's expression remained stoic, her eyes chillingly cold, while Lin Tao, still kneeling, trembled uncontrollably, his face pale with fear. "You have been with me since the company was merely a small workshop. It has been 5 years. You are a veteran of the company. I have suspected everyone, yet never you. For 10 million, you would betray me?" Zhu Yeqing picked up the gun from the desk, playing with it as she coldly regarded Lin Tao. Lin Tao knelt, shaking violently, tears streaming down his face. "Zhu, it's not like that. I wasn't doing it for the money. I was coerced." "Not for the money? Who coerced you? Zhao Sihai?" Zhu Yeqing furrowed her brows. No. It was your mother who made me do this." Lin Tao, drenched in sweat and blood, knelt before her, neglecting to wipe his forehead. Zhu Yeqing's expression shifted. The Madame Lin Tao mentioned referred to her mother. Zhao Sihai's influence was considerable in Jiangqing, making him an ideal match in the eyes of the Zhu family. If Zhu Yeqing married Zhao Sihai, the Zhu family would reap significant benefits. Over the years, countless individuals had urged Zhu Yeqing to wed Zhao Sihai. Yet, Zhu Yeqing had always looked down upon him, enduring immense familial pressure. But now, she was nearing her breaking point. Thus, the family pressured Zhu Yeqing to use this project as a wager. If she succeeded, they would cease meddling in her marriage. However, if she failed, she would have to marry Zhao Sihai. "Zhu, I had no choice. For years, I have been loyal to your family. I never intended to harm you." Zhu Yeqing's murderous intent began to wane, her expression becoming increasingly complex. If her mother truly forced Lin Tao to do this, then he was indeed a victim. "He is lying," I interjected, addressing Zhu Yeqing. "This was never your mother's idea. She does not wish for you to marry Zhao Sihai. Your second uncle colluded with Zhao Sihai, prompting him to become a traitor. Furthermore, Zhao Sihai promised him a company should his scheme succeed. He knows that you can ignore anyone's opinion, but your mother's must be heeded, so he instructed Lin Tao to place the blame on her if discovered." "You're talking nonsense. It was the old lady's idea. She made me do this." Upon having his secret exposed, Lin Tao immediately panicked and vehemently countered. I shrugged. This matter could easily be verified with a simple phone call to Zhu Yeqing's mother, requiring no further explanation from me. From the moment I laid eyes on him, he had ceased to possess any secrets in my view. "Stop being obstinate. Do you truly intend for Zhu to call her mother to verify your claims?" "What a foolish notion," I said coldly. My words left Lin Tao momentarily stunned, plunging him into profound panic. At that moment, his mental defenses shattered, leaving him unable to maintain his composure. "Zhu, I was wrong. I beg you to spare me. Lin Tao knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head, weeping bitterly in his plea. Zhu Yeqing placed the gun in her hand on the table, gazing coldly at Lin Tao, and said, "Speak. What have you done for Zhao Sihai over the years?" Lin Tao had utterly collapsed, trembling as he divulged everything. He had merely been monitoring Zhu Yeqing's every move for Zhao Sihai, and this recent gambling scheme was orchestrated by him. leading Zhu Yeqing into a trap. You may leave. Depart from the Longmen Group. From now on, I do not wish to see you again. Zhu Yeqing spoke with a hint of fatigue in her tone. Thank you, Zhu Zong, thank you. Upon hearing Zhu Yeqing's mercy, Lin Tao hurriedly bowed twice, scrambling to his feet and rushing towards the door, seemingly fearing Zhu Yeqing might change her mind. Observing his retreating figure, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Zhu Yeqing's eyes. At this moment, she resembled a venomous serpent. She picked up her phone and dialed a number. Lin Tao cannot be spared. Wait until he leaves the company, then act. Make it clean. After speaking, she placed the phone back on the table and rubbed her forehead. For all these years, though she appeared high and mighty in the eyes of others, commanding both wind and rain, only I knew how exhausting her life had been. Thank you for uncovering the traitor by my side. I have begun to trust your identity. Zhu Yeqing lifted her head and looked at me. You are indeed a remarkable person. As she spoke, Zhu Yeqing stood up and approached me. I glanced at the gun in her hand and smiled gently. I felt no fear because I knew she would not harm me. Knowing so many secrets makes you truly formidable. In anyone's eyes, you are an exceedingly dangerous individual. Zhu Yeqing had reached my side, raising her hand and aiming the gun at my forehead. I maintained my smile, calmly gazing at her. I knew she would not pull the trigger, even if she did. I could seize the gun in the moment she squeezed the trigger. Aren't you afraid? Zhu Yeqing tilted her head, a playful expression on her face. Not at all. I am your first man. How could you bear to kill me? I replied with a smile. Upon hearing my words, a blush spread across Zhu Yeqing's face, seemingly recalling the frenzy in the lounge moments ago. You are such a bastard, Zhu Yeqing said, lowering the gun. From today onward, I will announce to everyone that you are my man. Are you afraid? Zhu Yeqing asked, her face adorned with a mischievous smile as she looked at me. I was somewhat speechless. To be honest, I had never expected her to say such a thing. But upon reflection, it was true to her character. Are you serious? I inquired. Of course, are you afraid? Zhu Yeqing challenged me with her gaze. Countless men in Jiangqing sought to win her over, with Zhao Sihai being her most ardent pursuer, employing every means over the years to possess her. If I were to become Zhu Yeqing's man, I could only imagine how many would resent me, especially Zhao Sihai. He would undoubtedly not let me off the hook. However, I felt no fear at that moment. What is there to be afraid of? I replied with a smile. All right, then do not regret it, Zhu Yeqing said, pulling me into an embrace, resting her face against mine, then taking a selfie, which she posted to her social media. I shrugged, understanding Zhu Yeqing's intent. Her family was pressuring her to marry Zhao Sihai, claiming it was for her happiness, but in reality, it was purely for their own benefit. If Zhu Yeqing married Zhao Sihai, many would reap considerable advantages from the Zhu group. By sending out our photo, she intended to declare to them, I have a man now, there is no need for your concern. Simultaneously, it was a way to provoke Zhao Sihai. As Zhu Yeqing held me close, inhaling her faint fragrance stirred a heat within me, and I wrapped my arms around her waist, leading her back towards the lounge. You bastard, are you an animal? You want more? Zhu Yeqing, held in my embrace, bit down hard on my shoulder. What do you know? The second time is always the best, I replied, unceremoniously removing her clothing. Thus, another fierce battle ensued. This time, she was on top, fervently moving. Only when we were both utterly exhausted did we cease. Zhu Yeqing lay on me, breathing heavily, having been too wild earlier, leaving her fatigued. I held her close, yet my mind wandered elsewhere. Zhu Yeqing was an exceptionally remarkable woman, one who was difficult to conquer entirely, for she was a wild stallion, untamable. Though we had shared an intimate encounter, it was merely an expression of our desires. She would never be like an ordinary girl, thinking of marrying me after a night together. To her, our relationship was not me playing with her. Rather, she was playing with me, which was why she was so determined to take the dominant position. You mentioned that my brother is in trouble. What trouble? As the passion subsided, Zhu Yeqing asked me. Zhu Yun was Zhu Yeqing's only brother, holding significant weight in her heart. Now that he was aware of my capabilities, she sought to understand what predicament Zhu Yun was facing. Jinding International is your brother's establishment, correct? With one arm around Zhu Yeqing, I pulled out a cigarette and lit it, savoring a puff. The pleasure of a post-coital smoke is something only a true man can appreciate. What about it? Zhu Yeqing inquired. Jinding International is the premier entertainment venue in Jiangqing, renowned even throughout the Jiangnan province. Zhu Yun had been playing big, surrounded by young models, and even many second-rate celebrities. Over the years, countless powerful figures had frequented Jinding International, further enhancing its reputation. Your brother has been playing too dangerously, entangling himself with numerous high-profile figures in Jiangqing, including officials. Investigations began 6 months ago, and from what I gather, the net will close within a fortnight. Your brother's affairs are not clean, and he will undoubtedly face trouble." Upon hearing my words, Zhu Yeqing abruptly sat up, disregarding her current state of undress. Zhu Yun was her only brother, the sole family member aside from their mother, making her fiercely protective of him. Zhu Yeqing's expression turned grave as she looked at me and asked, "Is your information reliable?" I exhaled a puff of smoke. "Do you still doubt my intelligence?" Zhu Yeqing hesitated for a moment, then grabbed her phone and dialed a number. "Sister, what's up?" A man's voice answered on the other end. It was Zhu Yun. "Where are you?" Zhu Yeqing asked. "At the club. Do you need something, sis?" "Come to me right now. Wait for me. I will find you shortly." Zhu Yeqing concluded the call and headed to the bathroom to wash up and get dressed. "Aren't you coming with me?" Dressed in her attire, Zhu Yeqing cast a dissatisfied glance my way, for I was currently admiring her exquisite figure. As for the matter concerning my little brother, how could I, as his brother-in-law, possibly neglect it? I chuckled as I descended from the bed. And when passing by Zhu Yeqing, I playfully slapped her on the dairy re. A flurry of white skin rolled, immediately leaving a crimson imprint behind. "Oh, you scoundrel!" came Zhu Yeqing's startled and indignant exclamation from behind me. Chapter 19. The underrated little brother Zhu Yeqing was fully dressed, waiting for me to finish my shower. "When you meet my brother, remember, no matter what he says, you must claim to be my boyfriend. Do not let him suspect otherwise." Zhu Yeqing approached, assisting me in adjusting my clothes as she spoke. "Am I not real?" I inquired with a smile. Zhu Yeqing blinked, her regal demeanor resurfacing. Don't flatter yourself. Just because we've shared a bed doesn't mean you can be my man. You are merely a tool to satisfy my physical needs. I shall never marry," she stated coolly. I gazed at Zhu Yeqing, choosing not to respond further. I understood her even better than she knew herself. Since Jiang Wanqing's demise, Zhu Yeqing had sworn an oath to never marry again. Thus, while she could entertain men, she would never belong to anyone. I comprehended her caution about not revealing her brother's awareness. Over the years, as a widow, she faced immense pressure from her family, with countless individuals seeking to marry her off for various reasons. Zhao Sihai had been particularly persistent. Consequently, Zhu Yeqing had indeed sought boyfriends in the past, having 3 in total. Yet, all these relationships were mere facades, concocted to deflect gossip, with hardly a word exchanged. The fates of these 3 men were grim. The first suffered a car accident that left him crippled. The second was imprisoned due to malicious intent, still incarcerated to this day. The third, the shrewdest of the trio, sensed the impending trouble and vanished. Everyone was aware these were Zhu Yeqing's fabricated relationships, and Zhao Sihai would never permit such individuals to linger around her. Thus they were all dealt with. Zhu Yun, Zhu Yeqing's cherished younger brother, was a domineering figure in Jiangcheng, yet he held a deep-seated fear of his elder sister. Naturally, he disdained her previous boyfriends, regarding them as mere instruments. Zhu Yeqing's warning to me stemmed from her understanding of her brother's attitude. She feared potential conflict upon our meeting. I chuckled softly, realizing I was not akin to those 3 men. They were merely tools, entirely oblivious, having never even touched Zhu Yeqing. I, however, was no tool. I possessed knowledge of everything, having shared intimacy with Zhu Yeqing herself. How could those mere instruments compare? "The attire is rather ordinary," Zhu Yeqing remarked, observing my outfit with a frown. She belonged to the elite, with her garments starting from 6 figures, and in contrast, my clothing indeed appeared somewhat shabby. "Then let us procure something new. You shall choose," I suggested. "Very well," Zhu Yeqing replied, promptly linking her arm with mine and leading me outside. I stole a glance at this woman, fully aware of her intentions. In her previous relationships, she had deliberately maintained distance, making it obvious they were false. Now, she desired something different. She aimed for everyone to believe I truly was her boyfriend. As the office door swung open, several security personnel stood at the entrance, momentarily taken aback at the sight of Zhu Yeqing entwined with my arm. Yet, being specially trained, they quickly regained composure and followed us with lowered gazes. Only one individual remained frozen in place, uncertain. I glanced at him. Indeed, it was that same fellow. I shook my head, observing as he finally caught up after a nudge from his companion. Clearly, he was ill-suited for this role. Zhu Yeqing did not head directly to the first floor, but instead guided me to the company's lobby. Instantly, chaos erupted throughout the office. The mere sight of their boss walking hand-in-hand with a man was explosive news within Longmen Group. For years, Zhu Yeqing had been regarded in Jiangcheng as a beautiful, yet venomous serpent. No one dared approach her, let alone witness such familiarity with any man. While she had dated several suitors, everyone knew they were mere pretenses. Those 3 men had never dared to come near her. Now, Zhu Yeqing brazenly displayed her arm linked with mine, particularly leaning against my shoulder in a manner that exuded vulnerability, sending shockwaves through the entire company. Who was that man beside the boss? Countless individuals discreetly captured my image, subsequently seeking to uncover my identity through various channels. I remained unconcerned, aware that obtaining information about me would prove challenging. Being with Zhu Yeqing, the initial impression was that I must possess significant connections. Little did they know, I had once been a mere security guard. They would not concern themselves with insignificant figures, thus making it arduous to uncover my background. After circling the company, we arrived at the parking lot, flanked by a dozen bodyguards. Before us stood two Mercedes-Benz G-Class SUVs, with a Maybach positioned between them. Zhu Yeqing and I settled into the Maybach while the remaining bodyguards took their places in the SUVs, and we set off. Who is this guy? Zhu Yun, the young master of the Zhu family, was engrossed in his phone, scrolling through social media when he stumbled upon his sister's post. The man in the photograph was entirely unfamiliar, yet his sister held him tightly, their faces almost touching. Zhu Yun shot up from the sofa in disbelief, glancing again at the social media post. Indeed, it was his sister who had shared it. But how could this be possible? Zhu Yun knew his sister well. Since her husband's death, no man had been able to breach her heart. The previous 3 boyfriends were merely for show, unable to draw closer than 3 paces. At first glance, Zhu Yun assumed his sister had found another false boyfriend, but upon seeing the intimate nature of the photograph, he could no longer remain seated. No one could be that close to his sister unless he were genuinely her man. Lu, I'm sending you a photo. Within 10 minutes. I need you to uncover this man's entire background. Zhu Yun commanded loudly into the phone. The proximity this man had to his sister indicated that their relationship was undoubtedly extraordinary. Could it be that his sister had developed feelings for this man? Regardless, the priority was to ascertain the true identity of this individual. Zhu Yeqing is her only elder sister, and for Zhu Yun, it is undoubtedly a blessing that she can step out and embark on a brand new romantic journey. However, Zhu Yun is acutely aware of her sister's exceptional qualities. Countless admirers in Jiangcheng have their eyes set on her. Thus, Zhu Yun feels compelled to safeguard her sister, ensuring that no deceitful individual can take advantage of her. Within 10 minutes, a burly, perspiring bald man entered the room, clutching several sheets of documents. Boss, I've clarified that person's background through a friend in the police system. All the details are here for your perusal, the bald man stated as he handed over the documents. What? He is merely a security guard, Zhu Gongzi exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat upon reading the information. Initially, he had assumed that his sister's partner would be someone extraordinary, only to discover he was just a lowly security guard. Boss, my sister would never fall for someone like him. There must be something amiss, the bald man, known as Lao Lu, remarked to Zhu Yun. He was Zhu Yun's most trusted lieutenant and was well versed in the affairs of the Zhu family. Of course, there is something wrong. How could my sister possibly be interested in a mere security guard? Zhu Yun seethed, throwing the documents to the floor. Although somewhat incredulous, this time it seemed his sister was not feigning. Otherwise, she would not allow this man to get so close. Thus, after much contemplation, he arrived at only one conclusion. This security guard must have used some sweet-talking to deceive his sister. How dare he trick my sister? He deserves to pay. Zhu Yun was now thoroughly enraged. Lao Lu, prepare yourself. My sister will be arriving shortly, and that security guard may accompany her. Just follow my lead and teach him a lesson, Zhu Yun declared, his expression menacing. If he dares to deceive my sister, make sure to break at least 3 of his legs. Lao Lu nodded in agreement before quickly exiting to organize some manpower. Meanwhile, Zhu Yeqing and I arrived at the entrance of Jinding International. This was Zhu Yun's territory, and everyone recognized Zhu Yeqing. As we walked through, numerous individuals bowed in greeting. Upon reaching the elevator, Zhu Yeqing pressed the button for the top floor. Jinding is the premier luxury club in the entire Jiangnan province, adorned in opulence reminiscent of a royal palace. After a stroll inside, I was indeed left in awe. Zhu Yun truly knows how to enjoy life. Upon reaching the top floor, Zhu Yeqing lightly nodded, causing over a dozen bodyguards to halt. Standing in formation along the corridor, she then approached a door, gently pushing it open to reveal Zhu Yun's office. Sister, you're here, Zhu Yun exclaimed, rising immediately with a beaming smile. However, when he cast his gaze towards me, his expression darkened, revealing a hint of hostility. I smiled slightly, realizing that dealing with this little brother-in-law would not be straightforward. In the room, besides Zhu Yun, stood 4 or 5 burly men clad in black suits, glaring at me coldly. A mere glance informed me that this was Zhu Yun's way of asserting dominance, as he had evidently investigated my background. For someone like Zhu Yun, uncovering my identity was not a daunting task. Chapter 20. Calling him brother-in-law, Zhu Yun's eyes were filled with animosity as Lao Lu and the four muscle-bound henchmen slowly advanced, subtly surrounding me. Zhu Yeqing smiled, feigning ignorance of the tense atmosphere, and simply walked inside, taking a seat on the sofa. Sister, who is he? Zhu Yun inquired of Zhu Yeqing. I am your sister's partner, and by relation, you should address me as brother-in-law. Before Zhu Yeqing could respond, I interjected. What did you say? Upon hearing my words, Zhu Yun immediately turned, his demeanor menacing. No one in Jiangcheng dared to speak to him in such a manner. I said, I am currently your sister's partner, and you ought to call me brother-in-law, I reiterated. You bastard, are you not afraid of death? Zhu Yun exclaimed, abruptly gesturing for Lao Lu and the four henchmen to close in on me, their expressions filled with murderous intent. Are you not going to say anything? I turned to Zhu Yeqing and asked. To my surprise, she merely chuckled, pouring herself a cup of tea and taking a sip. If you wish to be my partner, you must certainly prove your worth. Zhu Yun glanced at his sister, somewhat perplexed by her words. Yet he understood that if he wished to discipline me, his sister would remain uninvolved. Hit him, break 3 of his legs. With Zhu Yun's command, the 4 henchmen lunged towards me. Sister, I have already investigated his background. He is merely a security guard with no skills whatsoever. You must have been deceived by him, Zhu Yun said as he approached his sister. However, before he could reach Zhu Yeqing, a series of agonized screams erupted from behind him. Zhu Yun turned around to witness an unbelievable sight. His 4 elite henchmen, along with his most trusted aide, Lao Lu, lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony. Meanwhile, I stood in the center, appearing utterly unfazed, as if I had not moved at all. It must be said that these henchmen possessed commendable skills, formidable compared to the average individual. However, they were no match for me. At sea, I had effortlessly dispatched 7 ruthless artifact smugglers. Dealing with these henchmen was a mere trifle. Zhu Yeqing was aware of my capabilities, which is why she did not intervene with Zhu Yun. I understood her intentions. She aimed to intimidate Zhu Yun. After all, convincing him to accept me as a brother-in-law was no easy feat. How did you do that? Zhu Yun stammered, panic evident on his face as he instinctively reached for a handgun at his waist, pointing it at me. Who are you? He shouted. Zhu Yun, enough. Lower the gun and call me brother-in-law. At this moment, Zhu Yeqing finally spoke. Of course, her concern was not for me, but rather for her younger brother. She had already witnessed my capabilities on that ship. Although Zhu Yun was armed, he posed no threat to me. Zhu Yeqing was more worried that her brother might provoke me. Sister, he attacked my men. Zhu Yun protested, looking aggrieved. What? Are you now ignoring my words? Lower the gun. Zhu Yeqing's tone had turned icy. Zhu Yun hesitated, but ultimately decided to holster his weapon. Despite being the untouchable Zhu Gongzi in Jiangcheng, he could never muster courage in front of his sister. In this lifetime, his greatest fear was his elder sister. Will you not call me brother-in-law? I asked with a smile, advancing towards him, completely disregarding Zhu Yun's furious expression. You are seeking death. Zhu Yun glared at me, his eyes blazing with fury. Call him brother-in-law, Zhu Yeqing remarked indifferently, just as he was about to erupt. Sister, I have investigated this fellow. He is merely a lowly security guard. Do not be deceived by him. Upon hearing the voice of Zhyqing, Zhyn immediately softened. Humph. Do you think I am not as clever as you? Regardless of who he is, from today onward, he will be your brother-in-law. Call him that. As Zhyqing spoke, she forcefully placed her teacup upon the table. Witnessing her genuine anger, Zhyn trembled slightly, and then looked at me. Brother-in-law. He almost spat through clenched teeth. There, we are family now, no need for such formality, I smiled at him. This only served to infuriate Zhyn further. His face paling as he gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. There are matters I must inquire about. Let them leave first. Zhyqing glanced at the several thugs who were getting up from the floor, her brow slightly furrowing. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly covered her mouth and retched a couple of times. Following this, the woman stood up, casting me a lingering, sorrowful glance before rushing toward the restroom, where her retching sounds echoed. Seeing this scene, everyone in the room was left in stunned silence, myself included. Zhyqing's earlier demeanor unmistakably indicated morning sickness. Although we had not taken any precautions during our time together, this was all happening far too quickly. How could one become pregnant in just a few days? Therefore, Zhyqing must be feigning this condition. I had been duped. I let out a bitter laugh, even though I had been intimate with her. Zhyqing was not a woman to be easily trifled with. Since I did not oppose being her nominal partner, I had to step forward. Her theatrics were intended to solidify our relationship, leaving no room for doubt. The room fell into a profound silence. All present were astute and understood the implications of Zhyqing's earlier display, especially given how convincingly she had performed. Her lingering gaze before leaving made it clear to everyone that there was an undeniable connection between us. "You bastard, I will kill you," Zhyqing exclaimed. Snapping back to reality, his face ablaze with fury as his hand instinctively moved toward his waistband. Calm down, my little brother-in-law. I shall take responsibility for your sister." I quickly grasped his wrist as he attempted to draw a weapon. Despite his thrashing, Zhyqing was powerless against my grip. "You idiots, what are you doing? Attack him." A furious Zhyqing barked at the other thugs. They exchanged glances between Zhyqing and me, then fell into silence. They were intelligent enough to grasp the situation clearly. "Your sister is already carrying his child. This matter is essentially settled. Henceforth, I am to be Zhyqing's brother-in-law." Although they were Zhyqing's subordinates, they were still outsiders. At present, Zhyqing was merely caught in a moment of emotional turbulence, struggling to accept this reality. Once he calmed down, he would naturally return to his family. Therefore, the thugs wisely refrained from intervening, merely standing by. "What are you all doing? Get to it." Zhyqing was now utterly enraged. "Enough, stop making a scene. Everyone get out now," Zhyqing announced as she emerged from the restroom. Upon hearing her words, the group of thugs immediately breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly exited. I released Zhyqing's hand, disregarding him, and walked towards Zhyqing. In the presence of his sister, he did not dare draw his weapon. "Are you all right?" I feigned concern as I approached Zhyqing, gently taking her hand. "I am perfectly fine now." Zhyqing smiled at me, then playfully winked. Zhyqing stood there, utterly dumbfounded. After all these years, his sister had never smiled at another man like that. "You acted exceptionally well," I whispered in her ear. To Zhyqing's eyes, this moment resembled two young lovers sharing intimate whispers, leaving him feeling like an outsider. "Are you afraid? Now everyone knows you are my man. And I am carrying your child. I believe Zhao Sihai will soon learn of this as well," Zhyqing murmured softly. "Do you think I fear him?" I scoffed lightly. To others, Zhao Sihai was someone not to be trifled with, but not for me. Before me, he possessed no secrets. Zhy stood foolishly in place, watching us converse in hushed tones, unsure whether to stay or leave. Zhyqing made her way to the sofa, and with my assistance, she sat down. Since this woman wished to put on a show, I would indulge her. "Sister, is it really true?" Upon seeing Zhyqing seated, Zhyqing hurried over. Disbelief etched across his face as he gestured toward his own abdomen. Zhyqing shot me a resentful glance before addressing her brother. "It's nothing. Don't overthink it. I'm just a bit unwell." Zhyqing's eyes widened. He was unwilling to accept her denial. The more Zhyqing insisted otherwise, the more convinced he became that his sister was genuinely pregnant. Especially with that sorrowful glance she had cast my way, it left no room for doubt. "Sister is pregnant. Her partner is actually this security guard." Zhyqing turned to me, his fury intensifying. He naturally hoped for his sister to find a suitable partner, but it could never be a mere security guard. In his eyes, his sister was a resplendent phoenix, and a lowly security guard could never be worthy of her. Thus, his conviction grew stronger. I must have used sweet words to deceive Zhyqing. Regardless of how strong his sister was, she remained a woman. The more exceptional a woman is, the easier it is for her to be fooled by a scoundrel. His sister had only been in love once in her life. She was vulnerable to deception, and it must be this man who had tricked her. Zhyqing understood his sister's character. If he confronted me now, she would surely intervene. So he looked at me, contemplating how to expose my true nature. Chapter 21. Teach the little brother-in-law a lesson, Shaoan. "What are you staring at?" Zhyqing remarked with irritation as she noticed Zhyqing's unwavering gaze upon me. "Oh, nothing. Just wanted to take a look at my brother-in-law." Zhyqing chuckled with feigned cheerfulness. "Brother-in-law, I heard you were a security guard?" Zhyqing turned to me with a forced smile. I understood his intent. He aimed to make me appear foolish before Zhyqing, hoping she would see me as unworthy of her. "Your information is quite accurate. Your sister is aware of this," I replied with a smile. Zhyqing turned to Zhyqing, winking. The implication was clear. "Sister, I didn't deceive you. This man is indeed just a security guard. You have been fooled." "Humph, I know far more about him than you do. Do not investigate your brother-in-law behind my back again." To Zhyqing's disappointment, he did not receive praise from Zhyqing. Instead, it seemed she was already cognizant of everything. "What is happening? Has my sister truly fallen under this man's spell?" Zhyqing was left with a multitude of questions. "All right, we are here for your matter. Let us not digress." Zhu Yeqing waved her hand before he could say anything further. What matter do I have? Zhu Yun wore a perplexed expression and respectfully said, Sister, please speak. Zhu Yeqing snorted softly, glanced at me, and lazily leaned back on the sofa, saying, Let your brother-in-law speak. Zhu Yun frowned slightly. He had come to realize that his elder sister was quite enthralled by me, to the extent that even her own matters required my intervention. This fellow appeared to differ significantly from his sister's previous boyfriends, who had never dared to approach her within 3 meters. Now, it seemed that Zhu Yeqing sought my opinion on every matter, instilling a sense of danger in Zhu Yun. If this continued, his elder sister might be completely under my control. I scoffed. I was well aware of what this lad was contemplating. Thus, I laid bare the crisis he was currently facing. Upon hearing me, Zhu Yun was left utterly stunned. It can't be. The upper management is moving on Jinding. His disbelief was palpable. Over the years, Zhu Yun had invested immense effort in managing Jinding. Although he owed his ability to establish Jinding International to his sister's capabilities, allowing him to gain a foothold in Jiangxing and expand, he was no fool. He understood that merely relying on his sister would not suffice for long-term survival in Jiangxing. One must possess their own means. Only then could he secure his position and assist his sister in times of need. Thus, Jinding had become the largest consumer haven in the entire Jiangnan province, where countless dignitaries had once indulged in excess. Zhu Yun had documented the debauchery of these individuals, knowing that such evidence would grant him substantial leverage. You should not have filmed those individuals. You underestimate their power. Once they feel threatened, they will retaliate without hesitation. This time, it was your good friend, Qian Bin from the Qian family, who exposed you. I looked at Zhu Yun with a cold smile. What? Qian Bin? At that moment, Zhu Yun's expression shifted dramatically, becoming restless as he furtively glanced at Zhu Yeqing. Qian Bin was a scion of the Qian family from Jiangbei, a prominent family in the region. However, Qian Bin was merely a distant relative and not valued by the family. Nonetheless, he was quite the socialite and had become Zhu Yun's best friend in Jiangxing. What? You are still associating with that Qian Bin? Upon hearing my words, Zhu Yeqing's expression darkened, and she stood up abruptly. I have warned you countless times. He is not a good person. Stay away from him. Have my words fallen on deaf ears? Zhu Yeqing pointed an accusatory finger at Zhu Yun. Sister, please don't be angry. Take care of your health. Sit down. Zhu Yun hastily implored, shrinking his neck in fear of his sister's wrath. I regarded Zhu Yun with a cold smile. This brother-in-law of mine, while somewhat playful, was not inherently malevolent. Now that he had been ensnared, it was only right for me, as his apparent brother-in-law, to lend him a hand. Given my relationship with Zhu Yeqing, your sister is right. Qian Bin is indeed not a good person. This time, he got drunk and boasted, revealing your secrets. Then shifted all the blame onto you. Zhu Yun's face paled immediately, his fury evident. Although he still found it hard to believe my words. The fact that Qian Bin had not returned to Jiangxing for over 4 months and was unreachable forced him to reconsider. How do you know all of this? Who exactly are you? Zhu Yun, being Zhu Yeqing's brother, experienced a moment of shock when I unveiled the truth. However, he quickly regained his composure, scrutinizing me intently. These matters had been conducted in secrecy, known only to his most trusted subordinates. His sister was oblivious. Even if Qian Bin encountered trouble and someone came to investigate, the details would remain closely guarded. He had inquired about me and knew I was merely a lowly security guard. Thus, how could I possess such knowledge? Now, he began to question my identity, sensing something amiss. How I know these things is my secret. I am here to assist you. Remember, this is all because of your sister. Were it not for her, I would have no interest in you, I replied with a smirk. Stop pretending to be mysterious. Who the hell are you? If you do not clarify this today, you shall not leave this place. Zhu Yun slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. I regarded him with a faint smile, his reaction entirely anticipated. His secrets had been laid bare, leaving him uneasy and fearful, which manifested as anger. Zhu Yun, what are you trying to do? Zhu Yeqing exclaimed, her temper flaring. Sister, this fellow is suspicious. A mere security guard cannot know so much. I now suspect he has ulterior motives in approaching you. Do not trust him. Zhu Yun shouted. Zhu Yun, calm down and let your brother-in-law finish speaking. Zhu Yeqing interjected. Sister, do not believe him. This man is undoubtedly a fraud. Do not be deceived by his sweet words. He must have been sent by someone to undermine us. Zhu Yun was now utterly enraged, his fury overwhelming his reason. I furrowed my brow. As Zhu Yeqing's nominal brother-in-law, I felt compelled to intervene. You should temper that temper of yours. In the future, when faced with challenges, think carefully before reacting. Do not lash out at every turn. I advised earnestly. Who the hell do you think you are to lecture me? Zhu Yun, already at his boiling point, completely snapped. He drew a handgun from his waist, aiming it at me. I smirked and took a step forward, seizing the gun from his hand before he could react, and swiftly delivered a resounding slap across his face. The sharp sound echoed through the room, leaving Zhu Yun reeling. Silence enveloped the room. Zhu Yun covered his face, staring at me in disbelief, utterly taken aback by my sudden aggression. Zhu Yeqing's eyes reflected a hint of reproach, blaming me for being too harsh. However, I paid her no mind. Zhu Yun needed to be put in his place, lest he commit even graver mistakes in the future. You dare hit me? I'll kill you. Zhu Yun, now enraged, lunged at me, but as soon as he moved, I kicked him to the ground. He struggled to rise, seizing a nearby chair to hurl at me. However, as he turned, the cold barrel of a gun was pressed against his forehead. Move, and I'll pull the trigger. You should know I am not merely bluffing. I regarded Zhu Yun, striving to project an icy demeanor. Faced with the gun and my frigid gaze, Zhu Yun's expression shifted once more. Despite his anger, he was not a fool devoid of reason. The assertiveness I exhibited earlier has instilled a sense of fear in him. With the barrel of the gun pressed against his forehead, he dares not move an inch. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? I was merely joking with you. Zhu Yun hesitated for a moment, immediately discarding the chair he held and forcing a smile. I reciprocated with a smile, realizing that Zhu Yun is indeed a clever individual. I relish engaging with astute minds, as it makes interactions far less cumbersome. Although Zhu Yun remains defiant, he understands that with Zhu Yeqing present, he cannot take any action against me. Alone, he is no match for me. Persisting would only result in his own suffering. Thus, recognizing when to concede is the mark of intelligence. It's all right. I was just jesting with you earlier, I said as I retracted the firearm and handed it over to Zhu Yeqing. She cast a resentful glance my way, for my earlier reprimand of Zhu Yun had caused her some distress. However, she also realizes that her brother deserves a proper lesson, and despite her heartache, she did not prevent me from acting. Enough of the antics. Listen to your brother-in-law, Zhu Yeqing said as she stowed the gun away, pretending as if nothing had transpired, and resumed her seat. Zhu Yun gingerly touched his reddened face from my slap and took a seat as well. There is a mole among you. Many of those employed here in the past 4 months were deliberately placed. I wasted no time with pleasantries and spoke directly to Zhu Yun. Chapter 22. The solution what? At my revelation, Zhu Yun appeared visibly shocked, his face a portrait of skepticism as he scrutinized me, doubting the veracity of my claims. Bring me a piece of paper and a pen, I smiled faintly. With the insight system at my disposal, no secrets remained hidden from me in this world. I was fully aware of who the infiltrators were within Jinding. Zhu Yun stood up, retrieved a sheet of paper and a pen, and handed them to me, his face awash with confusion. Without any further ado, I inscribed several names on the paper. They were 5 individuals, the undercover agents planted in Jinding by the investigation team over the past few months. Your situation is somewhat unique. The case is being overseen by Lu Changtian, the newly appointed deputy chief of the police station in Jiangnan province. Not only do you have moles within your ranks, but many of the patrons visiting in recent months are also members of the investigation team. They have already amassed substantial evidence and are close to making their move. By then, you may find yourself utterly helpless. I remarked with a cold smirk directed at Zhu Yun. Zhu Yun held the paper with the 5 names, his expression fluctuating between disbelief and uncertainty. These 5 individuals have all recently entered Jinding. Could they truly be moles? How can I trust what you're saying? Zhu Yun inquired, his brow furrowed. It's quite simple. They all reside in your company's dormitory. Just have someone summon them and search their quarters, and you will uncover everything, I replied nonchalantly, taking a sip of tea. Zhu Yun promptly picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Lao Lu. I need you to handle something immediately. Subsequently, the 3 of us sat in the room, awaiting the response. I remained calm, sipping my tea, while Zhu Yeqing gently leaned against me, resembling a woman smitten by love. In that moment, I found it difficult to discern whether her demeanor was for Zhu Yun's benefit or if she had genuinely succumbed to romantic feelings. Only Zhu Yun appeared restless, anxiously anticipating news from his subordinate. After several minutes, the bald Lao Lu burst through the door, burdened with an armful of items. Boss, these individuals are problematic, Lao Lu declared as he placed the contents on the table. The assortment included notebooks, cameras, listening devices, and several mobile phones. Many of these contain our club's sensitive information and various privacy breaches, Lao Lu continued. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yun's expression soured, and he sprang to his feet. Damn it! Those bastards deserve to die? Handle them immediately, Zhu Yun bellowed, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Having transformed Jinding into one of the premier establishments in Jiangnan province, Zhu Yun is no meek character. He was now contemplating violence. Yes, Lao Lu responded in a hushed tone, ready to exit and deal with the individuals. Wait. Observing Lao Lu's departing figure, I called out to him. Lao Lu halted, wearing a puzzled expression, glancing between me and Zhu Yun, unsure whose orders to heed. They are agents sent from above, and considerable evidence has already been gathered. If you take action against them now, you are courting death. Should they lose contact, the authorities will likely spring into action immediately. Do you not understand? I addressed Zhu Yun, akin to admonishing a schoolboy. However, the methods I displayed had thoroughly impressed him, so he did not react with anger. What should I do now? Zhu Yun inquired, taking a deep breath, his tone somewhat subservient. I nodded, feeling a sense of satisfaction with my opportunistic brother-in-law. While he occasionally exhibited impulsiveness, he could discern critical situations when it mattered. Return these items precisely as they were. Do not let them suspect anything, I instructed, pointing at the items on the table. Lao Lu remained still, only looking to Zhu Yun for guidance. What the hell are you still doing? Do as your brother-in-law instructs. Zhu Yun snapped, irritation evident in his voice. A look of confusion flitted across Lao Lu's face, unable to comprehend the rapid shift in dynamics over such a brief period. Moments ago, his boss had been vociferously threatening, and now he was referring to me as his brother-in-law. The transformation was bewildering. Lao Lu approached the table, gathered the items, and exited. Zhu Yun regarded me, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. It was now clear that my earlier assertions were indeed truthful. There were individuals above who sought to act against him. While he possessed some influence, it paled in comparison to the might of the government. Historically, merchants have never been able to rival officials. Moreover, with the multitude of secrets he harbored over the years, those in power would stop at nothing to eliminate him and erase those secrets entirely. Contemplating the severity of the situation, perspiration continued to cascade down his forehead. Now do you comprehend? If this matter escalates, you will undoubtedly face incarceration, and I assure you, by the second day of your imprisonment, you will inexplicably perish within. Sometimes, knowing too many secrets can be a perilous burden. I spoke to Zhu Yun with an air of indifference. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I apologize. Please guide me on what to do. Zhu Yun implored, rising and bowing deeply before me. I observed him, taking a drag from the cigarette on the table, remaining silent. Zhu Yun, however, did not rise. This individual was too ostentatious. I intended to deliberately temper his arrogance. What are you doing? He is our brother. You are his brother-in-law. We are all family. Now that Xiao Yun is begging you, just tell him what to do, Zhu Yeqing interjected. Unable to watch her brother remain in such a rigid position, lightly nudging me in annoyance. I smirked and flicked the ash from my cigarette. Humph. Did you notice how this fellow treated me when I first arrived? Brother-in-law, you are my true brother-in-law, Zhu Yun exclaimed as he lifted his head. A sycophantic grin plastered across his face, embodying the essence of servility. From today onward, you shall be the esteemed brother-in-law of Zhu Yun. Should anyone dare to provoke your wrath, I shall confront them with all my might. As Zhu Yun spoke, he raised his fist. I found myself somewhat admiring this individual. A true man can bend and stretch, signifying he possesses the qualities necessary to accomplish great things. At present, our foremost priority is to deal with Qian Bin, for he is the one privy to your most significant secrets. But isn't Qian Bin already under control? Zhu Yun inquired. I shook my head and replied, not at all. That fellow was restrained for a time due to his indiscretions, but he has since shifted all blame onto you, coupled with the influence of the Qian family. He has been released and is currently hiding out with one of his mistresses in Jishui City, Jiangbei. Damn it, that scoundrel Qian Bin dares to betray me. He deserves death. However, he remains a member of the Qian family, and any harm to him will not be overlooked. A trace of apprehension crossed Zhu Yun's face. The Qian family is the largest clan in Jiangbei province. Despite Qian Bin being a distant relative, he wields power beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. This incident occurred because the Qian family intervened to extricate him. After all, he is still part of their lineage. If Zhu Yun were to take action against Qian Bin, the Qian family would undoubtedly seek retribution. Qian Bin is addicted to drugs, and he has been indulging heavily of late. His mistress is maintaining a young lover outside. You could exploit this situation. Here is the number of that young man. He is currently in dire need of money. As I spoke, I scribbled a phone number on a piece of paper. Upon seeing the number I had written, a profound silence enveloped the room. And Zhu Yeqing and her brother regarded me as if I were some kind of monster. Although they had already accepted my identity as an intelligence broker, the fact that I could recall even a minor character's phone number was beyond Zhu Yeqing's imagination. Such an ability in an intelligence broker is indeed extraordinary. Zhu Yun was equally astonished, unable to comprehend how I possessed such knowledge. He had been acquainted with Qianbin for years and had no idea that the latter had a mistress in Jishui. How could I possibly know this? Do you not grasp my meaning? I asked Zhu Yun. Hearing my words, Zhu Yun finally regained his composure and nodded solemnly. The most effective method of eliminating a target is always to orchestrate an accident, as it circumvents much trouble. Given that Qianbin is a drug addict and currently with his mistress, there lies an opportunity. After all, an overdose can be fatal. Even if Qianbin's demise raises suspicion, the Qian family is unlikely to conduct an in-depth investigation. Such a prominent family prioritizes their reputation and would not want a scandal to become widely known. After all, Qianbin is merely a distant branch of the family. Secondly, your evidence is in the hands of Chu Lin, the captain of the Jiangxing criminal police team. He is currently overseeing your case. If you destroy all the evidence and then cease your activities, you will be safe. Damn it, I will find someone to eliminate him. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Zhu Yun's eyes. Do not be foolish. Are you out of your mind? I could not help but reprimand him. Chu Lin is the captain of the Jiangxing criminal police team and is presently investigating your case. If he were to die unexpectedly at this juncture, who do you think would be the prime suspect? I regarded Zhu Yun coldly. Upon hearing my words, cold sweat broke out on Zhu Yun's brow as he realized the gravity of the situation. What shall I do, brother-in-law? Please advise me. At this moment, he was thoroughly devoted to me, and thus addressing me as brother-in-law posed no difficulty. Zhu Yeqing glanced at me, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. I know where the documents are located. You can send someone to retrieve them. Guhuai Road, Mingshi City Community, Building 1, Unit 4, Room 902. There is a safe under the bed in the side room, and the combination is 842657. Have someone sneak in and steal it. As I concluded, Zhu Yeqing and Zhu Yun's gazes toward me grew increasingly unusual, for this information was classified, and it was unimaginable for an ordinary person to possess such knowledge. The fact that I not only knew this, but also the safe's combination was simply bizarre. Thirdly, you must cease operations for a while. Wait until the storm blows over before proceeding. I cast a glance at the astonished Zhu Yun and continued, even when you resume, it cannot be as before. Remember, the more you know, the greater the danger. I understand, brother-in-law. I will close down tomorrow. Zhu Yun nodded repeatedly. Do not act too hastily. An abrupt closure will undoubtedly attract attention. You must find a plausible excuse. What kind of excuse should I use, brother-in-law? Zhu Yun inquired earnestly. I hesitated for a moment. Although I could see through all secrets, I had not yet devised a solution for this matter. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the room. Who the hell is it? Did I not say not to disturb me unless it is urgent? Zhu Yun shouted irritably at the door. The knocking abruptly ceased. Brother-in-law, what should I do? Please guide me. Zhu Yun's tone was filled with respect. Before I could respond, the knocking resumed. Will you just come in already? Zhu Yun bellowed. As his voice fell, the office door swung open, and in walked the bald-headed Lao Lu. Upon seeing him, Zhu Yun's expression darkened. For Lao Lu was his most trusted subordinate, and the one who knew him best. He would never intrude unless it was of utmost importance. What has happened? Zhu Yun's anger had vanished, replaced by concern as he questioned Lao Lu. Boss. Lao Lu approached Zhu Yun and whispered something in his ear. No one else could discern their conversation, but to me, there were no secrets. What did you say? 200 million. Zhu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing Lao Lu's report. Zhu Yeqing, standing beside him, furrowed her brow slightly. Brother-in-law, please wait here for a moment. I need to handle something. Zhu Yun quickly turned to me, offered a smile, then patted Lao Lu on the shoulder before heading out. Watching Zhu Yun's retreating figure, I smiled, knowing he would not be able to resolve this matter today. Is it Lu Jingzhong from Fuhui Energy? I inquired, setting my teacup down on the table. Zhu Yun's body stiffened, and he turned back to me, incredulous. I offered no explanation. Sometimes, maintaining an aura of mystery is essential in any relationship. Brother-in-law, you know this too. Zhu Yun exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. I smiled. I had clearly overheard the conversation between Lao Lu and Zhu Yun. The disturbance had indeed been caused by Lu Jingzhong. Though I had never met him, I was well aware of all his background. He rose from humble beginnings as a farmer and, through years of hard work, managed to infiltrate the upper echelons of Jiangxing society. Lu Jingzhong is indeed an impressive figure. He has fought his way through the ranks and now oversees a company valued at over 20 billion, making him a significant player in Jiangxing. However, he possesses a fatal flaw, his inclination towards gambling. Almost every day, he indulges in the thrill of the gambling table. This penchant has rendered him a frequent visitor to the establishment of Zhu Yun. Zhu Yun, a shrewd individual, understands that to retain patrons, it is prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. Consequently, He rarely intervenes in the operations of the casino. Regardless of whether the gamblers win or lose, it is ultimately the house that profits. Over the years, Zhu Yeqing has seldom engaged in the affairs of the casino, yet Lu Jingzhong is a different case. His excessive gambling and considerable wealth have piqued Zhu Yeqing's interest. A few months ago, Lu Jingzhong incurred a staggering loss of 2 billion here, a result of Zhu Yeqing employing skilled professionals to outplay him. This substantial debt has caused Lu Jingzhong's company to face financial difficulties. Recently, he has resorted to robbing Peter to pay Paul, merely to sustain his livelihood. However, Lu Jingzhong is no fool. He recognizes that Jinding has cheated him and remains determined to recover his losses. Thus, today he has come to Jinding. Accompanied by an expert he has hired at great expense from Southeast Asia, with the aim of reclaiming his lost fortune. Often, when one begins to experience misfortune, calamities seem to come in waves. Now, Zhu Yeqing is about to face a crisis, and trouble is knocking at his door. Let us go and take a look. Without offering an explanation to Zhu Yeqing, I rose to my feet. Upon seeing me stand, Zhu Yeqing followed suit and approached me. This woman adjusted my collar and gently smoothed out the creases formed when I had just sat down. This scene left Zhu Yeqing and bald Lu in a state of astonishment. Zhu Yeqing is renowned in Jiangcheng as a formidable woman. When has she ever shown such humility before a man? Not only has bald Lu never witnessed such a sight, but even Zhu Yeqing has surely never encountered it. Observing this situation, both men became increasingly convinced that I am the man chosen by Zhu Yeqing, especially Zhu Yeqing, who, after witnessing my capabilities, now feels somewhat reassured about his sister's demeanor in my presence. After all, only a man of such remarkable caliber could manage a woman like his sister. Zhu Yeqing finished adjusting my attire, and we proceeded to exit, accompanied by a dozen bodyguards from the corridor. Jinding International is among the most luxurious establishments in the entire Jiangnan province, spanning 13 floors, each offering distinct forms of entertainment. However, the top 2 floors are reserved for the casino. Zhu Yeqing approached the elevator and pressed the button for the 12th floor. Although Jinding operates a casino, not just anyone can gain entry. Only established clients with recognized financial standing are permitted within the casino's confines. The criteria are straightforward. One must possess a minimum of 10 million in assets to qualify for admission. After all, those who gamble here are significant figures. The lesser individuals outside lack the credentials to enter. Brother-in-law, how did you know that Lu Jingzhong was coming to cause trouble? Zhu Yeqing could no longer contain his curiosity in the elevator. As far as I am aware, he arrived in Jiangcheng 2 days ago and specifically hired a gambling expert from Southeast Asia to recover his losses. This scoundrel chose this moment to stir up trouble. Zhu Yeqing clenched his fists in frustration. I glanced at him and couldn't help but smirk. This brother-in-law of mine is still too naive. Does he believe that winning 2 billion from Lu Jingzhong would conclude the matter? Lu Jingzhong, having risen from humble beginnings to his current stature, is certainly not a fool devoid of cunning. What? Are you suggesting that my predicament is connected to him? Zhu Yeqing immediately began to piece together the connections. He lost money, a substantial sum of 2 billion, and of course, he would not acquiesce easily. He likely extracted your secrets from Qianbin and reported them to the authorities. Upon hearing my explanation, Zhu Yeqing's eyes widened in disbelief. In this world, among all casinos, you can count them one by one. None are entirely clean. It is nearly impossible to profit from gambling in a casino, with only a rare few fortunate souls escaping unscathed. Each casino typically has several experts stationed to ensure that ordinary gamblers cannot win. Of course, to sustain business. Casinos occasionally allow 1 or 2 lucky individuals to win a small amount, but it is merely a token gesture. Winning a significant sum in a casino is virtually unattainable. Even if one were to achieve such a feat, they would likely not witness the dawn of the next day, for those who frequent casinos wield considerable power. This explains why ruthless individuals like Zhang Ziqiang would rather resort to kidnapping the children of the wealthy than dare to engage with a casino. Zhu Yeqing possesses some influence in Jiangcheng, which is why the casino has remained relatively uneventful. However, the circumstances have changed. Lu Jingzhong is aware that Zhu Yeqing is about to face a crisis. Even if he manages to recover his lost funds, Zhu Yeqing would not dare retaliate against him, as he is now preoccupied with his own troubles. Lu Jingzhong aims not only to reclaim his losses, but also to make a tidy profit before disaster strikes Jinding. Thus, he has invested heavily in hiring a gambling expert from Southeast Asia. Ding! The elevator came to a halt, and the doors opened to reveal the casino on the 12th floor. We exited. This floor was lavishly decorated, featuring numerous gambling tables, yet due to the midday hour, the number of patrons was sparse. Boss, you have arrived. That fellow is in the private room over here. Upon seeing Zhu Yeqing enter, a middle-aged man in a sharply tailored suit approached. Judging by his attire, he is likely the manager of the casino, though he is currently sweating profusely, constantly wiping his brow with a handkerchief. How much has been lost? Zhu Yeqing inquired. 2 billion so far, and the losses are still mounting. The opponent is a skilled player. Our team stands no chance, he replied while continuing to dab at his sweat. With such a staggering loss of over 2 billion, given Zhu Yun's temperament, his fate would surely be dire, which explains his evident anxiety. Humph, Zhu Yun scoffed and strode ahead. I glanced at Zhu Yeqing, noting her look of concern, and gently patted her arm, signaling her to remain calm. I would handle everything. Zhu Yun arrived at the entrance to the private room, took a deep breath, and instantly donned a radiant smile, entirely unreflective of someone who had just lost over 2 billion. Ah, Lu boss, it has been a few months since we last met. I never expected you to grace my humble establishment again, Zhu Yun exclaimed as he entered, warmly shaking hands with a middle-aged man with a slight bald spot. That man must be Lu Jingzhong. Chapter 24, The Gambling Table. Ha ha ha, Lu boss, it has been a few months. You look well, Zhu Yun said, lightly patting Lu Jingzhong's shoulder. I smiled slightly. This brother-in-law of mine is quite impressive, a man capable of great deeds. Despite losing 2 billion, he remains composed, a rare quality indeed. Young Master Zhu, you still possess your charm. What? Hearing that I won some money, you couldn't resist coming, Lu Jingzhong said, his smile lacking sincerity. In the past, he would never have dared to speak to Zhu Yun in such a manner. However, the situation has changed. Now he knows that Zhu Yun is on the brink of ruin, and he no longer has any reason to fear him. Laughter erupted as Lu Laobin jested. In the casino, winning and losing are but the norm. Given my involvement in this business, why would I fear your victories? Zhu Yun, suppressing his inner fury, responded with indifference. In the past, had Lu Jingzhong dared to speak to him in such a manner, Zhu Yun would have retaliated without hesitation. However, circumstances had changed. He was currently under investigation. Any confrontation with Lu Jingzhong might invite further complications. Thus, Zhu Yun understood the necessity of restraint. As I approached the entrance, my gaze swept across the private room. 2 individuals were engaged in a high-stakes gamble. At the table on the left, chips were piled high, their value exceeding 200 million. Beside them sat a short, dark-skinned man, unmistakably of Southeast Asian descent. I recognized him as Lu Jingzhong's gambling expert from Southeast Asia, known as Ba Song. On the opposing side, only a meager stack of chips remained, estimated at no more than 5 million. A middle-aged man in a black suit, drenched in sweat, was the one seated there. He was Li Fengtian, the expert Zhu Yun had summoned to oversee the casino. Observing the situation, I realized that Jin Ding had dispatched all its skilled players. Yet they were consistently losing to a superior opponent. The game continued as Ba Song displayed an air of nonchalance, his gaze fixed on the visibly anxious Li Fengtian, who nervously bent his cards. Cursing under his breath upon seeing his hand, he surrendered, collapsing into his chair. Such high-level confrontations were mentally exhausting. And Li Fengtian had already lost 10 consecutive rounds, his mental state nearing collapse. A smirk crept across my face. Indeed, Ba Song was a master of his craft. If this continued, my brother-in-law might very well lose his entire stake. As his nominal brother-in-law, I felt compelled to intervene. Furrowing his brow, Zhu Yun observed the defeated Li Fengtian, realizing the predicament at hand. Accepting the wager could result in substantial losses, yet refusing meant dealing with Lu Jingzhong. At this critical juncture, any further disturbances would complicate matters considerably. Take him away. I shall take over, I directed the casino staff. They glanced at me, then at Zhu Yun, bewildered. What is happening? You can gamble too? Zhu Yun's incredulity was mirrored by Zhu Yeqing, who stared at me in disbelief. My displayed prowess had far exceeded their expectations. I have dabbled in it before, though I am no expert. However, it is worth a try, I replied with a smile. Zhu Yun waved his hand, and his subordinates promptly assisted the incapacitated Li Fengtian out. As I settled at the gambling table, Lu Jingzhong boomed with laughter. Young Master Zhu, another player? Your experts have all faltered once. Who is this unfamiliar face? Could it be that you are intentionally sending me money? How amusing. His words dripped with mockery, emphasizing the inadequacy of Zhu Yun's associates. Gambling, in essence, was a game of deception. There were no true gods of chance. Only varying levels of skill and trickery existed. This profession demanded an exceptional memory, as one must ascertain the value of the cards dealt. Familiarity and sensitivity to the cards were essential traits, making this a field that required innate talent. Without such talent, no amount of effort could forge a true gambling master. Furthermore, genuine experts were neither the young nor the elderly. The true masters were invariably middle-aged. Elderly individuals, though experienced, lacked stamina. Particularly in large casinos where games spanned several hours, the elderly struggled to maintain focus, making them susceptible to exploitation. Young players, on the other hand, often possessed limited experience and tended to be overly anxious, fixating on immediate gains and losses, an Achilles heel. Often, opponents would feign weakness, and an impatient young player would take the bait. Seated across from me was Ba Song, an authentic master of gambling. Though his appearance was unremarkable, his fingers were notably slender and well-maintained, indicative of a true expert. I had no doubt that once a card reached his hands, he could discern its value with a mere touch. A gambling expert prized their hands above all. They were the key to success in this arena. Regrettably for him, today he faced me. Having awakened my system, my gambling skills had reached level 9, rendering me nearly unbeatable in this realm. Moreover, I possessed an ability to perceive hidden truths. Even without resorting to trickery, I would always know the next card. This insight allowed me to unveil the secrets of the world, even those as trivial as a gambling table. Can he truly succeed? Zhu Yeqing questioned Zhu Yeqing with uncertainty. She furrowed her brow, equally unsure of my gambling prowess. Yet, my previously demonstrated abilities had surpassed her expectations, prompting her to reconsider. After all, I had voluntarily approached the table. Deal the cards, I instructed the dealer with a smile. This dealer was also one of Zhu Yeqing's experts, though typically he would not engage in deceit. Especially today, under the watchful eye of a master, deception would be nearly impossible. Are you sure you can do this? As the dealer began to shuffle, Zhu Yeqing leaned closer, her voice barely above a whisper. I chuckled and turned to her, whispering back, "You should know by now. It is always you who begs for mercy." Flushing crimson, Zhu Yeqing straightened up, while Zhu Yun, noticing his sister's embarrassment, hastily diverted his gaze. At the table, my remaining chips dwindled to a few million. A single loss would wipe me out entirely. All eyes were now on me. The dealer commenced the deal, playing a game of showdown, where one card remained hidden while the second was revealed. Without glancing at the hidden card, I casually revealed the second card, a 7 of diamonds. With a nonchalant toss, I wagered 2 chips. 1 million. Has he lost his mind? Zhu Yeqing gasped, witnessing my reckless bet without even checking my hidden card. It wasn't he, only him. Zhu Yeqing too began to harbor deep doubts about my gambling abilities. The card revealed by my opponent was a spade 5. However, unlike me, he had peered at his whole cards. He smiled faintly and then tossed in his chips. He was one of Southeast Asia's premier gambling experts, particularly skilled in the art of disguise, feigning ordinariness to invite underestimation from others. Regardless of who they were, anyone daring to underestimate him would ultimately find themselves defeated by his hand. Yet, none of this mattered to me. I chose not to glance at my whole cards, allowing the dealer to continue dealing. By the time the 4th card was dealt, Ba Song opted to fold. I already held a pair of 7s on the table. Ba Song was a seasoned player, exhibiting remarkable composure at the table, which was the cornerstone of his undefeated streak. I had refrained from looking at my whole cards, leaving him uncertain whether I was a genuine expert or merely a novice devoid of understanding. Thus, he observed, attempting to discern my true strength. In the subsequent rounds, Ba Song consistently chose to fold, and as he continued to do so, my stack of chips gradually swelled, reaching over 10 million. Brother-in-law, do you know how to gamble? If you genuinely don't, it might be wise to bow out now. I can't afford to lose 200 million to him, Zhu Yeqing said nervously, lowering his voice. Although he was not particularly well-versed in gambling, he could see that my style was not characteristic of an expert who continues to play without even looking at their whole cards. Shall we raise the stakes? A 2 million base bet? I addressed Ba Song without acknowledging Zhu Yun. He nodded in agreement, unperturbed by the 2 million base bet, as he had 200 million in chips at his disposal. I had voluntarily escalated the stakes, which to the onlookers appeared akin to courting disaster. Is your friend not thinking straight? He asked, raising the stakes now, as if he hasn't lost enough already. Lu Jingzhong guffawed, convinced I was deliberately inviting ruin. I cast a glance at him, remaining silent. I understood that while he reveled in his apparent victory, I would soon compel him to relinquish all his winnings. I merely wondered if he would still be able to laugh so heartily afterward. Chapter 25. Raise the stakes. The dealer continued dealing, and the game progressed. I still refrained from examining my whole cards, for I had no need to do so. Ba Song was intent on scrutinizing me, seeking to uncover the source of my confidence. In these rounds, we were merely testing each other. Occasionally, Ba Song held a favorable hand, yet whenever I opted to call, he would unhesitatingly fold. As the rounds continued, I amassed over 10 million in chips. The atmosphere in the casino grew tense, with all eyes fixated on the table, frequently glancing my way. I understood their reaction. My playing style was utterly unprecedented to them. Not peering at the whole cards while consistently winning was, in their eyes, sheer luck. After several rounds, Basong regarded me with a hint of a cold smile. In playing cards, relying solely on luck is insufficient, he remarked in somewhat halting Chinese. Let us see how it plays out. I smiled back at him. The new round commenced, the dealer dealt the cards, and I still did not look at my whole cards. The second card revealed a spade king for me, while Basong held a heart queen. I chuckled softly, casually tossing in 2 chips, 2 million. I called, and Basong followed suit, pushing in his chips. As the dealer continued dealing, the pile of chips grew, and we now had 5 cards on the table. My visible cards were a spade king, a heart 6, a club 7, and a diamond 3, while Basong's visible cards were a heart queen, a diamond 9, a club 5, and a spade 8. At first glance, both our hands appeared weak, with the best outcome being a pair. From the visible cards, my chances seemed slightly better since my highest card was a king, while Basong's was a queen. He gazed at me with a smile and pushed all his chips forward. All in, he said, looking at me with a smile. Basong had gone all in. The atmosphere in the private room grew tense as he pushed forward his chips. Until now, Basong had merely tested me, rarely committing to an all-in bet. Now, however, he had taken that leap. I chuckled, fully aware of Basong's audacity. Knowing he must hold a queen as his whole card. This meant he effectively had a pair of queens. And he did not believe my whole card to be a king, leading him to make this bold move. However, while his chips appeared significantly diminished, the casino's rules dictated that the all-in amount was based on the player with the least chips at the table. I had over 36 million, making Basong's all-in amount 36 million. With this development, I faced 2 choices, either call and reveal our hands or fold. Basong and Lu Jingzhong smirked at me, seemingly convinced I would not dare to call, as I needed a pair of kings to win, yet I had not even looked at my whole cards, making such a pair exceedingly unlikely. All in, I boldly pushed my chips forward, placing a cigarette between my lips. The moment I dared to call, all faces shifted in astonishment. Zhu Yeqing leaned down, igniting my cigarette with a lighter, whispering in my ear, "You dare to call with such a hand? Rest assured, I will not lose." I smiled, discreetly squeezing her shapely backside. The sensation was delightful. Zhu Yeqing almost gasped, quickly straightening up and casting me a resentful glance. I chuckled, bringing my hand to my nose, inhaling the fragrance lingering there, which invigorated my spirit. Lu Jingzhong turned to Basong, seemingly inquiring whether he wished to continue. Although my all-in surprised him, Basong, a master of gambling, maintained a stoic expression. Good courage. Today's youth are bolder than we were. Basong remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Since we are raising the stakes, how about I add 50 million? Basong's smile widened as he looked at me. Go, fetch another 50 million in chips, Zhu Yun instructed his subordinate before I could respond. Though he remained uncertain regarding my gambling skills, my displayed prowess had deeply impressed him. In Zhu Yun's eyes, I was indeed a person of great capability. Such a person could not possibly lose to Basong, leading Zhu Yun to decide to stand by me in this gamble. I regarded him with admiration. Zhu Yun remained oblivious to my true capabilities, yet given Basong's demeanor, it was clear to all that he must possess a pair. Thus, I was at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Zhu Yun showed no hesitation, revealing his fortitude. Wait, since we are raising the stakes, let us bring 100 million to the table, I said with a smile. 100 million. Zhu Yun gulped, his expression momentarily frozen. After a moment of hesitation, he waved his hand, instructing his subordinate to fetch the chips. Zhu Yeqing stood behind me, whispering, "Shall we take a look at the whole cards? After all, this is a billion, not a trifling sum." I smiled and shook my head, indicating that there was no need to look. On the other side, Lu Jingzhong stared at me with wide eyes, his face a mask of disbelief. Despite being a compulsive gambler, he had never wagered in such a manner. Who would bet a billion without even glancing at the whole cards? Basong was also observing me, his eyes narrowed slightly. He was trying to discern the source of my confidence. Did I perhaps know what the whole cards were? Soon, Bald Lu brought over a box filled with shimmering chips. These were the largest denomination chips in Zhu Yun's casino, each worth 5 million, totaling 20. The chips were placed before me, and I casually pushed them out, exhaling a puff of smoke as I said, "Raise." Basong's expression darkened. He could not comprehend why I dared to bet a billion outright. He looked at me with suspicion before breaking into a laugh. "Young man, you're too eager. If you weren't in such a rush to bet this much, perhaps you could have won 500 million from me. Now that I know you hold a pair of kings, I shall not continue." With a faint smile, Basong revealed his whole card, which turned out to be a queen of spades, casually discarding it as he chose to fold. My audacity in betting a billion raised Basong's suspicions. He believed that if my whole card weren't a king, I would never have dared to wager so boldly. Hence, He opted to forfeit. Brother-in-law, is your whole card really a king? Seeing Ba Song fold, Zhu Yun appeared somewhat disappointed. Although I hadn't looked at my cards, my willingness to bet made everyone believe I must possess a king. If Ba Song had decided to continue, I could have recouped $1 billion. What king? It was merely a 2 of diamonds. I had not anticipated his withdrawal. I chuckled lightly, revealing my whole card, which indeed was a 2 of diamonds. Gasp. Upon seeing my whole card, everyone gasped in shock. Zhu Yun, in particular, was drenched in cold sweat from fear. Brother-in-law, with such a poor hand, you dared to bet $1 billion. I merely shrugged, stating playfully, I was just having fun. After all, it's not my money I'm risking. Zhu Yun's expression instantly transformed into one of utter astonishment, while Zhu Yeqing stood silently, lost in thought. The entire private room fell into an eerie silence. Ba Song's hand consisted of a queen of hearts, a 9 of diamonds, a 5 of clubs, an 8 of spades, and another queen of spades. My hand, however, comprised a king of spades, a 6 of hearts, a 7 of clubs, a 3 of diamonds, and a 2 of diamonds. Thus, my highest card was merely a king, while Ba Song possessed a pair of queens. In reality, he should have won this round. Had he continued with the bet, that $1 billion in chips would have been his. Inside the room, Zhu Yun's dealers and the onlookers were all nervously gasping for breath. They had never witnessed such a gambling style. It was exhilaratingly insane. Ha ha, brother-in-law. Well done. Truly impressive. You are indeed my brother-in-law. Even with a poor hand, you managed to intimidate others. Zhu Yun laughed heartily. While Lu Jingzhong's expression grew increasingly grim, Ba Song, too, wore a dark look, turning to me and saying, "You're bluffing." I merely shrugged my shoulders, responding, "I didn't force you to fold. If you choose not to call, that's your decision." Ba Song's face flushed with anger, though he refrained from further comments. As a seasoned gambler, he managed to contain his emotions. We continued playing for several more rounds, and my stack of chips grew larger. Having already won back over $1 billion, Zhu Yun was grinning ear to ear. Ba Song kept a keen watch on me, now convinced that I was also a master of gambling. Yet, no matter how closely he scrutinized, he failed to discern my methods of card manipulation. In the world of gambling, so-called experts are essentially masters of sleight of hand. However, if one lacks skill and is exposed at the table, the consequences are dire. Ba Song was determined to uncover my techniques and expose me, but it was evident that I had left him disappointed. The game continued, and for this round, my visible card was a 10 of clubs, while Ba Song's was a 5 of clubs. Without hesitation, I threw in $2 million in chips, and Ba Song chose to call. As the next card was dealt, my visible cards were a 10 of clubs, a 6 of hearts, a 2 of spades, and a 5 of diamonds, while Ba Song's were a 10 of diamonds, a 6 of diamonds, a 2 of hearts, and a 5 of clubs. Remarkably, our visible cards were identical, save for the suits. All in. At that moment, Ba Song pushed all his chips forward, going all in. I smiled. Knowing the moment had come, he had taken the bait. Let us do this. I have limited time, so let us settle it in one round. I'll call your all in and raise an additional $1 billion. What do you think? I said, pushing forward $1 billion in chips that Zhu Yun had just provided. Ba Song and Lu Jingzhong's expressions immediately shifted. Chapter 26, Showdown. The entire room fell silent. The chips on my table were already nearing $1 billion, and with the additional $1 billion, this round would total $2 billion. A $2 billion all-in was a spectacle typically witnessed only on television, and now, witnessing it firsthand, everyone was exhilarated. Zhu Yun furrowed his brow but chose to trust me, saying nothing. Zhu Yeqing's captivating eyes were solely focused on me. She had ceased to care about my whole cards, only increasingly puzzled by my inscrutability. Are you trying to bluff me again? Ba Song laughed as he looked at me. I shrugged, replying, I haven't even looked at my whole cards. I'm simply trusting my luck. If you're not willing to call, you can fold. Ba Song gazed at me, suspicion flooding his eyes. What do you think? Lu Jingzhong asked nervously, glancing at Ba Song. The chips on the table were insufficient. If he were to bet, he would need to put forth another $1 billion. Mr. Lu, I have been watching him closely. He truly hasn't looked at his whole cards. Look at mine, Ba Song said, gently revealing a corner of his whole card to Lu Jingzhong. It was a 10 of hearts. Now, there were already 2 10s on the table, and his whole card was also a 10. Thus, he possessed a pair of 10s. With only 1 10 remaining in the deck, can you be certain he hasn't looked at his cards? Absolutely. 3 10s have already shown. His luck cannot be that fortuitous. The remaining 10 cannot possibly be in his hand. The two leaned in, whispering together. Lu Jingzhong's expression shifted repeatedly before he suddenly stood up, waving his hand grandly and declaring, All right, I'll raise another $1 billion. We're in. Lu Jingzhong exhibited no hesitation. Even with an additional investment of $100 million, The potential loss would sever his company's liquidity. Yet, the allure of the gamble was simply too enticing. He had always been an inveterate gambler, and at this moment, they held little faith in my extraordinary luck, believing that the final card, the spade 10, could possibly be my trump card. After all, no one had seen the hidden cards. Lu Jingzhong rose and stepped out, following the manager to complete the transfer and acquire chips. In a casino, to place a bet, one must present tangible chips. No form of collateral is accepted. The notion of risking life or limb, as depicted in films, is largely fanciful. To continue gambling, one must have cash at hand, for without money, sitting at the table is an impossibility. The private room fell into a brief silence as everyone awaited Lu Jingzhong's return. The dealer brought 2 glass covers to conceal the cards of both parties. Although all participants were present, the concealment was a matter of protocol. "Fetch me a knife," I said, gently patting Zhu Yeqing's backside. This action provoked a frown from her, but fortunately, no one else noticed, as the room was enveloped in shock. And they had yet to regain their composure. "What do you need a knife for? You know this will end in loss. Are you planning to silence me? In this situation, we cannot act against them." Though my playful gesture irritated Zhu Yeqing, she leaned close and whispered to me. I chuckled softly, thinking about her wild imagination. How could I possibly lose? I had other intentions. Saying this, I playfully pinched her firm backside again. Zhu Yeqing gasped, nearly letting out a cry, but quickly covered her mouth. "You scoundrel!" She shot me a resentful glance before leaving the room. It wasn't long before Zhu Yeqing returned, standing behind me with a sharp dagger in hand, which she had obtained from her bodyguard outside. Shortly after her return, Lu Jingzhong entered the room, followed by a server carrying a tray piled high with chips. This was the 100 million he had just purchased. Lu Jingzhong took a commanding seat, pushing the chips towards Basong. On the table now, my side boasted over 100 million in chips, and Basong matched it, resulting in a total exceeding 300 million. Of this sum, 200 million had been won by Lu Jingzhong earlier, and now he had withdrawn another 100 million, which represented the last of his available funds. Should he lose this amount, his company's liquidity would be irrevocably compromised. Yet, the temptation at the table was overwhelmingly enticing, compelling Lu Jingzhong to take the plunge. "I will match your 100 million. Let us reveal our cards," Basong declared, pushing all his chips forward and rising with his card in hand. The decisive moment was upon us. However, Basong was confident of his victory, believing my chances of drawing a spade 10 were minuscule, especially since I had not even glanced at my cards. "I acknowledge your prowess as a formidable opponent, and your luck today seems remarkable, but alas, it appears you may be overly reliant on fortune. At the gambling table, luck alone is insufficient," Basong taunted, his gaze fixed upon me. He believed himself to be the victor, eager to reclaim his dignity after being outwitted by me previously. "You are young and undeniably talented in this realm, yet ultimately, you remain too inexperienced. Always remember to know your hand. One cannot rely solely on luck for long." With a faint smile, he continued, "If you are interested, you may kneel and pay your respects, and I might accept you as my apprentice, enabling you to progress further in the future." Basong wore a smug expression, clutching his card. In the next moment, he flung it onto the table. Heart 10. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as spectators reacted. Zhu Yun drew in a deep breath. Even he found it challenging to maintain composure. "Given the staggering sum on the table, I have a pair of 10s, while my hand is modest. Your visible card matches mine. Therefore, to win, you must also have a pair of 10s. Do you genuinely believe your luck is so exceptional that the final card will be a spade 10? Basong leaned forward slightly, his cold gaze fixed on me. "I refuse to believe your hidden card is a spade 10. At that moment, the room was engulfed in silence, all breaths held in anticipation, eyes glued to the table. Yet, the consensus was that my chances were slim. After all, only one spade 10 remained, and the probability of drawing it was exceedingly low. Moreover, I had not even touched my hidden cards. If it truly was a spade 10, such luck would be extraordinary, an occurrence deemed improbable by all present. Currently, both Basong and I displayed identical visible cards, neither strong enough for a flush or straight. Thus, only pairs could emerge, with the highest pair being 10s. I needed the spade 10 to triumph. The expression on Zhu Yun's face darkened as he recognized the minuscule odds. If the cards were revealed, he would find himself facing a loss of 300 million in one fell swoop, a burden even he would struggle to bear. "Ha ha ha, Zhu Gongzi, your family's wealth is vast. How can you falter at the loss of such a trivial sum? Why the grim face?" Lu Jingzhong chuckled, his eyes gleaming with delight. Zhu Yun merely scoffed, ignoring him completely. Lu Jingzhong's eyes squinted with glee, convinced of his impending victory. This hand would not only recover his losses, but also net him an additional 100 million. Why do you all believe my hidden card cannot possibly be a spade 10? I raised my gaze and smiled at Basong. Impossible. Unless your luck is truly miraculous. It cannot be the spade 10. I refuse to believe you can be so certain without even having seen your cards. Enough chatter. Let us reveal the cards. Lu Jingzhong urged me impatiently. I apologize. I fear I may disappoint you all. I shrugged, extending 2 fingers to grasp my hidden card, not bothering to glance at it before tossing it onto the table. I truly have the spade 10. What? How can this be? The spade 10. Indeed, the spade 10. As my card was revealed, the room erupted in chaos. Everyone stared in disbelief at the table, astonished that my hidden card was genuinely the spade 10. What extraordinary luck, to draw a spade 10 without even looking at my cards. And the stakes for this hand were a staggering 300 million. You. Basong looked at my card. Incredulity etched across his face as his pupils constricted. His complexion drained of color, and he slumped back into his chair, utterly defeated. Impossible, impossible. How could you have drawn the spade 10? Feeling utterly defeated, muttered to himself. Meanwhile, cold sweat streamed down Lu Jingzhong's forehead. This represented the entirety of the company's liquid assets. Should this money be lost, it would be uncertain whether the company would remain in their hands by tomorrow. However, the stark reality was undeniable. My hidden card was indeed the 10 of spades, leaving no room for disbelief. You haven't even seen the cards. How can you possibly know what the hidden card is? Basong feebly remarked. I scoffed. Do you truly believe that I could be unaware of the hidden card without having looked? A true master of gambling can discern the cards without needing to see them. Your naivety is quite apparent. I lit a cigarette, propped my feet on the gambling table, and calmly replied. Chapter 27. Are you the god of gambling? The room fell into a profound silence, with all eyes incredulously fixed upon me. Despite the multitude of gazes, I had indeed refrained from glancing at the hidden card. Yet, how could I have known it was the 10 of spades? Was it mere chance? Such an occurrence is nearly impossible. The odds of this were exceedingly slim. It could not be that the 10 of spades happened to be my hidden card. Moreover, with stakes exceeding 3 billion, it was unfathomable that I could continuously raise my bets without knowing the hidden card. Nevertheless, the enigma of how I could ascertain the hidden card left everyone in disbelief. Impossible, impossible. How could you know what it is without seeing the hidden card? Basong slumped in his chair, his earlier bravado diminished, his eyes bloodshot. Who told you that not seeing the hidden card means you cannot know what it is? I chuckled softly and gradually rose to my feet. You require sight to know the hidden card? How dare you call yourself a master of gambling? A true master merely needs a cursory glance at a hand to memorize all the cards and their positions, rendering the shuffling of the dealer irrelevant. I know precisely what the next card will be. With your level of skill, how do you expect to defeat me? I gazed down at Basong, who was now a mere shadow of his former self, and felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. I held no affection for him, for I was all too aware of his sordid past. He was no virtuous man. In Southeast Asia, countless individuals had been ruined by his deceitful tactics. Notably, 2 billionaires had been ensnared in a trap he orchestrated with the casino, losing their entire fortunes. One even leapt from the 26th floor, becoming nothing more than a gruesome mess. Another, after losing everything, succumbed to madness and murdered his family, now confined to a mental institution. Basong bore a significant burden of debt. I would certainly not show mercy to such a person. Thus, I intended to ridicule him thoroughly after my victory. Of course, mere ridicule would not suffice. Impossible. How could you achieve such a feat? Only the legendary god of gambling could accomplish that. Basong's eyes widened in horror as he pointed at me. Disbelief etched across his face. Could it be that you are that god of gambling? I looked at Basong and smiled lightly, surprised that he would associate me with that enigmatic figure. 5 years ago, a mysterious individual appeared in the casinos of Southeast Asia, always masked, with no one aware of his true visage or age. Remarkably, he never lost a single game. Over the course of 6 months, he traversed various casinos, gambling hundreds of times without defeat. Thus, the legend of the god of gambling was born. Like me, he never glanced at the hidden cards. Following each game, many gambling experts scrutinized the footage, yet none could decipher his methods. The only plausible explanation was his extraordinary computational ability and photographic memory, enabling him to retain every card's position. However, after 6 months, he vanished without a trace, never to be seen again. Speculations regarding his disappearance flourished. Many believed that the casinos had intervened to eliminate him, as allowing him to continue winning would spell doom for their operations. I recognized that the so-called god of gambling was a person of considerable influence, endowed with remarkable memory. His forays into gambling were merely a fleeting whim. After 6 months of indulging, he disappeared. His family was vast and possessed extraordinary capabilities, ensuring his continued existence and safety. I was taken aback that Basong would dare to link me to such a figure. While my memory was commendable, it paled in comparison to that unique genius. It was implausible for me to recall the position of every card in a hand. Yet, I had no need to remember. I was disinclined to explain myself to him. Simply approaching him. From the outset, I orchestrated this scheme, intending to convince you that I was merely an amateur experiencing a stroke of luck today. I had originally planned to eliminate you after 50 rounds. Yet here we are at only 39, and you have already walked into my trap, affirming my fortunate streak today. I gazed at Basong, who appeared ashen and defeated. With your level of skill, how could you ever hope to be my master? Do you truly believe you are worthy? I taunted him. Basong clenched his fists, his expression shifting erratically. He now comprehended that I had been leading him into a trap all along, meticulously guiding him toward his demise. Lu Jingzhong, drenched in sweat, looked as though he had lost a family member. His distress stemmed from his financial ruin. He had initially sought to capitalize on Basong's downfall at the casino. Yet not only had he failed to profit, but he had also lost over $1 billion. The company's liquid assets were now entirely depleted. This is dire. Boss Lu. I apologize. This time, I was simply outmatched. Basong, his face ashen, looked toward Lu Jingzhong, his voice hoarse. It seemed that my victory, combined with my derision, had dealt him a crushing blow. Lu Jingzhong wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that he had once again fallen short. His countenance darkened as he glanced at Zhu Yun. Although Zhu Yun was on the brink of defeat, no incident had yet occurred. On his territory, he dared not take a hard stance. We are leaving, Lu Jingzhong instructed Basong. However, as he turned, he cast me a venomous glare. He now harbored an intense hatred for me, blaming my presence for the current predicament. Otherwise, he would have already won several billion. Thus, it was inevitable that Lu Jingzhong would harbor animosity toward me. Wait, you cannot leave just yet. As I observed Lu Jingzhong and Basong stand, I spoke coolly. With my words, the security personnel swiftly surrounded the entrance, blocking their exit. Zhu Yun, what are you doing? What does this mean? I lost money. Am I not allowed to leave? Trapped, Lu Jingzhong's fury ignited, his gaze fixed intently on Zhu Yun. Zhu Yun, bewildered, looked at me, unsure of my intentions. After all, given their dire loss, prolonging their humiliation served little purpose. I let out a cold chuckle and approached Basong, fixing my gaze upon him. Under my scrutiny, Basong appeared slightly anxious. What are you doing? He asked. I did not respond. Instead, I seized his arm. Instantly, Basong's complexion changed dramatically. What are you doing? Let go of me. He violently swung his arm, attempting to break free from my grip. However, his strength was no match for mine, and he could not shake off my hold. With a cold snort, I raised my other hand and grasped his sleeve. With a tearing sound, Basong's sleeve was ripped open, and a card floated out, landing on the ground. It was the Ace of Hearts. Upon seeing the card on the floor, everyone's expression shifted uncomfortably. In a casino, being caught cheating is a matter of dire consequence. This is an age-old rule. While cheating may be permissible, being discovered in a casino is absolutely unacceptable. Otherwise, severe punishment awaits. During the 30-second round, you checked the cards and pocketed one, concealing it in your sleeve. I held Basong's hand, offering him a faint smile. Yet, his expression was one of sheer horror, his eyes filled with despair. For a master of gambling, one's hands are of utmost importance. Should they be severed, it would spell the end of their livelihood. You believed yourself to be clever, but I have long observed your every move. The only reason I have yet to act is that you have not yet fallen into my trap. As a master, you should be aware of the fate that befalls those who break the rules. Basong's face was a mask of terror, his lips quivering, seemingly pleading for mercy. However, I did not grant him that opportunity and simply beckoned to Zhu Yeqing. With a flick of her wrist, she passed me the dagger she had been holding. She finally understood the reason I had her prepare it. Taking the dagger, I forcefully pulled Basong and pressed his arm down onto the table. Then struck with the blade. I intended to sever his hand. Basong, now utterly petrified, could barely react. He staggered, and a wave of excruciating pain shot through his wrist, nearly causing him to faint. Ah, my hand. Ah, the blade fell, and Basong's right hand was severed at the wrist, blood gushing forth and splattering onto me. His agonized screams, alongside the severed hand on the table, sent a shiver through everyone in the room. Though they were not timid individuals, this scene still left them visibly shaken. After all, witnessing a hand being casually chopped off is enough to chill anyone's heart. I frowned as I looked at the blood on my hands, feeling a wave of nausea wash over me. I then walked to the restroom, turning on the tap to wash my hands. All eyes in the room were fixed upon me, as my calm demeanor sent chills down their spines. To sever a man's hand and remain so composed was enough to instill fear. Although the blood made me feel slightly queasy, it was merely a fleeting discomfort. A person like Ba Song, who had committed such heinous acts, deserved death. Thus, sparing him with merely the loss of a hand felt lenient. Now he would no longer be able to gamble or harm others. Ba Song lay on the ground, wailing in agony. Lu Jingzhong, witnessing Ba Song's tragic state, turned pale with fear. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't make him cheat. It wasn't me. Upon seeing Zhu Yun glance at him, Lu Jingzhong hastily shook his head. Master Zhu, it truly wasn't my fault. I didn't make him cheat. Lu Jingzhong was thoroughly frightened and suddenly fell to his knees before Zhu Yun, desperately pleading. Brother-in-law, what should we do? Zhu Yun turned to me, inquiring. You handle it as you see fit. I took the tissue that Zhu Yeqing handed me, wiped my hands clean, and frowned. Ba Song continued to wail on the floor, and the overwhelming scent of blood made it unsuitable for us to linger any longer. After speaking, I exited directly, with Zhu Yeqing trailing behind me. How Zhu Yun dealt with Lu Jingzhong was no longer my concern. Zhu Yeqing hurried to catch up and instinctively linked her arm with mine. If we were to feign a romantic relationship, we needed to do so flawlessly. Yet, I found it increasingly difficult to discern whether we were merely pretending. After all, we had already crossed that boundary, rendering the distinction almost negligible. I realized that the closer I got to you, the less I could see through you. Zhu Yeqing blinked at me. I understood her confusion. My displayed abilities had left her quite astonished. Knowing so many secrets, effortlessly dispatching 7 men at sea, and today showcasing an extraordinary gambling skill had only deepened the air of mystery surrounding me in her eyes. If you cannot see through me, perhaps getting even closer and sharing more intimate moments might help. I grinned mischievously at her. You scoundrel, Zhu Yeqing replied, slightly embarrassed. That blow you struck was quite decisive. As she spoke, she gazed at me. The swift motion of the blade had indeed left a profound impact on everyone present. Zhu Yeqing had not anticipated my decisive action. That man had committed many wrongs. Removing one of his hands was a mere leniency. It was just a hand. After all, what was there to be shocked about? I chuckled lightly. Zhu Yeqing looked at me, recalling the moment on that ship when I seized the gun and killed 7 bandits, sending a chill down her spine. The current Zhu Yeqing found me increasingly inscrutable. A man who knew everything, capable of taking down 7 fierce criminals in an instant, coupled with today's remarkable gambling prowess, appeared utterly unfathomable to her. The most baffling aspect remained my age. I was far too young. How could someone so youthful possess such a myriad of skills? Zhu Yeqing gently bit her crimson lips, her mind swirling with questions. We entered the elevator, and Zhu Yeqing pressed the button, soon arriving back at the top floor. However, this time we did not head to Zhu Yun's office, but instead entered a meticulously decorated suite. The suite was spacious, yet its decor was not ostentatious. Rather, it exuded a sense of refinement. Of course, this was merely superficial. The room was adorned with numerous pieces of calligraphy and paintings by famous figures, as well as antique porcelain. A mere glance confirmed that very few of these artworks and antiques were authentic. Oh, I didn't expect Zhu Yun to have such taste, I remarked with a smile. He has no taste whatsoever. He merely pretends to appreciate the arts. All of these were purchased at exorbitant prices, yet he knows nothing about them. It's simply for show. Zhu Yeqing looked at me, puzzled, and asked, You understand antiques? Just a bit, I replied with a smile, pointing to several paintings on the wall and the vase on the table. These are all fakes. Your brother has been duped. Zhu Yeqing gazed at me with an expression of disbelief, yet she lacked the expertise in antiques to discern their authenticity. Nevertheless, my demonstrated capabilities had profoundly astonished her. Zhu Yeqing had resolved to ask Zhu Yun to enlist an expert for verification. What would you like to drink? She asked, resembling a delicate woman as she assisted me in removing my coat and hung it upon a rack. I shall have your favorite, Moat Shandong, from the vintage of 1990. I replied with a smile and a nod. Zhu Yeqing turned to the wine cabinet to pour the drink, pausing momentarily in surprise. For the champagne I mentioned was indeed her preferred choice. As I surveyed the room's decor, my gaze fell upon a piano by the window, which took me by surprise. Zhu Yun could not play the piano, so it was evident that the instrument was merely a decorative piece. The sight of the piano stirred a longing within me, prompting me to approach it, lift the lid, and take a seat. My fingers glided over the keys, pressing down on the black and white notes, releasing a soothing melody that filled the air. The harmonious piano notes flowed gracefully, intertwining in a captivating symphony. Gradually, the music brightened, spreading like an ebbing tide. In the next moment, The tune transformed into a lively rhythm, conjuring an image in my mind of a little girl in a white dress, joyfully chasing butterflies across a lush green meadow. My fingers danced over the keys, and my body swayed gently to the rhythm. I had become utterly entranced by the allure of the music. Zhu Yeqing stood quietly behind me, holding 2 glasses of wine. She moved with such grace, mindful not to disrupt the enchanting melody, fearing that any disturbance would be an unforgivable transgression. The captivating cadence of the piano echoed like the gentle flow of a crystalline stream. Zhu Yeqing remained behind me, her gaze fixed on my eyes, which sparkled with an almost imperceptible gleam. Today, on her 20th birthday, she had not felt any romantic inclination since her husband's untimely demise on their wedding night. Yet, the way she looked at me now had begun to change, revealing an unfamiliar depth. Our recent interactions had rendered her increasingly puzzled by my character. Over the years, she had encountered many remarkable men, but I was the most extraordinary she had ever met. Zhu Yeqing found herself questioning whether there was anything I could not accomplish, as I had continuously surprised her. The piece I played was well known, and it was one of Zhu Yeqing's favorites. However, it was notably challenging to perform, even for a true virtuoso. Yet, I played it with a remarkable fluidity and grace, signifying my prowess as a concert pianist of masterful caliber. As the final note lingered in the air, my fingers lifted from the keys, but the haunting melody seemed to remain in Zhu Yeqing's ears. After a lengthy pause, she emerged from her reverie, exhaling softly. In that moment, she had completely immersed herself in the music, feeling as if she were the barefoot girl chasing butterflies. That experience bestowed upon her a sense of lightness she had not felt in countless years. "Your drink," she said, smiling as she handed me a glass. I accepted it, gently clinking it against hers before taking a sip. Zhu Yeqing's long hair cascaded over her shoulders as she lifted a hand to sweep it back, revealing her alluringly fair neck. "You truly astonish me. Is there anything you cannot do?" Zhu Yeqing inquired, her eyes fixed intently upon mine. "There are many things I can do, and in time, you shall come to know them all," I replied with a smile. The look in Zhu Yeqing's eyes held an inexplicable brilliance, and with a hint of allure in her voice, she said, "I feel an impulse to have you as my genuine boyfriend." I smiled at her, setting my glass aside. Rising, I gently lifted her chin, smiling as I said, "Having shared a night together, the truth of our relationship becomes less significant." Meeting my gaze, a blush crept across Zhu Yeqing's face, enhancing her allure. She was an exquisite woman, her face flawless like a perfect porcelain figurine. However, to the outside world, she was perceived as both beautiful and dangerous, akin to a stunningly alluring serpent. Few had witnessed her smile, as she often maintained an austere demeanor that made her seem unapproachable. No one had seen her shy as an ordinary woman, yet now, in my presence, her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. I gazed at her, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her, my heart racing uncontrollably as I drew her soft waist into my embrace. "Oh," she gasped, startled as I pulled her close. "You scoundrel, what are you doing?" Zhu Yeqing playfully chastised, lightly punching my chest. "I desire you," I confessed, lowering my head to press my lips against hers. Zhu Yeqing initially struggled to push me away, but soon succumbed to the intensity of the moment, her body softening in response, leading to a passionate exchange. Although she was perceived as an icy woman by others, I alone understood the fervor that ignited within her. Especially during intimate moments, she often took the lead. We kissed for 5 or 6 minutes before parting, and at that moment, Zhu Yeqing's cheeks were flushed, her body slightly warm, her lips plump and red, and her eyes glistening with moisture. I looked at her, captivated by her allure, knowing no man could resist her charm. "Should we continue here?" I whispered, gently nibbling on her earlobe. "No, we cannot. This is my brother's room. Tonight, I will make sure to have my way with you," she replied, exhaling deeply before breaking free from my embrace and straightening her clothes. Chapter 29. The true identity of the brother-in-law. At this moment, Zhu Yeqing's cheeks were slightly flushed, her eyes sparkling with emotion, exuding an irresistible allure. If this were not Zhu Yun's room, I would have undoubtedly succumbed to temptation. "What are you staring at?" she asked, a mix of shyness and irritation in her gaze. I chuckled, lifting my glass to drain its contents. "You are truly a remarkable man. The closer I get to you, the more I find you unfathomable," Zhu Yeqing remarked, taking a deep breath to regain her composure as she studied me with a slight frown. She was an exceptionally capable woman, surrounded by individuals of extraordinary caliber. Yet, the abilities I displayed continued to baffle her. How can one person possess such an array of extraordinary talents? "Are you beginning to realize you might be falling for me? If so, we could turn our pretense into reality and set a date to wed," I jested, smiling at her. Huh, how naive you are. Although you are quite remarkable, more than I expected, I have long sworn never to marry again in this lifetime. Thus, you are merely a man to me, a means to satisfy my physical needs. Do not entertain thoughts of us having any other relationship, Zhu Yeqing said with a smile. You might as well say, I am just a tool for your physical desires. If that is the case, why not simply purchase a tool? Upon hearing my words, a flicker of indignation crossed Zhu Yeqing's face, though she quickly masked it. Humph, a cold, lifeless tool cannot compare to a living person. Your physique is rather appealing, so I might as well make use of it. We can discuss matters when I tire of it. Zhu Yeqing resumed her regal demeanor. I gazed at her and could not help but chuckle. She was indeed an intriguing woman. Before our acquaintance, she was a virgin, untouched by anyone. Yet now she feigned the manner of an experienced woman, which was rather amusing to me. However, I chose to remain silent, for I understood Zhu Yeqing well. She was exceedingly proud, and should I expose her, she would undoubtedly become furious. You saved me, and have now assisted Zhu Yun. I will repay you, tomorrow. The amount on that card will increase by 2 million, Zhu Yeqing stated matter-of-factly. I smiled and remained silent. Zhu Yeqing, a woman who had traversed countless intrigues, possessed an instinctual wariness of others. This instinct extended to me as well. Particularly now, given my exceptional performance, it rendered her even more insecure. Thus, she instinctively preferred not to entangle herself too deeply with me, opting instead for a monetary relationship, which she viewed as her cleverest choice. However, after cohabiting on this deserted island for over 10 days, having shared life and death experiences, and having become intimately involved, it seemed that no sum of money could adequately measure our bond. Yet, since she wished to maintain a certain distance, I respected her choice. From now on, I shall be your client, and your duty is to serve your client well, Zhu Yeqing remarked, letting out a soft hum. Very well. I shall ensure I serve you well, I replied, suddenly rising and closing the distance between us, fixing my gaze upon her. Under my scrutiny, Zhu Yeqing's icy demeanor began to crack, and even her breathing grew slightly hurried. I chuckled. This woman was truly fascinating. Just then, a series of knocks interrupted my intention to embrace her. I stepped back, granting her space. Zhu Yeqing shot me an indignant glare before calmly saying, "Come in." The door swung open, and Zhu Yun entered. Brother-in-law, Zhu Yun approached respectfully. Have you completed the matters outside? I inquired. Yes, I directly sent Lu Jingzhong packing. Zhu Yun replied. I nodded, acknowledging that Zhu Yun was no fool. Lu Jingzhong had lost 300 million, rendering his continued presence unnecessary. Zhu Yun possessed discernment. Brother-in-law, it's lunchtime. Shall we head down to eat? Zhu Yun asked. Sure, I am a bit hungry, I concurred. Upon my agreement, Zhu Yun promptly arranged for a vehicle and took us to a Chinese restaurant in the city. After casually ordering a few dishes, we settled into a private room. Brother-in-law, I truly appreciate your assistance today. Let me raise a toast to you, Zhu Yun said, raising his glass and downing it in one go. Why be polite? He is your brother-in-law, not a stranger. There is no need for formality. Zhu Yeqing feigned annoyance. Ha ha, brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable. Your gambling skills are nothing short of extraordinary. Zhu Yun paused, then looked at me with curiosity. Brother-in-law, you cannot possibly be the legendary gambler who challenged over 100 casinos in Southeast Asia, can you? Zhu Yun, who managed casinos, was certainly familiar with the tales of that legendary gambler. The methods I employed at the gambling table had left Boss Song questioning whether I was indeed that gambler. Thus, Zhu Yun now harbored doubts about my identity. What are you thinking? I am not that gambler. He is currently in the capital. I took a sip of my drink and set the glass down. My words caused Zhu Yun's expression to falter. After all, if I were that gambler, it would bring him considerable prestige in the future. However, he quickly noticed something amiss in my statement. Brother-in-law, do you know that gambler? Zhu Yun asked, puzzled. Even Zhu Yeqing looked at me with curiosity. I do not know him personally, but I am aware of his identity, I replied with a smile. At my words, Zhu Yun gasped in surprise. That gambler had emerged into the spotlight and vanished 6 months later. Countless individuals had sought to uncover his true identity, yet no one had succeeded over the years. The fact that I claimed to know his details left Zhu Yun astounded. Brother-in-law, what exactly do you do? Zhu Yun could no longer suppress his curiosity. That is a secret, I smiled at him. Zhu Yun raised an eyebrow, clearly dissatisfied with my answer. Yet he did not dare to press further. Then, brother-in-law, how should I handle the closure of my establishment? Zhu Yun inquired. That depends on whether you are willing to let go. Perhaps you should set it ablaze, I said casually. What? Burn it down. Both Zhu Yun and Zhu Yeqing gasped in disbelief. The Jinding Club had been under Zhu Yun's management for 3 years. with over 300 million invested to transform it into the most upscale venue in Jiangnan province. The thought of burning it down was certainly hard for him to accept. Create an artificial fire, control it properly, and allow yourself a reasonable excuse for a temporary closure, I elaborated. Both Zhu Yun and Zhu Yeqing, being astute individuals, quickly grasped my meaning. We continued to converse casually while dining, during which Zhu Yun subtly attempted to probe my background. However, he was bound to be disappointed, for I would reveal nothing. You all continue eating. I need to use the restroom. Feeling somewhat vexed by Zhu Yun's inquiries, I stood up and headed towards the exit. Do you know where it is? If not, I can accompany you. Zhu Yeqing also stood. No need. I am aware. I gently patted her shoulder and walked out. Once I exited the private room and heard my footsteps receding, Zhu Yun quickly leaned toward his sister. Sister, what on earth is this fellow's background? Where did you find him? Zhu Yun was perceptive and difficult to deceive. Despite calling me brother-in-law, he remained suspicious of my identity. My sudden emergence was too abrupt. He had never heard Zhu Yeqing mention me before. The most critical aspect was my extraordinary skills, which unsettled Zhu Yun. After all, matters concerning him were in motion, and he himself was unaware. Not only did I possess knowledge of these matters, but I was also well aware of where the information lay, even knowing the combination to his safe. This left Zhu Yun utterly incredulous, unable to fathom how I had acquired such knowledge. In the depths of his heart, he harbored a natural wariness towards me. However, he was acutely aware that my actions were solely intended to assist him. If I wished him harm, I would need only to refrain from any action, for the evidence at hand would suffice to lead him to his ruin. The enigmatic aura I projected left him feeling uncertain. It would be abnormal for him not to harbor doubts about me. What do you mean by that, guy? He is your brother-in-law. You must show him respect, admonished Zhu Yeqing, casting a disapproving glance at her younger brother. Upon witnessing his sister's anger, Zhu Yun instinctively recoiled. Though he was reckless, his greatest fear was Zhu Yeqing. He would never dare to retort in her presence. He is your brother-in-law. I merely wish to ascertain his background. My investigation reveals that he is just a retired soldier, which seems implausible. Thus, I seek to uncover the truth about my brother-in-law's origins, Zhu Yun said, shrinking his neck. Why do you want to know this? Zhu Yeqing furrowed her brow. She felt somewhat embarrassed herself, as she too was unaware of my true background. Zhu Yeqing had long since investigated me, yet she had uncovered nothing of substance. To them, I was merely a retired soldier, a lowly security guard, incapable of possessing such extraordinary abilities. Thus, the only logical explanation was that my true information had been concealed, even from them. Unable to respond to Zhu Yun's inquiry, Zhu Yeqing opted for silence. Sister, I am your dear brother. I am concerned for you. I believe it is essential to clarify my brother-in-law's background. He is not an ordinary man, and you must not be deceived, Zhu Yun reiterated. Chapter 30. Let go of that girl. No one has ever deceived me. You need not concern yourself with my affairs. However, I have already warned you not to associate with Qianbin. You simply refuse to listen. If it weren't for your brother-in-law, you would likely find yourself in trouble soon, Zhu Yeqing remarked coldly, deftly shifting the topic. Observing his sister's anger, Zhu Yun instinctively shrank back. This time it's indeed my fault. I fell for Qianbin's sweet words and got involved with him. However, sister, we are discussing my brother-in-law. Please do not change the subject. Zhu Yun was evidently unwilling to relent, for Zhu Yeqing was the sister he cherished most, and the ambiguity surrounding my identity left him unsettled. As for your brother-in-law, he treats me very well, Zhu Yeqing stated. Yet I find him suspicious, Zhu Yun replied, his disbelief evident. I warn you, do not continue your investigation into your brother-in-law. Otherwise, I shall be displeased, Zhu Yeqing said, raising an eyebrow. But sister, I am your dear brother. My intentions are purely for your well-being. That man is undoubtedly problematic, Zhu Yun insisted. He had conducted an investigation into me, but found it hard to believe the information he uncovered, leading him to suspect that all my credentials were fabricated. Whether he has issues, I am more aware than you. Thus, you need not concern yourself with our matters, Zhu Yeqing said, her tone growing firmer due to Zhu Yun's persistence. Knowing that further questioning would genuinely provoke his sister's ire, Zhu Yun relented. Fine, I shall refrain from asking. Consider me overly inquisitive. But sister, should that man deceive you, do not come crying to me, Zhu Yun said hastily, retreating to his own seat, fearful of incurring Zhu Yeqing's wrath. Unexpectedly, Zhu Yeqing did not express her anger. Zhu Yun, I know you are worried about me, but truly, your brother-in-law is not an issue. You need not fret. Zhu Yeqing finally softened her tone towards her brother. This left Zhu Yun feeling somewhat embarrassed. He scratched his head and tentatively inquired, Sister, are you really pregnant? Zhu Yeqing glanced at him, her expression impassive, and replied coolly, "Do not let our family know. If they find out, I shall deal with you." Though Zhu Yeqing did not directly answer Zhu Yun's question, it implied her tacit acknowledgement of his conjecture. "Sister, should I give my brother-in-law some money?" Zhu Yun hesitated before asking Zhu Yeqing. "Why would you give him money?" Zhu Yeqing inquired, puzzled. "He helped me immensely today, winning back 300 million, and since he is my brother-in-law, it would be inappropriate not to express my gratitude," Zhu Yun explained. Zhu Yeqing contemplated this before nodding. "How much should I give him?" Zhu Yun asked tentatively. "Decide that for yourself. I shall not interfere," Zhu Yeqing replied. "Aren't you suspicious of him? Why then are you considering giving him money?" Zhu Yeqing questioned again. "Sister, a matter is a matter. Although I harbor doubts, he has indeed rendered significant assistance, and I must acknowledge that. If I neglect to do so, how can I navigate the world?" Zhu Yun stated. Zhu Yeqing nodded, recognizing her brother's astuteness, especially regarding social dealings, in which he was more knowledgeable than she. I emerged from the restroom, re-entering the private room, casting a glance at the Zhu siblings. I knew that after my departure, Zhu Yun would undoubtedly inquire about my background from Zhu Yeqing. "What are you two discussing?" I casually asked as I took my seat. "Of course, we are discussing you, brother-in-law," Zhu Yun replied without hesitation, smiling at me. I regarded him, feeling a growing fondness for this clever young man. "Oh, what about me?" I inquired. "We were discussing how amazing you are, as if you know everything," Zhu Yun said. I smiled but chose not to respond. "Brother-in-law, are you currently residing in Jiangxing?" Zhu Yun continued his questioning. I shot him a glance, thinking to myself that he had already conducted his investigation. So this was a rather obvious inquiry. "Indeed, I reside in Dongfang Huaqing on Guanghe Road." "Dongfang Huaqing? That place is filled with old buildings and is not very pleasant. With your abilities, why haven't you moved to a better residence?" Zhu Yun feigned confusion. "It is an old house left by my family. I have a sentimental attachment to it and have grown accustomed to living here. Thus, I have no desire to change," I replied. Zhu Yun scrutinized my face, trying to discern some inconsistency, but he was evidently disappointed. Zhu Yeqing shot Zhu Yun a glare, her expression displeased. Observing his sister's anger, Zhu Yun quickly withdrew, no longer daring to ask further questions. "I have much work to attend to today and cannot accompany you. Let Zhu Yun take you home later," Zhu Yeqing said, rising after the meal and smiling at me. I stared at her, somewhat puzzled. "At Jinding, did you not say you would keep me occupied tonight? Why then must you work now?" Realizing my thoughts, Zhu Yeqing's face briefly flushed with embarrassment. She discreetly extended her foot, stepping on mine. "Dear, I truly have a great deal of work today and cannot accompany you. Behave yourself at home," Zhu Yeqing stated, pressing down firmly on my foot before striding out. I gasped, feeling a sharp intake of breath. This woman was indeed forceful. Was she attempting to commit fratricide? The skin on my foot was sure to be bruised. Zhu Yun stared at me, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how his sister could treat a man in such a manner after all these years. Was this truly his sister? She had always embodied the icy demeanor of an aloof queen, hardly sparing a glance for any man. However, just a moment ago, the sudden display of affection from Zhu Yun made him question his own existence. "Brother-in-law, you are amazing." Zhu Yun could no longer contain himself and gave me a thumbs up, his face radiating admiration. With Zhu Yeqing having left, both Zhu Yun and I departed from the restaurant. Initially, Zhu Yun intended to take me to Jinding for some entertainment, but I graciously declined his kind offer, as I found that place rather uncomfortable. Moreover, Zhu Yun was quite busy at the moment, with numerous tasks awaiting his attention, so I refrained from causing any disturbance. I requested that Zhu Yun drop me off at the entrance of the community, and then I waved him goodbye. Wasn't it said that we would engage in a fierce battle of 300 rounds tonight? Why the sudden fear? I took out my phone and composed a message directed at Zhu Yeqing. "You scoundrel, do you think I am as idle as you, with nothing to do? I have plenty on my plate." Moments later, Zhu Yeqing's reply arrived. I smiled, knowing she was not lying. Managing such a vast enterprise as Longmen Group, Zhu Yeqing was indeed very busy every day. Having squandered too much time during the day, she needed to work late into the night. "Do take care of yourself," I replied. "You hurt me today?" Shortly after, Zhu Yeqing responded again. I chuckled at my phone, as such exchanges always brought a unique sense of satisfaction to a man. "Who told you to be so reckless? You are always on top and going at it so hard. Of course, it will hurt." I continued to reply. "Humph, scoundrel. Next time I will definitely defeat you. Now, I must get busy." I glanced at the message before putting my phone back into my pocket. Instead of heading home, I wandered aimlessly along the street, observing every passerby. I did not recognize any of them, yet at this moment, a mere glance allowed all their information to vividly manifest in my mind. I felt as though I possessed omniscience, with no secrets left in this world. This sensation provided me with a peculiar thrill, as the ability to know everything was indeed extraordinary. I strolled through the streets for an entire afternoon, and as evening approached, I paused in front of a bar and pushed the door open. Finding a secluded spot, I sat down and casually ordered a bottle of beer, indulging in solitary drinking. At that moment, the bar door swung open, and a girl in a white short skirt entered. Her blue wig added a touch of eccentricity to her appearance. Nonetheless, her beauty was striking, especially her two vibrant legs beneath the short skirt, which captured attention effortlessly. Mu Xiaoyao, the eldest daughter of Mu Jinlong from Jiangcheng, 21 years old. Measurements, 84-62-86, a virgin. With just a glance, all her information appeared in my mind. The girl surveyed the bar with a look of disappointment before settling into a quiet corner to make a phone call, though the call remained unanswered. Taking a sip of my drink, I smiled, realizing she had come here to meet a friend for a night out. However, only I was aware that her friend would not be showing up, as she was currently entwined with her boyfriend, having long forgotten their arrangement. The dim lighting of the bar created an atmosphere conducive to igniting other thoughts. The girl's presence drew the attention of many patrons, particularly because she was alone. Moments later, a group of 4 individuals stood up from a nearby table and made their way toward her. I glanced at the group, recognizing them as local ruffians, clearly intent on harassing Mu Xiaoyao. I frowned, as I am not one to meddle in others' affairs. However, witnessing these thugs about to prey on a girl, especially one as innocent as Mu Xiaoyao, was unbearable. "Hey there, little sister, all alone? Feeling lonely? Want me to keep you company?" The group of thugs approached Mu Xiaoyao, some even beginning to make unwanted advances. "What are you doing? I'll call the police," Mu Xiaoyao exclaimed, her face paling in fear. "Ha ha ha, don't be scared, little sister. Come home with me, and I'll take good care of you." As one thug spoke, the others lunged toward Mu Xiaoyao, reaching out to grab her. I sighed, unable to remain seated any longer. If I did not intervene, this innocent girl would undoubtedly fall victim to these beasts. "Let go of that girl." I stood up and shouted, striding toward them. Chapter 31, Big Brother and Sister-in-Law. "Who the hell are you to interfere?" One thug cursed as he approached me. Without hesitation, I grabbed a bottle from the nearby table and smashed it over his head, splitting it open. These ruffians were not worth my mercy. The sound echoed as the thug crouched on the ground, clutching his head, his pained cries startling everyone in the bar. "Damn it, this guy actually dared to strike. Brothers, get him." Seeing their companion harmed, the remaining 3 thugs charged at me, shouting angrily. I smirked and stepped forward, seizing one thug's arm and twisting it violently. With a sickening crack, his wrist snapped, and he collapsed to the ground in agony. The other 2 continued to rush at me. I scoffed, picking up the broken bottle and swinging it toward their necks. The 2 thugs felt a sharp pain in their throats and, upon realizing they were bleeding, froze in fear. This is a life-or-death situation. The 2 thugs were thoroughly intimidated, or perhaps terrified. In the underworld, unless driven by a blood feud, one would not typically resort to lethal force on a whim. After all, injuring someone could be settled with money, but murder was a serious matter. They knew that had they not dodged swiftly, their throats would have been sliced open. Observing the 2 terrified thugs, I smiled. To deal with such ruffians, one must be tougher than they are. Only then will they fear you. Of course, even if they had continued their assault, I would not have actually slashed their throats, for that would be murder. I merely needed to intimidate them. "Murder! Murder!" I heard someone shout, and chaos erupted in the bar as patrons rushed for the exit. Just then, from a booth in the back, a few men stood up, fury etched on their faces as they approached menacingly. The leading man was robust, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt that revealed a dragon tattoo on his chest. A single glance at him revealed his identity. Lu Laoba, the leader of the thugs, had sent those men to harass Mu Xiaoyao. As Lu Laoba approached, he beheld one of his subordinates with a split head, another with a broken wrist, while the remaining 2 clutched their necks, frantically calling for an ambulance. "Get him to the hospital now?" Lu Laoba waved his hand, instructing his subordinates with urgency. Amidst the chaos, several injured individuals were escorted out. I, however, took a seat with ease, positioning myself directly in front of Mu Xiaoyao. The current state of Mu Xiaoyao was one of sheer terror. She yearned to flee, yet the men surrounding her glared menacingly, rendering her immobile. Lu Laoba cast a glance in my direction, feeling a twinge of apprehension. To his surprise, I appeared youthful, yet my actions were ruthlessly lethal, a style that could easily claim lives. Lu Laoba, quite audaciously, dared to create a disturbance on the territory of Lu Song. "Is this how your elder brother Yaoshi has taught you?" I gazed at Lu Laoba, calmly lifting a glass of wine and taking a gentle sip. This wine bore the imprint of Mu Xiaoyao's lips from earlier. Upon hearing my words, Lu Laoba paused, a hint of suspicion in his voice as he inquired, "Do you know me and my elder brother?" I smiled briefly. In this world, secrets were scarce, and with a mere glance, I discerned Lu Laoba's background. He was affiliated with Yaoshi in the southern part of the city, while this bar belonged to Lu Song in the west. Yaoshi and Lu Song were bitter rivals. Yet they had agreed to avoid conflict and focus on their respective businesses, as fighting was less profitable than earning. I recalled that 3 months prior, Yaoshi and Lu Song had made an agreement to refrain from encroaching upon each other's domains. Anyone who violated this agreement would face severe consequences. Did you not fear having your legs broken for causing trouble here? Lu Laoba's complexion shifted dramatically upon hearing my words. He was well aware of this pact. However, today Lu Song was otherwise occupied and not present at the establishment, prompting him to bring his underlings here for a casual visit. He had no intention of stirring trouble until he encountered Mu Xiaoyao, which ignited his lustful intentions. Initially, a mere girl being taken away by a few of his subordinates would not lead to any issues, yet my intervention had altered the situation. Lu Laoba regarded me with skepticism, questioning whether I was sent by Lu Song to maintain order. "My friend, may I ask which path you traverse?" he inquired. Though his tone had shifted to one of respect, I merely smiled at him, offering no response. This silence provoked Lu Laoba's irritation. "Brother, even if you are Lu Song's man, should my brothers suffer harm today, I fear Lu Song would be unable to shield you," he stated, his tone growing more severe. I chuckled softly, retrieving my mobile phone and dialing a number. "Hello, may I ask who this is?" A puzzled male voice answered on the other end. The individual was none other than Yaoshi, Lu Laoba's superior. This number was private, known to few, and a call from an unfamiliar number raised his suspicions. "Yaoshi, you certainly have a knack for finding trouble. Your subordinate Lu Laoba has come to cause a ruckus at Qitian Bar. Do you wish to breach your agreement and reignite conflict with Lu Song?" I addressed Yaoshi directly. Upon hearing my words, a silence enveloped the line. I knew his private number and was aware of his pact with Lu Song. "May I ask who you are?" came Yaoshi's cautious inquiry, now thoroughly intimidated. "Zhu Yeqing, young Master Zhu sends his regards. You ought to keep a tight leash on your men, otherwise your standing in Jiangcheng will be in jeopardy," I stated coldly. Both Lu Song and Yaoshi had to bow before Zhu Yeqing, for my rather unassuming brother-in-law wielded considerable influence in Jiangcheng, instilling fear in those who traversed the underworld. "May I inquire who you are?" Yaoshi asked, bewildered. "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that you manage your brothers well," I replied icily. Yes. I shall ensure my brothers are well taken care of. Please pass the phone to Laoba," Yaoshi hastily responded, his demeanor shifting to one of obedience. "Very well." I turned to Lu Laoba. "Your elder brother wishes to speak with you." At that moment, cold sweat poured from Lu Laoba's brow. Initially believing I was an ally of Lu Song, the repeated mention of young Master Zhu left him trembling. Young Master Zhu was a formidable figure in Jiangcheng, and crossing him would yield dire consequences. "Hello, elder brother, it is I? I apologize, I was in the wrong," Lu Laoba stammered, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat as he took the call. Shortly thereafter, Yaoshi concluded his reprimand of Lu Laoba, who approached me with great respect. Handing over the phone, I lifted the device to my ear. "This was indeed our fault. I assure you it will not happen again. Lu Laoba will defer to your judgment," Yaoshi's voice resounded. "Very well, I shall handle it," I replied, promptly ending the call. With a thud, Lu Laoba knelt before me, pleading, "Elder brother, I was blind and foolish. I beg for your mercy. I have a family to support. If I were to suffer injury, how could I care for them?" As he knelt, he slapped himself repeatedly in a gesture of contrition. The surrounding underlings, witnessing this scene, were struck with fear, none daring to utter a word. Behind them, Mu Xiaoyao's beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity regarding my identity. I glanced at Mu Xiaoyao and instructed Lu Laoba, "You have offended her today, so you must apologize." Lu Laoba immediately bowed repeatedly to Mu Xiaoyao, pleading, "Sister-in-law, I was mistaken. I shall never dare again. I implore your forgiveness." Mu Xiaoyao was taken aback, not anticipating that he would refer to her as sister-in-law, leaving her momentarily speechless. I shrugged, thinking that he seemed to have misunderstood the situation. Yet, I saw no need to clarify, merely waving my hand. "Very well, consider yourself forgiven." Upon hearing my words, Lu Laoba bowed to both me and Mu Xiaoyao again. "Thank you, elder brother." "Thank you, sister-in-law." "No, I am not," Mu Xiaoyao attempted to explain, but her voice was too faint to be heard. Seeing that I had released him, Lu Laoba hastily rose and led his subordinates toward the exit. Following this incident, he swore he would never return to this wretched bar again. "Is that all?" I called out, halting him. At my words, Lu Laoba stiffened, gritting his teeth. He turned back, brandishing a dagger in his right hand while placing his left on the table. Today, should you spare me, I, Lu Laoba, will forfeit a finger, he declared, raising the dagger to inflict harm upon himself. Mu Xiaoyao gasped in fright, quickly covering her eyes, unwilling to witness the impending act. I casually grabbed a chair and hurled it at Lu Laoba, knocking him to the ground. Who the hell told you to harm yourself? Lu Laoba, now riddled with despair, asked, what do you wish for instead? Today, with this commotion, the patrons have all fled. You are to compensate them for their losses, I stated. Upon hearing my words, Lu Laoba exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Yes, I will certainly provide compensation. I smiled at Mu Xiaoyao. Shall we depart? Mu Xiaoyao bit her lip, nodded, and followed closely behind me. Farewell, elder brother and sister-in-law. Lu Laoba's sycophantic voice echoed behind us. I smiled faintly and turned to glance at Mu Xiaoyao, noticing a hint of blush adorning her cheeks. Chapter 32. Returning home with you. It's all right now. You are safe and can leave, I said to Mu Xiaoyao as we exited the bar and stepped onto the bustling street. Thank you, she murmured softly. There's no need for gratitude. It was merely a small effort on my part, I replied with a smile. Today you saved me, yet I remain unaware of your identity. Might you reveal who you are? Mu Xiaoyao inquired, her eyes blinking curiously. The aura I had exuded in the bar led her to believe that I must be someone of considerable importance, for otherwise, those ruffians would not have been so intimidated. Although Mu Xiaoyao did not recognize those thugs, she was familiar with the name Zhu Yeqing, which I had just mentioned. As for me, I am merely a minor character. Knowing my name bears little significance, I explained to her. You are deceiving me. If you were a mere minor character, those fellows would not have been so frightened of you, Mu Xiaoyao pouted. I only possess knowledge of certain secrets that they would prefer to keep hidden, I clarified. That is implausible. How could an ordinary person be privy to such secrets? You are trying to fool me, she insisted, shaking her head in disbelief. I shrugged my shoulders in resignation, acknowledging that I merely knew some secrets others were unaware of, including your own, I added. My own. Do not jest. This is our first meeting, and you probably do not even know my name. Mu Xiaoyao blinked in surprise. Of course I know. You are Mu Xiaoyao, 21 years old, I stated casually. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoyao gasped and covered her mouth, her expression one of sheer disbelief. Who are you? How do you know me? I have never seen you before. I winked playfully at her, replying, because I possess a unique ability that allows me to uncover everyone's secrets, for reasons unknown. I felt unabashed in revealing my secret in front of the innocent Mu Xiaoyao. You are lying. Did my father send you to protect me? She scrutinized me. Suspicion etched on her face. She was the only daughter of Mu Jinlong from the Mu Group in Jiangcheng, raised under strict parental supervision, and had ventured out today for a carefree outing with her close friend, only to encounter me. I assure you, I am not, I said, my hands raised in surrender. You deceitful scoundrel. If you were not sent by my father, how could you possibly know my name? Mu Xiaoyao clearly remained unconvinced. Not only do I know your name, but I also possess knowledge of many of your secrets, I replied with a grin. Such as? She asked, her curiosity piqued. For instance, your measurements are 84-62-86. Your favorite color is pink lace lingerie, and your preferred dish is squirrel fish, I stated, unabashedly divulging her most intimate secrets. Mu Xiaoyao's eyes widened in astonishment as she covered her mouth, staring at me in disbelief. What I had just revealed were her most private secrets, some of which even her parents did not know. How could I possibly be aware of them? How do you know this? She asked in utter incredulity. I shrugged again, reiterating, as I mentioned, I can uncover everyone's secrets. Mu Xiaoyao regarded me with skepticism. Despite my revelations, the extraordinary nature of my ability was beyond her comprehension, and she could not bring herself to believe it. Do you know who he is? She asked, pointing to a middle-aged man passing by us. His name is Zuo Chen. Aged 43, his wife is hospitalized with liver cancer, and he is currently accompanying her at the hospital, I answered nonchalantly. And what about this one? She pointed to a flamboyantly dressed woman approaching. Her name is Lu Xiaoyu, 32 years old. Her husband is rarely home, leading her to seek solace in an affair. She is currently on her way to meet her lover at the Hanting Hotel around the corner, I replied. You cannot deceive me. Let us go see for ourselves. Mu Xiaoyao exclaimed, seizing my hand and trailing after the woman. As we rounded the corner and watched the woman enter the hotel, Mu Xiaoyao's eyes widened, her face a portrait of disbelief. See, I told you I was correct, I remarked. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, she retorted, still skeptical. I understood her doubt. After all, who would dare to believe such extraordinary claims? Enough, it is getting late, and you should head home, I suggested. I refused to return. I've finally come out. and I intend to enjoy myself to the fullest," she declared, shaking her head defiantly. I raised an eyebrow at her, feeling a sense of exasperation as I said, "If you choose not to return, I, however, must go home. You may continue your revelry." With that, I turned to leave. Yet, just as I moved, Mu Xiaoyao grasped my wrist firmly. "Humph, you brought me out, so you must accompany me in my fun," she insisted. "I am quite exhausted and wish to return home to sleep," I replied, feeling somewhat defeated. "I do not care. If you go home, I will follow you," Mu Xiaoyao stated, unwavering in her grip. I scratched my head, surprised by her clinginess. "Very well, if you wish to accompany me, then so be it," I conceded. With that, I began walking toward my home, and indeed, Mu Xiaoyao followed closely behind. As a young girl unacquainted with the world's complexities, her curiosity about everything was palpable, especially regarding the abilities I had displayed, which seemed utterly unfathomable to her, igniting her intrigue and prompting her attachment to me. Upon reaching the entrance of my community, Mu Xiaoyao caught up and surveyed her surroundings. "How can someone of your stature reside in such a modest neighborhood?" she asked, perplexed. "As I have stated, I am truly not a person of significance," I replied once more. "Humph, a liar. You shall not deceive me." Suddenly, she halted, tugging at my arm. "My feet are sore. Carry me," she commanded. I gazed into her eyes, and she met my gaze with equal intensity. I understood her well. She had been raised in a strict environment, leading her to harbor a rebellious spirit, yearning for a thrill that defied her upbringing. "Are you not afraid of me?" I asked playfully. "Why should I fear you? You do not eat people, and besides, if you were a villain, you would not have saved me earlier," she replied. I chuckled lightly, realizing that while she was innocent, she was not devoid of intellect. I bent slightly, and with a resolute decision, Mu Xiaoyao clung to my back. To her, I was a mysterious man, intensifying her desire for adventure. As I carried her, I felt the smoothness and vitality of her youthful form against me. Upon reaching my door, I set her down, retrieved my keys, and unlocked the door. Mu Xiaoyao stepped inside, casting her gaze around the tidy, odorless room. "This place is either a disguise or rather dubious," she remarked, eyeing me suspiciously. "Do not speak nonsense. My orientation is perfectly normal," I replied, feeling a touch exasperated. "The bathroom is inside, the towels are clean, and the hairdryer is behind the door." I pointed toward the restroom. "Why are you mentioning all this?" Mu Xiaoyao blushed slightly, glancing at me. "To take a shower, of course, and then we shall engage in whatever it is we are meant to do. It is rather late for a lonely man and woman. What else could we possibly do?" I replied candidly. "You mischievous rascal, what occupies your mind?" Mu Xiaoyao remarked, pointing a finger at me. I chuckled lightly, seized her hand, and drew her into my embrace. "You came upstairs with me, didn't you, to indulge completely? If you are unwilling, then let it be." Held in my arms, Mu Xiaoyao's body radiated warmth, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Why are you so straightforward? You know nothing about girls," she replied, biting her lip. I smiled and released her. "If you regret this now, you may leave," I said to her. Although Mu Xiaoyao was exceedingly beautiful, I could never force a girl into such matters against her will. "Humph, who says I want to leave?" Mu Xiaoyao exclaimed, as she swiftly removed her blue wig, revealing a cascade of long black hair that fell gracefully over her shoulders. If she had appeared somewhat rebellious moments ago, her demeanor now transformed entirely. She exuded tranquility, elegance, and a hint of shyness. Yet what followed left me utterly astonished. Without hesitation, she began to undress, stripping completely before my eyes, and stepped into the shower. "You rascal, why aren't you washing up?" A few minutes later, wrapped in a bathrobe, Mu Xiaoyao emerged. Her face slightly flushed as she addressed me. I entered the shower, rinsed off briefly, and returned to the bedroom, where I found Mu Xiaoyao lying on the bed, the blanket covering her chest, revealing her perfectly rounded shoulders. "Are you not regretting this?" I approached her, leaning in to ask. "I never regret my actions," Mu Xiaoyao replied, gently biting her lip. I smiled. From what I understood of her, she was not lying. To the world, she appeared to be an obedient and compliant girl. Yet deep within, she harbored a rebellious spirit, determined to follow through on her desires. Today, she sought to indulge herself completely. "Then I shall take what is mine," I said with a grin. "Be gentle. I've heard the first time can be quite painful," Mu Xiaoyao whispered. "Rest assured, I shall be gentle. But tonight there will be at least 3 times. "What do you mean by 3 times?" Mu Xiaoyao asked, her expression one of confusion. "You shall find out soon." With that, I abruptly pulled the blanket away. Mu Xiaoyao gasped, presenting a perfect view before me. That night, we lost count of how many times we embraced. From her initial hesitance to her later acquiescence, every moment became increasingly exhilarating. This girl was brimming with youthful vigor and a touch of rebellion, contrasting sharply with Zhu Yeqing, embodying two entirely different types of women. Chapter 33. The Circle. At this moment, Mu Xiaoyao lay in my arms, fatigue etched on her face, stirring a sense of affection within me. I felt a twinge of regret, wondering if I had been too vigorous last night, considering it was her first time. "You naughty boy, you've left me in pain." Mu Xiaoyao stirred awake, playfully punching my chest with her small fists in mock anger. This ignited a fire within me, compelling me to embrace her once more. "Ah, rascal, you want more? I cannot endure this. Dawn is approaching, and I must return home." Sensing my intentions, Mu Xiaoyao exclaimed and struggled to escape my hold. Although this girl was undeniably tempting, I understood she genuinely wished to go home. I smiled and released her. Mu Xiaoyao hastily grabbed a towel and dashed into the bathroom. As I folded back the blanket, I noticed a crimson stain on the sheets, evoking a surge of tenderness within me. This was her first time, her most precious gift, which she had entrusted to me. I recognized that this was a manifestation of her rebellious spirit, especially since I appeared so intriguing to her, leading to our entanglement. However, this did not diminish my affection for her. Once Mu Xiaoyao finished her shower, she hurriedly dressed. As she moved, she winced in discomfort and shot me an angry glare. "Rascal, it's all swollen." I shrugged helplessly, thinking to myself that I was unsure who had been accommodating the other last night. "Oof, I am leaving." After dressing, Mu Xiaoyao bit her lip and addressed me. "Will we meet again?" I asked with a smile. Mu Xiaoyao furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "Aren't you supposed to know everything? Finding me shouldn't be difficult for you, should it? Farewell." With that, she turned the doorknob and stepped outside. However, upon reaching the doorway, the girl hesitated. "Humph, that fellow may be boasting. He didn't even leave a phone number. How will he find me?" Ultimately, she continued downstairs. "If I can't be found, so be it. Who told you to boast?" Mu Xiaoyao muttered to herself as she walked away. I showered and changed the sheets. Just as I finished, my phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, I saw it was Zhu Yeqing calling. "Come to my office immediately," her voice commanded through the phone. "What's the matter?" I asked, puzzled. "Humph, since you are my boyfriend now, I certainly won't let you idle about. Starting today, you are my assistant with a monthly salary of 50,000. Zhu Yeqing's voice came through, unwavering. Can I refuse? I hadn't anticipated that Zhu Yeqing would want me as her assistant. It felt as though she was molding me into a kept man. "Come or go as you please," Zhu Yeqing said, abruptly ending the call. I couldn't help but chuckle, realizing this woman had quite the temper. After some contemplation, I decided to accept this position. After all, having already participated in her charade, I might as well play the role convincingly. Half an hour later, I arrived at Longmen Group. Zhu Yeqing did not utter a word upon seeing me. Instead, she merely huffed coldly and led me to complete the onboarding formalities. Once outside, she linked her arm through mine, a radiant smile illuminating her face. I understood this was for the benefit of her colleagues. I sighed, acknowledging that women truly are adept performers. After completing the paperwork, Zhu Yeqing continued to display our connection within the company, indicating to everyone that I was her boyfriend. However, many people regarded me with peculiar glances. After all, it was perplexing that someone as exceptional as Zhu Yeqing would choose me. Many eyes conveyed unabashed disdain, likely thinking I was living off her. Yet, I remained unfazed, as we were merely acting. Although Zhu Yeqing and I had become intimate, she had made it clear that we could never truly develop anything deeper. Zhu Yeqing had already resolved that she would never marry. Once all was settled, it was noon, and Zhu Yeqing turned to me, asking, "Where would you like to eat?" I pondered for a moment, but before I could respond, she winked at me. "Since you are my boyfriend now, we must let more people know you. Let us go to Yipin Lu." Zhu Yeqing smiled. Yipin Lu is the finest Shandong cuisine restaurant in Jiangxing, reputed for its chefs whose skills rival even those of the renowned establishments in the capital. This establishment is the most prestigious Chinese restaurant in Jiangxing, a place where the average person cannot afford to dine. The clientele consists of the city's elite and influential figures. Reservations are typically difficult to secure. However, Zhu Yeqing, being a high-ranking member, is exempt from this inconvenience and can effortlessly find a table upon arrival. I understand why Zhu Yeqing chose Yipin Lu. It attracts the affluent of Jiangxing, many of whom are her acquaintances. By bringing me along, she aims to introduce me to a wider circle. I shrugged nonchalantly, accepting that since I had agreed to this task, I would follow her lead. This time, Zhu Yeqing drove herself, with only a bodyguard accompanying us in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Upon arriving at Yipin Lu, Zhu Yeqing deliberately opted not to reserve a private room, instead selecting a table by the window on the first floor. We placed a simple order, and as anticipated, it wasn't long before several guests approached to greet her. "Oh, "Isn't this General Zhu? It's rare to see you dining on the first floor today," remarked a slightly plump middle-aged man who was the first to approach. I recalled his details instantly. Lu Zhendong, 51 years old, the head of Delhi Group, which is currently thriving, making him a notable figure in Jiangxing. In this world, individuals reside within distinct circles that shape their life trajectories. Lu Zhendong, being of such stature, naturally mingles with the elite. Zhu Yeqing is quite renowned in Jiangxing, and encountering her today prompted Lu Zhendong to extend his greetings. After all, forming new friendships can pave the way for future opportunities. Although Zhu Yeqing is not one to actively seek social interactions, she nonetheless reciprocated the pleasantries with a smile. Lu Zhendong then glanced at me, cautiously inquiring, "May I ask, General Zhu, who is this?" Having never met me before, Lu Zhendong relied on his knowledge of Zhu Yeqing's temperament. In Jiangxing, no man could share a table with her unless he were her brother, Zhu Yun. Upon seeing me, Lu Zhendong instinctively assumed I must be a relative of Zhu Yeqing. The thought of me being her boyfriend never crossed his mind, as she had sworn never to marry. "My apologies, General Lu," I neglected to introduce him. "This is my boyfriend, Zuo Chen," Zhu Yeqing said, turning to me. "Darling, this is General Lu from Delhi Group." I smiled and stood up. Lu Zhendong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly bent forward with a broad smile, extending his hand and expressing his pleasure to meet me. Although he maintained a composed demeanor, he was internally astonished. Zhu Yeqing is a woman who has captured the attention of countless men in Jiangxing, yet none have succeeded in winning her over, earning her the nickname Bamboo Leaf Green. "Hello, General Lu. I am Zuo Chen," I said with a smile. Lu Zhendong nodded repeatedly, his gaze appraising me. Previously, Zhu Yeqing had employed several faux boyfriends to deflect rumors, a fact known to Lu Zhendong. However, those men were never permitted within 3 meters of her, let alone share a meal together. Zhu Yeqing's affectionate address of me further astonished Lu Zhendong. Could it be that Zhu Yeqing is genuinely serious this time? The individual she has chosen must be extraordinary, igniting Lu Zhendong's curiosity about my background. "Brother Zuo, you are quite the gentleman, a perfect match for General Zhu," Lu Zhendong complimented. I chuckled softly, offering no response. "May I inquire where Brother Zuo is currently employed?" Lu Zhendong asked tentatively. "I served in the military for a few years and now assist at Yeqing's company," I replied. Lu Zhendong paused briefly upon hearing this. There are countless exceptional suitors vying for Zhu Yeqing's attention, and my selection by her suggests I am not an ordinary individual. Yet, Lu Zhendong soon speculated that I must be a scion of a prominent family, merely reluctant to disclose my identity. Lu Zhendong engaged me in casual conversation for a moment longer until one of his subordinates descended the stairs, informing him that the guests he was to host had arrived. "In that case, I shall not intrude upon your intimate dinner," he laughed, addressing us both. "Boss Zhu, Mr. Zuo, let us find another opportunity to converse." Zhu Yeqing and I nodded in acknowledgement, and Lu Zhendong excused himself, ascending the stairs. However, he paused at the corner of the staircase, casting one last glance my way. Still pondering my lineage, Lu Zhendong is a decent man, and I was inclined to converse with him further. After he left, Zhu Yeqing whispered to me, "I believe I know more about him than you do." I chuckled and replied, "I should know him better." Zhu Yeqing shrugged, somewhat exasperated, and said, "I forgot you are an information merchant." Subsequently, several more individuals approached to greet Zhu Yeqing, all of whom were prominent figures in Jiangxing, of a similar standing to her. Indeed, given Zhu Yeqing's stature, most individuals, even if they recognized her, would hesitate to approach due to the disparity in their circles. Just as Zhu Yeqing and I were engrossed in our meal, a woman with an air of condescension called out, "Ah, isn't that Bamboo Leaf Green?" I turned to see a lavishly dressed woman standing behind us. The woman appeared to be in her late 20s, and despite her expensive attire, it seemed ill-fitting, reminiscent of a lady of the night in a narrow alley. Her tone was laced with provocation, deliberately lowering her voice when uttering Zhu Yeqing's name, emphasizing the infamous moniker Bamboo Leaf Green. Though Zhu Yeqing held a significant position in Jiangxing, it did not imply that she was beyond reproach. The city still harbored many formidable figures. I observed the woman and immediately discerned her background. Zhao Xiaoli, 28 years old, hailing from Zhao family village in Mapu Town, Lingji County. 6 years prior, she married Lu Changxi, the chairman of Dongfeng Group in Jiangxing, and was already pregnant at the time of their union, giving birth to a son. This woman was familiar with Zhu Yeqing, and they shared a contentious relationship as competitors in the same industry. However, Zhao Xiaoli possessed only a primary school education, and her company's operations were a complete disaster. Without Lu Changxi's backing, it would likely have gone bankrupt long ago. Competing with Zhu Yeqing was futile, as many clients had shifted their allegiance to her, intensifying Zhao Xiaoli's animosity. "Madam Lu, is General Lu not accompanying you today?" Zhu Yeqing inquired, glancing toward the entrance, noting Lu Changxi's absence. A slight furrow creased her brow, indicating her annoyance. Every encounter with this woman had resulted in sardonic remarks directed at her. Although Zhu Yeqing had previously tolerated such jabs, it did not signify fear. Rather, it was a reflection of her close ties with Lu Changxi. Lu Changxi, hailing from humble beginnings, possesses a strong sense of loyalty, earning him a commendable impression from Zhu Yeqing. Consequently, she is reluctant to engage in any conflict with Zhao Xiaoli. Lu Changxi is renowned for his affection towards his wife, and each time this woman stirs up trouble, he is present to mediate, which makes it difficult for Zhu Yeqing to express her anger. "My husband is outside and will be here shortly," Zhao Xiaoli remarked, casting a glance at me before inquiring, "Who is this?" Zhu Yeqing furrowed her brow slightly, but replied, "This is my boyfriend, Zuo Chen." Zhao Xiaoli feigned surprise, her face contorted in disbelief. "Oh, for you to be interested in him. This Zuo Gongzi must be quite remarkable." I smiled knowingly, aware that this woman was being deliberately provocative. She had already discerned my identity from those who had exited earlier. To her, my employment at Zhu Yeqing's company surely indicated that I was her kept man, and her approach was a calculated attempt to irritate Zhu Yeqing. "I am currently assisting in Yeqing's company," I stated with a smile. This foolish woman dared to provoke me, presenting her face as an invitation for a rebuttal. Thus, I felt no obligation to be courteous. "Ah, so you are just a pampered pretty boy. Yeqing, my dear, allow me to offer you some advice. If you are feeling lonely, it suffices to spend money for a bit of fun, but be wary of nurturing such a pretty boy, lest you end up with nothing." Zhao Xiaoli declared triumphantly. Zhu Yeqing's expression darkened, teetering on the edge of fury. "Did you injure your brain during your cosmetic surgery? Spewing nonsense here?" I retorted with a cold laugh. Upon hearing my words, Zhao Xiaoli sprang up like a lioness that had spotted prey. "You pretty boy, what did you say? How dare you insult me? Are you not afraid of death?" She glared at me menacingly. She was Lu Changxi's wife, and Lu Changxi wielded considerable influence in Jiangxing, equal to that of Zhu Yeqing. In her eyes, I was merely Zhu Yeqing's kept man, and speaking to her in such a manner could be fatal. "No wonder you seem so familiar. Did you not work at Longyuan bathhouse before?" I feigned astonishment. I was well aware of all her secrets. Knowing she had been a worker at the bathhouse prior to marrying Lu Changxi, Zhao Xiaoli's face turned furious, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and she leaped up, pointing at me and shouting, "You are the one who worked at the bathhouse. Your entire family did. How dare you speak to me like that?" Enraged, Zhao Xiaoli had indeed spent several years at the bathhouse before fortuitously encountering Lu Changxi, which led to her transformation into a lady of privilege. Many in Jiangcheng were privy to this history, yet no one dared to speak of it in her presence. My revelation had sent her into a complete frenzy. In her rage, Zhao Xiaoli hurled her bag at me, although it struck Zhu Yeqing's bodyguard instead. Upon witnessing her aggression, a bodyguard promptly positioned himself in front of me. "Please remain calm, Madam Lu," he politely urged. Zhu Yeqing maintained a cordial relationship with Lu Changxi, and it would be unfortunate to create any unpleasantness over such a trivial matter. Hence, the bodyguard patiently advised her to compose herself. "Get lost. Who do you think you are to obstruct me?" However, Zhao Xiaoli was now utterly enraged, as I had publicly exposed her most dreaded past, leaving her feeling humiliated. In a fit of madness, Zhao Xiaoli charged at the bodyguard and slapped him. Yet the bodyguard remained unmoving, allowing her to vent her frustration. "What is happening, Xiaoli? Why are you fighting?" At that moment, a man in his 50s, tall and robust, entered the restaurant. He was Lu Changxi, chairman of Longmen Group, one of Jiangxing's wealthiest individuals and a representative of the people. Lu Changxi had come to attend a banquet, seeking potential collaboration with an out-of-town company. Earlier, he had encountered an acquaintance outside and exchanged pleasantries, allowing his wife to enter first, unaware of the chaos that would ensue. Having fathered a son with Zhao Xiaoli, Lu Changxi doted on her and typically acquiesced to her wishes. Therefore, witnessing his wife quarreling with another was a source of immediate ire for him. Anyone who disrespected his wife disrespected him, Lu Changxi. However, as he looked up, he spotted Zhu Yeqing seated nearby, and a headache began to form. He knew his wife had once again instigated trouble. Upon seeing Lu Changxi's arrival, Zhao Xiaoli immediately ceased her tantrum, squeezing out a few tears and leaning into him for support. "Lu Gu is here." Zhu Yeqing nodded at Lu Changxi. Lu Changxi wore an apologetic expression as he greeted Zhu Yeqing with a smile. Each encounter had been marred by his wife's provocations, leading him to assume this situation was no different. "Changxi, I have been wronged. That pretty boy accused me of being a prostitute." Zhao Xiaoli nestled into Lu Changxi's embrace. gesturing towards me. Upon hearing her words, Lu Changshi's expression shifted drastically. He was fully aware of his wife's past as a prostitute. He had also been involved with her at the bathhouse, leading to an unexpected pregnancy that necessitated their marriage. However, knowing the truth and having it publicly acknowledged were two vastly different matters, especially in front of Lu Changshi, who cherished his pride. No one dared to bring up such a topic in his presence, as it would be an affront to his dignity. No worries, I will handle this. Lu Changshi reassured his wife, gently patting her back before stepping forward. His countenance darkened as he cast a glance at me, addressing Zhu Yeqing. Yeqing, is this your friend? He is my boyfriend. Just now, your wife insulted him as a pretty boy, which led to this conflict. Zhu Yeqing replied coolly. Lu Changshi paused momentarily, taken aback. He had a cordial relationship with Zhu Yeqing and was well acquainted with her. He was surprised to learn she had a boyfriend. Nonsense. This is her kept man. A retired soldier assisting her in the company. Changshi, they are colluding to bully me. You must avenge me. Zhao Xiaoli interjected spitefully. Lu Changshi swiftly turned to comfort his wife. Do not worry, I will resolve this. He then turned his attention back to me. I rose and motioned for the bodyguard to step aside. Hello, Mr. Lu, I am Zuo Chen. It's a pleasure to meet you, I greeted him with a smile. Although Lu Changshi's face remained grim, he extended his hand to shake mine. What my wife just said is true, he inquired while shaking my hand. Indeed, I said it all, I replied without hesitation, smiling. Kid, are you not afraid of death? Lu Changshi's eyes flashed with anger upon my admission, his grip tightening as he glared at me, conveying the unspoken message that I was in grave danger. Do not be overly quick to anger, Boss Lu. I possess intelligence that I believe will pique your interest, I remarked with a smile. What intelligence? Lu Changshi inquired, his expression one of confusion. Changshi, do not heed his nonsense, quickly deal with him. Zhao Xiaoli, positioned behind him, interjected. I exerted a gentle pull, bringing Lu Changshi closer, and whispered in his ear. Your son is not your biological child. This is a plot orchestrated by others to seize your fortune. Upon hearing my words, Lu Changshi's body stiffened. His face ablaze with fury, as if he were ready to commit murder. Having awaited over 40 years for a son, this child was his lifeblood. This was precisely why he had disregarded Zhao Xiaoli's background and taken her as his wife. She had borne him a son. Now, I audaciously claimed that the child was not his. How could Lu Changshi possibly contain his rage? You are courting death, he replied icily. In the 25th year of Lu Changshi's life, a tragic car accident left him unable to procreate, rendering the possibility of having children impossible. Though he sought treatment far and wide, none proved effective. It was not until 6 years ago that Zhao Xiaoli, a woman he had encountered at a bathing center, came forth claiming she was pregnant with his child. Lu Changshi, of course, was incredulous. How could a woman conceive when he had lost his reproductive capability? Yet Zhao Xiaoli was insistent, asserting that he was the only man she had ever been with despite her profession. When Lu Changshi remained skeptical, she took him to a hospital for an amniotic fluid test, which confirmed the child was indeed his. This revelation sent Lu Changshi into a frenzy of joy, believing it to be a divine act of mercy, allowing him the chance to become a father. Without hesitation, he disregarded Zhao Xiaoli's past and welcomed her into his life. 5 months later, she bore him a hefty son weighing 8 pounds, further amplifying Lu Changshi's elation. Since then, he had remained faithful, yielding to Zhao Xiaoli's every whim. Now, upon hearing me declare that the child was not his fury was palpable. Do not be enraged, Boss Lu. Listen to me. Your wife, Zhao Xiaoli's cousin, Zuo Chen, is not her cousin but rather her paramour, and that child is Zuo Zhan's. Years ago, they devised a scheme to manipulate the hospital. Surely you have noticed the child bears a striking resemblance to Zuo Chen? At my words, Lu Changshi momentarily froze, his anger dissipating into contemplation. He too had observed the resemblance between the child and his wife's cousin. However, despite his confusion, he did not place much weight on it, as Zhao Xiaoli and Zuo Chen shared a familial bond, and the child being somewhat similar was not inherently suspicious. Moreover, a paternity test had already confirmed the child as his. Yet, my insinuation stirred doubts within him. If my claims held any truth, then everything would fall into place. Everyone around us observed with puzzled expressions, unaware of our whispered exchange. However, as Lu Changshi's expression grew increasingly ominous, Zhu Yeqing felt a twinge of concern. Had I truly provoked Lu Changshi's ire? Do you possess any evidence for your assertions? Lu Changshi managed to suppress his anger and queried. I shrugged. Boss Lu, I reveal this to you because I believe you are a remarkable individual. The child bears little resemblance to you. Surely you have harbored doubts? How am I to trust you? Lu Changshi inhaled deeply, his voice low. I smiled knowingly, recognizing he was beginning to accept my words. After all, The child bore no resemblance to him, and Lu Changxi was no fool. The matter of the child is easily resolved. Simply visit a reputable hospital for another paternity test. I am aware that yesterday, Zhao Xiaoli and Zhou Chen spent the day together at a hotel. You may wish to inquire where she was yesterday, though she will undoubtedly fabricate an excuse. At this juncture, I chuckled softly and leaned closer to Lu Changxi. I trust you have discerned the peculiarities in their relationship over the years, yet you dismissed them as mere familial closeness, never suspecting the truth. That is their cunning. I suggested a strategy to Lu Changxi, advising him to confront Zhao Xiaoli. All eyes were upon us, curious as to what transpired in our hushed conversation. The once furious Lu Changxi was now intently listening to my words, nodding occasionally. Everyone was intrigued by the nature of our discussion. After I concluded, I offered Lu Changxi a smile, patting him on the back before returning to my seat. I lifted my glass, swirling the red wine gently before taking a sip. Now it was Lu Changxi's moment to act, and I merely needed to observe the unfolding drama. Zhu Yeqing looked at me, bewildered, her eyes silently questioning what I had divulged to him. I smiled back, signaling her to simply watch. Lu Changxi took a deep breath before turning to Zhao Xiaoli, his face dark with displeasure. Sensing the shift in his demeanor, Zhao Xiaoli felt a pang of anxiety. She knew Lu Changxi well after their years together. His fury was no mere facade. It was genuine and at its zenith. What is the matter, dear husband? Zhao Xiaoli inquired, a hint of unease in her voice. The onlookers too were puzzled, questioning what had transpired during our brief exchange that could alter Lu Changxi's temperament so drastically. Where were you yesterday? Lu Changxi asked, his expression inscrutable. Oh, yesterday? I was with my cousin meeting a client and entertaining. It took the whole day, Zhao Xiaoli replied, her tone growing increasingly suspicious. Why do you suddenly ask this? She knew Lu Changxi typically did not pry into her whereabouts, making his inquiry in front of others feel unnerving. Were you with Zhou Chen? Lu Changxi pressed again. Yes, as you instructed, I always take him along, so you need not worry, Zhao Xiaoli replied, attempting to sound endearing. Yet this morning, when I casually asked him, he claimed to have been with you at the office. Lu Changxi raised an eyebrow. Explode her, I had advised Lu Changxi. It was evident that this tactic was proving effective, as Zhao Xiaoli's composure faltered. At this moment, Lu Changxi's anger began to boil over. He realized that Zhao Xiaoli was indeed deceiving him. Despite spending years together as husband and wife, Lu Changxi harbored feelings for her. Initially, he had dismissed my claims, and even now, he was reluctant to accept them. Nonetheless, to quell his suspicions, he chose to follow my counsel. Is that so? My cousin mentioned he has always been at the company, so he must have been mistaken. Zhao Xiaoli is truly flustered now, her face turning ashen. Over the years, although she and Zhou Chen frequently indulged in escapades, their public facade as cousins, coupled with their consistent narrative upon returning, had prevented any mishaps from occurring. Lu Changxi had always been quite trusting of them, hence he had never harbored any suspicions. Oh, has he indeed erred? I shall call him now, Lu Changxi said, retrieving his phone and feigning to dial. Oh, I remember now. We were at the company initially, but we left when clients arrived. My cousin must have misremembered. In her state of panic, Zhao Xiaoli hurriedly attempted to cover up, casting a glance at me as she spoke. At that moment, veins were visibly throbbing on Lu Changxi's forehead, clearly indicating his extreme anger. To divert Lu Changxi's attention, Zhao Xiaoli raised her hand to point at me, exclaiming loudly, "Darling, that pretty boy just insulted me. Won't you defend me? Don't you love me anymore? Don't you care for our son? He is slandering me. You must avenge me." Zhao Xiaoli resumed her dramatics, attempting to shift Lu Changxi's focus. However, her mention of their son triggered Lu Changxi's inability to contain himself any longer. He raised his hand and struck her with a swift blow. The sound of the slap echoed sharply, eliciting a wince from everyone present. Lu Changxi, already a towering figure, unleashed his fury without restraint. Zhao Xiaoli was sent sprawling 2 meters away, tumbling to the ground, her head colliding heavily with the table leg. Blood trickled from her forehead, and a crimson droplet formed at the corner of her mouth. On her pallid face, a distinct handprint rapidly swelled. Stunned by the blow, Zhao Xiaoli stared blankly at Lu Changxi, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. The entire assembly was taken aback. For Lu Changxi was renowned in Jiangcheng for his devotion to his wife, always catering to her wishes. Now, he had struck her with such ferocity. What had transpired? Zhu Yeqing also found herself startled by Lu Changxi's actions. She was well aware of how much he cherished Zhao Xiaoli. After every conflict with this woman, Lu Changxi would privately apologize to Zhu Yeqing, urging her not to emulate Zhao Xiaoli. Now, he had resorted to such violence. What could have prompted this? Zhu Yeqing turned her gaze towards me, suspicion glimmering in her eyes. Although she was oblivious to Lu Changxi's turmoil, she sensed it was undoubtedly connected to me. What had I communicated to Lu Changxi? You all take Madam home. Keep an eye on her, and ensure she does not leave. Should she disappear, you too will vanish. Lu Changxi commanded, gesturing to his bodyguards at the entrance. Understood, boss. As soon as the words left his lips, 4 towering bodyguards entered, hoisting Zhao Xiaoli and escorting her towards the exit. Subsequently, Lu Changxi glanced at me, inhaling deeply. Almost instantly, his anger dissipated, replaced by an apologetic smile. Lu Changxi clasped his hands in front of him and addressed the assembled crowd. I sincerely apologize for disrupting your evening. I am truly sorry. Please enjoy your meal and drinks. Today's expenses will be covered by me, Lu Changxi. Chapter 36. You have a son. Lu Changxi is undoubtedly a significant figure in Jiangqing. Despite his earlier fury, he adeptly managed his emotions, recognizing that certain matters should not be displayed before outsiders. No need for such formalities, Lu boss. Many familiar faces in the room returned his pleasantries. Lu boss. The dishes are all served. Please take your seat. At that moment, someone descended from the second floor, addressing Lu Changxi. This individual was the host who had invited Lu Changxi and had evidently been waiting upstairs for quite some time. I apologize for the wait. However, I have some urgent matters to attend to shortly. I can only join you for a toast before I must leave. For business matters, please discuss them with my secretary. Xiao Lu. Lu Changxi laughed heartily as he followed the individual upstairs. Yet, while ascending the stairs, he cast a glance at me. I smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. I understood Lu Changxi's intent. He wished for me to await him. He had many inquiries to make. Zhu Yeqing rested her chin on one hand while gently swirling her wine glass with the other, her gaze fixed upon me. What is the matter? Have you truly fallen for me, or is there something on my face? Your unwavering stare is making me feel quite bashful, I remarked with a smile. Zhu Yeqing smirked slightly before replying. If only you could see something on my face too. Upon finishing her drink, she turned her gaze back to me. What did you just discuss with Lu Changxi? Her eyes brimmed with curiosity. Nothing of significance, merely some personal matters concerning Zhao Xiaoli, I replied with a smile. Oh, I see. Upon hearing my response, Zhu Yeqing's brow unfurled, as if she had deduced something. Lu Changxi had inquired about Zhao Xiaoli's activities the previous day, leading to his subsequent outburst. Hence, the issue lay with Zhao Xiaoli. She must have been involved with another man, inciting Lu Changxi's ire. Reflecting on this, Zhu Yeqing, filled with curiosity, remarked, I am increasingly intrigued by your identity as an informant. You knew Zhao Xiaoli met her lover yesterday. Is there anything in Jiangqing that you are unaware of? I shrugged and contemplated for a moment before responding. I suppose not. How conceited. Do you believe yourself to be omniscient? Zhu Yeqing rolled her eyes. I offered her a faint smile. This cold goddess, inadvertently revealing a hint of youthful charm, was truly captivating. Yeqing, I sincerely apologize for today. That insufferable woman has been a nuisance despite my many warnings. Just then, Lu Changxi descended after dealing with matters upstairs. His voice loud as he addressed Zhu Yeqing. She smiled but remained silent. Being perceptive, she understood that Lu Changxi's words were not directed at her, but rather intended for the surrounding audience. After all, Lu Changxi, known for his affection towards his wife, had strikingly struck her in public today. Without a plausible explanation, it would surely invite unwarranted speculation. Lu Changxi was a man who valued his reputation. However, whether others believed it was beyond his control. As Lu Changxi approached me, I stood and smiled, saying, Lu, shall we step outside for a chat? Lu Changxi chuckled and nodded. Sure, let us go outside for a discussion. With that, he and I made our way to the door. Zhu Yeqing watched our retreating figures, her eyes narrowing slightly. Now, she began to doubt her earlier assumptions. If it were merely Zhao Xiaoli's infidelity, Lu Changxi would have no reason to confer with me privately. Her curiosity intensified regarding what I had disclosed to Lu Changxi. Zhu Yeqing was not typically a woman of excessive curiosity, yet the desire to uncover the truth was reaching an explosive threshold. We stepped outside, and the restaurant was a garden-style establishment, with various landscaped flower beds just beyond the entrance. Lu Changxi approached one of the flower beds, and the smile that once adorned his face had vanished, replaced by a countenance as somber as water. At that moment, I understood that he was seething with rage, though he was merely suppressing his emotions. I took out a cigarette and offered him one. Lu Changxi used to smoke heavily, but since the birth of his son, he had abstained for 6 long years. Seeing the cigarette in my hand, he took it without hesitation. I leaned closer, using my lighter to ignite it, aware that he needed this smoke now more than ever. Lu Zong, do you now believe what I have said? I inquired, watching him exhale a cloud of smoke. Lu Changxi narrowed his eyes. a flicker of ferocity passing through his gaze. Despite his reluctance to accept the grim reality, he knew that my words were likely the truth. No man wishes to acknowledge being cuckolded, especially while raising another's child. Furthermore, I was acutely aware that his situation was even more dire, as Zhou Chen and Zhao Xiaoli were already plotting his untimely demise. If Lu Changxi were to perish, all his assets would belong to the two of them. How do you know all this? Lu Changxi turned to me, fixing me with an intense stare. Lu Zong, you must understand that I am not one to meddle in others' affairs. It is merely because I know you are a good man and have a good relationship with Yeqing that I am sharing this with you. I smiled at Lu Changxi and continued, I am revealing this to you out of respect for Yeqing, so there is no need for you to test my intentions. Lu Changxi regarded me in silence for a moment. I had instilled in him a sense of intrigue. The manner in which I communicated was unique, and there were few in Jiangcheng who could engage him in such a way. You are indeed Yeqing's man, Lu Changxi observed, now convinced of my connection. He had met Yeqing's previous 3 boyfriends, all of whom he deemed unworthy. To subdue a woman like Yeqing, one must possess even greater strength and dominion. My enigmatic nature led Lu Changxi to suspect I was a scion of a prominent family. However, at that moment, he was more concerned about his own predicament. Thank you. Brother, Lu Changxi took a drag from the cigarette and nodded at me. There is no need for thanks. After all, we cannot allow the wicked to prevail. I replied with a nod. Have you spoken to anyone else about this matter? Lu Changxi furrowed his brow as he asked. Given his esteemed reputation in Jiangcheng, he was particularly sensitive about his image. If word of this situation were to leak out, it would be unbearable for him. No, this is a secret I alone possess. However, should Yeqing inquire, I cannot conceal the truth from her. Lu Changxi took 2 more puffs of the cigarette, which was already burnt down to the filter. He casually discarded the butt, chuckling in self-deprecation, his eyes betraying an indescribable sorrow. Now in his 50s, he had once believed he would have a legacy, only to discover he was raising another man's child. This revelation was an immense blow to him. It matters not. In this world, there is no wall that does not let the wind through, Lu Changxi said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. What do you intend to do about Zhao Xiaoli, Zhou Chen, and that child? I asked him. Lu Changxi did not respond immediately, but raised 2 fingers. I understood his meaning and promptly handed him a cigarette, lighting it for him. Is it truly certain that the child is not mine? Although he had begun to believe my words, a glimmer of hope lingered in his heart that the child might still be his. After all, he had cherished that child for 6 years. Lu Changxi, now over 50, desperately wished for a son to inherit the fruits of his life's labor. It is indeed not yours. When Zhao Xiaoli approached you, she had already calculated the timing. You should be more aware of your own circumstances. After that car accident, the possibility ceased to exist. Lu Changxi's expression darkened ominously as he inhaled deeply, his head bowed in contemplation. Tomorrow, I will arrange for a paternity test, he declared, continuing to smoke with fervor. Observing Lu Changxi's demeanor, I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. After all, this man had endured much, and at his age, such a revelation was overwhelming. Lu Changxi was fundamentally a good man, having contributed to numerous charitable causes over the years, so I resolved to assist him once more. Lu Zong, you need not be so agitated. In truth, you have already had a son, I informed him. What did you say? Lu Changxi exclaimed, abruptly lifting his head, disbelief etched across his features. For many years, he had yearned for a son, which was why he had doted on Zhao Xiaoli. She had given him a child. Do you remember Cui Yinyan? I inquired with a smile. At the mention of her name, Lu Changxi's hand holding the cigarette faltered, and he fixed his gaze on me intensely. His eyes resembled that of a beast whose territory had been encroached upon. How do you know her? Lu Changxi asked coldly. I not only know her, but I am also aware that she was your first love. You two were on the verge of marriage when she discovered your infidelity, leading her to leave you in a fit of anger, I explained. Hearing this, Lu Changxi's eyes dimmed with melancholy. She was the woman he had carried guilt for throughout his life. He and Cui Yinyan had fallen in love at the tender age of 18. And after graduating from high school, Lu Changxi ventured into business. Though he was bold and tenacious, achieving success was not as easy as it seemed, and he had nearly hit rock bottom several times. It was she who had continually encouraged him, supporting him through thick and thin, allowing his business to eventually flourish. However, with newfound wealth and youthful folly, Lu Changxi succumbed to temptation and betrayed her trust, leading to her disappearance from his life nearly 30 years ago. A flicker of remorse crossed Lu Changxi's face, but then his expression hardened as he glared at me, saying, You have been investigating me. Facing his cold gaze, I merely offered a faint smile and remarked, These details are not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the fact that when Cui Yinyan left you all those years ago, She was already with child. She has since given birth to a son, who is now 28 years old, married, and has a daughter of his own. Thus, not only do you have a son, but you are also a grandfather now. With a thud, Lu Changxi was rendered speechless, the cigarette slipping from his hand as he stared at me in disbelief. At the time of his separation from Zhu Yeqing, Lu Changxi had not yet experienced the accident that would later impair his fertility. My decision to share this information stemmed from my belief in his inherent goodness. Despite having made numerous mistakes in his youth, he has devoted himself to charitable endeavors in recent years, prompting my desire to assist him. Lu Changxi, still in shock, struggled to form coherent words. Your son bears his mother's surname, Chui Lizzie. He is quite accomplished, serving as a senior executive at a technology company. And your granddaughter is already 4 years old. She is delightful, and I am certain you will take a liking to her, I said with a smile. Lu Changxi's jaw dropped in astonishment, and after a moment, he began to rub his hands together anxiously. I offered him another cigarette and lit it for him. He inhaled deeply, caught in a whirlwind of disbelief, excitement, and anxiety, tinged with a hint of fear that my words might be mere fabrications. Is everything you say true? Lu Changxi turned to look at me, his voice hoarse. I assure you, it is all true, I replied, nodding with a smile. Has Yin Yan remained unmarried all these years? Lu Changxi's voice was tinged with sorrow. No, she poured her heart into you, only to be betrayed, leaving her heartbroken and distrustful of men. Consequently, she chose to raise the child alone, enduring much hardship over the years. However, it seems fortune has finally smiled upon her, as your son has done well. Where are they now? Lu Changxi could no longer contain himself, grasping my hand with urgency. Chui Yinyan has lived in Jiangqing all this time, and she has always known where you are and what you have accomplished. Yet, she never sought you out, as the wounds you inflicted upon her run too deep. I explained. Upon hearing this, Lu Changxi's previously ecstatic expression froze, replaced by profound remorse. In the days when he had nothing, Chui Yinyan had been his steadfast support, encouraging him during the tumultuous early years of his career. It was evident that without her, he would not have achieved the success he enjoys today. Yet, he had wronged her, which led to her departure. Several years ago, Lu Changxi had attempted to find Chui Yinyan, but had met with no leads, and ultimately gave up. The realization that she had been in Jiangqing all along, silently observing him, deepened his guilt. I will send you their address shortly, but be prepared. The pain you caused her has left a lingering bitterness that will not easily be soothed, I cautioned. Lu Changxi sighed deeply. I understand Yinyan's temperament. It will be difficult to earn her forgiveness. However, if she grants me that grace, I would kneel before her for 3 days and nights. I pulled out my phone and sent him the address. As he read it, excitement returned to his face. Now that I have the address, any issues will become clear once I meet them, I said, turning towards the restaurant. To my surprise, Lu Changxi followed closely behind, seizing my arm. Brother, is everything you've said true? It feels like a dream, he asked as we walked. I assure you it is all genuine, I replied with a smile. You better not be deceiving me. You must understand my nature. To trick me with such matters, even as Yeqing's boyfriend, would not be wise. His tone was laden with suspicion, but I recognized it as fear. Fear that this reality might be an illusion. And if everything I said is true? I inquired. If so, I shall pledge brotherhood with you tomorrow, and from henceforth, all that belongs to Lu Changxi shall also be yours, he declared passionately. Let us not. Given our significant age difference, the notion of brotherhood may be best left aside, I shrugged. Ha ha ha. If it is indeed true, I shall remember this favor. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask, even if it involves illicit matters. If I falter, I am no man, Lu Changxi exclaimed, thumping his chest for emphasis. We reached the entrance and parted ways. Lu Changxi hurried off to address these newfound revelations, while I re-entered the hotel. Upon my arrival, the gazes of the hotel staff were laden with intrigue, having witnessed the earlier exchange between Lu Changxi and me. I glanced towards Zhu Yeqing and noticed she was accompanied by 2 middle-aged men. In an instant, their identities became clear to me, yet one recognition left me momentarily stunned, prompting a bitter smile and a shake of my head. The coincidences of life can be strikingly peculiar. The 2 men were named Wan Sihai and Mu Jinlong, the latter being the father of Mu Xiaoyao, the girl I had spent the night with. Having just shared an intimate evening with his daughter, I now found myself face-to-face with her father. This situation evoked an indescribable sense of awkwardness within me. Had Zhu Yeqing not been present, I would undoubtedly have turned and fled. You've returned, Zhu Yeqing greeted with a wave, pulling me from my hesitation. Reluctantly, I approached. Boss Wan, Mr. Mu. Allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Zuo Chen, Zhu Yeqing stated with poise. This is Boss Wan Sihai of Jianhua Biotech, and Mr. Mu Jinlong of Jinlong Pharmaceuticals, she continued, smiling brightly. Mr. Zuo, a pleasure to meet you, both men said, their faces alight with smiles as they extended their hands for a shake. Mr. Zuo is quite the distinguished gentleman. Zhu is truly discerning in her choice. They began to flatter. I cast a sidelong glance at Mu Jinlong, pondering what he might think if he were aware of the events from the previous night. Presumably, he would be inclined to confront me with hostility. Both men were seasoned in the business world, adept in the art of flattery, and their compliments left me somewhat overwhelmed, particularly in the presence of Mu Jinlong, which was markedly uncomfortable. Fortunately, both individuals were astute enough to realize that they could not intrude upon us for too long. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they took their leave. Do you know Mu Jinlong? Upon witnessing their departure, Zhu Yeqing inquired with curiosity. Not at all. I've never met him before. Today is our first encounter, I replied, shaking my head. Zhu Yeqing cast a skeptical glance my way. First meeting? Yet. I can't help but notice that your demeanor towards him seems somewhat peculiar, she remarked, lightly furrowing her brow. A chill ran through me. For it was true what they say about a woman's intuition. It is often remarkably accurate. No, you've misinterpreted. I laughed awkwardly to deflect the suspicion. Zhu Yeqing scrutinized me once more before taking a sip from her glass, her gaze fixed intently upon me. Is there nothing you wish to share regarding Lu Changxi? What? I could sense her curiosity mounting, so I decided to tease her a little. Fine, if you choose not to speak, then so be it, she huffed in response. I chuckled softly, took out my phone, and composed a text message to her. Upon seeing the message on her screen, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she covered her mouth with her hand. The revelation that the child was not Lu Changxi's biological offspring was indeed shocking. Almost everyone in Jiangxing knew that Lu Changxi cherished his son and wife above all else, yet now it turned out that the child was not his. If this information were to leak, it would undoubtedly create a stir throughout the entire city. No wonder he was so aggressive earlier, Zhu Yeqing pondered, deleting the message from her phone. The next moment, she turned to me, her expression subtly altered. You continue to astonish me. How is it that you possess knowledge of such matters? Is there anything about Jiangxing that remains a mystery to you? Zhu Yeqing remarked. Chapter 38. Surveillance. I gazed at Zhu Yeqing, a gentle smile gracing my lips. I was aware that my displayed capabilities had aroused her suspicion. The extent of my knowledge seemed almost omniscient, a fact that made Zhu Yeqing wary, for she was an exceptionally clever woman, not easily deceived. I nonchalantly lifted my glass, taking a sip before smiling slightly and saying, Indeed, there are many things I do not know, as I am not a deity. However, compared to the average person, I possess a considerable number of secrets, for this is the nature of my profession. Information is my means of earning a living. Zhu Yeqing's gaze remained fixed on my face, and she asked again, You know me so well. How long have you been following me to gather intelligence? At last, she voiced her lingering doubt. Even as an information broker, acquiring intelligence necessitates investigation and understanding. Her awareness of my knowledge of her secrets led her to suspect that I had previously surveilled her. Having served 5 years in the military and recently discharged, coupled with my current role as a security guard, do you truly believe that my method of gathering information is through stalking? Do I even have the time for that? I replied with a smile. Then what else could it be? Zhu Yeqing inquired, somewhat perplexed. Such methods are the most foolish and rudimentary. As an information broker, I possess my own professional skills, and I have numerous methods that surpass your imagination. While we may lack an organization, there are countless information brokers around the globe, and we share our intelligence, making it far more complex than you might presume, I explained, setting down my glass. Zhu Yeqing slightly furrowed her brow, seemingly poised to inquire further, yet she ultimately refrained. She understood that delving deeper would lead to my secrets. Despite our intimacy, there were certain truths I could not divulge. Zhu Yeqing, being a sagacious woman, would not engage in actions that would render either of us uncomfortable. Moreover, she acknowledged the validity of my assertions. After all, relying solely on surveillance to obtain such intelligence would be an insurmountable task. Yet, do so many information brokers truly exist, hidden in the shadows? You are becoming increasingly intriguing, Zhu Yeqing remarked, arching an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light. Since the passing of her husband, Jiang Wanqing, Zhu Yeqing had not allowed herself to grow close to any man, for she could discern that those who approached her often harbored ulterior motives, be it for her wealth or beauty. This realization repulsed her, compelling her to disguise herself as a venomous serpent that others dared not approach. Until she encountered me on the deserted island, during her most vulnerable moment. Our shared experiences, particularly the trials we faced at sea, thawed the icy barriers around her heart. In her eyes, I embodied a mosaic of secrets, each one igniting her insatiable curiosity. Yet this yearning also kindled a flicker of danger within her. She feared succumbing entirely to her intrigue. Thus, upon reaching the shore and sharing a night of passion with me, she chose to vanish, wishing to sever any further entanglements. Little did she realize that I would, once again, appear in her life, aiding her in unmasking the traitors surrounding her. Now, we found ourselves entwined in a perplexing web of connections. As we spent more time together, Zhu Yeqing's curiosity about me intensified. It seemed as though I possessed an uncanny awareness of everything, particularly regarding her. This imbalance unsettled her, for she was inherently a stubborn and competitive woman. The disparity in our knowledge left her feeling a sense of inequity. Consequently, Zhu Yeqing resolved to surround herself with many individuals in an effort to uncover more about me. Zhu Yeqing was no ordinary woman. Her perspectives diverged significantly from those of others. While most women might judge a man based on his looks or wealth, those factors held little significance for her. She was already affluent enough that finding a wealthy partner no longer held allure. As for appearance, countless handsome suitors had pursued her over the years, yet she had never granted them even a fleeting glance. Now, however, my presence evoked a sensation within her that she had never experienced before. It was the enigma surrounding me that captivated her, a mystery that only deepened her interest. We raised our glasses with laughter, drinking heartily. After our meal, we exited the hotel and returned directly to the company. As Zhu Yeqing's assistant, I enjoyed the privilege of a private office adjacent to hers. Despite my nominal title, I lacked any specific responsibilities, leaving me to idly occupy my time at the office. Zhu Yeqing was exceedingly busy, for she bore the weight of her vast company upon her shoulders, managing numerous affairs daily. It was not until after 8 in the evening that she finally concluded her day's work. We stepped out for a light meal, after which Zhu Yeqing offered to escort me home. In the future, be sure to take a break. If you continue this way, your health will not withstand it. In the car, I glanced at Zhu and remarked to her, "What? Are you concerned about me?" Zhu turned to look at me, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Consider it concern. After all, we are in a romantic relationship now." I shrugged nonchalantly. So it's concern. Yet you won't admit it," Zhu pouted. I chuckled, preparing to share a witty retort when her phone rang. Zhu frowned slightly. Activating the speakerphone. "Speak." A voice came through, identifying itself as one of her bodyguards. "Boss, there's a car following us." "I understand." Zhu replied before abruptly ending the call. She furrowed her brow, then turned to me with a soft smile, saying, "I warned you that being my boyfriend would lead to trouble. Now trouble has arrived. Are you afraid?" I raised an eyebrow, instantly grasping Zhu's implication. It was common knowledge in Jiangsheng that Zhuoshi of the SHI group was her ardent pursuer. Every man who dared to approach Zhuoshi was perceived as an unequivocal enemy in his eyes. Over the years, Zhuoshi had employed every means possible to win her over, including stalking and even infiltrating her workplace with spies. Thus, when Zhuoshi heard of someone tailing her, she immediately thought of Zhuoshi. After all, she had already shared photos of us together on social media, announcing our relationship. Zhuoshi must be aware by now. The car following us belonged to Zhuoshi's associates. Zhuoshi reiterated this, her eyes occasionally scanning me to gauge my reaction. The Zhuo family is a prominent clan in Jiangsheng, with the SHI group being one of the city's top 10 enterprises. Under Zhuoshi's control, Zhuoshi was notorious for his volatile temper. Those who crossed him often faced dire consequences. Thus, no one in Jiangsheng wished to oppose him. Zhuoshi was curious to see how I would respond to the mention of Zhuoshi. Zhuoshi? What is so formidable about him? I shrugged. Aren't you afraid of him? Seeing my indifferent expression, Zhuoshi inquired curiously. Not at all. I'm well aware of his capabilities. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have agreed to be your boyfriend, I replied with a relaxed smile. Zhuoshi glanced at me once more, her curiosity deepening. She understood the kind of person Zhuoshi was, ruthless and unscrupulous in pursuit of his goals. My calm demeanor made her wonder if I possessed some means to deal with Zhuoshi. "Don't you worry about me. Zhuoshi poses no threat to me." Observing the worry etched on her face, I reached out, gently patting her smooth, fair thigh that peeked out from her QPO, my fingers gliding over its softness. "If I hadn't witnessed your capabilities, I might have thought you were merely a lecherous fool, thinking of such things at a time like this," Zhuoshi remarked, not shying away from my touch. Though she slightly furrowed her brow. "What should I do then? Am I not allowed to indulge a little before facing death?" I chuckled, my hand daringly exploring upwards. "Oh, you scoundrel!" Zhu Yeqing exclaimed, losing her composure, and tightly crossed her legs, her face flushed. I couldn't help but laugh heartily, withdrawing my hand. "You shameless rogue," she chastised, her face ablaze, as she parked in front of our apartment complex. "Get out. I'm heading back," Zhu Yeqing instructed. "What? Not coming home to spend the night with me? You could stay the whole time," I teased. "Shameless," she retorted, her cheeks still pink. "I'm too exhausted today. I'm not in the mood," she said, shaking her head. "Then be sure to rest well," I nodded, opening the car door to exit. After a long day of work, Zhu Yeqing was genuinely tired. She needed rest, and I could not force her to do anything. "Goodbye." Zhu Yeqing rolled down the window, waving at me before stepping on the gas and speeding away. I waved back, watching her and the bodyguard's car disappear before turning my attention to the street behind me. At the end of the alley, a white BMW was parked, the car that had been following us. I felt a headache coming on and pulled out my phone, dialing a number. Chapter 39. Two girls. The BMW at the street corner was the one Zhu Yeqing's bodyguard had noticed following us. However, contrary to her expectations, it was not Zhuo's men, but rather someone she would never suspect. I glanced at the street corner and directly made a call. "Hello?" The phone was quickly answered by a somewhat anxious male voice. "You've been following me for a while now. When will it end?" I spoke directly into the phone. I felt a slight irritation, regardless of who it was. Being followed was unnerving. The voice on the other end hesitated before hurriedly replying. "Mr. Zhu, please don't misunderstand. We are not following you. I need to rest now. If you have matters to discuss, you can call me directly. Please stop following me. It's quite bothersome," I stated, not waiting for him to respond before hanging up. I knew who was in that car. It was the leader of the gang I had dealt with at the bar, Zuo. That day, I had called him using my own phone. And with his skills, tracking me down was not a challenge. Although I felt some aversion, I did not express it too strongly, knowing he posed no real threat to me. After all, he was associated with Zhyn being my unofficial brother-in-law. Even if Zuo had the audacity, he would think twice before crossing me. His discovery of being spotted would likely frighten him significantly. I understood perfectly why Zuo was following me. He believed that my closeness to Zhu Yeqing could lead to me becoming Zhyn's brother-in-law, and he aimed to create some coincidences to ingratiate himself with me. I was well aware of Zuo's background. He was known in Jiangxing along with Liu Sing, Ch&Q, and Emily, each commanding their own territory. Among them, Zuo was the youngest and least experienced. Yet, his ability to maintain a seat at the table spoke volumes about his capabilities. Years ago, Zuo was merely a minor figure, but he was astute and became acquainted with Zhyn early on. At that time, the ZH family had not yet risen to prominence, and Zhyn was not the renowned figure he is today. As the ZH family gained power, Zhyn gradually elevated Zuo, granting him a reputation in the underworld of Jiangxing. Of course, Zhyn was exceptionally clever. While he supported Zuo, he also maintained good relations with the others. After all, Zhyn had wealth, and as long as he provided financial incentives, these thugs were more than willing to operate under him. In this world, it was not just about fighting, it was ultimately about money. Without financial backing, who would risk their necks for brawls? Zuo was one of Zhyn's trusted allies, but over the years, to prevent any one faction from becoming too dominant and to maintain balance in Jiangxing's underworld, Zhyn had never shown overt favoritism towards Zuo. Zhu, despite appearing to be a notorious playboy on the surface, is, in truth, an exceptionally astute individual. This faade is intentional. Although Yao Ji can be considered his protege, Zhu is keenly aware of the dangers of allowing him to overshadow his own standing. He understands the adage that a tall tree attracts the wind and the risks associated with drawing undue attention in this era, where those engaged in illicit activities may find themselves facing severe repercussions. By aiding Yao Ji excessively, Zhu fears that he may become entangled in the fallout should Yao Ji encounter trouble. Being a businessman, his priority lies in profit, and he has no interest in the violent skirmishes of the underworld. All he desires is a stable environment in Jiangxing. In contrast, Yao Ji, having risen from humble beginnings, harbors an insatiable ambition for power. Zhu Yun's ambivalent attitude toward him has instilled a profound sense of peril in Yao Ji, prompting him to seek my acquaintance. His surveillance of my movements is merely an attempt to discern my habits, hoping to orchestrate a chance encounter where he might engage me in conversation. As I approached the entrance of my residential complex, I overheard voices emanating from within, compelling me to pause. "Qianqian, it's so late, we should head back," He may not return tonight. A familiar voice remarked. It was Mu Xiaoyao. No, we can't go back. I must confront that scoundrel and ensure he faces the consequences. Another voice interjected, which I immediately recognized as Wan Qianqian, Mu Xiaoyao's closest friend and the daughter of Wan Sihai from Jianhua Biotechnology. Mu Xiaoyao, aside from Wan Qianqian, had no other companions, making it evident that only Wan Qianqian could be accompanying her at this hour. I chose not to rush forward, but to linger at the stairway, curious about why these two young women were waiting for me so late at night. He's not a con man. I willingly engaged with him last night, Mu Xiaoyao protested softly. Xiaoyao, how can you be so naive? That fellow is a fraud. Everything he said was nothing but deceitful nonsense. Only someone as innocent as you would fall for it, Wan Qianqian retorted angrily. I was uncertain of the truth behind their conversation, though I found the situation rather amusing. Indeed, I had experienced quite the thrill the previous night. Xiaoyao, you must be out of your mind or charmed by that man to give him your first time. Now you're defending him? It infuriates me. Wan Qianqian's voice escalated with indignation. Enough, Qianqian. He truly did not deceive me. I consented willingly. It's late. Let us go back, Mu Xiaoyao insisted again. No, we cannot let this slide. You are my best friend. I refuse to let that scoundrel off easy. When he returns, I will make him pay, Wan Qianqian declared vehemently. I couldn't help but smile wryly upon hearing this, as I pieced together the events of the previous night. Mu Xiaoyao had been waiting for Wan Qianqian at the bar, but her friend had been preoccupied with her boyfriend, leading to the unexpected encounter between Mu Xiaoyao and myself. Naturally, as Mu Xiaoyao's closest confidant, Wan Qianqian was informed of the night's events, and thus believed me to be the villain who had deceived her friend. I chuckled softly and walked towards them, noticing that the two girls were seated on the steps outside my door, waiting expectantly. Upon my arrival, they both froze momentarily. Mu Xiaoyao's face flushed with embarrassment. She clearly did not wish to be here, given that, by any measure, I had not deceived her. Everything had transpired by her own volition. However, Wan Qianqian had insisted on confronting me, convinced that her friend had been misled. Thus, upon seeing me, Mu Xiaoyao felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her as her cheeks turned slightly red, and she offered me an apologetic smile. Wan Qianqian, however, remained resolute. Her irritation palpable. She felt immense guilt for Mu Xiaoyao's predicament, believing it to be her fault for failing to show up. Consequently, she had resolved to give me a lesson I would never forget. When I appeared at the stairway, Wan Qianqian's demeanor shifted as she glared at me, filled with hostility. Both girls were of the same age, having been raised together as their fathers were longtime business partners, while they shared a close bond. Wan Qianqian's fiery temperament starkly contrasted with Mu Xiaoyao's gentler nature, and she had a history of changing boyfriends frequently, though her looks paled in comparison to Mu Xiaoyao's. Hello there, I greeted as I ascended the stairway, nodding and smiling at them. Wan Qianqian sprang to her feet. Turning to Mu Xiaoyao, is it him? She inquired, her voice laced with accusation. Mu Xiaoyao's face betrayed an unmistakable awkwardness as she confirmed my identity. Upon realizing who I was, Wan Qianqian's demeanor shifted to one of confrontation, her eyes narrowing with a steely glare. Oh, living in a place like this and dressed so expensively. You must be out to deceive young girls. It's clear you're no good, you scoundrel. She launched into an outright tirade. I scratched my head, feeling a headache coming on. It was challenging to deal with someone so brash. As I regarded Wan Qianqian, I noticed her unease under my gaze, and she hastily rummaged through her bag, producing a small electric baton. I chuckled and continued my advance up the steps. If you claim I'm a fraud, then what are you two young ladies doing here at this hour? If my intentions were wicked, you would not stand a chance against me, I replied with a smirk. Don't try to intimidate me. Do you know who my father is? Wan Qianqian stammered as I approached. The logic of my statement seemed to unsettle her. If I were indeed malicious, why would they venture here alone? The fact that I hadn't even glanced at the baton in her hand only heightened her apprehension. Despite her fiery disposition, she was still a girl, and the bravado she had exhibited was starting to wane. Oh, your father? You mean Wan Sihai from Jianhua Biotechnology? I'm well aware, I responded with a grin. What? You know my father? Wan Qianqian was taken aback, but her bravado quickly returned, and she retorted coldly. Well, if you know who my father is, you'd better behave. Otherwise, you'll face dire consequences. Oh, I beg to differ. While your family may have some influence, there are only the two of you here. Which means I hold the power in this situation, I asserted confidently, chuckling as I drew closer. Scoundrel, what are you planning to do? Wan Qianqian exclaimed, clearly intimidated as she waved the baton frantically. What do you think? I'm merely considering how to handle both of you, I replied with a mischievous grin. In that moment, both Mu Xiaoyao and Wan Qianqian were left utterly speechless. Currently, the The two girls are hardly my adversaries. If I were to pursue any intent, they would truly lack the strength to resist. This confrontation, which began as a quest for vengeance, has unexpectedly turned into a scenario akin to a lamb entering the tiger's den, rendering both of them pale with fear. My smile, which exudes an air of lewdness and depravity, appears to them as that of a perverted lecher. Don't come any closer. If you do, I will call for help. As I advanced, Wan Qianqian pulled the terrified Mu Xiaoyao behind her, brandishing a small electric baton in a futile display of defiance. I chose to disregard the frightened girls and approached confidently, producing a key to unlock the door. I was merely jesting. There is no need to be alarmed. Would you care to come in for a moment? I invited them as I opened the door. Humph, you deceitful charlatan. Do you think we are mere children? Go to hell, Wan Qianqian exclaimed, raising her baton to strike me. No, Qianqian, Mu Xiaoyao cried out, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. The baton was poised to descend upon my head. I furrowed my brow, surprised that this girl dared to act. Although the baton was small, a blow to the head would undoubtedly be painful. I swiftly seized the baton, rendering Wan Qianqian unable to reclaim it despite her struggles. Enough with your nonsensical antics. My matters with Xiaoyao do not concern you. You should be more worried about your own situation, I replied with a hint of exasperation. What do you mean? Wan Qianqian panted, her face flushed from exertion. Your boyfriend, is he Xiao Shui, isn't he? I casually inquired. How do you know about Xiao Shui? Wan Qianqian stammered, staring at me in disbelief. Not only do I know him, but I am also aware that his interest in you is not genuine affection. He is enamored with your wealth. Just yesterday, he extorted a sum from you and has since been gallivanting around, currently at Haowang Hotel, room 903, frolicking with his ex-girlfriend. I stated. Impossible. Xiao Shui is not like that. Stop spreading lies. Wan Qianqian retorted angrily. I shrugged helplessly and remarked. Miss Wan, are you truly so confident in your appearance? Do you believe Xiao Shui is attracted to you for your looks? It is merely because you are easily seduced and financially indulgent, which is why he is drawn to you. My words struck a nerve, and Wan Qianqian's expression morphed dramatically. I spoke the truth, and often, the truth is the most painful. If we were to score her on looks, she would barely merit a 6, just scraping by. Thus, throughout the years, nearly every man who approached her was motivated by her wealth. It is no secret that Wan Qianqian is generous with her finances when it comes to men. If you doubt my words, feel free to call him and inquire, I said, exasperated. Fine, just wait. You not only deceive Xiaoyao, but also dare to speak ill of Xiao Shui. I will expose you for the despicable fraud you are, Wan Qianqian declared. Retrieving her phone and dialing her boyfriend's number, deliberately activating the speakerphone to confront me. Hello, Xiao Shui, are you home? Wan Qianqian asked, as she currently shared an apartment with him. Of course I'm home. What is up, sweetheart? Are you coming back? A gentle male voice resonated from the phone. Not yet. I'm with Xiaoyao, and we have some matters to attend to, she replied, casting a provocative glance in my direction. I smiled and gestured for her to continue. Xiao Shui, could you check the second drawer of my vanity and see what brand of lipstick is there? I found it quite lovely and wish to recommend it to Xiaoyao. Huh. Lipstick brand? Don't you remember? His tone shifted, displaying unease. It was a gift, and I only used it once, so I forgot the brand. Please check for me. Wan Qianqian's brow furrowed slightly. I'm currently in the shower. Can we wait? He stammered on the other end. Upon hearing this, Wan Qianqian's expression shifted drastically. She was no fool and could easily discern that Xiao Shui was not at home. You son of a gun, Xiao Shui. Where the hell are you? Are you with another woman? I swear I will make you pay. Wan Qianqian erupted in fury. However, before she could finish her tirade, the line went dead. That scoundrel Xiao Shui dared to hang up on me. Wan Qianqian seethed, her eyes blazing with indignation. He holds no genuine feelings for you. He is merely after your wealth and will likely not contact you again, I remarked. Wan Qianqian's face turned a mixture of blue and red as she dialed Xiao Shui's number once more. This time, however, it was met with a busy signal. Her number had likely been blocked. That treacherous Xiao Shui dares to deceive me. Wan Qianqian was now thoroughly enraged. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaoyao stood behind her, bewildered. Today, Wan Qianqian had initially come to seek justice for her, yet now the situation had escalated beyond her expectations. Witnessing her best friend's fury, Mu Xiaoyao felt a pang of sympathy. Qianqian, please don't be upset, she gently urged. That bastard. I will confront him and ensure he pays for his misdeeds, Wan Qianqian declared, hastily darting down the stairs, forgetting entirely that she had come to confront me. Her mind was solely fixated on Xiao Shui, intent on exacting her vengeance. In her rage, she had even forgotten about her dear friend. I'm so sorry, she uttered as she departed, leaving only Mu Xiaoyao and me in the corridor. The girl before me now appeared demure and reserved, tinged with shyness, an entirely different visage from the previous day. I recognized that this was her true self, as she was inherently a quiet girl. The wildness of yesterday was merely an attempt to indulge for once. Humans are peculiar beings, oftentimes. Those who are gentle and submissive in nature unleash their wild side with greater fervor. It was evident that Mu Xiaoyao belonged to this category. It's nothing. She is a wonderful friend, I said with a smile. Would you care to stay the night? I inquired as I stood at the door. Upon hearing my proposition, Mu Xiaoyao's face flushed even deeper. Her expression bore a hint of hesitation, mixed with a glimmer of hope, evoking an indescribable allure. Yesterday, I was quite swollen and still in pain, she whispered, her cheeks nearly resembling crimson fabric. Then I shall be gentle today. I stepped closer and grasped her wrist. As I held her wrist, Mu Xiaoyao shivered slightly and glanced up at me, her enchanting eyes glistening with a hint of longing. As I was about to usher Mu Xiaoyao into the room, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from downstairs. It was Wan Qianqian, who had just dashed down, now rushing back up again. Upon seeing her, Mu Xiaoyao flinched as if electrocuted, hastily releasing my hand and maintaining a considerable distance from me. Wan Qianqian, oblivious to my peculiar demeanor, was panting and inquired, "Which hotel did you say he Xiao Shui was at?" "Hao Guan Hotel, room 903, I replied, somewhat exasperated that she had interrupted my plans. "Fine, damn it, I'm going to find him right now," Wan Qianqian exclaimed, cursing as she rushed down the stairs. However, this time she remembered her best friend and paused after a few steps, calling out to Mu Xiaoyao, "Xiaoyao, what are you standing there for? Come with me to catch him red-handed." Mu Xiaoyao turned to me with a gentle smile before heading downstairs. "I'll come find you again in a couple of days. I'll manage on my own." As she passed by me, she whispered, "Hey, remember to bring a few people along. Just the two of you might not be enough to handle it." I leaned my head out, addressing the two descending the stairs. "Understood. Thanks for the reminder." Wan Qianqian's voice came from below. I anticipated that the scene at the hotel would undoubtedly be quite spectacular. Wan Qianqian's brazen personality would surely humiliate He Xiao Shui. Nevertheless, such matters held no interest for me. I simply took a quick shower and went straight to bed. The following morning, I awoke, washed up briefly, and went downstairs, intending to grab a bite to eat. Just as I reached the ground floor, I spotted a man in a black tracksuit standing at the entrance. He appeared to be in his mid-30s, sporting a neat buzz cut, with a long scar across his face that made him look somewhat intimidating. His eyes were bloodshot, suggesting a sleepless night. The ground before him was littered with cigarette butts, indicating he had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon noticing my descent, he approached me directly and, without uttering a word, knelt before me. "Mr. Zuo, I apologize for yesterday. I didn't mean to," the man murmured, kneeling at my feet. "Get up. What do you think you're doing?" I frowned, addressing him. At my words, he rose without hesitation, slightly bowing in my presence. He was Yao Ji, who had waited here all night. Yao Ji was understandably frightened. After being discovered yesterday, he had been anxious. He recognized the repercussions he might face if young Master Zhu learned of his tracking, especially since he had witnessed Zhu Yeqing escorting me back, which made him increasingly restless. Zhu Yun was particularly protective of his sister, and if Zhu Yun found out about his following Zhu Yeqing, Yao Ji knew his life would be in jeopardy, far worse than provoking Zhu Yun himself. All night, Yao Ji had clutched his phone, contemplating calling me to clarify, but he feared disturbing my rest and provoking my ire, which would only exacerbate the situation. Consequently, he opted for the most foolish method of waiting for me downstairs, enduring the entire night. I glanced at Yao Ji. Overall, he was not unattractive, and his nickname seemed unbefitting. However, the scar on his face was rather conspicuous. "Mr. Zuo, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you yesterday. I merely wished to explain that Yao Ji's expression appeared haggard, with dark circles under his eyes, clearly a result of his restless night spent waiting here. I held a favorable impression of Yao Ji. Although he was involved in the underworld, he was not a mere brute. Rather, he was intelligent, adept at navigating social situations and seizing opportunities. His pursuit of me had been an attempt to connect, albeit one that had backfired. "You need not worry. I did not inform Zhu Yun about yesterday's incident," I said calmly, observing him. Upon hearing my words, Yao Ji visibly relaxed, the tension lifting from his shoulders. "What about your subordinates?" I casually inquired as I moved forward. I instructed them to remain outside. This is a residential area, and having too many people around could attract unwanted attention, Yao Ji replied cautiously. I regarded him with a smile, appreciating his diligence. As I continued to stretch my limbs, I walked towards the neighborhood's exit. My daily routine involved strolling around outside before seeking a breakfast spot. Is there something you need? I asked Yao Ji while walking. Mr. Zuo, I feel it necessary to clarify yesterday's events. Please do not misunderstand me. I genuinely mean no harm. I only sought to get closer to you. Yao Ji confessed openly as we walked. He was astute enough to realize that failing to clarify could lead to misunderstandings, which would not bode well for him. You may not know, but those of us in the underworld may seem formidable in the eyes of outsiders, seen as leaders, yet to those in true positions of power, we are merely small-time thugs. Surviving each day is a struggle. I owe my current status entirely to young Master Zhu's patronage. You are family to him. Thus, when I saw you, I pondered how I might engage you, which led to my following you, Yao Ji explained. I felt a sense of satisfaction with him. He understood when to speak truthfully and when to be less forthright. It was evident that he possessed considerable intelligence. Is that all you have to say? I halted in front of a breakfast shop. Yao Ji's expression shifted, his mind racing as he wondered if he had inadvertently said something to displease me. That's all. He replied. You haven't had breakfast, have you? Let's eat together, I suggested, gesturing towards the shop before stepping inside. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yao Ji finally exhaled in relief and followed me in. Inside the breakfast shop, I ordered 2 servings of soy milk, along with several fried dough sticks and a few buns, and began to eat. Yao Ji, a notorious figure in Jiangcheng's underworld, had not dined in such an establishment for years. Now seated across from me, he ate cautiously, occasionally stealing glances at me with an odd expression. I understood his thoughts. He perceived me as Zhu Yeqing's boyfriend, Zhu Yun's brother-in-law, and thus assumed I must be someone of great significance. Living in an old residential complex was one thing, but dining in such a modest eatery was undeniably low-key. It is wise to be prudent, yet one must remember that sometimes excessive cunning can invite unnecessary trouble. As I continued to eat, I remarked to Yao Ji. Upon hearing my words, he immediately set down his chopsticks, nodding gravely. Mr. Zuo, your guidance is etched in my heart. Enough, enough. I merely spoke out of turn. It hardly qualifies as guidance. Please, eat quickly. I gestured toward my breakfast. Did you hear me? Yao Ji remained silent, bowing his head to focus on his meal. A television hung on the wall of the small restaurant, broadcasting a news segment. The sound was too low for me to discern the words, but the visuals depicted what appeared to be a brawl. In the footage, a young man was stripped bare, with sensitive areas obscured, and tightly bound to a telephone pole with rope. The young man had a handsome visage, possessing the potential of a pretty boy. Yet his eyes were bruised, and his body bore the marks of violence, presenting a pitiful sight. Though the news was inaudible, I recognized him at a glance. This was He Xiaoshui, the one who deceived Wan Qianqian. Given the circumstances, he must have been dealt a severe blow by Wan Qianqian and her associates last night. Ultimately, he was stripped and tied to a pole by the roadside, making it to the news and suffering a complete loss of face. Mr. Zuo, I initially thought this matter would be difficult to clarify, but I never expected you to be so understanding. Yao Ji had finished his meal and smiled at me. I returned his smile, saying little else. Were it not for the knowledge that you harbor no ill intentions toward me, today might have posed a grave threat to your life. Mr. Zuo, regardless of the circumstances, this situation is my fault. Could you grant me an opportunity to make amends? Yao Ji spoke again. Oh, how do you intend to make amends? I inquired, smiling at him. Just as Yao Ji was about to respond, my phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, I saw it was Zhu Yeqing calling. So early? Are you at the office? I asked. Not yet. I'm on my way and will arrive shortly. Hurry to the office. There has been an incident. Zhu Yeqing's voice carried a tone of anger and urgency. Understood. I'm heading to the office, I concluded, promptly hanging up. From Zhu Yeqing's tone, I sensed something significant had transpired at the company, compelling her to be so anxious. Ever since her husband's passing, she had devoted all her efforts to the company, making it her lifeblood. I have some urgent matters to attend to. Let us discuss this later. After hanging up, I stood and made my way outside. Yao Ji nodded, casually tossing 100 yuan onto the table before following me out. Mr. Zuo, you seem quite anxious. Do you need a ride? Yao Ji asked as he caught up to me. Conveniently, your car is parked at the corner, right? Please take me to Longmen Group. I replied. Mr. Zuo, please don't mention it. If you don't mind, take the car, Yao Ji said, retrieving a set of car keys from his pocket and handing them to me. What is this? I turned to look at him. I apologize, Mr. Zuo. I was quite rude yesterday. I didn't have the chance to finish my thoughts earlier, so consider this my apology gift. Please, drive this car, Yao Ji insisted. I glanced toward the street corner and noticed a dozen of Yao Ji's associates squatting nearby, beside a brand new Rolls-Royce Cullinan, which was likely the vehicle he intended to lend me. I smiled and, forgoing any further pleasantries, took the keys, and walked toward the car. Very well, from now on, let us consider ourselves friends. Upon hearing my words, Yao Ji's eyes lit up, and he broke into a broad smile. I approached the vehicle, opened the door, and sat inside. Yao Ji's associate stood up as I approached, nodding and bowing in greeting from a distance. I started the engine, and with a push on the accelerator, we took off. The Cullinan, the first large SUV from Rolls-Royce, exuded an impressive aura and was a fitting car for a man. Of course, it came with a hefty price tag, around 5 to 6 million yuan. Concerned about offending me, Yao Ji had gone to great lengths overnight to acquire this vehicle as an apology. With such determination and resolve, it's no wonder Yao Ji transitioned from a mere thug to a prominent figure in Jiangxing's underworld in just a few short years. As I drove past, Yao Ji waved at me with a flattering smile, saying, "Mr. Zuo, take care." I nodded in acknowledgement through the car window. 20 minutes later, I parked the vehicle in the underground garage of Longmen Group, spotting Zhu Yeqing's car, indicating she had arrived at the office. I proceeded directly to the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. Upon reaching the top, none of Zhu Yeqing's bodyguards hindered my passage. They merely nodded in greeting. I traversed the corridor and entered Zhu Yeqing's presidential office. Inside, she was pacing in a striking red qipao, standing before the large floor-to-ceiling windows. Her brow was furrowed, and her expression was one of distress. What happened? I approached her and inquired. There has been a problem at the company. It's the doing of Zhao Sihai, Zhu Yeqing replied, her tone cold. What sort of issue? Upon hearing Zhao Sihai's name, my brow arched. Zhao Sihai, Zhu Yeqing's fervent pursuer, would stop at nothing to win her over. I was well aware of his reputation as Zhu Yeqing's nominal boyfriend. I had been prepared for a confrontation with him. However, he had been surprisingly quiet lately. Over the past year, the company had focused its efforts on developing new products. And now that the product was ready, we had only a week until the launch event. We had spared no expense in inviting the popular star Lu Kaiwei to attend the release. Yet yesterday, she was involved in a severe car accident. Her injuries are grave. She will be bedridden for at least 2 months, thus jeopardizing the launch event. Zhu Yeqing clenched her fists, clearly furious. The project Zhu Yeqing's company has been working on is a high-end fashion cosmetic line, representing her first step toward transforming the company. Everything had been progressing smoothly. The new product was of exceptional quality, and with Lu Kaiwei as the spokesperson, Zhu Yeqing was confident that the launch would explode in the market, doubling the company's performance and securing a victory in her wager against Zhao Sihai. However, now, at this critical juncture, Lu Kaiwei had the misfortune of a car accident. Zhu Yeqing is an astute individual, and she quickly grasped the key issue. This situation is far too coincidental. Just as Zhao Sihai's infiltrator was eliminated, Lu Kaiwei has an accident and cannot attend the product launch. This cannot be mere chance. It has to be Zhao Sihai's doing. He is the only one with the means. Zhu Yeqing's expression darkened like a storm cloud. I shrugged, already aware that Zhao Sihai was behind this. In the ongoing conflict with Zhao Sihai, Zhu Yeqing had always found herself at a disadvantage. This was not to say that Zhu Yeqing lacked capability. Rather, Zhao Sihai had the backing of the Zhao family and numerous allies within the Zhu family. Years ago, Zhu Yeqing, as a woman, relied on her family's support to ascend to her current position. Thus, her family remains an inescapable factor in her life. For the Zhu family, the union between Zhu Yeqing and Zhao Sihai would undoubtedly yield greater benefits for the clan. Thus, within the family, apart from her younger brother Zhu Yun, Zhu Yeqing found herself fighting a solitary battle. As the launch of her new product approached, she was determined to outshine Zhao Sihai. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, Lu Kaiwei suffered an accident, inciting Zhu Yeqing's fury to unprecedented heights. Now, she sought to retaliate against Zhao Sihai, since he employed such despicable tactics against her. She would not hold back. Over the years, the people of Jiangxing had aptly dubbed her Zhu Yeqing, a name reflecting her vengeful nature. Like a venomous serpent, she harbored grudges, and anyone who crossed her would eventually pay the price. In her eyes, I was a resourceful information broker, which is why Zhu Yeqing promptly turned to me. She inquired whether I possessed any secrets about Zhao Sihai that could be used to subdue him. I moved over, seated myself on the sofa, poured myself a glass of water, took a sip, and replied, "Certainly, I have information. As an intelligence dealer, individuals like Zhao Sihai are our primary subjects of investigation. I possess quite a bit of incriminating evidence against him." Upon hearing this, a cold glimmer flashed in Zhu Yeqing's eyes, akin to a snake preparing to strike. "How much?" "I will buy it," she stated without hesitation. "I'm afraid I cannot sell it to you," I replied, setting down my cup and shaking my head. "What did you say?" Zhu Yeqing paused, seemingly questioning if she had misheard. As an intelligence broker, selling information was my trade. She found it incomprehensible that I would not capitalize on this opportunity. On the other hand, she believed her connection with me should compel me to divulge Zhao Sihai's secrets, so my outright refusal bewildered her. Thus, Zhu Yeqing pondered the meaning behind my response. It would be futile. Even if I provided you with this information, you would have no means to act against him. For it is not solely about him, but the entire Zhao family. The Zhao clan would never permit Zhao Sihai to face repercussions. I explained to Zhu Yeqing. Not only the Zhao family, but if you were to use this information against Zhao Sihai, even the Zhu family might come to his aid. The moment you take action, it would signify open conflict between the two families, a burden the Zhu family cannot bear. Ultimately, you might find yourself forced to marry Zhao Sihai. Do you believe you can withstand the pressure from both families? Zhu Yeqing fell silent upon hearing my words. The anger that had marred her countenance dissipated, replaced by calmness. She was an astute individual, momentarily clouded by fury but now enlightened by my counsel. Regardless of the circumstances, direct confrontation with Zhao Sihai was inadvisable. Despite Zhao Sihai's persistent interest in her over the years, he had never dared to act overtly. Both families stood behind them. Should she pursue Zhao Sihai relentlessly, it would be an unbearable burden for her family. Thus, she had to seek another spokesperson. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Yeqing settled at her desk, contemplating alternative plans. Though still seething within, she recognized that anger resolved nothing. Her immediate priority was to secure a new spokesperson. However, with only a week until the launch event, enlisting a top-tier celebrity was utterly impractical. The schedules of popular stars were tightly booked. Lu Kaihui had been reserved 6 months in advance. With just 1 week to go, it was evident that only third-tier stars could be considered, which would undoubtedly diminish the event's impact. Especially for high-end cosmetics, the star effect was paramount. The difference in endorsement impact between a top-tier celebrity and a third-tier one was akin to the heavens and the earth. Yet, what other options remained? As I approached Zhu Yeqing, observing her furrowed brow, I felt a pang of sympathy. Would you like me to assist you? I offered. Zhu Yeqing looked up at me. You're an intelligence broker. Do you also engage in this line of business? I chuckled lightly, shrugged, and replied, is it profitable? How I earn is not the issue. Our intelligence is extensive. We possess insights into the secrets of those prominent stars. If you desire, I can even procure Lu Mi, also known as Demi Mi, as well as other popular celebrities. I was not exaggerating. Although I had only seen the star known as Demi Mi on television, locating her was not a challenge for me. You can find Demi Mi? Zhu Yeqing gazed at me with evident skepticism. Demi Mi, whose real name was Lu Mi, was currently one of the hottest celebrities. At 26, she had garnered numerous awards and was rumored to be making inroads into Hollywood. Such a luminary was leagues above Lu Kaihui, whom Zhu Yeqing initially sought. Their popularity was not even comparable. Although Zhu Yeqing had considered Demi Mi, her access was hindered by the high barriers to entry. It should not pose a problem, I reassured Zhu Yeqing, noticing her lingering doubt. How long will it take? She inquired once more. 1 day, I can confirm it within a day, I stated with a smile. Zhu Yeqing remained doubtful, uncertainly asking, do you know her? Seeing her on television counts as knowing her, doesn't it? I replied. Do you comprehend what you are saying? Zhu Yeqing slightly furrowed her brow. At that moment, she seemed irritated, suspecting I was jesting, but she was in no mood for humor. Of course I do. When have I ever exaggerated in front of you? If I say it can be done, it will be done, I smiled. However, to my knowledge, she is currently filming in Southeast Asia. You cannot meet her in person. How will you contact her? Zhu Yeqing's skepticism persisted. Who says contacting her requires a face-to-face meeting? I know her backer. Well, even if you know her backer. As far as I know, Demi Mi signed a contract to endorse a cosmetics brand 6 months ago. If she endorses another product now, it would constitute a breach of contract, resulting in considerable penalties. How will you persuade her to come here? Zhu Yeqing exclaimed incredulously. None of that is an issue. I just need to know if she is suitable. If she is, we will secure her, I stated firmly. Although your intelligence capabilities truly surprise me, I still find it hard to believe what you say is genuine, Zhu Yeqing responded. It was understandable. After all, who would believe such a thing? Demi Mi, a star of her caliber, already had a contract and would only breach it if she were out of her mind. Since you doubt me, why not let us wager? I suggested with a smile. What shall we wager? Zhu Yeqing asked. If I lose, I will give you 20 million. How does that sound? I proposed. And if you win, what do you desire? Zhu Yeqing directly inquired. If I win, you will follow my instructions in our future endeavors and change into various outfits according to my whims. What do you think? I grinned mischievously at Zhu Yeqing. Zhu Yeqing initially listened to my wager with a serious expression, but upon hearing my unexpected words, her face flushed crimson. You truly are a scoundrel, she retorted. filled with indignation. However, she quickly inhaled deeply and remarked, "If you genuinely manage to invite Demimi, I will heed your every command regarding uniforms." Chapter 43. A gift. Zhu Yeqing's response was resolute, devoid of hesitation, for she believed that I could never achieve such a feat since our encounter on the deserted island. I had indeed surprised her on numerous occasions. Yet, this time, she could not bring herself to trust that I could deliver. After all, Demimi was exceedingly popular. And initially, Zhu Yeqing had no connections to reach her. Moreover, Demimi had long been the ambassador for a prominent domestic cosmetics brand. It was implausible for her to breach that contract for my sake. "Well, it is settled then," I said with a smile, before departing. Although I had never met Demimi, I was aware of the trajectory of her rise to fame. In the vast and chaotic entertainment industry, a female celebrity's ascent hinges on a few factors. One path is through familial connections that provide immediate access to resources, propelling her onto the path of stardom. The other path relies on benefactors, for no matter how stunning one may be or how exceptional their acting skills, without support, success remains elusive. Demimi belonged to the latter category. During her high school years, she had become involved with a benefactor who facilitated her entry into the world of acting through connections and resources. Over the years, her career blossomed, largely due to the unwavering support of that benefactor. Throughout her time in the entertainment industry, Demimi has largely avoided scandal, as few dared to associate her with any rumors, largely due to the influence of her benefactor, a powerful figure from a prestigious family in Beijing named Zhang Yuanchao. It was this connection that allowed Demimi to navigate the treacherous waters of the entertainment realm with such ease. As for me, I held some secrets regarding that influential individual. Upon reaching the ground floor, I retrieved my phone and dialed a number belonging to Yao Ji, for I would soon require his assistance. "Hello, Mr. Zuo. Is there an issue with the vehicle?" Yao Ji inquired cautiously upon answering. "Bring some manpower and meet me in the west of the city. I have matters to attend to." "I will be waiting on Minghua Road," I instructed. "Understood. I will arrange it immediately," Yao Ji responded without hesitation. After ending the call, I drove to the intersection of Minghua Road and parked by the roadside, awaiting Yao Ji and his crew. Yao Ji was efficient. Within half an hour, 2 Hummers and a van arrived beside me. Yao Ji stepped out, followed by a dozen fierce-looking subordinates wielding weapons. "Mr. Zuo, which establishment shall we target?" Yao Ji inquired as he approached. "Not a war. This time we are looking for someone. Position your men at the exit and ensure that individual does not escape," I clarified, offering him a reassuring smile. Upon hearing my words, Yao Ji visibly relaxed. Though they were thugs, no one relished a life of constant violence. After all, it was perilous. After giving Yao Ji his instructions, we drove directly to the western part of Jiangqing. This area, a suburban amalgamation, was typically rife with unsavory characters, making the situation rather complex. Even Yao Ji, a seasoned rogue, seldom ventured here, as the inhabitants were impoverished and devoid of lucrative prospects. A few minutes later, we halted before a narrow alley. I alighted from the vehicle, followed by Yao Ji, who promptly approached, awaiting my orders. I whispered a few instructions to him, and he quickly signaled to his men to monitor all possible exits. After ensuring his subordinates were attentive, Yao Ji joined me as we advanced into the alley. At the alley's end stood a small courtyard, its door firmly shut and silent within. I glanced at Yao Ji, who understood my intent and moved forward to knock. "Who is it?" A voice called from inside. "Open up. I'm looking for Lu Qingshan," I stated directly. The occupant inside hesitated momentarily. "There's no Lu Qingshan here. You've got the wrong place." "Damn it, whether he is here or not, open the door first," Yao Ji exclaimed, his frustration evident. Yet this time, the door remained shut, and not a sound could be heard. With a cold smirk, I approached the door and delivered a powerful kick, sending the aged door flying open. "Old 3, take them down." As the door burst open, 2 men rushed out, brandishing knives over half a meter long, aiming to strike us. "Damn," Yao Ji exclaimed, startled, as he narrowly dodged a sweeping attack with a swift roll. The other assailant lunged at me with his knife. I had anticipated this. Instead of retreating or evading, I surged forward and delivered a precise kick to his wrist, sending the blade clattering to the ground. I then swiftly advanced, landing a kick on the assailant's knee, causing him to collapse. At that moment, the other attacker abandoned Yao Ji and turned to me, knife in hand. I smirked and charged at him, swiftly incapacitating him with a combination of punches and kicks. Yao Ji, still reeling from shock, stared at me with wide eyes, disbelief etched across his face. Clearly, he had not anticipated my proficiency in combat. Notably, these 2 men were both formidable and armed, yet I had dispatched them with alarming ease, showcasing my exceptional skills. Ignoring Yao Ji's astonished gaze, I picked up one of the fallen knives and placed it against the leg of the man I had subdued. Then, raising my voice, I called out, "Lu Qingshan, are you still contemplating escape? If you dare to flee, your brother will lose his leg. For years, they have been your protectors. Can you truly abandon them now?" From behind the courtyard wall, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard climbed atop the wall, poised to escape. Upon hearing my voice, he hesitated, perched on the edge, contemplating the scene before him, his two fallen brothers and us. "My men surround you. Even if you jump down, you cannot flee," I continued. Hesitating briefly, the man ultimately descended, limping toward us. "What do you want? Just come for me. Spare my brothers," Lu Qingshan said as he approached. "Call your men and take him away," I instructed Yao Ji, who promptly exited to gather a few of his subordinates. They swiftly bound Lu Qingshan tightly with rope and led him away. Once this was accomplished, I instructed Yao Ji to contact the authorities, as the two men inside required police intervention. My motive for confronting Lu Qingshan today was rooted in my knowledge of his past deeds. He was a ruthless individual, the type willing to risk everything for money. 5 years prior, in Beijing, he had been commissioned to eliminate Zhang Yuanchao, nearly succeeding in his endeavor. In the end, it was Zhang Yuanchao's brother who took the blow for him, dying under a flurry of blades, which allowed Zhang Yuanchao to escape with his life. I am aware that over the years, Zhang Yuanchao has been tirelessly seeking information regarding the whereabouts of Lu Qingshan and his brothers. Meanwhile, Lu Qingshan and his siblings have been in hiding within Jiangqing. Zhang Yuanchao is the clandestine benefactor of Demimi, and if I wish to utilize Demimi, I must present him with an extraordinary gift that he is sure to appreciate. Serendipitously, Zhang Yuanchao is currently in Jiangqing. "Mr. Zuo, how shall we handle that individual?" Upon exiting the courtyard, Yao Ji cautiously inquired. The notorious ruffian of Jiangcheng is now utterly in awe of my capabilities, having been thoroughly subdued by my earlier display of strength. "Find a secure location and keep a close watch on him. Await my instructions," I replied. "Understood, Mr. Zuo." Yao Ji respectfully acknowledged before departing with his entourage. I drove directly to the Huajin Grand Hotel and retrieved my phone. "Hello, whom am I speaking with?" A man's voice resonated through the line. It was Zhang Yuanchao, his tone laced with a hint of skepticism, as this was his private number, known to few outsiders, thus raising doubts about my identity. "Greetings, Mr. Zhang. I believe you will find certain matters I wish to discuss quite intriguing," I replied with a smile. "Who are you? If you have something to say, do so. Otherwise, I am quite busy," Zhang Yuanchao responded, his annoyance palpable. "I am aware that you have been searching for Lu Qingshan these past few years. I trust you would be very interested in his whereabouts," I asserted. "What? Who are you? Where is Lu Qingshan?" Zhang Yuanchao's tone became noticeably agitated. Back in the capital, as a scion of a prominent family, Zhang Yuanchao was a figure no one dared to provoke. Yet, he nearly lost his life at the hands of Lu Qingshan and his brothers, suffering humiliation akin to that of a dog. Even his closest companion had been slain by Lu Qingshan while trying to protect him. This has been a lingering trauma for Zhang Yuanchao, who has relentlessly sought Lu Qingshan for years. Now, upon hearing Lu Qingshan's name, his composure was shattered. "Lu Qingshan is in my possession. I am currently downstairs. If you are interested, feel free to join me in the restaurant," I concluded before abruptly hanging up and stepping out of the car. I was certain that Zhang Yuanchao would come. Sure enough, after a mere 10 minutes in the restaurant on the second floor, several men entered. The first, slightly portly and clad in black casual attire, was accompanied by 4 towering bodyguards, exuding an intimidating presence. "Mr. Zhang, over here," I called out with a smile as they approached. Zhang Yuanchao scrutinized me up and down, then directly inquired, "Do you have information regarding Lu Qingshan?" "Indeed, I do. If I did not, I would not have contacted you. To be precise, Lu Qingshan is currently in my custody," I replied with a grin. "Hand him over to me. What do you desire in return?" Zhang Yuanchao was forthright, wasting no time on pleasantries as he took a seat before me. "Mr. Zhang, you certainly are direct. I happen to have a small favor to ask of you, which is why I captured Lu Qingshan," I said with a smile. Upon hearing my words, Zhang Yuanchao narrowed his eyes slightly, regarding me with a measure of suspicion. "Who are you? How do you know I am searching for Lu Qingshan? How did you manage to capture him? And how did you obtain my phone number?" Zhang Yuanchao's voice was icy as he scrutinized me, his bodyguards subtly positioning their hands at their waists. Although he hailed from a prestigious family, Zhang Yuanchao was no fool. He was astute and had been diligently expanding his business empire, amassing an astonishing fortune over the years. Such individuals are invariably cautious, and now he harbored doubts about me. "I am an information broker. I have my own channels for acquiring your information. However, That is a personal matter I prefer not to disclose, I explained. Zhang Yuanchao's expression darkened, and his bodyguard stepped forward menacingly. Yet ultimately, Zhang Yuanchao refrained from taking any action. As an information broker, you must possess many secrets. Tell me, what else do you know? Zhang Yuanchao inquired nonchalantly. I glanced at the 4 bodyguards behind him and took a sip of tea. You venture out with such a retinue of bodyguards. It seems you do not fully trust your brother, I remarked. As soon as my words left my lips, Zhang Yuanchao, who had been reclining in his chair, sat up straight, his brow furrowing as he fixed his sharp gaze upon me, unblinking, as if attempting to see through me. Who exactly are you? Who sent you to approach me? Zhang Yuanchao asked, his tone now decidedly frigid. He had a strained relationship with his elder brother, a fact known to only a select few in the capital. Years ago, when Lu Qingshan attacked him, Zhang Yuanchao discovered that it was his own brother who had orchestrated the assault. Thus, for many years, Zhang Yuanchao's greatest fear has been his own sibling. Now in Jiangcheng, confronted by a stranger who so easily revealed their connection, Zhang Yuanchao could hardly contain his shock. Mr. Zhang, there is no need for such tension. Take a moment to relax with some tea, I suggested with a smile. To be honest, I am not affiliated with anyone. My purpose in seeking you today is merely to request a small favor, nothing more. I chuckled lightly and added, it appears that fate has brought us together. Given your presence in Jiangcheng today, Zhang Yuanchao regarded me, his initial bewilderment giving way to a more relaxed expression. In that case, do tell what favor you require, he said with a smile. While he did not fully believe my words, he was a person of considerable depth and capable of concealing his thoughts. I was certain that once I departed, he would have my background thoroughly investigated. However, I was unperturbed, for my record was immaculate. No matter the lengths he went to, he would find nothing amiss. My wife runs a cosmetics company, and unfortunately, the spokesperson we engaged has met with an accident and cannot attend the upcoming product launch. I explained. An accident? At such a critical juncture? Zhang Yuanchao's tone held a note of skepticism. He, of all people, could discern that something was amiss. You are not mistaken. It was no mere coincidence. This was a deliberate act, I clarified. How ruthless. Resorting to such underhanded tactics in mere commercial rivalry. The adversary must be quite unscrupulous, Zhang Yuanchao remarked, disdain evident in his expression. I offered a wry smile, acknowledging that indeed, the opponent was far from virtuous. However, this predicament over the spokesperson had become a significant issue, prompting me to seek his assistance. Is that all? After all I have gone through to locate Lu Qingshan and now contacting you, you merely desire assistance in finding a spokesperson? Zhang Yuanchao's eyes widened in disbelief. In his mind, my arduous efforts to capture Lu Qingshan had surely been for a grand transaction. Zhang Yuanchao was prepared to comply with my request, provided it was not too excessive, for Lu Qingshan had been a source of torment for him for years. Yet he could not fathom that I sought merely to secure a spokesperson. This is only one aspect. The more significant reason is that I find you quite agreeable and wish to cultivate a friendship, I replied with a smile. Do you genuinely have no ulterior motives? Zhang Yuanchao asked incredulously. I assure you, there is nothing amiss. I nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall resolve this matter for you immediately. You require cosmetics, correct? Zhang Yuanchao remarked as he retrieved his phone. Indeed, I confirmed. I am seeking a first-tier female celebrity to endorse our products, someone with considerable renown. Do not worry. My friend, securing a first-tier celebrity is no challenge for me. I will promptly check who is available. Zhang Yuanchao, delighted by the simplicity of my request, even referred to me as a brother. He lowered his head, scrolling through his contacts to ascertain which of his stars might be free. Zhang Yuanchao's business endeavors were extensive, granting him a foothold in the entertainment industry, and his company boasted several first-tier actresses alongside Demimi. While these actresses may not rival Demimi, they were certainly more esteemed than Lu Kaihui, whom Zhu Yeqing had approached. By the way, what is the name of your company? Zhang Yuanchao casually inquired while perusing his contacts. Longmen Group, I replied. High-end cosmetics is a new project for us. What? Longmen Group? What is your connection to that bamboo leaf green? Zhang Yuanchao lifted his head, puzzled. Oh, she is my girlfriend, I stated. What? You are her partner? Zhang Yuanchao's eyes widened in disbelief. I nodded in affirmation. Although Zhang Yuanchao was a young master from the capital, he visited Jiangcheng several times a year. Thus, he was well aware of Zhu Yeqing's reputation. How did you manage to win her over? Zhang Yuanchao asked incredulously. Charm. Personal charm. I shrugged helplessly. Zhang Yuanchao paused, almost uttering an expletive. So, you are one of Zhu Yeqing's people. That reassures me. He sighed with relief. I understood his reasoning. Jiangcheng had always been his brother's territory, particularly the Zhao family, the foremost clan in Jiangxing, which was completely under his brother's command. Initially, Zhang Yuanchao thought I was here to ensnare him in his brother's schemes, but now he felt at ease. Since you are with Zhu Yeqing's company, the one pulling strings must be that scoundrel Zhao Sihai, right? Zhang Yuanchao inquired. You are aware of Zhao Sihai? I feigned surprise. Yes, indeed, he nodded. He was certainly familiar with Zhao Sihai, who was his brother's most loyal dog and a source of immense disdain for Zhang Yuanchao. He had also heard of Zhao Sihai's pursuit of Zhu Yeqing, thus he quickly deduced it was Zhao Sihai's doing. If that is the case, I will certainly assist you. How about this? Zhang Yuanchao said, handing me his phone. The screen displayed a woman named Zhou Bingbing, currently a first-tier celebrity. If suitable, I can have her endorse your products, Zhang Yuanchao suggested, seeking my approval. I frowned slightly. While Zhou Bingbing was not inconsequential, I had promised Zhu Yeqing that I would seek Demi Mi. In comparison, Zhou Bingbing fell short of Demi Mi's stature. Moreover, I had an adversary in my grasp, one Zhang Yuanchao had long coveted. Settling for Zhou Bingbing would be too lenient. Her status seems somewhat inadequate. I remarked with a smile. Brother, she is quite remarkable. Bingbing is currently one of our top promoted stars, of first-rate caliber. Zhang Yuanchao insisted. Leaning back in my chair, I took a puff from my cigarette and regarded Zhang Yuanchao. You misunderstand, Mr. Zhang. I am not suggesting her status is lacking overall, but rather that it does not meet the standards required for our negotiations today. Upon hearing my words, Zhang Yuanchao fell silent, his brow furrowing slightly. He was an astute individual and understood the implication of my statement. I meant that Zhou Bingbing's status did not measure up to the expectations of our current discussions. You may choose any of our stars under my company. Just name it, Zhang Yuanchao finally stated after a brief silence. I decided to be forthright and said, I believe Demi Mi would be splendid. What? Demi Mi? Zhang Yuanchao gasped, his expression shifting to one of wry humor. Brother, could we consider someone else? Demi Mi is currently in Southeast Asia filming. She won't be available for a while, and she has just signed with another cosmetics brand. If there is a breach of contract, it would incur penalties. I remained silent, smiling at Zhang Yuanchao, my silence conveying my stance. I wanted only Demi Mi, and I would not entertain alternatives. Whether she was available or if there would be penalties for breach of contract was not my concern, but rather his. Unless he wished to abandon Lu Qingshan, which I believed he would not, given his emotional nature. Lu Qingshan had murdered his brother, a grudge he had not forgotten. Ensuring he would comply. Zhang Yuanchao, recognizing my silence as a firm stance, fell quiet himself. Demi Mi was his protégée, and she would heed his call. With a single phone call, she could be on a plane back from Southeast Asia by tomorrow morning. However, if there were penalties, his company would face significant losses, which is why he had initially hesitated to consider her. Yet, seeing my unwavering insistence left Zhang Yuanchao with no other options. Sighing, he declared, in that case, I will call Demi Mi right away to have her return. She will be in Jiangcheng by tomorrow morning. Moments later, Zhang Yuanchao slapped his thigh with determination. Addressing me, Mr. Zhang, you are indeed straightforward. Seeing his agreement, I smiled in response. Now, can you take me to meet that fellow? Zhang Yuanchao stood up, a fierce glint of vengeance in his eyes. Of course, you may meet Lu Qingshan at your convenience, I replied with a smile. Once Lu Qingshan fell into Zhang Yuanchao's hands, it was highly unlikely he would survive. Yet, I bore no qualms about this, for Lu Qingshan was deserving of his fate. This man had long been entrenched in the underworld, having taken several lives, and he had once attempted to eliminate Zhang Yuanchao, only to fail and subsequently vanish with his two brothers to Jiangxing. Unable to confront Zhang Yuanchao's formidable family, Lu Qingshan had no choice but to hide away. Zhang Yuanchao promptly dialed a number, and after a brief moment, the call connected. Hello, Brother Chao, a sweet voice emanated from the phone. Belonging to the idol of countless otaku, Demi Mi. Oh sweetheart, it's been half a month since I've been out. Do you miss me? Zhang Yuanchao conversed intimately with Demi Mi over the phone, and I found myself feeling somewhat nauseated, taking a sip of water to alleviate my boredom. At present, Demi Mi was a top-tier star, revered by many. Yet, despite her undeniable beauty, by my standards, she would undoubtedly be considered a 9 out of 10. If her fervent fans were to discover that this pudgy man was the one enjoying a cozy conversation with their goddess, they might very well be driven to despair. For Zhang Yuanchao, regardless of his appearance, did not seem to compliment Demi Mi in any conceivable way. Though not particularly unattractive, he could hardly be labeled as handsome. His rotund figure and somewhat sleazy demeanor starkly contrasted with Demi Mi's exquisite grace, akin to the difference between a pile of refuse and a bouquet of flowers. Regardless of the perspective one adopts, Zhang Yuanchao is undeniably unworthy of Demi Mi. However, This is merely the opinion of an ordinary person. In my eyes, the reality stands in stark contrast. It is indeed Demi who falls short of Zhang Yuanchao. The world is replete with women, particularly those who are youthful and beautiful. With sufficient wealth, one can perpetually be surrounded by such enchanting women. While Demi possesses beauty, it is certain that without Zhang Yuanchao, she would not hold her current esteemed position. Beautiful women abound, yet only a select few ascend to stardom. Had it not been for Zhang Yuanchao, Demi might have become a mere canary in the gilded cage of some affluent magnate, with no hope of achieving true fame. To put it plainly, should Zhang Yuanchao desire, he could easily attract women of Demi's caliber, for his prowess is indisputable. Demi is but an attractive actress, and her association with Zhang Yuanchao is indeed an elevation beyond her reach. Although Zhang Yuanchao has been overshadowed by his elder brother, Zhang Yuandong, within the family, I perceive this as merely superficial. He is an exceptionally astute individual, and his demeanor is a means of preserving his own interests. 5 years ago, Zhang Yuanchao was a figure of brilliance, exuding sharpness and competence. However, following the assassination attempt, he underwent a profound transformation, adopting the persona of a hedonistic individual. This was a deliberate stratagem to disguise his true self and to divert his brother's attention. For years, he has endured, biding his time for an opportunity to strike a decisive blow against his brother. The orchestrator of the assassination was none other than Zhang Yuandong. The rivalries within such prominent families are exceedingly ruthless. It is not uncommon for siblings to engage in deadly conflicts, as ultimately, only one can inherit the family fortune. Zhang Yuanchao and Zhang Yuandong share the same father, yet have different mothers. Both are exceptionally talented, yet throughout the years, Zhang Yuanchao has never triumphed over his brother. This is not due to a lack of merit on his part, but rather because Zhang Yuandong is a full decade his senior. Zhang Yuandong is the eldest son born of the father's first marriage, and after a decade, he became enamored with Zhang Yuanchao's mother, subsequently divorcing his first wife to marry her. In her fury, Zhang Yuandong's mother fell ill and passed away within 6 months. This is the crux of Zhang Yuandong's animosity towards his brother. In his mind, the arrival of Zhang Yuanchao and their mother is what deprived him of maternal affection. To atone for this perceived transgression, Zhang Yuandong was promptly placed in the family business upon graduation, while Zhang Yuanchao remained a mere child. By the time he matured, his brother had already established considerable authority within the family enterprise. Naturally, Zhang Yuanchao was unwilling to concede defeat and sought to claim power upon his own graduation. Thus, the assassination incident unfolded. That event claimed the life of a close friend of Zhang Yuanchao and left him gravely injured. Moreover, in the aftermath of that incident, the family business underwent 2 months of tumult, with many individuals purged and others mysteriously vanishing. Without exception, those eliminated or who disappeared were Zhang Yuanchao's allies. Although there was no concrete evidence implicating Zhang Yuandong in the assassination, certain truths require no proof. Any reasonable person understands that he was the mastermind behind it. As Zhang Yuanchao's exceptional abilities had begun to instill fear in his brother, compounded by the unresolved grief over their mother's death. Following the incident, their father was incensed and summoned his eldest son for a night of reprimands. Ultimately, however, he acquiesced, for Zhang Yuandong is his firstborn, and the family business necessitates a successor, despite Zhang Yuanchao's own talents. He was deemed too young and lacked the necessary foundation within the family to contend with his elder brother. In contrast, the elder son had surpassed the age of 30 and had cultivated his position within the family business for many years. Therefore, it was only prudent to entrust the enterprise to the elder son. This was an unavoidable decision, as ultimately one must be chosen between the 2 sons. The earlier notion of the brothers supporting one another in managing the family business proved to be unattainable. Consequently, Zhang Yuanchao became the overlooked choice. Naturally, he harbored resentment, yet he bore it with grace. In recent years, he refrained from interfering in the family business, instead immersing himself in the entertainment industry, indulging in the life of a flamboyant socialite, and occasionally being linked to various starlets. However, this is merely a superficial facade. Zhang Yuanchao is undoubtedly more complex than he appears. Even in Jiangcheng, numerous affluent individuals maintain clandestine dealings with him, as he carefully cultivates his own influence. All right, my dear. Since you miss me, I shall book you a flight. Come directly to Jiangcheng, for I await your arrival, Zhang Yuanchao stated over the phone to Demi. Do not fret. I will arrange for your leave with the director. He is a friend of mine, and a mere word will suffice. I have secured a cosmetics endorsement for you. It is rather urgent, and I shall cover any breach of contract. Hurry and prepare to come. Your brother is yearning for you, he added before hanging up. He then turned to me and said, I will have someone book her ticket. But she will likely arrive in Jiangcheng around midnight. I will arrange for her to come to the company first thing tomorrow. Mr. Zhang, you truly are generous, I exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up upon witnessing the arrangements falling into place. It is nothing. Demimi is mine, merely a trivial matter. Now, shall we go meet Lu Qingshan? Of course, I replied with a smile, rising to my feet and heading outside. As I walked, I called Yao Ji to inquire about Lu Qingshan's location. Yao Ji promptly provided me with an address, an abandoned warehouse in the southern part of the city. I drove, with Zhang Yuanxiao and his bodyguards trailing behind, and we arrived directly at the southern warehouse. Mr. Zuo, he is being held inside, and I have instructed my men to keep a close watch. Yao Ji informed me as I exited the vehicle. I patted Yao Ji on the shoulder, pleased with his capabilities. He glanced at Zhang Yuanxiao with a hint of curiosity, yet his intelligence prevented him from prying further. Bring him out, I instructed Yao Ji. He immediately ordered his subordinates to drag Lu Qingshan out of the warehouse like a lifeless dog, to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Yao Ji had his men bind Lu Qingshan tightly. Mr. Zhang, is this the one? I inquired. Zhang Yuanxiao's gaze was fixed coldly on Lu Qingshan, discarded on the ground. Though his expression remained unchanged, the murderous intent in his eyes was palpable. For 5 long years, Zhang Yuanxiao had yearned to find Lu Qingshan, to personally eliminate this man. Now that he stood before him, I could fully comprehend Zhang Yuanxiao's emotions. Put him in the car, Zhang Yuanxiao commanded his bodyguards icily. As soon as he spoke, 2 robust bodyguards seized Lu Qingshan, tossing him into the trunk. Lu Qingshan's face turned ashen. He recognized Zhang Yuanxiao and understood that his fate was sealed now that he had fallen into his hands. He did not struggle, nor did he plead. He simply resigned himself to fate. Thank you for helping me with such a significant matter, Zhang Yuanxiao said as he turned to me. I smiled slightly. This was a mutual exchange of benefits between us. I had assisted him in locating Lu Qingshan, and in return, he had resolved my spokesperson dilemma. From now on, we are brothers. You have my number. Just let me know if you need anything, Zhang Yuanxiao remarked casually. I glanced at him, somewhat surprised by his words. Initially, I had assumed our interaction was purely transactional, leaving us with no obligations to each other, thus rendering further relations unnecessary. I knew Zhang Yuanxiao to be a cautious individual, inherently wary of me. Therefore, I expected minimal engagement from him. However, it appeared I had misjudged the situation. He seemed inclined to maintain a connection with me. Upon reflection, I understood the nuances of his intentions. Despite my enigmatic background, which might have left him feeling uncertain, my identity as Zhu Yeqing's boyfriend assured him that I was not affiliated with his brother's faction. Thus, he had established that I was not an adversary. Furthermore, the capabilities I exhibited led him to believe I was not an ordinary individual, prompting his desire to cultivate a camaraderie with me. Chapter 46. The most beautiful woman over the past 5 years, Zhang Yuanxiao had distanced himself from the power center of his family, indulging in a lavish lifestyle and living as a playboy. However, this was merely a fade, a deliberate act for public consumption. Behind the scenes, he had forged connections with numerous influential figures, not only in Jiangcheng but throughout Jiangnan province. A significant portion of the wealthy elite were closely aligned with him. By distancing himself from his family and feigning foolishness, he had discreetly built his strength, waiting for the opportune moment to strike a decisive blow against his brother. He could never forget the assassination attempt orchestrated by his brother. He was merely biding his time, knowing that he was not yet a match for him. You have been a great help to me. In the future, if you require assistance, just call on my brother. In Jiangcheng, no, in Jiangnan province, there is nothing I cannot resolve, Zhang Yuanxiao stated with a smile. I nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. I was well aware of his capabilities and understood that his words were not mere bravado. Meanwhile, Yao Ji, standing nearby, subtly reacted to Zhang Yuanxiao's statement, realizing that he was indeed a significant figure. Having navigated the streets himself, Yao Ji was astute enough to recognize the gravitas embodied by the man before him. From now on, we are brothers. I am a few years older than you, so if you don't mind, just call me brother, Zhang Yuanxiao said with a grin. All right, brother Zhang, I replied succinctly. Zhang Yuanxiao was a good person, and his disposition resonated well with me. Thus, I had no objections to establishing a friendship with him. Zhang Yuanxiao gazed at me with a smile. Knowing that my awareness of the secrets of the past and my ability to apprehend Lu Qingshan indicated that I was backed by a formidable force, an immense one at that. Having confirmed I was not an enemy, he chose to befriend me. From now on, we shall be like brothers. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. I must take my leave now, he said, lightly patting my shoulder before entering his vehicle. Watching his retreating figure, I chuckled softly, realizing that I had unexpectedly gained an older brother, along with Lu Changxi, bringing my count of elder brothers to 2. I wondered if this number would continue to grow. Zhang Yuanchao's urgency to return was to deal with Lu Qingshan. However, he would not eliminate Lu Qingshan so swiftly, as Lu still held significant value for him, particularly as a vital witness in the eventual confrontation with his brother. Thank you, brothers, for your assistance today. I will treat you all to a meal another day. I smiled at Yaoji as Zhang Yuanchao departed. Though they were merely small-time thugs, in the eyes of true dignitaries, they were inconsequential. Nonetheless, I understood the necessity of showing them due respect, for those of lowly status often valued respect more than anything else. Sometimes, a simple gesture of respect could be cherished for a long time, so it was crucial not to underestimate such individuals. Not at all, Mr. Zuo. It is our honor to assist you, Yaoji replied promptly, sensing my courtesy. I nodded, refraining from further discourse as I entered my vehicle. I promised myself to treat them well in the near future. With that, I pressed the accelerator and drove away, while Yaoji, slightly bowed, waved goodbye with a humble smile. He was elated, for not only had he befriended me, but he had also discerned my true stature. This realization made his luxury vehicle purchase worthwhile. As a lower-tier thug, Yaoji understood how challenging it was to ascend into a higher social stratum, and now, with my acceptance, he felt he was taking a step forward. To integrate into a more elevated circle, Yaoji lived a strenuous life, yet he bore no grievances. In this world, who did not struggle to live better? With matters settled, I anticipated the arrival of Demi Mi at the company the following day, curious about Zhu Yeqing's reaction to the news. Feeling a sense of pride, I took out my phone to call Zhu Yeqing, eager to gauge her response. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. After attempting to reach her twice, I found her phone was consistently unresponsive, not due to lack of reception, but rather because it had been deliberately disconnected. I was puzzled, unsure of what Zhu Yeqing could be occupied with. Moments later, a text notification chimed on my phone. Upon checking, I saw it was from Zhu Yeqing, in a meeting, unable to take calls. Should conclude in about 2 hours. I chuckled softly, pocketing my phone. It made sense she couldn't answer. Since Zhu Yeqing was engaged in a meeting and would likely take a while to finish, I felt no urgency to rush back. Instead, I drove leisurely, contemplating my thoughts. I now held the secrets of nearly everyone, having long transcended my former identity as a mere security guard. I was determined to embrace a completely new way of life. And the most direct way to achieve that was to cultivate relationships with the influential figures of Jiangxing. My knowledge of their secrets was my distinct advantage. Now, Lu Changxi and Zhang Yuanchao have already become my sworn brothers. As for who will be next, I currently have no target. However, I am acutely aware that merely being strong is far from sufficient to thrive comfortably in this world. It is only through connections that one can truly enhance their quality of life and safeguard those they wish to protect. As the traffic light turned red, I halted my vehicle and glanced around. However, when I turned to the left, I found myself momentarily stunned. There, parked along the roadside, were over a dozen black Mercedes-Benz cars, lined up like a magnificent dragon, drawing the attention of passers-by. Most strikingly, all these luxury vehicles bore consecutive license plate numbers, making them all the more ostentatious. With just a single glance, I recognized the identity of this motorcade. It was common knowledge throughout Jiangxing. This was the convoy of Zhu Yeqing, the richest man in Jiangxing. Of course, it was not every day that one encountered a motorcade of such magnitude. Typically, it would only be seen during significant events. I scanned the convoy, my gaze landing on the central vehicle, a Mercedes Maybach. Inside sat a woman, Zhu Yeqing's daughter, known as the most eligible heiress in Jiangxing, Su Yu. Through the car window, I caught a glimpse of a profile that resembled that of a celestial being, complemented by her flowing black hair. Even from the side, her beauty was undeniably breathtaking. I was certainly familiar with Su Yu. She was a well-known figure in Jiangxing, often hailed as one of the 3 great beauties of the city, boasting an undeniable allure rated above 95. Every man in Jiangxing harbored fantasies about Su Yu, myself included. However, such thoughts had previously been nothing more than mere daydreams, as she was the daughter of Jiangxing's wealthiest tycoon, and any interaction with her seemed nearly impossible. As the light turned green, the motorcade began to move forward slowly. I pressed the accelerator, maintaining a steady speed alongside the main vehicle, allowing me to appreciate Su Yu's exquisite profile. Seemingly sensing something, Su Yu turned her head, and our eyes met momentarily. After a brief moment of astonishment, she smiled politely and nodded at me. I returned the gesture with a smile and a nod. Almost immediately, Su Yu raised her hand to pull down the curtain of the car window, effectively severing our line of sight. I chuckled softly, realizing that my gaze must have caused her a hint of discomfort. I was cognizant of Su Yu's purpose for being out. Just days ago, her family's jewelry store had been the target of a robbery. Although no significant losses had occurred and the suspects were apprehended, a subsequent press conference still required her presence. As the eldest daughter, Su Yu had always projected an image of maturity and intellect, handling many of the family's business affairs. To outsiders, she was the epitome of perfection, a woman of impeccable character with little to criticize. Yet, I alone understood that this was merely a facade, for Su Yu harbored a secret side. Seeing her draw the curtain only piqued my curiosity further. I took out my phone, composed a text message, and sent it. In the next moment, Su Yu's phone chimed within the vehicle. She picked it up and noticed a message from an unfamiliar number. The content was simple, just a few words. Hello. Xiao Yi is not back. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful in reality. Upon reading the message, Su Yu's pupils dilated sharply, her expression shifting drastically, and a trace of fear flickered across her face. The message itself posed no issue, but the reference to her by the name Xiao Yi was alarming. This was her alias on a clandestine forum, a name known only to her. In the eyes of everyone, Su Yu was the epitome of excellence. Compared to Zhu Yeqing's assertive demeanor, she was gentle and docile, a quintessential good daughter in the Su family. However, everyone possesses a concealed side, and Su Yu was no exception, a fact that I happened to know. Su Yu rarely ventured online, and when she did, she refrained from registering accounts. Browsing merely as a guest, she frequented a particularly niche forum where she had created this account and posted a message detailing her inner turmoil and confusions. This forum was small, with only a handful of active members. When Su Yu registered, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and even her email was a new one. Thus, in her mind, no one aside from herself would ever connect that ID to her. Yet now, this message posed a conundrum. Su Yu's expression fluctuated rapidly as she abruptly turned her gaze towards my vehicle. Her intuition as a woman led her to suspect that the sender of the message must indeed be me. Otherwise, the timing of this coincidence was too uncanny, having just met. She received this message. Su Yu gripped her phone tightly, her heart racing with panic. She had never encountered that man before. How could he possibly be aware of her secret? This was her deepest secret, one that no one else could possibly know. The thought of it being revealed sent chills down her spine, for the repercussions of her post becoming public could be devastating to her reputation. Su Yu, what is wrong? Came a voice from beside her. It was her father, Zhu Yeqing, the wealthiest man in Jiangxing. Oh, nothing, Su Yu replied, regaining her composure as she brushed her hair back. Yes, the journalists at the press conference will undoubtedly have many questions. I believe you can handle it. Zhu Yeqing sighed gently before continuing. Father is getting old, and my energy is limited. You must take on more responsibilities for the company. This family legacy depends on you. He gazed at Su Yu with pride. As his daughter, Su Yu's performance had always pleased him. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but she also possessed a rare genius for business. As the years passed, Zhu Yeqing increasingly entrusted company affairs to Su Yu, and her handling of them had garnered his approval. Father, what are you saying? You are still so vigorous, Su Yu feigned annoyance. Ha ha ha, Zhu Yeqing chuckled, filled with joy at the sight of his exceptional daughter. Su Yu, however, lowered her head, biting her lip tightly. She was well aware of how much her father valued her, yet this very expectation weighed heavily on her. Since birth, she had been surrounded by expectations, living cautiously to avoid disappointing those who placed their hopes in her. Now, the fact that a stranger knew her secret filled her with dread. She picked up her phone, took a deep breath, and sent a message. Who are you? I glanced at the information on my phone and couldn't help but smile. I knew that Su Yu was feeling apprehensive. Both she and Zhu Yeqing were exceptionally accomplished women, goddesses in their own right, and their capabilities in the business realm were nearly indistinguishable. However, beyond these similarities, they were utterly different. If it were Zhu Yeqing, upon encountering such a situation, she would not hesitate to investigate the number directly, uncovering all my details. Zhu Yeqing's character is akin to the nickname bestowed upon her by the people of Jiangxing, a bamboo leaf green that should not be trifled with. Offending her would undoubtedly provoke her fierce retribution. Yet, Su Yu was different. She had been enveloped in countless halos since childhood, bestowing upon her immense glory while simultaneously making her tread carefully, fearful of missteps. Thus, I knew that upon receiving my message, she would undoubtedly feel a sense of dread, and her response was entirely predictable. Of course, I had no intention of using this information to threaten her, although she was undeniably beautiful. Such despicable tactics were not within my character. It was merely that, upon unexpectedly encountering her today, an inexplicable desire to tease her had arisen within me. Perhaps I was simply too bored. Nevertheless, it was undeniably satisfying to see such a stunning woman in a state of unease. As I drove, I composed my message. Miss Sue, do not worry. I am merely reaching out to say hello. I assure you, I will not disclose that matter to anyone. Rest assured. After sending the message, I chuckled softly. I certainly would not divulge anything to anyone. Whether Suyu believed me or not was beyond my concern. If given the chance, I would greatly enjoy engaging in further conversation with a woman like her. However, today was not suitable, as I had to visit Zhu Yeqing shortly and had no time to spare. Today was simply a greeting. Who exactly are you? At that moment, another message from Suyu appeared on my phone. Clearly, my previous words had not alleviated her concerns. I chuckled, choosing not to reply. I understood that Suyu was now in a state of panic, desperately seeking to uncover my identity. The more urgent her inquiry became, the more I felt compelled to maintain my mystique. Several more messages from Suyu followed, yet I remained silent. A moment later, my phone rang. Someone was calling me. I furrowed my brow, surprised by Suyu's persistence. Despite my lack of response, she had resorted to calling me. However, upon seeing the caller ID, I burst into laughter. It turned out to be my casual brother-in-law, Zhu Yun, not Suyu. Hello, brother-in-law, where are you? Came Zhu Yun's voice as I answered the call. You little rascal, are you investigating me? I retorted without answering his question. What do you mean, brother-in-law? We're family now. Why would I investigate you? Zhu Yun quickly defended himself. Humph, don't think I don't know. I never gave you my phone number. How did you find out? I probed further. Zhu Yun became somewhat awkward, chuckling nervously as he replied, I asked my sister. Is that so? I said, smiling. Hearing my response, Zhu Yun chuckled again, offering no further defense, which I took as an admission. I knew Zhu Yun would undoubtedly investigate me, so I wasn't angered by his reaction. After all, it would be unusual for him not to look into his suddenly appearing brother-in-law. Regardless of how he conducted his investigation, he would find nothing. So I remained unconcerned. This only enhanced my air of mystery in Zhu Yun's eyes. I imagined he must think of me as a significant figure with vast connections, as he couldn't uncover any trace of my background. Thus, the more elusive I remained, the more respect he would hold for me. The greater my abilities appeared, the more benefits he could potentially reap. Therefore, in Zhu Yun's perspective, I was no longer just the scammer who deceived his sister, but rather a deeply concealed personage of considerable stature. Zhu Yun was eager to strengthen our relationship. Brother-in-law, I heard that Yaoi fellow reached out to you. He didn't cause you any trouble, did he? Zhu Yun shifted the topic. No. I just had him assist me a little today. He's not a bad guy, and even gifted me a car, I replied nonchalantly. Good. As long as he didn't upset you, otherwise I'd have him skinned, Zhu Yun said casually. Yet, despite his casual tone, if Yaoi had truly crossed me, Zhu Yun would not hesitate to take action. By praising Yaoi in front of Zhu Yun, I anticipated that Yaoi would have a smoother time under Zhu Yun's supervision in the future. Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up, I said. Wait, brother-in-law. Are you busy right now? Zhu Yun quickly inquired. I'm not busy at the moment. Why, do you need something? I asked. Well, brother-in-law, could you come over to my place? Zhu Yun tentatively suggested. Hearing this, I frowned. What trouble have you gotten yourself into now? Nothing. I just haven't seen you in a few days and wanted to chat. Zhu Yun laughed off. I chuckled, knowing that he wouldn't call me without a reason. He must be feeling shy about something. All right, are you at the club? I'll come find you, I asked. Not at the club, I'm at Zunlongfu. Just come directly here, Zhu Yun hurriedly replied. Okay. After ending the call, I felt a twinge of curiosity about what Zhu Yun could possibly want. Why was he waiting for me at Zunlongfu instead of the club? Zunlongfu is a renowned luxury residential area in Jiangxing, known for its standalone villas. A haven for the affluent. This place is incredibly valuable, where even money cannot secure a purchase. However, before the development was opened, Zhu Yun had managed to secure a property there. Half an hour later, my car arrived at Zunlongfu, and I dialed Zhu Yun's number. I've arrived at the community. Where are you? I inquired. Brother-in-law, please hold on. I'm on my way. Zhu Yun's voice came through, and I was puzzled to learn that he was not actually at Zunlongfu, but rather en route from another location. This left me curious about his intentions for meeting me here. Chapter 48. Demimi has arrived. I waited at the entrance for about 10 minutes, when Zhu Yun's black Rolls-Royce pulled up beside me, followed by a Hummer SUV. As Zhu Yun emerged from the vehicle, a bodyguard also stepped out. Brother-in-law, is it just you? Zhu Yun glanced around, frowning slightly. It's not just me. Who else would you want to come? I replied, somewhat irked. Brother-in-law, that's not what I meant. I was merely observing that you came out alone without a bodyguard. That's simply too much. I'll definitely call and reprimand my sister for this, he said, quickly adding. How about I arrange a few bodyguards for you? They're all top-notch, former special forces, highly capable. As he spoke, Zhu Yan pulled out his phone, eager to set up bodyguards for me. I found myself with a slight headache and waved my hand dismissively at my overly enthusiastic brother-in-law, saying, "No need, I can manage." Zhu Yan paused for a moment, chuckled a couple of times, and nodded. Indeed, with the skill of my brother-in-law, an ordinary bodyguard would be utterly useless. Recently, I had been discreetly inquiring about some truly skilled individuals to assist him. I helplessly rubbed my forehead and stepped out of the car. Zhu Yan led the way as we walked into the community. His residence was in Building 6. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhu Yan directly pressed the code lock and instructed the bodyguards to wait outside before stepping inside with me. The villa was a 3-story structure, meticulously adorned in a European style, exuding an air of sophistication that starkly contrasted with the ostentatious decor of Zhu Yan's club. Every detail of the interior radiated elegance. The spacious hall on the first floor was impressive, with a piano prominently placed in the center. I couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Zhu Yan, who clearly couldn't play the piano, had acquired one for both his club and home, which seemed rather excessive. As I surveyed the house, I took a seat and inquired, "So what brings you here?" Zhu Yan had gone to great lengths to summon me, suggesting he had something significant to discuss. He chuckled again, opened the wine cabinet, poured 2 glasses of red wine, handed one to me, and with a proud expression asked, "Brother-in-law, what do you think of my house?" "It's quite nice," I acknowledged with a nod. His delight grew at my response as he continued, "You have no idea, brother-in-law. I invested a fortune in this renovation, hiring top-notch designers. And it took 4 years to complete, just finished last year. Indeed, the house is impressive, but acquiring a piano when you can't play seems a bit excessive," I remarked, pointing at the instrument. Zhu Yan awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "My sister has yet to tell you everything. Come, brother-in-law, let me show you around." Zhu Yan, smiling, explained that he had not lived in the house since obtaining the keys due to ongoing renovations, which spanned over 600 square meters, including the front and backyards, with an additional underground level. He boasted that he had purchased the house for slightly over 50 million and, with the renovations, it was now worth over 100 million. I regarded Zhu Yan with a slight furrow of my brow, puzzled by his motivations. Was he truly calling me over just to boast? However, I knew Zhu Yan was not one to flaunt his possessions. For an ordinary person, a house valued at 100 million was unimaginable, yet for him, it held no significance worth bragging about, especially since in his eyes, I was a figure shrouded in mystery. Showcasing such material wealth could only evoke disdain, offering him no advantage unless he had lost his wits. "What do you mean by that?" I asked, still frowning. "Hey, what do you think of the house, brother-in-law?" he questioned with pride. "It's quite good," I replied, nodding. "Since you think it's good, then consider it a gift from me," Zhu Yan exclaimed, waving his hand grandly, as if bestowing upon me a house worth over 100 million without a second thought. The property rights and documents were in a drawer, and he cheerfully declared that it would now belong to me. "You're giving me the house?" Zhu Yan's words truly took me by surprise. I hadn't anticipated this generous gesture from my brother-in-law. No wonder he insisted I come here. It was all part of his plan. I glanced at Zhu Yan again. He was indeed a clever and generous individual. While he hadn't discovered my background, it no longer mattered. What was important was that I was now his brother-in-law, possessing resources and capabilities that he found formidable. Thus, Zhu Yan was unconcerned about my identity and merely sought to solidify our relationship. Though 100 million was no small amount, for Zhu Yan, it wasn't particularly significant. "I am helping you not for the sake of your house, but purely out of respect for your sister," I said with a subtle smile, concealing any surprise. "Brother-in-law, you make it sound so distant," Zhu Yan quickly interjected. "You are my brother-in-law, and I am your brother-in-law. It is only natural that you assist me. However, I cannot forget your kindness, especially since you assisted me in winning 3 billion. This house rightfully belongs to you." At this point, Zhu Yan shifted his tone, adding, "Moreover, I am considering both you and my sister." "Oh, for our sake?" I asked, intrigued. "My brother-in-law, my sister is expecting your child. Marriage is imminent, is it not? You cannot possibly bring her to your old house, can you? You may be low-key and indifferent, but it would reflect poorly in the eyes of others. Hence my reasoning behind this offer. This house is yours." Zhu Yan spoke animatedly, revealing his cleverness. I had helped him win 3 billion, and naturally, he felt the need to show appreciation. However, given our current relationship, directly handing me money would seem too formal and could create an uncomfortable dynamic. Thus, gifting a house was far more gracious. I smiled at Zhu Yan, genuinely pleased with his gesture. "If that's the case, I shall gladly accept the house." I no longer felt the need to be polite. Upon hearing my acceptance, Zhu Yan let out a deep sigh of relief, while I felt no burden whatsoever. Helping him secure 3 billion was sufficient to purchase several such houses. Moreover, the information I had shared with him had effectively saved his life, allowing me to accept this house with a clear conscience, as if fearing I might change my mind. Zhu Yeqing insisted on accompanying me to the housing authority to finalize the transfer. After a flurry of activity, we completed everything by nightfall. Zhu Yeqing took me to a hotel where we had a simple meal. During dinner, I called Zhu Yeqing, but she, sounding exhausted, explained that she had a meeting that night and couldn't come. Zhu Yeqing was indeed very busy, with her spokesperson's recent car accident and an impending press conference. She was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove, leaving no room for other thoughts. After dining with Zhu Yeqing, I returned to my new home. Sitting alone in the living room, savoring a glass of red wine, I suddenly felt a surreal sensation. In just a few short days, I had transformed from a penniless security guard to the owner of a luxurious residence. It felt as if I were caught in a dream. Life can indeed be quite marvelous at times. From this moment forward, my task was to relish my existence and uncover the beauty that the world has to offer. Make sure to rest and don't overexert yourself. I sent a text to Zhu Yeqing at 10 o'clock, knowing she was still working late, which is why I refrained from calling. Yes, you should also turn in early, Zhu Yeqing replied a few minutes later. I hesitated for a moment while holding my phone, but ultimately decided to send another message. Rest assured, Demi, I have already made the arrangements. She will arrive at the company tomorrow. This time, there was no response. I let out a bitter smile and tossed my phone onto the sofa, fully aware that Zhu Yeqing did not believe my words. She thought I was merely bragging and chose to disregard me. The next morning, Zhu Yeqing, who had stayed up late the previous night, appeared in the office. The lack of sleep had left faint dark circles under her beautiful eyes. At that moment, she was seething with anger, her face clouded as if it could drip water. She had just received a call from Zhao Sihai, who mocked her coldly over the phone. He even suggested that she should give up resisting, asserting that she could not compete with him, and that she ought to obediently marry him without further fuss. Enraged, Zhu Yeqing cursed and hung up. In her eyes, Zhao Sihai had become the most despicable man in the world, making her feel nauseous at the mere thought of him. However, the endorsement issue remained unresolved. Adding to her frustration, if she failed to find a reliable spokesperson soon, she would truly lose her bet with Zhao Sihai. Make way, everyone. Just then, a white Rolls-Royce and several SUVs came to a halt outside the Longmen Group building. A woman, impeccably dressed and wearing sunglasses, stepped out of the car. As she landed, bodyguards from the other vehicles immediately surrounded her. This scene drew the attention of the passers-by, all eyes fixated on the woman's face. Demi, oh my, that's Demi. Someone finally recognized her and exclaimed in shock. Immediately, the area around Longmen Tower erupted in excitement. Chapter 49. What, is it really her? Demi, the most popular actress of the moment, could aptly be described as a sensational star. In Desiagua, countless fervent fans existed. It could be said that whenever Demi appeared, it would undoubtedly cause a commotion. Now that she had graced the entrance of Longmen Group, nearly everyone on the first floor was losing their composure. Had it not been for a few burly bodyguards holding back the crowd, the frenzied fans would have likely overwhelmed her. Countless individuals pulled out their phones, calling their colleagues to rush down, exclaiming that Demi was in the building. Consequently, the entire Longmen Group was in a frenzy, with everyone rushing toward the first floor. Those who could not wait for the elevator took the stairs, and nearly all of Longmen Group's employees converged on the ground floor. On the top floor, Zhu Yeqing, feeling somewhat fatigued, rubbed her temples. After a day of research yesterday, the spokesperson issue remained unresolved. It was easy to secure a third-rate star, but the impact would be severely diminished. Especially for a cosmetic endorsement, the difference in influence between a first-tier and a third-tier star was staggering. This product was the result of half a year's dedication from the company. If it could gain recognition, Zhu Yeqing was confident it would be a tremendous success. At that time, the company's performance would surely soar, allowing her to win her bet with Zhao Sihai and silence those family members who wished for her to marry him. However, who could have anticipated Zhao Sihai's despicable nature? Not only had he placed spies within her company, but he had also orchestrated an accident for the spokesperson. To add insult to injury, that wretched man had the audacity to call and demand her surrender, insisting she marry him obediently. Zhu Yeqing could hardly fathom that such a loathsome person existed in the world. Yet, the day of the press conference was approaching. First-tier stars required advanced scheduling for collaboration. After making nearly 100 calls yesterday, not a single celebrity had responded positively. All were unavailable. If this continued, she would have no choice but to resort to a third-rate star. Zhu Yeqing felt utterly helpless. Her product was excellent, and if given the chance to shine, it could undoubtedly capture the market. Yet now, Utilizing a third-rate star would severely undermine its impact. It was possible that the new product would fail to gain traction before it even launched. But now, there seemed to be no other option. If today proved fruitless, she would have no choice but to engage a third-rate actress. Yesterday, she had contacted a third-rate star, but knowing the company's predicament, the actress had quoted an exorbitant price. Such a third-rate star would never have demanded such a high fee previously. She was clearly exploiting the situation. In her fury, Zhu Yeqing had flatly rejected the offer yesterday, but today, she found herself with no alternatives and might have to relent to the high price. Zhu Yeqing was a formidable woman, always competitive. Now, faced with such a significant obstacle, one that Zhao Sihai had orchestrated, she was expected to surrender and become his woman. This infuriated Zhu Yeqing to no end. She had been suppressing her rage for days. She stepped out and headed directly to the planning department. However, the entire department was eerily deserted, with only a handful of employees present. What is going on? Where is everyone in the planning department? Zhu Yeqing's anger reached its peak, her lovely face as cold as ice, her eyes glimmering with venomous fury. She had spent the night at the company, dedicated to resolving the spokesperson issue. Now, during working hours, the planning department was nearly empty, with no more than 3 people present, igniting her wrath. What is the planning department doing? Where is everyone at this hour? Have the proposals for the spokesperson been submitted? Faced with Zhu Yeqing's wrath, the people in the office momentarily fell silent, fully aware of her notorious temper. The entire company knew that if they truly angered her, they would likely find themselves out of a job. Meanwhile, downstairs, Demimi had arrived at the first floor, surrounded by a throng of admirers, and approached the reception desk. In large corporate buildings, management was typically stringent. Employees required a card to move between floors, and outsiders had to register for entry. Demimi walked directly to the front desk, smiling at the receptionist and saying, "Hello, I have an appointment with your general manager Zhu. I'm here at the company today." The receptionist was momentarily stunned. Due to Demimi wearing a mask, she did not immediately recognize her identity. However, with a crowd of people following, the receptionist was no fool. She could tell that the woman was certainly someone of significance. The more she looked, the more familiar Demimi appeared, yet she could not place her. "General Manager Zhu has an appointment, but I haven't received any notice," the receptionist stammered. Demimi smiled, then removed her mask, addressing the receptionist. "My surname is Liu. I have an appointment with General Manager Zhu. You can call to confirm." "Demimi, you are Demimi." Upon seeing Demimi unveil her face, the receptionist finally recognized her, her mouth agape in disbelief. "Please, have a seat. I will notify General Manager Zhu right away." Regaining her composure, the receptionist hurriedly dialed the phone. Given that the company's spokesperson had suffered an accident, Demimi's arrival at this moment was undoubtedly related to the endorsement issue. Demimi raised an eyebrow, though her expression revealed no sign of displeasure. Yesterday, Zhang Ge made a phone call to himself, instructing himself to fly from Southeast Asia to Jiangcheng, disregarding all contractual obligations to endorse this company. Initially, he believed everything was arranged and that he could directly meet with the leadership upon arrival. However, to his surprise, upon his arrival, the other party insisted on notifying the boss first. In any other circumstance, Demimi would have left without a second thought. For someone of her stature, appointments are always made in advance. It was unheard of for her to be kept waiting. Yet, Demimi displayed no signs of displeasure and graciously took a seat. This was not due to a lack of irritation, but rather a reflection of her restraint. She dared not show any anger. Zhang Yuanchao was the one who propelled her to fame, and her current status was entirely due to his support. As her benefactor, she felt compelled to comply with his wishes. Prior to her arrival at Longmen Group, Zhang Yuanchao had already warned her that the company was run by a close friend of his, and she must remain courteous and not flaunt her celebrity status. Regarding the endorsement, she was to cooperate fully, accepting whatever fee was offered without negotiation. This revelation left Demimi stunned. After years of association with Zhang Yuanchao, the number of individuals he considered brothers could be counted on one hand. This indicated that the person in question either held significant stature, eliciting Zhang Yuanchao's utmost respect and caution, or their relationship was exceptionally close. Regardless of the scenario, Demimi understood that if she were to falter this time, Zhang Yuanchao would not let her off easily. Thus, even if she had to wait, she dared not exhibit any dissatisfaction. "Hello, is Director Zhu there?" "Yes, I'm calling the planning department." The receptionist redialed the number. Inside the planning department, Zhu Yeqing wore a terrifyingly grim expression. The 3 staff members present felt an oppressive weight in the air. No one dared to speak, for the entire company feared Zhu Yeqing. "Speak up. Where have you all gone? At this hour, where is everyone?" Zhu Yeqing's tone was low and foreboding. Silence reigned, as no one wished to face the wrath that would surely follow. Just then, the office phone rang. The employees exchanged glances, none daring to answer. What? No one is working now? Not even answering the phone. Zhu Yeqing's voice grew colder. A female employee rushed to the phone and picked it up. Hello. This is the planning department of Longmen Group. What? You say what? The employee's eyes widened in disbelief. What is happening? Zhu Yeqing frowned, her voice icy. Boss. It's Demimi. She says she has an appointment with you and is downstairs. The employee stammered, feeling as though she were in a dream. What did you say? Zhu Yeqing was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the reality. The receptionist said Demimi is on the first floor, and she is here to see you, the employee repeated. Hiss. Zhu Yeqing inhaled sharply. Though joy filled her heart, she maintained an outward calm. Tell the receptionist to go down and greet her. After issuing her command, Zhu Yeqing turned and strode out, followed closely by her assistant and the planning department staff. How did he manage this? Demimi actually came. In just one day, one single day, he really brought her here. Don't forget. She is currently filming in Southeast Asia. As Zhu Yeqing walked, her mind raced. Yesterday, when she mentioned bringing Demimi in, she had believed it to be a mere jest. After all, a star of Zhu Yeqing's caliber was not someone Longmen Group could afford to invite. Moreover, Demimi had existing endorsement commitments, and the breach of contract penalties would undoubtedly be substantial. Hence, Zhu Yeqing had not taken her own words seriously. Yet now, Demimi was indeed here, waiting downstairs. Even if Zhu Yeqing found it hard to believe, she had to accept it as reality, for it had already occurred. Thus, she was eager to contact her brother to inquire how this had come to fruition. However, Demimi awaited her downstairs. She had to first attend to her guest. Demimi's arrival could be deemed as a rescue for the company, and for Zhu Yeqing herself. As a successful businesswoman, Zhu Yeqing was adept at discerning priorities. Chapter 50. Do you know him? Zhu Yeqing hurriedly descended the stairs and spotted Demimi sitting beside the front desk. At that moment, the company employees had encircled Demimi, eagerly requesting her autograph. Contrary to her reported aloofness, Demimi was smiling and signing one after another. The boss is coming. Quick, scatter. If the boss sees us, we're done for. Someone shouted upon spotting Zhu Yeqing, causing the crowd to disperse hastily, heads bowed, as if mice fleeing from a cat. In mere seconds, the once bustling reception area was left desolate. Demimi smiled at Zhu Yeqing as she approached quickly. The two raised their hands almost simultaneously and exchanged a gentle handshake. Ms. Liu, I've been quite busy these past few days and forgot to inform the reception about your visit. I do apologize for any oversight. Zhu Yeqing responded gracefully. Now she was certain that Zhu Yeqing was indeed the one who had brought Demimi here. You are too kind, Director Zhu. It is an honor to collaborate with your company. You are truly a stunning beauty. I have heard your story for quite some time, yet seeing you in person, you are even more beautiful than I imagined. Demimi replied with a warm smile and a courteous tone. This was not solely due to Zhang Yuan Chao's instructions, but also because Zhu Yeqing was genuinely attractive. While she lacked Demimi's captivating charm, she possessed an air of competence. They were two distinct types of women, both undeniably beautiful in their own right. Ms. Liu, you flatter me. I am merely a businesswoman. How could I compare to a star of your caliber? Zhu Yeqing chuckled. However, she felt a twinge of curiosity. Demimi was the most popular actress in recent years, constantly inundated with endorsements and film offers. Rumors circulated about her difficult temperament and unkindness toward others, which was somewhat understandable given her immense fame and busy schedule. Though Zhu Yeqing also harbored a sense of pride, she had mentally prepared herself for the encounter. Even if Demimi displayed some attitude, she would need to endure it. After all, if they succeeded in securing Demimi for the endorsement, their products would undoubtedly soar to prominence. Thus, even if her temperament were less than pleasant, Zhu Yeqing resolved to be patient. However, contrary to her expectations, Demimi displayed no arrogance whatsoever and was exceedingly polite. Moreover, her words about being fortunate to collaborate felt somewhat misplaced, given that they had only just met and had yet to discuss anything substantial. Moreover, Demimi's excessively courteous demeanor deepened Zhu Yeqing's perplexity. Why was she so polite towards her? Miss Liu, you are too kind. Please follow me upstairs, Zhu Yeqing said, leading the way towards the elevator. Demimi trailed behind, admiring Zhu Yeqing's nearly flawless figure, feeling inexplicably self-conscious. Frankly speaking, in terms of beauty, the two were nearly equal, both being stunning women rated above 9.5. Yet, the more beautiful a woman is, the more prone she is to comparison. Although Demimi's looks matched Zhu Yeqing's, she felt inferior in other aspects. while Demi Mi was a canary raised by Zhang Yuanchao. Everything she possessed was given to her by him. In contrast, Zhu Yeqing had, after the death of her husband, skillfully transformed the small company he left into the renowned Longmen Group in Jiangqing. Even though she had the support of the Zhu family, it was no small feat for a woman to achieve such success. Thus, Zhu Yeqing exuded a formidable presence, her powerful aura palpable. She possessed not only beauty but also an innate strength that few women of her age could rival. Consequently, Demi Mi felt a sense of inferiority for the first time. Upon reaching the top floor, Zhu Yeqing welcomed Demi Mi into her office. She had anticipated that Demi Mi would bring her assistant along, as it was customary for celebrity representatives to handle such negotiations. However, to Zhu Yeqing's surprise, Demi Mi entered alone, leaving her assistant outside. "Miss Liu, please have a seat," Zhu Yeqing warmly invited, signaling her secretary to bring a cup of coffee. Zhu Yeqing then took her place, retrieving her phone, offering a sheepish smile to Demi Mi as she dialed a number. Naturally, it was for me. Demi Mi's unexpected arrival had left Zhu Yeqing exhilarated yet momentarily flustered. After all, she was dealing with a major star, and she felt entirely unprepared to discuss endorsement fees. Therefore, she wanted to make a quick call to me in Demi Mi's presence, to establish a mutual understanding. "Darling, Miss Liu has arrived at the company. I just wanted to let you know," Zhu Yeqing spoke sweetly into the phone. Since Demi Mi was someone I had invited, disclosing our relationship in her presence would ease the coming negotiations. Hearing Zhu Yeqing's overly sweet tone on the phone sent chills down my spine. Despite knowing her for so long, I had never heard her speak to me like that, making it quite difficult to adjust. Typically, she was an aloof goddess, but now she seemed like a lovesick girl, which was quite unbearable. "Oh, I don't know what to say," I replied with a simple "oh." Zhu Yeqing tightened her grip on the phone. She desperately wanted to inquire about how I had managed to invite Demi Mi. However, with Demi Mi in close proximity, such questions remained unspoken. My brief response left Zhu Yeqing feeling a surge of frustration. "Let us not forget our wager," I chuckled into the phone. A fleeting blush appeared on Zhu Yeqing's face, and she gently bit her lip. She was well aware of our wager. I had previously stated that if Demi Mi truly agreed to be the spokesperson, Zhu Yeqing would have to don various uniforms as per my request. "Where are you now?" Zhu Yeqing quickly changed the subject. "Oh, I'm busy at the moment," I casually replied. "All right, you take care. Let's have lunch together." Zhu Yeqing responded, hastily ending the call. "Brother-in-law, you really managed to get Demi Mi." Upon seeing me hang up, Zhu Yun gazed at me in disbelief. This morning, I woke with some discomfort in my back, leading me to Zhu Yun's establishment where he arranged for a therapist to attend to me. The female therapist was stunning, starting at a solid 8 out of 10 in looks, and her technique was undeniably professional, indicating she was likely the star attraction at Zhu Yun's place. Unfortunately, she was dressed too conservatively, revealing nothing that should have been shown. I knew this was Zhu Yun's doing, trying to guard against me, his so-called brother-in-law. To make matters worse, he had followed me into the room, chatting away while I was trying to relax. "Oh, your sister doesn't have a spokesperson, so I contacted Demi Mi and asked her to come," I stated nonchalantly. "Brother-in-law, you're amazing," Zhu Yun exclaimed, jumping up and giving me a thumbs up. He understood how difficult it was to secure a star of Demi Mi's caliber and was astonished that I had actually succeeded. Furthermore, my calm demeanor throughout only added to the air of mystery surrounding me in Zhu Yun's eyes. "President Zhu and your husband seem quite affectionate. It's truly enviable," Demi Mi remarked, casting a look of admiration at Zhu Yeqing after she hung up the phone. Today marked her first encounter with Zhu Yeqing, and she was unaware of Zhu Yeqing's marital status. However, she knew Zhang Yuanchao had sent her here purely because of Zhu Yeqing's partner. Even though it was their first meeting, Demi Mi could conclude that a strong-willed woman like Zhu Yeqing would never settle for being someone's mistress or side partner. Thus, she instinctively presumed that it was Zhu Yeqing's husband who had contacted Zhang Yuanchao. "Husband?" Upon hearing Demi Mi's words, Zhu Yeqing's expression turned peculiar, as if she found the term amusing. She shook her head and replied, "Miss Liu, you are mistaken. We are not married yet, merely in a relationship." I apologize." "I apologize," Demi Mi quickly responded, realizing her misunderstanding. Zhu Yeqing's eyes flickered, and a faint smile graced her lips. "It's quite all right. Our relationship is stable, and I believe we will marry soon." At this point, Zhu Yeqing shifted her tone and inquired, "I haven't yet asked, Miss Liu, how do you know my partner?" Yesterday, I had told Zhu Yeqing that I did not know Demi Mi. Now, she was beginning to suspect that I had lied. It seemed improbable that one could summon Demi Mi from Southeast Asia with just a phone call, especially if I had no prior connection to her. Hence, Zhu Yeqing's skepticism regarding my relationship with Demi Mi grew. I was becoming increasingly enigmatic in her eyes, and the connection with Demi Mi stirred an inexplicable pang of jealousy within her. Upon hearing Zhu Yeqing's inquiry, Demi Mi paused for a moment before hastily shaking her head, saying, "I don't know. I have no acquaintance with your husband." Zhu Yeqing widened her eyes, doubting whether Demi Mi was being truthful. "If you don't know him, then what about today?" Zhu Yeqing probed cautiously. Chapter 51. You scoundrel. Upon hearing Demi Mi claim she did not know me, Zhu Yeqing's expression immediately soured. "I do not know him. Isn't he the one who sent you here?" Zhu Yeqing inquired incredulously. Demi Mi shook her head and replied, "No, it was our boss who sent me." She adjusted her posture and continued, "My boss mentioned that he is a brother of your boyfriend and that it was he who introduced me to my boss, which is why I am here today." Despite being a pampered bird in a gilded cage by Zhang Yuanchao, Demi Mi maintained the secrecy of their relationship, always referring to Zhang Yuanchao as the boss in public. "Your boss, Mr. Zhang?" Zhu Yeqing probed cautiously. Demi Mi affirmed with a nod, tacitly acknowledging the truth. A gasp escaped Zhu Yeqing's lips upon realizing who Demi Mi was referring to. She was well aware of Zhang Yuanchao's identity, a figure of substantial influence. Born and raised in the prestigious courtyards of Beijing, with a family legacy that was almost formidable. However, a few years prior, the family power had been handed over to Zhang Yuanchao's elder brother, leading him to distance himself entirely from the family business. Although it appeared he had fallen from grace, this was merely in comparison to the overwhelming stature of the Zhang clan. Even if Zhang Yuanchao lacked favor within his family, he remained a Zhang, a personage whom others dared not provoke. Zhang Yuanchao had visited Jiangqing several times in recent years. To outsiders, he was perceived as a wayward scion of a once prominent family. Nevertheless, through their interactions, Zhu Yeqing instinctively sensed that Zhang Yuanchao was far more complex than he appeared. He was undoubtedly a man of considerable depth. Moreover, in these years, despite not engaging in the family enterprise, he had forged a successful path of his own, one that, while not comparable to the family's vast empire, was still a remarkable achievement by ordinary standards. He was indeed Demi Mi's employer. The realization that she knew Zhang Yuanchao left Zhu Yeqing momentarily speechless, accompanied by a bittersweet smile. It was evident that only someone like Zhang Yuanchao could summon Demi Mi from Southeast Asia to Jiangqing, disregarding her prior commitments to attend the launch of his new product. Yet, how did she come to know Zhang Yuanchao, and what could possibly have prompted such actions? It was clear that mere friendship could not account for this. "Mr. Zhu, is your boyfriend's surname Zuo?" Demi Mi ventured, noting Zhu Yeqing's silence. She was unaware of her full name, having only heard Zhang Yuanchao refer to her as Zuo Laudi. "Yes, that is correct," Zhu Yeqing confirmed with a nod. "Then it is settled," Demi Mi remarked with a smile. She was an astute woman, having navigated her way to her current position with keen insight. Immediately discerning that Zhu Yeqing was not entirely prepared for her return. "I sense that you may not fully understand how Mr. Zuo found me, but I surmise he wishes to surprise you," Demi Mi said with a smile. "That fellow merely mentioned it in passing. I thought he was jesting," Zhu Yeqing chuckled. Although internally she was reeling from the shock, she longed to confront me, demanding clarification on the circumstances surrounding this unexpected turn of events. For nearly an hour, the two women exchanged no further pleasantries. While Zhu Yeqing's mind brimmed with questions, she recognized the urgency of the matter at hand and resolved to inquire about how I had located Demi Mi at a later time. Zhu Yeqing proceeded to elucidate the company's situation and the unique features of the new product. She tentatively inquired about Demi Mi's availability, subtly implying that if there were any scheduling conflicts, she could easily postpone the launch. However, Zhu Yeqing was taken aback when Demi Mi agreed to everything, insisting that no adjustments to the company's schedule were necessary and that she would fully cooperate. The next topic of discussion was the endorsement fee. Demi Mi was willing to forsake her previous contract to represent Zhu Yeqing's new product, and the penalty for breach of contract was likely to be a staggering sum. Accordingly, Zhu Yeqing proposed a figure that represented her maximum limit. To her astonishment, Demi Mi declined and instead quoted a figure so low that it left Zhu Yeqing astounded. She remarked that since they were friends, a friendship price would suffice. Zhu Yeqing was left in a state of disbelief. Even though Zhang Yuanchao and she were friends, such generosity seemed excessive. It felt unrealistic. The figure Demi Mi proposed was astonishingly low, even beneath the rates of third-rate actors that the company had previously considered. This left Zhu Yeqing with a surreal feeling. Nevertheless, recognizing Demi Mi's willingness to accept such a modest fee, she was not so foolish as to raise the price further. In summary, the negotiations proceeded remarkably smoothly. Initially, one might expect that negotiating with a star of Demi Mi's caliber would be a tedious process fraught with complications, yet within just an hour, They had reached an accord in Zhu Yeqing's office. In truth, there was little to negotiate, as Demimi acquiesced to all terms, with Zhu Yeqing primarily articulating her points while Demimi nodded in agreement. With over a week remaining until the launch, and as Demimi was scheduled to depart for Southeast Asia to film, she was anxious to leave after signing the contract. Zhu Yeqing personally escorted her to the ground floor. All details had been finalized. Demimi would arrive in Jiangxing a day prior to the launch to assist with preparations. Upon returning to her office, Zhu Yeqing found the entire company buzzing with excitement. Every employee marveled at their boss's remarkable ability to secure Demimi's involvement. The atmosphere suggested that their discussions had been exceedingly pleasant, and Demimi would undoubtedly become the face of the company's new product. In stark contrast to the enthusiasm surrounding her, Zhu Yeqing remained remarkably composed within her office. Although she was uncertain of the means by which I had orchestrated Demimi's appearance, she understood that she now owed me a considerable favor. After all, I had saved her life on multiple occasions during their time on the deserted island and aboard the smuggling ship. This was the reason Zhu Yeqing had entrusted herself to me upon returning to shore. On one hand, she regarded me as a truly extraordinary man. On the other, she was fiercely independent, unwilling to feel indebted to anyone, particularly men. Having saved her life twice, she entrusted me with her most precious self. Achieving a sense of balance, neither was in debt to the other. Yet, who would have guessed that I would reappear in her life, complicating matters further? Now, having resolved yet another dilemma for her, Zhu Yeqing felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. How is it that I owe you so much? Do you truly expect me to repay you for a lifetime? Zhu Yeqing lamented, biting her crimson lips, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Thoughts of our wager surfaced, one that I had orchestrated entirely, involving the art of seduction. Zhu Yeqing picked up her phone and dialed my number. Where are you? Come to the office, she instructed directly. I was currently indulging in the exquisite massage of a skilled therapist, finally free of the interference from Zhu Yun. The therapist's hands worked on my body, causing my breathing to sound somewhat peculiar. I'm busy. Let's meet in the afternoon, I replied to Zhu Yeqing. Where are you? Zhu Yeqing inquired. The woman's intuition made her feel that my breathing was somewhat irregular, arousing her curiosity. Sir, do you find this comfortable? The gentle technician asked as she massaged my back. Hearing her voice left me speechless, realizing the trouble I had landed myself in. Indeed. On the other end of the line, Zhu Yeqing fell silent. Where on earth are you? After a brief moment, Zhu Yeqing's voice came through the phone, laced with a subtle hint of menace. In the office, Zhu Yeqing abruptly stood up, not entirely understanding why her emotions were so heightened. Upon hearing the technician's question about my comfort, she instinctively rose to her feet. It seemed she cared more than she had anticipated, a realization that startled even her. Recognizing the shift in her tone, I could easily imagine her expression, prompting me to smile at the phone and remark, "What's this? Are you feeling jealous?" Zhu Yeqing was indeed a rather unique woman. Despite our previous encounters and the perception of us as a couple in the eyes of others, she had consistently asserted that our relationship could never evolve further. She claimed her involvement with me was merely for amusement and novelty. One day, she would tire of me and cast me aside for someone new. I was well aware that this was Zhu Yeqing's facade. Deep down, she was a virgin who had never been with another man, and I wasn't naive enough to believe her words. I understood her behavior stemmed from fear and a desire to mask her true feelings. Zhu Yeqing, more than anyone, knew that she held me dear to her heart. Such emotions posed a threat to her proud character, hence her dismissive remarks. At that moment, she must have been feeling quite envious. "Oh, I'm just out here to unwind." I deliberately refrained from mentioning that I was with Zhu Yun. "Humph." Zhu Yeqing scoffed from the office, then sat back down. "You seem to have plenty of leisure time, seeking out women so early in the morning. Quite a temper you have." Her tone was tinged with sarcasm, yet only I could discern the underlying anger and jealousy. "What can I say? I'm young and energetic," I replied with a chuckle, offering no further explanation. In matters of romance, sometimes the more one tries to clarify, the more convoluted the situation becomes. Often, a lack of explanation can lead to peace. "You scoundrel." Zhu Yeqing cursed vehemently over the phone. "When will you come to the office? I have some questions for you." Her tone had turned icy once more. "I've just been at it for an hour. I reckon I'll need another hour to finish," I responded. "Humph, you certainly know how to boast. Don't wear yourself out. Hurry to the office." With that, Zhu Yeqing hung up. I chuckled, knowing she was likely on the verge of a meltdown. For reasons unknown, I felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction, as provoking Zhu Yeqing's ire was oddly gratifying. Moreover, the more upset she became, the clearer it was that she cared for me deeply. "Sir, is this pressure acceptable?" the technician asked softly from behind. Yes, that feels good. But a bit more pressure would be even better, I replied with a smile. Just as I ended the call, Zhu Yun entered the room. Seeing him, I felt a slight headache, wondering why he was so intent on monitoring my every move. After all, this was his establishment. If I intended to engage in anything untoward, it certainly wouldn't be here. Zhu Yun strolled into the room and plopped down on the couch. Brother-in-law, how is the massage going? It's already noon. Shall we go grab some lunch? I wasn't particularly fond of massages. The only reason I had asked Zhu Yun to arrange one for me was due to a stiff neck from the previous night's sleep. The technician, whom Zhu Yun personally chose, wasn't he particularly beautiful, but she was certainly not unattractive either. Most importantly, she was a well-behaved girl who inspired Zhu Yun's trust. And her massage skills were commendable. No lunch for me, I said while glancing at my phone, noting it was already 11:30, indeed close to noon. All right, I feel much better now. No need for another massage today. I have some matters to attend to, I concluded. Upon hearing this, the technician began to tidy up, gathering her oils and supplies. Zhu Yun glanced at her, then turned to me and asked, Brother-in-law, how was the technician's technique? Very good, quite satisfactory. After this session, my neck feels perfectly fine. She is skilled, I nodded with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, sir, the technician responded gratefully. Zhu Yun waved his hand, saying, all right, you can pack up and head out now. The technician, not daring to say anything further, promptly gathered her belongings and exited. However, as she passed by Zhu Yun, he quietly instructed her, go to finance and collect 10,000 yuan. Tell them it's a bonus from me. You don't need to come back this afternoon. Consider yourself on leave. Upon hearing this, the technician eagerly nodded, understanding that her good fortune was due to a kind word from her boss's brother-in-law. Watching her leave, Zhu Yun pulled out a cigarette and lit it, asking, brother-in-law, do you really have urgent matters? If not, let us grab a bite. It won't take long. My sister asked for me. I need to head to the office immediately. What do you think? I replied. Zhu Yun paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. If your sister is looking for you, you should hurry and get ready. He was genuinely apprehensive of his older sister. Since she had summoned her brother-in-law, he dared not suggest lunch any longer. Zhu Yun exchanged a few more words with me before leaving. Once he was gone, I rushed to the bathroom to wash off the oil from the massage. A shower was necessary. By the time I arrived at the office, it was already noon. I headed straight to Zhu Yeqing's office, where she had been awaiting my arrival. Approaching the sofa, I settled down and inquired, has the contract been signed? Zhu Yeqing looked up at me, her expression peculiar, her gaze filled with a hint of resentment, as she stared silently at me. I felt uncomfortable under her scrutiny and asked, what's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Why the silence? Zhu Yeqing took a deep breath. If you require it, you could hire a woman, or I could provide you with a clean one. It's far better than seeking out unsavory women. Are you not concerned about getting sick? Zhu Yeqing said with a tone full of sarcasm. I was taken aback. I hadn't expected her to dwell on such matters. I chuckled, crossed my legs, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a drag, and exhaled slowly. Zhu Yeqing glared at me, her eyes nearly ablaze. What's this? Aren't we merely pretending to be a couple? Aren't we supposed to keep our lives separate? Are you feeling jealous? I asked her with a smile. I fear you might inadvertently contract an embarrassing illness, given that you are, on the surface, my boyfriend, Zhu Yeqing remarked coldly. However, she quickly shifted her demeanor, displaying a nonchalant expression before changing the topic. Do you know Zhang Yuanchao? Just a friend, I replied. Upon hearing that I indeed knew Zhang Yuanchao, Zhu Yeqing's expression turned knowing. If it weren't for your acquaintance with him, today's me would not be at the company. How did you come to know him? Zhu Yeqing inquired again. Despite her typically formidable and frosty demeanor, curiosity is a trait that resides within all individuals. Don't you think you're asking a bit too much today? I chuckled. I am an information broker, possessing resources beyond your wildest imagination. These resources are our deepest secrets, thus I cannot disclose them to anyone, I said casually. Zhu Yeqing fell silent upon my words. She had long suspected that I would not divulge anything. By the way, we have a bet. And now that Demimi has signed a contract, isn't it time we fulfilled our wager? I gazed at Zhu Yeqing with a playful glint in my eyes, contemplating whether to have her don a nurse's outfit, a school uniform, or perhaps a sailor's suit. Under my gaze, Zhu Yeqing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. You scoundrel! Weren't you just indulging with another woman? Zhu Yeqing exclaimed, slightly irate. As I mentioned, I am youthful and vigorous. My moniker in the underworld is 7 times a night wolf. You should be aware of my capabilities. Continuous operation is hardly an issue for me, I replied with a grin. Get lost. I find you repulsive, Zhu Yeqing retorted, her face a mixture of shame and anger. I shrugged, realizing that if this matter remained unaddressed, Zhu Yeqing would likely develop a psychological barrier towards me. All right, I truly haven't been unfaithful. Last night, I slept awkwardly and went to Zhu Yun's this morning to have a technician relieve my discomfort, I explained. Is that true? Zhu Yeqing looked at me, her expression softening slightly. If you doubt me, you can call Zhu Yun. He is your brother and surely wouldn't deceive you, I replied, shrugging my shoulders. Humph. Why should I care? Whether you seek that kind of woman or not is of no consequence to me, Zhu Yeqing pouted. I chuckled at her contradictory nature. It is a universal trait of women, even for someone as formidable as Zhu Yeqing. Now, let's return to our wager. Today, I wish for you to wear a nurse's outfit, I said with a smile. You scoundrel, your mind is filled with such thoughts. Zhu Yeqing's face turned beet red. Dear sister, one must uphold integrity. You agreed to the wager. Surely you cannot go back on your word? I remarked. Zhu Yeqing bit her lip, looking at me intently. Initially, she had never anticipated that I could bring me into the equation, so she had casually agreed. However, at that moment, she was almost resigned. Even if she had known I could bring me, she would have unhesitatingly accepted my terms. But now that it was time to fulfill the wager, she found it hard to accept. Her assertive nature made it exceedingly difficult for a woman of her stature to succumb to temptation and engage in roleplay. It felt more uncomfortable than death itself. 20 million, Zhu Yeqing quietly stated. I refuse, I replied without hesitation. I understood Zhu Yeqing's implication. 20 million would nullify our wager. Indeed, 20 million was no trivial amount. Most ordinary people would toil a lifetime without earning it. Zhu Yeqing's willingness to offer me this sum was not solely due to our wager. It was also her way of expressing gratitude for my assistance in securing me, alleviating her pressing concerns. Thus, in her view, this amount was rightfully owed to me. Yet, I would never agree to nullify our wager for 20 million. At present, 20 million was easily within my reach. For I was privy to the secrets of everyone in this world. If I so desired, I could procure not merely 20 million, but even 2 billion. However, that would deny Zhu Yeqing the pleasure of role-playing before me. Zhu Yun gifted me a house, so you need not provide me with any money. Our wager remains intact. I stated with a smile. Ah, he gave you that house. Zhu Yeqing exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. Yes, he mentioned it was for us to use as a new home. I nodded with a grin. How about we celebrate in the new house today? I've changed my mind. Today, you will wear a maid's outfit, I said. Grinning at Zhu Yeqing. You scoundrel, don't push your luck. Zhu Yeqing's face was now flushed with embarrassment. See, this is our wager. You wouldn't dare deny it. Would you? I responded, somewhat helplessly. Zhu Yeqing took a deep breath. Fine, I concede, but I don't have such clothing. That's nothing to worry about. I will buy it. I exclaimed, laughing heartily. Today, I had already planned for Zhu Yeqing to wear a revealing maid's outfit. Just imagining that scene was undeniably tantalizing. Chapter 53. The angry Zhu Yeqing. Zhu Yeqing is a remarkable woman, exceptional and proud. Her excellence and pride have endowed her with a strong personality, ensuring that she never reneges on her words. Though our wager left her feeling humiliated, she ultimately acquiesced. Aren't you hungry? Seeing my delight, Zhu Yeqing let out a cold huff and redirected the conversation. I glanced at the time. It was nearly 1 o'clock, and my stomach indeed rumbled. Although I yearned to experience the allure of uniforms with Zhu Yeqing, it was still daytime. Engaging in such activities during daylight felt somewhat awkward. Such encounters are undoubtedly more enjoyable at night. The ambience of soft lighting, with Zhu Yeqing in a revealing maid's outfit kneeling before me, calling me master. Just the thought of such a scene was exhilarating. Scoundrel, what are you thinking? Zhu Yeqing shot me an annoyed glance. What's wrong? We can't act on it now. But is it not permissible to fantasize? I chuckled. You are shameless. Zhu Yeqing retorted, angered and embarrassed. I smiled, preparing to tease her further, but just then, Zhu Yeqing's phone rang. Hello, Zhu Yun, what is it? Zhu Yeqing answered the call. However, a moment later, her expression changed, and she simply replied that she understood before hanging up. Noticing the peculiar change in Zhu Yeqing's demeanor, I inquired, what happened? Is everything all right? I had just returned from Zhu Yun's, and now he was calling Zhu Yeqing. Could something have gone awry? Have you been up to something nefarious lately? Zhu Yeqing asked, her tone oddly inquisitive. Nefarious? What do you mean? I engage in mischief daily, I shrugged. How can there be someone as dull and shameless as you? Zhu Yeqing sighed. Exasperated. Zhu Yun just called, saying someone is investigating you. The party in question is the Su family from Jiangxing, she remarked, her curiosity piqued. Upon hearing the words of Zhu Yeqing, I could not help but chuckle. I was well aware of who was investigating me. It was none other than Su Y, the eldest daughter of the S family. During our time in the car, I had sent her a message using my personal number. Although Su Y typically maintained a low profile, she was, after all, the daughter of Jiangqing's wealthiest family, wielding formidable resources at her disposal. It would be a simple task for her to uncover my background. After our chance encounter yesterday afternoon, I impulsively sent her a text, likely alarming her to the point of losing sleep throughout the night. With the S family's capabilities, tracing my details through my phone number would be a matter of minutes. However, all they would discover is that I once worked as a mere security guard. Su would undoubtedly find this hard to believe, especially since I was driving a luxury vehicle worth millions, something a simple security guard could never afford. Thus, she would surely resort to other means to ascertain the truth of my identity. Zhyn was likely one of her channels, which explained why she had called Zhu Yeqing. Are you not aware that the S family is investigating you? Zhu Yeqing inquired, noticing my momentary distraction. In her eyes, I had become an all-knowing information broker. Thus, she assumed I must have knowledge of the S family's inquiries. Of course I know, I shrugged nonchalantly. Have you offended the S family? Is there danger? Zhu Yeqing's complexion changed as she pressed further. At this point, she had completely accepted my identity as an information merchant, one who possesses an abundance of secrets, a precarious position to be in. As someone who navigated the upper echelons of society, she understood that ignorance could often be safer than knowledge. The more one knows, the more perilous the situation becomes. Especially for someone like me, who potentially holds secrets of numerous influential figures, there were undoubtedly countless individuals wishing for my silence. Upon hearing of the S family's investigation, Zhu Yeqing immediately feared I had incurred their wrath, prompting them to seek retribution. If you have indeed offended the S family, staying in Jiangqing may become untenable for you. Their influence is immense, and I cannot protect you from it. However, I can ensure your swift departure to a safer location, she declared resolutely. I gazed at her, a smile creeping onto my face as I recognized the weight of her words. The S family, being the wealthiest in Jiangqing, indeed possessed far greater power than Zhu Yeqing. If it came to a confrontation, she would stand no chance against them. As for me, I currently appeared to be her boyfriend, a fact that the S family would undoubtedly uncover in no time. Thus, if Zhu Yeqing refused to surrender me, she would inevitably provoke the S family's ire. Yet, without hesitation, she proclaimed her intent to protect me, seemingly undeterred by the potential backlash from the S family. While I was unclear on how I had offended them, Zhu Yeqing's immediate instinct was to consider my safety, which touched me deeply. Though outsiders might perceive Zhu Yeqing as a cold-hearted woman akin to a venomous serpent, having uncovered her secret revealed her true nature as someone deeply loyal and compassionate. Rest assured, I shall be fine. The S family's investigation is not due to any offense on my part. They are merely curious about me. I reassured her with a smile. Upon hearing my response, Zhu Yeqing subtly exhaled in relief, only to follow up with a sardonic scoff. Humph, do not flatter yourself. Who would worry about you? I simply fear you may implicate me. I chuckled at her words, finding amusement in her stubbornness. Though she was clearly anxious, she refused to admit it. I understood her well enough to know that expecting her to express her emotions like a typical girl was too much to ask. Regardless, it was evident that Zhu Yeqing genuinely cared for my well-being, and that was sufficient for me. All right, shall we head out? Aren't we supposed to dine? I said with a smile, rising to my feet. Zhu Yeqing donned her coat and tidied her appearance in front of the mirror before turning to me. Adjusting my collar with a gentle touch, I observed her, pondering whether she was seeking the sensation of being my girlfriend. I am 3 years younger than you, and come from a rather ordinary family. What does it feel like to be so distinguished in my presence? I inquired playfully. Zhu Yeqing paused in her task of straightening my tie, then chuckled in response. Are you deliberately provoking me? She raised her finely arched brows in challenge. No, of course not, I replied with a grin. You only know me as an information broker. But those in my line of work excel at deciphering the psychological shifts of others. You present yourself as if you are truly my girlfriend. I merely wish to ask if you intend to play the part for real. If I were addressing an ordinary girl, she might have been offended by such a question. However, Zhu Yeqing was far from ordinary. After hearing my words, she merely raised an eyebrow and countered, What about you? Have you fallen for me? Do not flatter yourself, I said with a resigned shrug, taken aback by her unexpected retort. Is that so? Zhu Yeqing scrutinized me intently. On that deserted island, you saved me. After reaching the shore, I gave myself to you, believing we were even. Yet you sought me out again and have aided me immensely. Can you honestly claim that you do not harbor feelings for me? I felt a bit awkward under her penetrating gaze, so I chuckled and replied, You are overthinking it. You know my capabilities. I am acquainted with many individuals, and while I have met numerous women, you are neither the most beautiful nor the wealthiest among them. So do not read too much into it. How could I possibly love you? Upon hearing my statement, Zhu Yeqing's brows furrowed, clearly irked by my words. My bluntness was intentional. I understood her well. In a relationship with such a formidable woman, the more one appeases her or displays weakness, the quicker she becomes disinterested. Conversely, speaking harshly tends to provoke her, stirring her emotions and igniting her interest. As anticipated, Zhu Yeqing was genuinely vexed. So, according to you, you have many women, all of whom are stunningly beautiful? Despite my earlier assistance, she was now genuinely furious, attempting to assert her dominance through words. There may not be many, but acquiring the women I desire, no matter how beautiful, is rather simple, I replied with a smile. You believe you can find someone more beautiful than me? Zhu Yeqing voiced her skepticism. Certainly, there are those more beautiful than you, I shrugged casually. Who? Name one, she pressed, clearly agitated. I recognized that she was genuinely upset, and I knew that while it was acceptable to provoke her, one must always maintain a balance to avoid crossing the line and eliciting an adverse reaction. I am not a fool, of course. I would not dare to mention a woman more beautiful and wealthier than her. Such a remark would undoubtedly drive Zhu Yeqing into a fury. You are prying into my privacy, I said with a smile directed at Zhu Yeqing. Humph, I knew you wouldn't be able to come up with one, Zhu Yeqing chuckled. Then provocatively continued, with such bravado, I thought you had accomplished something significant. I assumed you had won the affection of the eldest daughter of the Su family. Chapter 54. A new bet. Upon hearing Zhu Yeqing mention Su Yu, I was momentarily taken aback, thinking she might have learned something from Zhu Yun. However, in the next instant, I realized that was impossible. It was the Su family conducting the investigation on me, which is why Zhu Yeqing instinctively brought up Su Yu. After all, Su Yu is exceedingly famous in Jiangqing, nearly to the point of being a household name. In Jiangqing, Su Yu is far more renowned than her father. The city's wealthiest man, Su Yeqing. Some may not recognize Su Yeqing, but Su Yu can be identified at a glance. She is not only the daughter of Jiangqing's richest man, but also holds the illustrious title of the most beautiful woman in Jiangqing. Zhu Yeqing is certainly aware of this reputation. When I casually remarked that Zhu Yeqing was neither the most beautiful nor the wealthiest among the women I know, it subconsciously led her to think of Su Yu, for in her eyes, only Su Yu in all of Jiangcheng could overshadow her in that aspect. Zhu Yeqing is inherently exceptional. To make her feel inferior, only Su Yu stands as a viable contender in Jiangqing. Naturally, Zhu Yeqing does not believe that I have any connection with Su Yu, and her mention of it now is merely to provoke me. Yet, I could not help but pause, recalling that stunning profile I had seen in the car. Su Yu, at present, is not my woman, I nodded and stated. Not my woman for now? Zhu Yeqing caught the nuance in my words, incredulously asking. Indeed, not yet, I replied with a hint of resignation, raising my hands in a gesture of surrender. However, fate can be quite mysterious. Perhaps in a few days, that may change. Shall we place a bet? A bet? At my words, Zhu Yeqing's brows twitched involuntarily. She had just suffered a defeat at my hands, primarily due to her disbelief in my capabilities, resulting in a rather dismal loss. Now, only a few minutes had elapsed since that moment. Zhu Yeqing initially intended to provoke me, but unexpectedly, our conversation had taken this turn, and I was proposing yet another wager. At present, Zhu Yeqing genuinely respected my abilities and connections. However, this wager seemed entirely unrelated to any social connections. The individuals investigating me belonged to the Su family. The very fact that they were conducting an investigation indicated that they did not recognize me. If they did, there would be no need for such scrutiny. Even if they were acquainted, it would hardly be on familiar terms. Su Yu is a figure of immense notoriety in Jiangqing. Her father, Su Yeqing, once faced poverty and struggled through his teenage years in Jiangqing, engaging in numerous business ventures, all of which ultimately failed. Nonetheless, he never relinquished hope and eventually stumbled upon an opportunity, forging connections with jade merchants from Myanmar, which led him to the jewelry trade, and he subsequently thrived. Today, he stands as the wealthiest individual in Jiangqing. Although Zhu Yeqing is not well acquainted with Su Yu and has never exchanged a word with her, she is nonetheless familiar with Su Yu's background. Su Yu's mother married Su Yeqing after his rise to prominence. She is a woman of high pedigree, possessing remarkable refinement. By the time Su Yu was born, Su Yeqing had already become one of Jiangqing's wealthiest. She has been showered with countless affections and has consistently excelled academically throughout her education. Moreover, she was raised under strict discipline, making her a well-mannered young lady. However, her exceptional nature has often rendered her lonely, as most children were reluctant to play with her, feeling overshadowed by her brilliance. During her recent study abroad, Su Yu even established her luxury brand, becoming its own spokesperson, which opened doors to the European and American markets. Upon graduation, Zhu Yeqing began grooming her as his successor. Currently, Zhu Yeqing's health is waning, burdened by excessive social obligations, leading him to keep Suyu close by, gradually transferring the reins of the company to her. This year, Suyu has reached the age of 25. Despite her impressive accomplishments, the time for marriage has arrived, and she must find a reliable partner to support her. Consequently, in recent years, Zhu Yeqing has initiated matchmaking endeavors for his daughter. Yes, you heard correctly. Suyu is to be set up on blind dates. Due to her exceptionalism and affluent background, Suyu has navigated life without friends, let alone a boyfriend. The men who would consider pursuing her often feel inadequate, too intimidated to even look her way. When news broke that the daughter of the Su family would be participating in matchmaking, it sent shockwaves throughout Jiangxing, igniting ambitions among many. Yet, after a year of matchmaking, Suyu's experiences have proven rather unfruitful. Of course, the lack of success is not due to any shortcomings on Suyu's part. Rather, it stems from her extraordinary standards and the excessively stringent criteria set by the Su family. Firstly, any potential partner must meet Suyu's approval. Although it is a blind date, the two individuals will eventually share a life together. And any man deemed unsuitable by Suyu will not even be considered by the Su family, regardless of his family status. Secondly, even if Suyu finds someone appealing, their family assets must exceed 1 billion. This is already a concession from the Su family. Throughout history, marriage has always emphasized the importance of matching social status. While it is not unheard of for a penniless youth to marry into wealth, such unions often end in tragedy. The disparity in social standing inevitably leads to conflicts over time, and these tensions are bound to erupt eventually. Furthermore, any man wishing to court Suyu must possess personal capabilities. It is insufficient to simply come from a wealthy family. He must also demonstrate merit. The Su family will not entertain suitors who are merely sybaritic and frivolous. Lastly, a stipulation that many find intolerable is that any children Suyu has, regardless of gender, must bear the surname Su. Should any of these criteria be unmet, the chances are utterly bleak. Thus, the matchmaking process has devolved into a farce, for finding a suitable match under such conditions is exceedingly difficult. Wealthy and capable individuals are unlikely to consider becoming a son-in-law, even if someone were inclined. The notion that their child would not carry their surname is a profound affront to any man. Consequently, Zhu Yeqing's matchmaking endeavors are destined for failure. However, Zhu Yeqing harbors no objections, as she is the obedient daughter of her family, with her parents orchestrating all these affairs. Until today, Suyu has remained single, with no man ever appearing by her side. Zhu Yeqing gazed at me, contemplating the possibilities of this situation. After repeated confirmations, it became evident that there could be no relationship between Suyu and myself. Consequently, she declared without hesitation, "I bet on it." Having just lost a previous wager, she immediately placed another, resembling a gambler blinded by loss. However, this was not merely a display of Zhu Yeqing's stubbornness. It stemmed from her inability to fathom any connection between Suyu and myself. She was well aware of my extensive network and even entertained the thought of my close ties with Zhu Yeqing. Yet, even with that understanding, a relationship with Suyu seemed implausible. Zhu Yeqing knew well of the Su family's stubbornness, especially regarding the criteria for choosing a son-in-law, which they would never compromise on. Furthermore, even if I were to employ any means to win Suyu's affection, we could never be together. Zhu Yeqing understood Suyu too well. She had always been the obedient daughter, never opposing her parents' opinions. Thus, even if Suyu were to harbor feelings for me, she would never rebel against her parents for my sake. Most importantly, Zhu Yeqing was aware of my capabilities, so I would never consider becoming a son-in-law to the Su family. Are you really betting against me? I looked at Zhu Yeqing and couldn't help but smile. Bet? Of course I will. What do I have to fear? Zhu Yeqing retorted coldly. Aren't you afraid of losing again? I inquired with a grin. Humph. This time I won't lose. Let's discuss the specific rules and our stakes. Zhu Yeqing gently adjusted my tie before withdrawing her hand. Oh, just don't regret it if you lose, I remarked with a smile. Enough of the chatter. Since I, Zhu Yeqing, have agreed, I will never back down from a loss. Moreover, this time I cannot lose, she asserted. All right, let's make it a deal. Give me 3 days, and I will make Suyu my woman. One who willingly stays with me for a lifetime, I stated calmly. Are you out of your mind? Zhu Yeqing exclaimed in disbelief, extending her hand to check my forehead. My words had clearly exceeded her expectations. I'm perfectly fine, no need to worry, I replied with a smile. If you're fine, how can you speak such words? 3 days? I give you 3 months. Zhu Yeqing declared assertively. No need for that, 3 days it is. I promised 3 days, and it shall be 3 days. I insisted with a smile. Fine, I'll concede, but let's see if you can still smile after 3 days. Now what about the stakes? Zhu Yeqing, seemingly tired of debating with me, pressed on. As for the stakes, if I lose, you can forget about the uniform situation. If I win, I intentionally prolonged my words. And if you win? Zhu Yeqing inquired curiously. If I win, you must not feel jealous. From now on, you and Su Yu will serve one husband together as sisters, and you must take good care of me, I laughed. I genuinely suspect something is wrong with your mind. Zhu Yeqing replied with a cold smirk. What? Are you afraid to wager? I continued to provoke her. Bet. Why would I be afraid? If I lose, not only will I serve you, but I would even be willing to share a bed with you and Su Yu. Without hesitation, Zhu Yeqing retorted with a cold smile. Then it's settled. I eagerly await your confirmation. I was waiting for her to say that. Chapter 55. The annoying fellow. The wager was set. We exited together. As we walked out of Zhu Yeqing's office, she was already smiling, linking her arm with mine, exuding a bright and cheerful demeanor. No one detected any discrepancies. Anyone who saw us would undoubtedly assume we were a couple in love. We proceeded to have lunch. 20 minutes later, we arrived at Jiangqing New Century Plaza, one of the bustling commercial streets in Jiangqing. Zhu Yeqing had previously mentioned the newly opened Italian restaurant, which was located here. I had visited it once before, spending half a month's salary, and the food was indeed delightful. Upon entering the restaurant, I noticed the exterior was modest, but the interior was spacious. There were several tables set under sunshades outside, and the decor imparted a sense of being on a foreign vacation. The weather was pleasant, so we chose a table outside. Enjoying the gentle breeze, we casually ordered some tuna sauce beef, pasta, seafood soup, and salad. While waiting for our food, we engaged in light conversation. In truth, there was no need for Zhu Yeqing and me to dine together every day. Our relationship was merely a facade of a couple. However, if both of us had the time, it was only natural to share a meal, and it had to be in a public setting for authenticity. Nonetheless, today we were not aiming to deliberately encounter any wealthy tycoons. It was simply a lunch together, and this venue was a random choice. It was unlikely to encounter any top-tier affluent businessmen here. It wasn't due to the restaurant's lack of quality, but rather that the local super-rich tended to be in their 40s or 50s and did not have a habit of dining on Western cuisine. Furthermore, a Western restaurant was not an ideal venue for hosting clients, as personal preferences may not align. With no disturbances, it was also improbable for anyone to recognize Zhu Yeqing here, allowing her to relax. To avoid being recognized, she had donned sunglasses. I truly owe you my gratitude. The contract was signed smoothly, and the endorsement fee was quite low. Oh, by the way, Zhu Yeqing said, pulling out her phone and swiftly operating it. Ding. I received a text message, a bank notification confirming a transfer of 20 million. Thank you, Zhu Boss. I glanced at my phone and smiled. The title Zhu Boss immediately made Zhu Yeqing appear somewhat uncomfortable, as our relationship was presently quite complicated and difficult to define. Nevertheless, no matter how one looked at it, calling her Zhu Boss felt overly formal. Could you please refrain from calling me Zhu Boss? We're quite familiar now, and with so many people around, if someone hears it, it could lead to misunderstandings. All right, Zhu Yeqing replied with a smile. Just then, a waiter approached to serve our drinks. We had ordered juices, watermelon, and orange juice. The waiter placed 2 glasses of juice on the table and then departed. Zhu Yeqing took a sip of her large orange juice and immediately crinkled her brow. After tasting my watermelon juice, I noticed her expression and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's too sour. You should try it," Zhu Yeqing said, handing me the orange juice. I took it, sipped through the straw, and confirmed that it was indeed quite sour. "It is sour. You should drink this." I put down the orange juice and handed her the watermelon juice. She accepted it and took a sip, her expression revealing satisfaction. "Aren't you worried about my used straw?" I chuckled and asked. "Worried? We are a couple. What's the problem with that?" Zhu Yeqing replied, turning her gaze back to the bustling plaza, muttering that it wasn't as if we hadn't kissed before. Oh, by the way, Zhu Yeqing seemed to remember something, suddenly sitting up straight, resting her elbows on the table, and leaning in to speak in a lower voice. "I sent someone to your hometown yesterday." "Oh," I paused, surprised. "Zhao Sihai will eventually learn about you. Your family might be under threat, so I arranged for someone to protect them discreetly, without disturbing their lives. Zhao Sihai doesn't have much of a network in Jiangqing. If you were to send someone, I would be informed in advance. Zhu Yun would notify me. There won't be any issues." I was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Zhu Yeqing to take such direct action. Regarding the matter of protecting my family from harm, I have contemplated it, yet I am not in haste. Zhao Sihai is unlikely to act swiftly, and I am still considering how to utilize my connections more effectively. Initially, I did not contemplate Zhu Yeqing, as the thought of a woman safeguarding my family felt somewhat awkward. However, since Zhu Yeqing has taken the initiative to arrange this. It is indeed for the best. You are quite thoughtful. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on the table to speak in a hushed tone, seeking to maintain a closer proximity. I inquired further with Zhu Yeqing about the specific arrangements, for this matter requires utmost seriousness. As I leaned closer to Zhu Yeqing, whispering like a genuine young couple sharing secrets, a sudden loud voice from a man interrupted us. "Baby, look at this place. It just opened, serving Italian cuisine. I dined here last week, and the flavors are authentic. Have you ever tried Western food?" A middle-aged man, wearing a baseball cap and with a somewhat plump physique, was accompanied by a heavily made-up young woman, both gesturing animatedly at the entrance of the restaurant. "Perfect, let's sit here. I've never had Italian food before. Let's sit outside," the heavily made-up girl exclaimed, her voice overly sweet. The two sat down nearby, their ordering process marked by loud exclamations, the man boastingly declaring that they could order anything they desired. Even after placing their orders, they continued their boisterous conversation, with the girl suddenly pressing closer to the man. "You mentioned being with someone before. How come I never knew? Is it because you brought your wife along?" The middle-aged man hurriedly tried to appease her, insisting, "Listen, we are indeed separating, but social engagements are unavoidable, and we still have financial matters to settle. We cannot discuss this openly." "You always say that," she retorted. "Don't be upset, darling. I'll take you to buy a handbag later," he soothed. The nearby diners, disturbed by their loud conversation, exchanged glances of disapproval, realizing they were witnessing a man cheating on his wife with a mistress. Zhu Yeqing and I were equally disturbed. The public setting was too noisy, lacking any semblance of decorum. We had been discussing intricate family arrangements that were not meant for anyone else's ears, yet their raucousness drowned out our conversation. Zhu Yeqing straightened up and glanced back, while I also sat up, knowing she did not need to turn around as the two were seated directly behind her. Across from me, upon their arrival, I recognized the handsome middle-aged man. He was affluent, and I was well aware of his recent boastful claims. The notion of divorce was merely a fabrication to deceive young women. He would never dare to follow through with such a threat, as doing so could lead to dire consequences. "Could you please lower your voices? Your conversation is disturbing other diners." Zhu Yeqing turned to address them, uncharacteristically assertive. She would not instigate trouble without cause, but she would not tolerate any disturbances that affected her. "Who are you? Is this restaurant your property?" The middle-aged man snapped back, displaying a lack of decorum and an inflated sense of pride. However, upon catching sight of Zhu Yeqing's face, his tone abruptly shifted from anger to a sheepish smile. "My apologies, beautiful, we'll keep it down. I'm sorry, everyone," he said, standing to apologize to the surrounding patrons. His demeanor shifted to one of feigned politeness, although his lingering gaze on Zhu Yeqing betrayed his true intentions. Despite her sunglasses shielding her identity, her beauty remained undeniable. Zhu Yeqing, disinterested, turned back to me, sipping her watermelon juice. Surprisingly, the heavily made-up girl was not appeased by the man's apology. "What do you mean beautiful? What are you looking at?" She pouted. "I wasn't looking at anything, darling. It's our fault for disturbing others," he replied. "But you always speak like that. Why is it that when you see a pretty woman, you act like a gentleman? Are you interested in her?" "No, I love you the most. All other women are insignificant to me," he insisted. "Is that so? Then why are you speaking so softly? Are you planning to pursue her?" The middle-aged man raised his voice again, appearing ready to lose his temper, causing the heavily made-up girl to shrink back, unwilling to provoke him further. "Darling, don't be upset. The food is arriving. Look and see what you want to order," he coaxed again. "You're just interested in that vixen, aren't you?" She shot back, turning her head. "Look at her. She's dressed so well. She is probably just a real estate agent who has slept with numerous clients." The jealousy in her eyes was palpable as she spoke, fixated on Zhu Yeqing's silhouette. Zhu Yeqing, already irritated, stood abruptly and simultaneously. A bodyguard also rose and swiftly approached the restaurant's entrance. Zhu Yeqing grasped her juice cup but did not lift it as I held her hand down. She looked at me, and I silently mouthed, "Let me handle this." With that, I discreetly typed a message on my phone, sending it off. "Your husband is out dining with his mistress." After sending the message, I exchanged a knowing glance with Zhu Yeqing. She inhaled deeply and sat back down. Though she was unsure of my precise intentions, she preferred to avoid any conflict in public, as it would be beneath her dignity. When faced with provocation, Zhu Yeqing would either sidestep the issue or decisively resolve it. After she settled back into her seat, several approaching bodyguards halted in their tracks. Zhu Yeqing subtly lifted her juice cup, and the guards understood the cue, pretending to pass by before retreating. "Who do you think you're scaring?" The heavily made-up girl scoffed. In truth, she had been intimidated earlier when Zhu Yeqing stood, her aura palpable even if invisible. The girl had flinched, believing Zhu Yeqing would confront her, but was taken aback when Zhu Yeqing sat back down. "Don't worry, darling, no one dares to touch you." The middle-aged man reassured her loudly. He is quite concerned about his reputation. In this context, no matter how beautiful Zhu Yeqing is, it is of no concern to him, as he will undoubtedly protect his woman. Humph, standing up to intimidate others, yet he dares not approach to act tough. The heavily made-up woman continues to murmur. Zhu Yeqing is genuinely furious. She regrets having chosen to dine in a public setting today. Previously, she always opted for a private room, seeking tranquility. Today she came with me, and we are merely at the entrance. Had we gone inside, such troubles would have been avoided. I still hold Zhu Yeqing's hand, unwilling to let go. I truly do not wish for her to splash juice on someone's face, then have her bodyguard rush in to beat them senseless. Afterward, Zhu Yan might bring people over, and who knows what might happen. Zhu Yeqing will not suffer losses. She certainly won't be the one at a disadvantage. I am not suggesting that she endure humiliation. Rather, such a situation would be devoid of any excitement. Revenge should be executed in the most exhilarating manner. How cowardly for a man to remain silent when his girlfriend is insulted. The heavily made-up woman gazes at me with disdain. I feign ignorance, patting Zhu Yeqing's hand again before suggesting, "Let us discuss something more interesting. Why do you believe that woman is so difficult to win over? Is 3 days truly insufficient?" My words are deliberately ambiguous, leading others to think I am speaking about outsiders. However, Zhu Yeqing understands well. She knows I am referring to Suyu. Perhaps she wonders why I suddenly chose to bring this up in a public setting. Zhu Yeqing seeks to divert her attention from the voices of those two and replies, "Although Suyu is beautiful, the conditions set by the Su family are excessively stringent. No man would agree to them." In what way are they stringent? Is it not merely the expectation of becoming a son-in-law? Nowadays, there are countless individuals willing to do so, I remark with a smile. Zhu Yeqing's expression suddenly shifts. Did I truly say such a thing? Could it be that I wish to become a son-in-law? I raise an eyebrow at her. Zhu Yeqing seems to grasp something. Becoming a son-in-law? She scoffs, saying, "Any man with even a modicum of ambition, no, any man, period, would never settle for being a son-in-law. Your statement is flawed. Women can marry men, so why can't men marry women? Is gender equality not a principle we uphold?" I declare loudly on purpose. That is not the same. Zhu Yeqing quickly counters. A woman marrying a man only requires that the man is not lacking. Within the household, he is cherished. No one is superior or inferior. Zhu Yeqing passionately debates with me over the issue of gender equality for several minutes. Eventually, we return to the topic of becoming a son-in-law. What does it mean for a man to enter a woman's family? Only those who are incompetent, greedy, and unable to find a wife would consider such a role, right? Which woman would desire a man who enters her family? Who would prefer a man who is less than a dog? Within the household, who would not look down upon him? Back in his hometown, he would likely be ridiculed for a lifetime. For the sake of money, for the sake of having a woman, he would live without dignity. What purpose does such a life serve? Zhu Yeqing is expressing her true feelings. She holds disdain for women who endure domestic violence without leaving, as well as for men who enter a woman's family. As a woman herself, she aspires for women to be self-reliant and for men to embody true masculinity. Your argument holds some merit. Indeed, men who enter a woman's family are lesser than dogs, especially those who sacrifice their basic dignity for money. Such men would be better off dead, I concede, seemingly persuaded by Zhu Yeqing. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupts our conversation. It is that middle-aged man smashing a freshly poured glass of wine. Judging by his expression, he is seething with rage, his face flushed. Damn! Have you no shame? Who do you think you're provoking? The irate middle-aged man bellows, having reached his boiling point. He believes he has been recognized, and that we are deliberately mocking him. He is not mistaken. I am indeed doing so. I know he is a son-in-law, and a particularly lowly one at that. Thus, my recent exchange with Zhu Yeqing is especially grating to him, piercing straight to his core. I press Zhu Yeqing's hand again, then rise to ask, "Who are you cursing? Why so agitated? Our discussion about son-in-laws being dogs, how does that concern you? Are you a son-in-law? Is that you?" I say this with a broad smile, my voice raised. Nearby tables of diners turn their heads, all ears. Even patrons seated close to the entrance strain to listen. The middle-aged man is momentarily speechless. His face is red as a balloon, but he cannot utter a word. To admit it? To publicly declare himself a son-in-law? That would be utterly humiliating. Yet I am indeed mocking him. Can he endure this? You are a son-in-law? The heavily made-up woman turns to him, incredulous. She is aware that the middle-aged man has a wife. He has previously mentioned it and claimed he was in the process of a divorce, delayed due to financial matters, and that he would marry her afterward. However, He never mentioned it would be as a son-in-law. A son-in-law? You dare to divorce? How could he even think of dividing assets? I'm not. The middle-aged man stammers, his face still flushed. Then why are you so agitated? This has nothing to do with you. How can you claim we are mocking you? You startled me. I thought you were one of those men willing to be treated like a dog. I gesturing towards the phone screen on the table while noting the time. It should be almost time. The middle-aged woman's company is not far from here, and the man is merely taking advantage of his lunch break to meet his mistress. So he would not stray too far from the office. He has done this often before. I had already memorized all his details upon first glance. You, damn you. The man's fury is palpable, his eyes glowering as if he could tear me apart. Just then, a series of blaring car horns fills the air. This Western restaurant is situated by the square, where vehicles are not allowed, yet a few black business cars honk insistently, urging pedestrians to make way as they drive straight in. The cars come to a stop. All the doors swing open simultaneously, and a group of over a dozen bodyguards in black suits disembark. From the center vehicle steps a middle-aged woman, clad in a shoulder-length coat, who appears to be in her 40s and quite plump. Although her looks are average, she exudes a formidable aura, her presence strikingly powerful. Compared to Zhu Yeqing, she possesses less sharpness and brilliance, but conveys a sense of weightiness. Upon witnessing this, the middle-aged man's face pales, devoid of color, and he abruptly sits back down. I too take my seat, smiling knowingly at Zhu Yeqing. The man is utterly dazed, and at the sight of the middle-aged lady, he appears completely stunned. The middle-aged woman steps out and immediately fixes her gaze on him, her expression calm, yet harboring an air of menace as she approaches that table. Her entourage of bodyguards surrounding her. Anyone present can sense that something is amiss. Zhu Yeqing turns her head, and, upon seeing the middle-aged woman, reveals a hint of surprise. For she recognizes her as the earliest strong woman she knows, Hu Yuhua, aged 46, the chairwoman of Longmen Group in Jiangxing. Her personal fortune is estimated to be around 1 billion yuan. In terms of wealth alone, Hu Yuhua does not rank among Jiangxing's top 10 richest individuals. However, her status in the Jiangxing business community is uniquely significant. Her father, Hu Shui, was among the first group of patriotic overseas Chinese merchants to return and invest in the country after the reform and opening up. He was the founder and first president of the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce, as well as the inaugural president of the Jiangxing Entrepreneurs Association. He played a pivotal role in establishing the Jiangxing Overseas Chinese Chamber of Commerce, dedicating both financial and personal efforts to assist Jiangxing in attracting investment, thus making indelible contributions to the commercial development of Jiangxing over the decades. Hu Shui served as a representative in the National People's Congress for 2 terms and as a member of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference for 1 term. However, nearing his 80th year, he had long since retired to enjoy his later years. Nevertheless, he still held honorary titles as the leader of the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce and the Jiangxing Entrepreneurs Association. His son, now approaching 60, is the principal heir to the family business, having relocated the company headquarters to the capital for better development. Hu Shui's 2nd and 4th sons have embarked on political careers, with the 4th son currently serving as mayor of a city in northeast China, and if all goes well, he may attain a deputy provincial-level position upon retirement. The 3rd and 5th children are daughters. The 3rd has long been married to the son of an old family friend of Zhang Jiani and currently resides in the United States. The 5th, Hu Yuhua, is the only one of Hu Shui's 5 children who remains by his side. Although Hu Yuhua did not inherit the family estate, she began her own entrepreneurial journey in her 20s with the family's support, establishing herself as a strong woman in business. Zhu Yeqing met Hu Yuhua 4 years ago. Despite the Hu family's diminished absolute authority after the division of their estate, they remain the most esteemed family in Jiangxing, not necessarily the wealthiest, but undoubtedly the most prestigious. As long as Hu Shui draws breath, this status will remain unaltered. In Jiangxing, although the Hu family no longer possesses the same level of absolute influence post-division, they still stand as the most prominent family, not due to their wealth, but rather their esteemed position. As long as Hu Jiaqing is alive, this fact will persist. When Zhu Yeqing was just starting out, she visited Hu Jiaqing with Zhu Yun, partly as a gesture of respect and partly to avoid potential misunderstandings later. Hu Jiaqing was acquainted with the elder Zhu, and even during his peak, Zhu Yeqing's visit allowed her to meet Hu Yuhua. However, due to their lack of business dealings and Zhu Yeqing's aversion to socializing, her encounters with Hu Yuhua had been infrequent, and she had never met Hu Yuhua's current husband. She knew that Hu Yuhua had been married 3 times, with the first 2 unions ending in failure, and her 3rd marriage involved a younger man who had joined the Hu family. Her husband was significantly younger, having been in his 20s when they wed, and the term golden boy was commonly used to describe him, not by Zhu Yeqing, but by others. It was said that shortly after their marriage over a decade ago, she frequently took her husband to events, but that practice waned over time. Zhu Yeqing glanced at Hu Yuhua, then suddenly turned to look at me, and then turned again to observe an elderly man whose complexion had turned pale with fear. He was Hu Yuhua's husband, the once youthful golden boy who had entered the Hu family over a decade ago. I had just sent a message to Hu Yuhua to catch him in the act. Zhu Yeqing thought deeply, finding all the pieces fitting together. This middle-aged man, who was vain and pretentious yet lacked decorum, appeared to be in his 30s. Having married just over a decade ago when he was in his 20s, and now, in middle age, he had gained some weight, yet still exuded a certain charm. One could only imagine that he had once been the epitome of youthful handsomeness. Zhu Yeqing recalled his name, having heard it mentioned before. It seemed to be Lu Yiwei. Hu Yuhua did not notice Zhu Yeqing or anyone else. She alighted from the vehicle and immediately fixated on the handsome middle-aged man, her husband, Lu Yiwei. She approached with a cadre of bodyguards, exuding an intimidating presence. A heavily made-up girl, sensing the tension, instinctively moved closer to Lu Yiwei, clutching his arm, and asked, "Honey, who are they? Do you know them?" She failed to recognize Hu Yuhua as Lu Yiwei's wife due to their apparent age difference, which seemed to span nearly a decade. Lu Yiwei nearly panicked, violently shoving the heavily made-up girl away, even stepping aside as if to avoid her. "What are you doing? Don't push me, you." The girl was not one to back down. "Hey, this isn't your business, leave." Hu Yuhua approached, her tone firm and unyielding. She had no intention of confronting the girl, as this was not the first time she had caught Lu Yiwei cheating. In the past, she had been furious, resenting the woman who had tempted her husband. But over time, she had come to understand that blame lay not with others. She knew precisely who deserved her ire. "Who do you think you are, fatty? Let me go? Don't try to intimidate me. This is a society governed by law," the heavily made-up girl retorted. Turning to confront Hu Yuhua, a sharp slap rang out. Hu Yuhua swung her arm, sending the girl sprawling to the ground, knocking over a chair and leaving her dazed. "Get lost," Hu Yuhua coldly commanded, her gaze steely. The girl, not only stunned but also frightened, shrank back on the floor. Hu Yuhua's bodyguards swiftly moved in, dragging the girl away and discarding her at the roadside as if she were refuse. Hu Yuhua paid her no further heed and stepped closer to Lu Yiwei, who, from the moment they entered the restaurant, had been acting pompously. To her astonishment, he suddenly knelt before her. At that moment, Hu Yuhua seized a glass lemonade pitcher from the table. As Lu Yiwei began to speak, she swung the pitcher over his head, shattering it with a crack. "How many times has this happened? I support you, and yet you go and support other women. How many times is this?" Hu Yuhua exploded, kicking Lu Yiwei in the face and then lifting a chair to strike him. The patrons inside and outside the restaurant were taken aback. The waitstaff rushed out to intervene, but Hu Yuhua's bodyguards blocked them. They remained vigilant, ensuring that no one dared to capture the scene on their phones. Hu Yuhua did not allow her bodyguards to take action. She personally unleashed a torrent of blows on Lu Yiwei for a full 5 minutes. Lu Yiwei could do nothing but cower and plead for mercy, unable to retaliate, his head, hands, and face covered in blood. Finally, Hu Yuhua had her fill. "Take him away," she instructed her bodyguards, who then hoisted Lu Yiwei to escort him to the vehicle. Hu Yuhua ignored the surrounding gazes and, without a second thought, pulled out her phone to dial an unfamiliar number, the one that had notified her to catch him in the act. She had no idea who it was, but guessed they must be nearby, so she called to see if they were still in the vicinity, just a few meters away. Hu Yuhua turned sharply upon hearing her phone ring and glimpsed Zhu Yeqing's silhouette, not recognizing her until she approached closer. It was only when she spotted the incessantly ringing phone on the table that she realized it was Zhu Yeqing, previously consumed by her rage. She had overlooked everyone around her. "Miss Zhu, what brings you here?" Hu Yuhua was taken aback upon seeing Zhu Yeqing, her face breaking into a smile while she cast a fleeting glance in my direction. The ringing phone lay before me, and just moments ago, Hu Yuhua had appeared ominous and irate. Yet, in conversing with Zhu Yeqing, she exhibited a demeanor of warmth and familiarity, akin to the astonished smile one wears upon unexpectedly encountering an acquaintance on the street. It was as though the earlier incident where she had violently confronted her unworthy husband had never transpired. This plump, middle-aged businesswoman possessed an explosive mentality. Who ensure? "It has been a while," Zhu Yeqing greeted her with ease, standing up with a smile to shake Hu Yuhua's hand. I seized the ringing phone from the table and promptly ended the call, also rising to my feet. "This must be Mr. Zuo, Miss Li's boyfriend," Hu Yuhua remarked, glancing at me while inquiring with a smile towards Zhu Yeqing. She was aware of Zhu Yeqing's relationship and knew his surname was Zuo, as this had circulated following the conflict with Lu Changxi. Zhu Yeqing nodded in acknowledgement. "Hello, Hu Ensure. It is a pleasure to meet you," I said with a smile as we shook hands. "Mr. Zuo is truly a remarkable gentleman. Miss Zhu, you possess both good taste and fortune." Hu Yuhua complimented me directly, sharing a knowing smile with Zhu Yeqing. Despite her esteemed position in Jiangxing, where no one dared to disregard her, and with nearly all prominent merchants as her acquaintances, both she and Lu Changxi maintained a cautious approach toward Zhu Yeqing. Zhu Yeqing had previously visited Hu Jiaqing with gifts, displaying utmost politeness and decorum. But that was directed towards the elder Hu Jiaqing, not Hu Yuhua herself. Hu Yuhua did not inherit Hu Jiaqing's fortune, nor did she hold the foremost position among the Hu family's offspring. Therefore, even she, Hu Yuhua, needed to cultivate a favorable relationship with Zhu Yeqing, refraining from any actions that might cause offense. In her social dealings, Hu Yuhua exhibited a skill akin to Lu Changxi's. "Are Miss Zhu and Mr. Zhu here for a date?" After exchanging pleasantries, Hu Yuhua redirected the conversation. "That message I received was from Mr. Zuo." She did not wish to dwell on how I obtained her mobile number, but it was unsurprising that I knew, given Zhu Yeqing's awareness. Over the years, she had ceased to bring her husband along in public, unable to bear the embarrassment. She understood that Zhu Yeqing likely did not recognize her husband, which made the situation somewhat puzzling. Moreover, Hu Yuhua felt a twinge of discomfort. The saying family disgrace should not be aired resonated with her. Now that Zhu Yeqing had inadvertently involved herself, despite the good intentions behind the notification, this matter would likely garner wider attention and become a topic of gossip. "I apologize for causing you this embarrassment," I acknowledged. Hu Yuhua's smile appeared slightly forced. It was not just Zhu Yeqing and me who would be privy to this ridicule. Soon, all the affluent and influential individuals in Jiangxing would learn of it. Speculation would arise about her husband, a man who could not even be kept in check, especially since Zhu Yeqing had witnessed the incident. "Though I have met your husband by chance, it is ultimately a private matter," I continued, attempting to lighten the mood with a smile. "I hadn't intended to send that message. However, your husband spoke rather harshly, berating us over a trivial matter." Hu Yuhua's expression shifted instantly. "You two had a quarrel?" "Not quite. It was merely a minor issue. He brought that woman along and spoke loudly about dividing assets and marrying her." Zhu Yeqing was unfamiliar with him, but I mentioned it to Ruobing. "I know Hu Ensure has a good relationship with Ruobing, and the Zhu family and Hu family have long-standing ties." This was a compliment to the Hu family, though not the main point. "Zhu Yeqing knew it would be awkward for you, and she did not wish to interfere in your family's affairs. It would not reflect well on you in public if a scene erupted." However, their remarks were simply intolerable. Zhu Yeqing turned to them, asking them to lower their voices and not disturb other guests. Realizing they had drawn ire from the crowd, they offered apologies. Had they remained silent, the matter would have ended there, but they continued to whisper derogatory comments about Zhu Yeqing and me, calling us cowardly for supposedly selling houses and spending the night with clients. Zhu Yeqing nearly confronted them, but I managed to dissuade her. After all, he was Hu Ensure's husband. If Zhu Yeqing were to retaliate, it would jeopardize their friendship. It seemed unnecessary to let a good relationship suffer over this. Thus, I sent Hu Ensure the message. Once I concluded my explanation, Hu Yuhua and Zhu Yeqing's expressions simultaneously shifted. Chapter 58. The phone rang. Hu Yuhua's gaze towards me suddenly brimmed with warmth. Outsiders might not immediately grasp the significance of my words, but Hu Yuhua, as the subject, understood instantly that my message had shielded her from a greater predicament. Hu Yuhua was acutely aware of Zhu Yeqing's stature. For someone of her standing to be disparaged for engaging in transactions with clients was a reasonable cause for anger. Had she lost her temper uncontrollably, her husband might have faced dire consequences at the hands of Zhu Yeqing's bodyguards. Zhu Yeqing was not to be trifled with, and behind her stood her fiercely protective younger brother, Zhu Yun, who was equally formidable. If her husband were indeed harmed, how would Hu Yuhua respond? Although Louis Wei was a lowly son-in-law, the adage rings true. One must consider the master when striking the dog. Should Zhu Yeqing incapacitate her husband? Would she take action or apologize? Regardless of her choice, it would reflect poorly on her and the Hu family's standing in Jiangxing. Fear of repercussions loomed large. Hu Leiazizi's reputation could not withstand such a blow. Yet, what recourse did she have? Engaging in a counterattack against Zhu Yeqing would lead to disaster. Zhu Yeqing was genuinely formidable, and once matters escalated, Hu Yuhua would find herself in a web of complications. No matter her course of action, she would falter. Neither submission nor defiance would suffice. My earlier remarks, though casually made, had deftly averted a significant crisis for her. I apologize for the inconvenience caused. It was Mr. Zhu's thoughtful consideration that led to Miss Zhu's discomfort. I am truly sorry, Hu Yuhua stated, almost hurriedly, as she grasped my hand while speaking, then extended her apologies to Zhu Yeqing before saying, please hold on for a moment. With that, she hastened towards the roadside vehicle to retrieve her husband, Louis Wei. As soon as Hu Yuhua departed, Zhu Yeqing turned her penetrating gaze towards me, her expression peculiar and silent. She understood that I had just lied. I had not informed her in advance that it was Hu Yuhua's husband. She also recognized that, given Hu Yuhua's temperament, she might not express gratitude for my involvement. Instead, she could feel uneasy about the situation. Having helped her uncover infidelity, I had inadvertently amplified the implications, perhaps appearing to meddle. Yet, I had resolved the situation with utmost simplicity, shifting the focus from an altercation to Zhu Yeqing discerning their identities and perceiving their disparaging remarks about Hu Yuhua. Now, not only would Hu Yuhua not harbor any ill feelings towards Zhu Yeqing, but their relationship would likely strengthen. As for Hu Yuhua's sentiments towards me, she would likely feel indebted. I had rendered her a significant favor. How had it come to this? I seemingly did nothing particularly extraordinary. Yet I achieved my goal by skillfully utilizing everyone present, including Zhu Yeqing, who sensed my terrifying presence. It was a social adeptness that could send shivers down one's spine, as if it were as deep as an abyss. Zhu Yeqing recognized my capabilities and firmly believed in my prowess, having proven it to her countless times. However, she had never regarded me as frightening until now. Even during the incident with Lu Changxi, when I ultimately revealed the answer to Zhu Yeqing, she understood that I had reversed the situation through intelligence, a testament to my professionalism as an information broker. This time, however, Zhu Yeqing witnessed the entire process firsthand, observing how events unfolded and culminating in my elegant resolution through clever discourse. Not only did I conclude this act of retribution flawlessly, but I also managed to make Hu Yuhua owe me a significant favor, what should not have fostered any camaraderie, and might have even caused discomfort for Hu Yuhua, turned into an unexpected advantage for me. Although I lied, the only one capable of exposing my deceit was Zhu Yeqing. Yet, she was precisely the beneficiary of my fabrication. She could not possibly unmask me or inform Hu Yuhua that her intervention to silence her husband and his mistress was merely due to the volume of their conversation, rather than the narrative I had spun, that she was compelled by her friendship with Hu Yuhua, feeling offended by their disparaging remarks about her. This arrangement left everyone, including Zhu Yeqing, feeling at ease. However, a rational analysis would undoubtedly evoke a chilling sensation within her. What troubles you? I inquired, noticing Zhu Yeqing's unwavering gaze upon me, followed by a fleeting smile. You look exceptionally handsome today, she remarked, mirroring my smile. Indeed, I have always been handsome, not just today, I replied, adjusting my collar with a flourish. Observing this, Zhu Yeqing gracefully navigated around the table, approaching me to tidy my collar and lapel, a gesture typical of couples. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Yeqing leaned in closer and whispered, "You are always so enigmatic. Are you growing increasingly intrigued by me?" I shot back with a sidelong glance. Indeed, I am genuinely intrigued, desiring to peel away your layers and discover the workings of your heart and mind. Are you perpetually this self-assured? Do not speak so ominously. I am no onion to be peeled layer by layer, I retorted, avoiding a direct answer to her inquiry. To onlookers, it appeared as though Zhu Yeqing was merely adjusting my attire while we exchanged intimate whispers, exuding an air of closeness. Meanwhile, Hu Yuhua had returned to her vehicle, dragging her bloodied husband, Louis Wei, out once more. "Hurry up, stop dawdling," she barked, seemingly displeased with Lu Yiwei's sluggishness as she kicked him in the lower back. Lu Yiwei stumbled forward, crashing against the table where Zhu Yeqing and I were seated. "What the hell are you good for? Consuming my resources, and despite my generosity, you choose to entertain other women. Today, I will not spare you. Have you no sense? Miss Li is not someone you can afford to offend, you worthless fool." Hu Yuhua continued to berate him, punctuating her insults with kicks. At that moment, she embodied the essence of a shrew. "Apologize, you scoundrel," she demanded. "I'm sorry. I was blind, forgive me. I am less than a pig or a dog. I am scum." Under Hu Yuhua's relentless kicks and demands, Lu Yiwei knelt before Zhu Yeqing, apologizing and slapping his own face, a rather practiced method of contrition. Zhu Yeqing frowned slightly. Despite her amicable relationship with Hu Yuhua, she had never endorsed her methods. After 2 failed marriages, Hu Yuhua had begun to indulge in younger men, ultimately having Lu Yiwei move in with her after she became pregnant. Her mindset had become somewhat warped, seeking beauty solely in appearances, treating her young partners with favor when pleased and with disdain when displeased. At one point, It would not have been an exaggeration to describe Hu Yuhua as a perverse rich woman. However, Lu Yiwei chose this path willingly, opting to live as a dog, leaving little sympathy for him. Zhu Yeqing found it difficult to accept Hu Yuhua's willingness to publicly humiliate herself by demanding Lu Yiwei's contrition in such a manner. Zhu Yeqing would never impose such penance on her own associates in public. She abhorred the idea of being the center of attention while accepting an apology surrounded by onlookers. Although she did not care about Lu Yiwei's character, she valued her relationship with Hu Yuhua, recognizing her as a valuable connection. Nevertheless, Hu Yuhua exhibited significant flaws in her personal life and interactions with those around her, which had no bearing on Zhu Yeqing. From the perspective of interpersonal relationships, Hu Yuhua posed no issues. Miss Zhu, I sincerely apologize for the behavior of my husband. I never anticipated he would act so foolishly, Hu Yuhua said, raising her head to address Zhu Yeqing. The moment she looked up, a smile crept across her face, reminiscent of a split personality. Lu Yiwei continued his self-flagellation as Hu Yuhua did not permit him to stop. It's all right, Hu En, sure. It is all in the past, Zhu Yeqing reassured her. Glancing around, although Zhu Yeqing and Hu Yuhua's bodyguards were nearby, keeping a watchful eye, no one dared to approach, even from a distance. Onlookers lingered at the entrance of the restaurant. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Hu Yuhua, noticing Zhu Yeqing's expression, realized her desire to avoid being the focus of attention. Seeing only drinks on their table, she understood that food had yet to be served. How about this? Allow me to treat you. Let us dine inside. Miss Zhu, it has been months since we last met. My father even praised you recently, saying your capabilities surpass mine. In just a few years, your business has flourished. I was eager to seek your advice. Hu Yuhua was indeed an eloquent speaker. Thus, the three of us entered the Italian restaurant, proceeding to a private room on the second floor. Lu Yiwei, prior to Hu Yuhua's entry, arranged for his bodyguards to escort him to the hospital. The farce had finally concluded. Yet, what lingered in Zhu Yeqing's mind was that this meal had unexpectedly lasted over 3 hours. Hu Yuhua seemed to have an endless supply of topics to discuss. Not only could she converse with Zhu Yeqing about various matters, but she also engaged with me. Upon learning that I was Zhu Yeqing's assistant, she expressed no surprise. Rather, she naturally praised both me and Zhu Yeqing, exclaiming how well-suited we were for each other and how the Longmen Group was destined for greater heights. She covered all bases. I discerned Hu Yuhua's intentions. She sought to foster a closer bond with Zhu Yeqing, hoping to alleviate any tension stemming from her husband's actions while simultaneously strengthening their relationship. It was not until after 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the meal finally drew to a close. Although we had barely eaten, we had consumed a considerable amount of wine, nearly 2 bottles of red wine and some champagne, all courtesy of Hu Yuhua. Remarkably, she displayed no signs of inebriation. Zhu Yeqing, on the other hand, had not indulged as much but was less sober than Hu Yuhua, having become slightly tipsy due to her typically low tolerance for alcohol. Around 3:40 p.m., the three of us exited the restaurant and bid farewell at the door. Hu Yuhua departed in her vehicle. Zhu Yeqing, however, did not wish to return to the company immediately. She linked her arm with mine and gently leaned against my shoulder, suggesting we find a place to stroll and enjoy the breeze. I need not inquire further, as I understood her intent. Zhu Yeqing sought to sober up, refusing to enter the office while under the influence. She detested the sensation of inebriation, believing that one is at their most formidable only in moments of utmost clarity. Chapter 59. The call from Suyu. I began to walk along the pavement, crossing the square and finding refuge beneath the shade of a tree. This area was bustling with activity, throngs of people passing by, while Zhu Yeqing's bodyguards maintained a respectful distance, ensuring their presence was unobtrusive. Zhu Yeqing remained silent, her mild intoxication rendering her thoughts inscrutable. Suddenly, my phone rang. I glanced at the screen and chuckled before answering. Mr. Zhuo, is it? This is Suyu. The timing of Suyu's call arrived somewhat earlier than I had anticipated. I surmised she had been contemplating the matter for a few days, though I had not expected her to reach out so soon. Merely a day had passed, and she had not even sent a text. This urgency indicated how desperately she wished to resolve the issue. In a day's time, she must have gathered ample information about me. When Zhu Yeqing had investigated me, it took just one phone call. Within less than an hour, my details were laid out before her. So you could easily acquire my basic information through a simple inquiry, such as my age, education, and family background. However, beyond these fundamentals, I possessed nothing particularly noteworthy, having lived an exceedingly ordinary life devoid of remarkable events over the past 2 decades. Though recent experiences had been numerous, they involved only a handful of key figures, thus making it easier to decipher. Suyu's decision to call indicated her awareness of my relationship with Zhu Yeqing and the conflicts I had encountered with Lu Changxi. I imagined Suyu must have been in a state of heightened anxiety, realizing I was not as unremarkable as she had initially thought. My previous ordinariness now seemed paradoxically extraordinary. This realization rendered it difficult for her to silence me with mere monetary inducements or threats, as I was someone whom the Su family would find challenging to manipulate directly. Perhaps a meeting is unnecessary? I suggested with a smile. I assure you, your matters remain confidential with me. Mr. Zuo, I believe it is imperative for us to meet, Suyu replied, her voice maintaining its calm and cool demeanor. Some matters are best clarified face to face. I am uncertain about the source of your information, but I suspect there may be some misunderstandings. Am I that untrustworthy? I chuckled lightly. Very well then. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, at the Jingbin Private Club. Call me upon your arrival. Suyu provided the time and location without hesitation. Understood, I replied. As I tucked my phone away, Zhu Yeqing, still slightly intoxicated, inquired, "Who was that?" It sounded like a woman. As we walked hand in hand, she could faintly discern the presence of a female voice, though the particulars eluded her. Yet she could glean from my words that I had some knowledge pertaining to her concerns. This fit well with my role as an intelligence broker. What? Is it forbidden for a woman to call me? I tilted my head with a smile, teasing her. Am I jealous? She retorted with a laugh, her light inebriation lending her words a delightful charm. Then why do you care whether it was a woman? I countered. Is it not permissible to inquire? What is wrong with casual conversation? Are you engaged in business? Does someone require your discretion? Zhu Yeqing pressed. It's not precisely business, but it indeed pertains to a secret, I replied with a smile. Do share, she urged. Is your curiosity truly so insatiable? This is quite unlike you. Wishing to pry into others' secrets, I teased. Who says I lack curiosity? Zhu Yeqing shot back. Suddenly, she tugged at my hand, turning to face me, her finger poking at my heart as she slowly articulated, I am quite curious about you at this moment. The influence of alcohol had undeniably altered Zhu Yeqing's demeanor. Are you so eager to know me? I asked with a smile. Is that so wrong? Am I not allowed to be intrigued by you? There is something about you that captivates me, Zhu Yeqing stated with candidness. Have you fallen for me? I asked with a playful smile. Not quite, she quickly denied, before adding, I merely feel compelled to acknowledge that you do meet many of my expectations for a partner. Wow, that sounds rather like a compliment. I responded with a quirky grin. Are you intentionally belittling me? Zhu Yeqing squinted her eyes in jest. Not at all, I simply had not finished my thought. Before I could elaborate, Zhu Yeqing suddenly wrapped her arms around my neck and kissed me, slowly and delicately, her breathing heavy. She was indeed inexperienced in the art of kissing. I guided her, reciprocating her affection. Thus, beneath the shade of the trees in the bustling square, we embraced, savoring each other's essence. Zhu Yeqing's bodyguards remained at a distance, vigilant yet discreet. Among the passers-by, some took notice, including a young couple among them. A gentle breeze caressed the scene, ensuring no one intruded upon our moment. Unbeknownst to us, at a considerable distance along the roadside, a black SUV stood with its rear window open. A man with binoculars observed the scene beneath the trees, before swiftly lowering them and raising a large camera, adjusting the focus to capture this intimate moment. Time seemed to stretch, lasting several seconds, perhaps even longer. Zhu Yeqing eventually lowered her head, pulling back slightly, before raising her gaze to meet mine, a smile playing at the corners of her lips as she asked, Why didn't you push me away? Why would I? I replied, returning her gaze. You've always acted as if you disapprove of me, claiming you could never love me. Shouldn't you have pushed me away? Zhu Yeqing teased. After all, aren't you supposed to be with someone more beautiful and wealthier than I? That is a different matter, I smiled. Is it not? Then how do you explain why, despite your disdain, you didn't push me away? Is that really difficult to explain? Not at all. You might as well tell me. You came on to me. Why not take advantage of a good opportunity? Zhu Yeqing nearly choked on her breath, momentarily speechless. For reasons unknown, whenever I made such remarks, they seemed to irk her quite profoundly. Fine, you can remain obstinate, she replied, her displeasure evident on her face as she hooked her arm through mine and strode forward. Let us go. It's time to return to the company. When we arrived back at the office, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. By the time we reached the underground parking lot, Zhu Yeqing was nearly sober, having not been excessively intoxicated to begin with. Zhu Yeqing had to work late today. With the change of spokesperson, numerous arrangements required re-evaluation. Thus, we would not dine together this evening, and the matter of her wearing a special outfit would have to be postponed. Having no pressing engagements, I exited Zhu Yeqing's car and retrieved my own before driving home. Upon returning to the villa, I descended to the basement gym, which housed a complete set of fitness equipment previously purchased by Zhu Yun, resembling a proper gym. After exercising until past 10 in the evening, I succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. A new day dawned. Upon awakening early, I spent some time perusing the news and made a phone call to Zhu Yeqing before leisurely making my way downstairs for breakfast. It was around 9 in the morning when I set out on the road, arriving promptly before 10 at the Jingbin Private Club. I awaited Suyu's arrival as scheduled. He dialed Suyu's number and stated directly, "I've arrived. Come in directly. I will inform the front desk." "I'm at Area B of the golf course," she replied, her voice as calm and indifferent as it had been the previous day, before hanging up. I drove into the front yard of the Jingbin Private Club, which boasted a vast parking lot. The Jingbin Private Club is situated at a rather remote location, in the northern suburbs of Jiangxing City, adjacent to the main urban area, but not within it. Nonetheless, this place is exceptionally upscale. Most notably, it is immense, remarkably large. Unlike the flashy establishments managed by Zhu Yun, this venue has a more pronounced business nature. To put it plainly, it is a haven for the affluent. The building, while not towering, occupies a vast expanse and is meticulously designed. It offers not only dining and lodging, but also a range of recreational activities including swimming, fitness, bowling, tennis, and golf, along with 4 hours of butler service. This elite business club admits only members and does not cater to casual visitors. One must possess a membership card to enjoy its services. The most basic gold card costs 200,000 yuan per year, a mere initiation fee, with consumption charged separately. The next tier, the diamond card, demands an annual fee of 1 million yuan, with additional expenses calculated separately. The highest tier, the black card, is not merely obtainable through wealth. One must possess a certain status or have a recommendation to acquire it. Different membership levels naturally afford varying services. As far as I know, Suyu holds a black card, which allows her to invite an unlimited number of guests for dining and utilize all recreational facilities. The parking lot was filled with luxury vehicles, yet due to its vastness, it still appeared somewhat spacious. I casually chose a spot, parked my car, and then made my way inside. Navigating with ease, I entered the main hall and approached the front desk. "I have an appointment with Miss Su," I said with a smile. "Please hold on." The attendant lowered her head, seemingly checking something. "Mr. Zhuo, is it?" At that moment, a middle-aged woman in professional attire, strikingly beautiful and graceful, briskly approached. She was the front desk manager of Jingbin Private Club. "That's me," I replied, glancing at her. "This way, please. Miss Su is expecting you." The front desk manager promptly led the way. Though she was unaware of my identity, she recognized Suyu, the most illustrious heiress of Jiangxing, and thus could not afford to be negligent. Given the club's considerable size, I followed the front desk manager for several minutes, eventually taking a 2-minute ride on a sightseeing car, before finally catching sight of Suyu in the distance. Area B of the golf course. The first floor faces the golf course, extending a 5-meter-long vertical and a 100-meter-long horizontal awning. Beneath the awning were individual tee boxes, each distinctly marked at intervals. It was only 9 in the morning, and there were few people on the golf course. I disembarked from the sightseeing car and observed Suyu from a distance, gracefully swinging her golf club and sending the ball soaring. "Mr. Zhuo, Miss Su is waiting over there," the front desk manager indicated. "Thank you," I replied, adjusting my suit and casually strolling over. At the 9th tee in Area B, Suyu, dressed in athletic attire and wearing a sun hat, extended her arms, gripping the club, measuring her stance against the golf ball before swinging vigorously. The white golf ball was propelled far into the distance. She played quite well, demonstrating half my skill level. I approached a few meters behind her, turned to watch the ball fly away, and smiled before looking back at Suyu. Suyu rested her club on the ground, cupping her palm over it, and turned to face me. She had moved past the most anxious and uncontrollable phase of her emotions, appearing remarkably calm, at least on the surface. It must be said, even in athletic wear and a sun hat, Suyu exudes an enchanting and ethereal presence. Though she is 29, she possesses a striking youthful aura. This is likely due to her preference for large, wavy hair, which, combined with her exceptional beauty and flawless complexion, gives her a remarkably youthful appearance. The wavy hair adds a touch of maturity to her overall demeanor. "How did you know?" Suyu inquired calmly before turning back. The teeing machine automatically positioned the ball as she adjusted its placement with her club, then measured her stance again before swinging with force, producing a crisp sound as the ball was struck, clearer than before. "How I know is of little importance," I replied with a smile. "Everyone has secrets they fear being discovered, but the manner of discovery is not the crux of the matter. Name your price." "What price? Do you think I intend to extort you?" she retorted. "If you don't accept payment, I find it hard to be at ease," Suyu replied coolly. "Accepting payment would indeed make it extortion. I assure you, you need not worry. I won't speak of this. How can I trust you with such a statement? You must understand, if this matter were to come to light, it would ruin my reputation and bring disgrace to my family, jeopardizing my future ability to take over the company. Once the board loses faith in me, it would not matter that my father is the major shareholder. He is unwell and should not be further distressed. Another golf ball soared away as Suyu continued to play while speaking with me. I knew she once had little interest in sports, but with age, her fondness for golf had grown, particularly as it provided an outlet for her stress. Each swing was executed with all her might, sending the golf ball soaring at least 100 meters, a true stress reliever, particularly effective for Suyu. Are you threatening me? You deliberately exaggerate the situation. What assurance do you seek from me? If you are so concerned, why not bring several bodyguards today? I suggested, glancing toward the west, and then back at Suyu. Bring a few more people to capture me and bury me in a pit, and I would be silenced forever. Nearby, Suyu's bodyguards remained at a distance, and I spotted 2 of them. This was a golf course, a very open space, where the likelihood of a stranger approaching Suyu was virtually non-existent. Hence, the bodyguards would not stand too close, which was also why Suyu chose to meet me here. No one could overhear our conversation. I'm not Zhu Yeqing. How could I engage in such actions? Suyu stated, speaking of my girlfriend in such a manner before me. Are you not concerned I might become upset and speak out? I am not lying. Why would you be angry? I replied, you should be more than aware of the Zhu siblings' temperament. I am not cut from the same cloth. As Suyu spoke, she swung her club again, preparing to hit the ball. Suddenly, she felt someone embrace her from behind, restraining her arms. It was I who had stepped forward, wrapping my arms around her. More precisely, I gripped the golf club along her arms. That is not how one strikes the ball. If you wish to improve, allow me to teach you, I declared. Our first formal meeting had barely begun, and I took the liberty of guiding her. What are you doing? Release me, she exclaimed. Suyu felt a surge of anxiety. Although it appeared that I was merely teaching her to play golf, no man had ever approached her so suddenly. Her unease was compounded by the presence of bodyguards nearby, who would undoubtedly report back home. The thought of her family discovering her intimate interaction with a strange man filled her with dread. In truth, the situation might not be as dire as she imagined, yet Suyu was convinced it would be catastrophic. You wanted me to keep this a secret, didn't you? You don't trust me, so allow me to earn your trust now. Why are you still hesitant? I whispered into her ear, my words deliberately intricate. What do you mean? Let me go first before we talk, Suyu replied, still struggling, though her resistance seemed tentative. Her upbringing prevented her from acting disgracefully in public. Even in the absence of others, she instinctively maintained her decorum. Tell me, if Zhu Yeqing knew I was teaching you golf like this, what do you think would happen to me? I said, stifling a laugh. Suyu became still, ceasing her struggles. With her intelligence, she quickly grasped the implications. She understood perfectly who Zhu Yeqing was, a powerful woman with an overwhelming desire for control. If Zhu Yeqing discovered that her boyfriend was embracing another woman under the pretext of teaching her golf, it would be impossible for her to believe that. The consequences would be dire for me. Zhu Yeqing would likely tear me apart. Thus, the one who should be afraid was not Suyu but me. Suyu should not resist. Instead, she ought to cooperate, ensuring I held this leverage tightly. Realizing this, Suyu ceased all signs of struggle. From a distance, her 2 bodyguards witnessed the man she was meeting suddenly embracing her, and it appeared she was resisting. They approached swiftly. However, Suyu unexpectedly acquiesced, not only ceasing her resistance, but also whispering softly to me. This caused the guards to halt abruptly. Their expressions turned perplexed, yet they retreated. Who is this man? Why does he seem so close to the young lady? Could it be that she is secretly in a relationship? Are you not afraid I will call Zhu Yeqing right now and report you? Suyu asked, her ethereal beauty deceptively calm, though her eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. She was far from tranquil. Her strength paled in comparison to Zhu Yeqing's. I am terrified, I replied with a laugh. In truth, I was not afraid at all. I had just bet with Zhu Yeqing to win Suyu over. I know you are afraid too, afraid that I might disclose your secrets. Thus, we have a balance now. As I spoke, I positioned Suyu's hands on the club, guiding her through a few swings. If you don't speak, and I don't speak, it will be the best outcome for both of us. You are no longer worried that I might leak anything, are you? With that, I guided Suyu's body to lift the club sharply before swinging it down. The ball soared. It flew through the air in a magnificent arc, landing far off on the crest of a distant hill before rolling down. Suyu watched as the ball flew in the direction, at least 200 meters. I had struck the ball with the prowess of a professional player, even while holding Suyu in my embrace, albeit in a less than comfortable position. This is how it should be done. Your approach, relying solely on brute force without technique, may yield initial satisfaction, but as you continue, You will find it difficult to hit the ball farther, perhaps even closer than before, leading to disappointment. I continued explaining as the ball machine prepared another shot. Holding Suyu, I swung again. This time, the ball traveled even further than before, though estimating the distance was challenging. My skill was evident, and despite my physical limitations, I could easily achieve the distance of a professional player with each swing. Are you intentionally giving me leverage? Suyu inquired, her mood noticeably lifted. Her limited experience with men made her unsure how to navigate this interaction. Although we had only met recently, the boldness of my sudden embrace and my careful attempts to soothe her anxiety left a profound impression on her. Perhaps I am. After all, your lack of trust compels me to take the initiative, I replied. Human nature is inherently selfish. Even the strongest relationships can falter under pressure. However, leverage is different. It creates a sense of caution, preventing even the desire to harm from manifesting. While conversing with Suyu, I continued to instruct her on playing golf, holding her as we struck the ball together. Don't rush your swings in an attempt to relieve stress. You need to focus on the final explosive moment to hit the ball far. If your approach is too forceful without achieving the desired effect, how will you feel? Your swing should have rhythm, just like this. As I spoke, I raised Suyu's arms to swing again. The ball soared, exceeding 300 meters. I released Suyu and watched as the golf ball landed far in the distance, rolling further. Satisfied, I turned to Suyu and said, "Give it a try. You don't have major issues with your swing, just a few minor corrections are needed." Suyu gazed at me sideways, bewildered. How did this turn into a genuine golf lesson? I intentionally maintained control over our dialogue. What do you see? Playing golf, I replied with a mock frown, adopting a tone reminiscent of a stern golf coach. Just as I finished speaking, I suddenly brought my hand down sharply. The loud smack on Suyu's rear caught her off guard. Don't stick out, tuck it in a bit. How did your previous coach teach you? The unexpected sting left her momentarily stunned. I had dared to strike her, and in such a peculiar manner. Her face flushed a deep crimson, an indescribable sensation coursing through her body. Remember to tuck it in, I reminded her, placing my hand firmly on her waist. Stand like this. Finally, I pressed my hands on her shoulders, making small adjustments to her stance. All right, go ahead and hit the ball. Pay attention to your right knee and the angle of your swing. With that, I stepped back, gesturing for Suyu to take her shot. She seemed dazed, momentarily lost in thought, or perhaps she simply followed my instructions unconsciously. Habitually, she adjusted the ball's position with her club before swinging. The machine dispensed the ball without a tee, as Suyu had never used one, preferring to play without unnecessary effort. With a light tap, she nudged the ball slightly before swinging. The ball flew over 100 meters. You really are clumsy. If you're not good at sports, maybe you shouldn't play, I said, feeling a headache coming on as I swept Suyu into my arms once more. I shall teach you once more. Draw your legs in and extend your arms straight. With that, I embraced her and struck again. The ball soared, estimated to be nearly 400 meters away, though the distance was so great it became indistinct. The golf course, vast and flat, stretched endlessly before us. Try again, I encouraged, stepping back. With a resounding clap, I playfully smacked her backside. Tuck in a bit. Is your pelvis tilted forward? If you're unwell, seek treatment. I recognized that my words were somewhat harsh. The condition of a misaligned pelvis manifests as a protruding posterior and a forward distended abdomen. In truth, Suyu did not suffer from this ailment. I merely intended to provoke her. Suyu glanced at me, a peculiar feeling stirring within her. I resembled an irritable coach. Her cheeks flushed crimson, nearly dripping with embarrassment. Yet she refrained from retorting and instead took a deep breath, lowering her gaze to the ball. At this moment, I slightly tilted my head to the side, catching a glimpse of the two men in black suits, Suyu's bodyguards, standing at a distance. One had already produced his phone and was making a call. I was keenly observing whether they would indeed make that call and when. After I had initially struck Suyu, I had noted their reaction. They seemed stunned that anyone would dare to treat the young lady in such a manner. Now, having struck Suyu once more, they finally stirred into action. I knew to whom they were speaking, even the content of their conversation. Near the northern side of the golf course, beside a sightseeing vehicle, the taller of the two bodyguards made a call after a brief exchange. "Hello, madam, it's me. The young lady is playing golf, having arrived early without any trouble. However, she has encountered a young man, perhaps in his early 20s, whom we do not recognize. As you know, the young lady prefers solitude while playing, so we keep our distance." The man was just joking with her, even playfully smacking her backside as if instructing her in golf. It seems she came today specifically to meet him. "Yes, understood, madam." The towering bodyguard hung up and turned to his companion, whispering, "The madam requests we remain vigilant. She will be arriving shortly. If that man leaves, follow him." Are you truly foolish? Haven't you played golf for a few years? I continued to jest with Zhu Yu, then took hold of Zhu Yeqing's arm, pulling her aside and seizing the golf club from Zhu Yu, positioning myself where she had stood. Watch closely as I demonstrate. Observe my form. As I spoke, the machine automatically delivered the ball. Without pause, I pivoted and swung the club. Golf is not merely a sport of distance. Precision is paramount. Yet, for now, merely achieving distance suffices, so I swung freely. With a resounding smack, the ball flew over 400 meters. Possibly my farthest strike to date. The absence of wind today was crucial for such a long drive. In golf, one cannot hope to shatter records without favorable conditions. Zhu Yu tilted her head back, watching the ball soar into the sky. Her right hand instinctively squeezed her left shoulder, a remnant of the force I had applied while pulling her. Come, your turn, I said, returning the club to Zhu Yu and stepping aside. She approached the tee, assuming an almost proper stance, but upon striking, her form faltered. How many times must I instruct you? Tuck it in a bit. Do you wish to appear unrefined? With that, I playfully swatted Zhu Yu's backside again. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment, her breath unsteady as she murmured, I understand. For the next half hour. It seemed we forgot the reason for our meeting. I earnestly coached Zhu Yu in the nuances of golf. Initially, my comments were measured, but soon they escalated to the point of rendering the highly educated, intelligent, and cultured Zhu Yu as if she possessed a negative learning ability. Zhu Yu, however, appeared utterly focused, diligently absorbing my instructions without question. When she faltered, I chastised her, sometimes even delivering a playful smack. Truly, I am at a loss for you. Go ahead and play. I'll observe from the back. I glanced at my watch and stepped away. Behind the tee, a sofa and small table awaited, adorned with refreshments, a luxurious haven for the affluent. As I settled onto the sofa, legs crossed, I watched Zhu Yu from a few meters away. She struck the ball once, twice, thrice. Well done. Progress is evident, I exclaimed in admiration. Zhu Yu paused, leaning on her club as she turned to face me. I am neither foolish nor dim-witted. With that, she returned to her position, though this time, her stance was somewhat less than ideal. I stood and approached her, delivering a playful slap before embracing her and grasping the club. Let me teach you once more. This is the final lesson. My tone feigned anger, as if I were genuinely vexed. With a swing, a resounding smack echoed as the ball soared nearly 400 meters. Zhu Yu's previous best was little more than 200 meters. That will suffice. No more for today. I gazed at the ball as it descended, releasing Zhu Yu and turning away. Are you leaving? Is there something urgent? Zhu Yu inquired. Not particularly urgent, I replied, glancing at my watch before meeting her gaze. I suspect your mother has arrived with company to apprehend me, I mentioned casually, casting an unintentional glance toward the distance. I noticed they made a call earlier. Zhu Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Following my gaze, she comprehended the implication. Her bodyguards had betrayed her. Her mother must have learned that she was here playing golf with a man, engaging in somewhat inappropriate physical contact. This would surely prompt her to come with intentions of confrontation. What shall we do? Zhu Yu's anxiety was palpable. Run. We must leave before they corner us, I suggested with a chuckle, finding humor in the situation. Would you care to flee with me? Run with you? Zhu Yu was taken aback, disbelief etched across her face. Her anxiety heightened. Though she was a senior vice president of a corporation, a capable and formidable woman, she was burdened by the weight of her family's expectations. This fear mirrored that of many heirs in prominent families. Zhu Yu had been raised under strict supervision, resulting in a personality inclined towards pleasing others. She had never allowed herself to falter, fearing disappointment from those around her, be it stakeholders at the company or her parents at home. Her excellence had conditioned her to believe she could not afford any flaws. As I spoke of her mother's imminent arrival, intent on confronting me, or rather, us both, her apprehension was unmistakable. She immediately envisioned various terrifying consequences. Her mother forbade her from engaging in romantic relationships freely. She could not get too close to any male peers in private. As the heir of the family conglomerate, her future lifelong partner must be vetted and approved by her family before she could make a choice. This meant that her family would first filter out a few candidates deemed suitable for Zhu Yu, from which she would then select. In this regard, she had no autonomy whatsoever. Moreover, the action she took with me on the golf course today would undoubtedly lead to severe repercussions if discovered by the Zhu family. In truth, this was inconsequential, as they were not in a romantic relationship. However, the actual predicament was even more daunting than a mere romance. Zhu Yu feared that under duress, I might reveal the reasons for my presence here, disclosing that secret which she deemed catastrophic, at least in her perception. A girl who had always been seen as a paragon of virtue, a flawless gem of the heavens, was, in reality, burdened with the weight of such a secret. The higher she had stood, the more devastating her fall would be. Suyu genuinely did not know how to confront those around her after such a secret was unveiled. I suggested we run, but her fear persisted. Chapter 62, Run. Still, she was afraid. She believed that running would not resolve the issue. She was well aware of who I was, having employed the resources of the Su family to investigate me. Both she and her mother could uncover my identity, and her mother would surely find me. Yet now, I was not merely proposing my escape. I was asking her if she wished to accompany me. Suyu was utterly stunned. Wouldn't he that complicate matters even further, making it impossible to concoct a plausible story, knowing her mother was searching for her? Yet choosing to flee with a man was unfathomable to Suyu. Did she intend to live like this indefinitely? I could sense her thoughts. Grasping her hand, I said, "You are nearing 30. You are not anyone's puppet. You are an adult with independent thought and personality. Continuing down this path will inevitably lead you to depression." Suyu understood the gravity of my words. "I estimate your mother will arrive within 5 minutes. I can escape. But have you considered how you will explain your absence to her?" I continued. I. Suyu stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. "Let us leave first, find a hiding place, and then we can devise a plan to explain ourselves later." What other options did I have? Some things must have their first time. I gazed into Suyu's eyes. "Just as you once wrote in that forum post, living like this is exhausting. You should let go of your burdens and bravely take the first step. Do you wish to remain stifled forever? Will you always live for others? Are your parents perpetually right? Do you believe that in this state, you can genuinely manage the company in the future?" I maintained my focus on Suyu's eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I released her hand. "Well then, I shall leave," I declared, turning to depart. Yet, I had barely taken a step when Suyu suddenly raised her hand and grasped my clothing from behind. I turned to look at her. I will go with you." Suyu summoned immense courage, and upon uttering this phrase, her anxiety swiftly transformed into calmness, as though she had crossed a psychological barrier, completing a profound internal shift. "We shall go together," Suyu stated, almost to herself, as if reaffirming her resolve. Taking 2 deep breaths, she turned to face the 2 bodyguards in the distance and retrieved her phone, seemingly intending to make a call. "What are you doing?" I pressed, holding her hand. "I will distract them," Suyu replied. "Do you not realize you are still afraid? You are still considering others. You want to provide them with an excuse for not keeping an eye on you. Simultaneously, you fear facing them directly. You are afraid they will obstruct your escape." Each of my words struck a chord with Suyu, resonating deeply. "What do you propose we do?" she inquired. "Run," I responded. "How do we run?" Suyu asked again. "Like this, we run," I exclaimed, tugging Suyu along as we dashed forward. Run was the literal meaning, simply to flee. Suyu was abruptly pulled into a sprint, her athleticism surprising. Although she had not favored exercise in her earlier years, she had taken to it in recent times and easily kept pace with me. We raced toward the far entrance of the golf course. The 2 bodyguards in the distance were momentarily stunned, then they began chasing us frantically. Reaching the entrance, we found a row of electric sightseeing cars parked nearby. They could be driven freely by anyone. With the keys left in the vehicles, I led Suyu to one, twisted the key, and pressed the accelerator, sending the car hurtling forward. The bodyguards, now in hot pursuit, scrambled into another sightseeing vehicle to follow us. Minutes later, we returned to the clubhouse building, still in flight. I pulled her through the lobby and into the large parking lot in front, swiftly getting into my car. The roar of the engine erupted within the parking structure. Reversing onto the roadway, I darted onto the main road, skidding toward the exit. By the time the 2 bodyguards burst out of the building, our vehicle had already sped out of the clubhouse grounds, leaving them in a cloud of dust. The 2 bodyguards were on the verge of madness. They paused momentarily, and one shouted for the other to retrieve a vehicle before sprinting off to the side. The other frantically dialed a number on his phone, his hands trembling. "Ma'am, the young lady has run off with that man," the bodyguard exclaimed, his voice quaking. "What did you say?" came a sharp voice from the other end of the line. The roads in the northern suburbs were excellent, but traffic was sparse due to the remoteness. I pressed the accelerator to the floor, the car's speed escalating violently. In less than 10 seconds, we soared past 200 kilometers per hour. Suyu sat in the passenger seat, her back pressed firmly against the seat. Her feet instinctively braced against the floor. As she settled into the car, her heart raced not from the exertion of running, but from the thrill of the situation. She had never imagined that one day she would flee hand in hand with a man she had known for less than an hour. For an ordinary girl, such actions might be a natural result of infatuation or a successful blind date. For her, however, it shattered a significant taboo. Now, with the speedometer climbing rapidly, her adrenaline surged, Her breathing grew heavy, and her heart raced even faster. Are you scared? I glanced at her, a smile playing on my lips. No, not scared, she replied, her face pale yet resolute. Even with no vehicles on the road, the thrill of such speed was frightening. Everything outside the windows blurred past, like a fleeting dream. At this velocity, even a slight miscalculation could lead to disaster. Suyu was not devoid of fear, yet it was tempered by exhilaration. This was an experience unlike any she had ever encountered. The greater the oppression, the more significant the rebound. Suyu was the type of woman who could easily swing from one extreme to another, having lingered too long in one. The more obedient she was, the wilder she could become. However, despite her myriad thoughts, she had never dared to cross the line. Everything was a source of concern that only compounded her repression. The phone rang, breaking the tension. It belonged to Suyu. Although the wind noise at this speed was quite loud, it was still audible. Suyu picked up her phone, and her expression changed dramatically. I knew without looking that it was a call from her mother. Suyu hesitated to answer. Perhaps you might consider spending a day on your own, I suggested, reducing the speed of the vehicle. Suyu stared at her incessantly ringing phone, hesitating for a few seconds before mustering the courage to answer, placing the phone to her ear and saying, "Mom, where are you?" "In the car." "With whom?" "A friend." "Suyu, how have I taught you?" "A friend? When did you become acquainted with a friend? Do you not understand your own identity? Does he deserve you? I raised you to become someone who runs off with men. Hand in hand, where is your dignity? Where is your upbringing? You have truly disappointed me. I'm telling you, Suyu, come back. Right now, immediately." Her mother initially spoke in a cold, hard tone, but after just a couple of sentences, her voice erupted, omitting any term of endearment and directly calling her by name. The volume was so loud that I could faintly hear it. Suyu's eyes turned red. It had been a long time since her mother had shouted at her like that, for she had always been obedient and exceptional. I further reduced the speed to a steady 60 kilometers per hour before raising my hand to lower the window. A sudden gust of wind rushed into the car, carrying the sound into the phone. I glanced at Suyu, who also turned to look at me. "Why are you silent? Are you pretending to be mute?" "Suyu, do not forget your surname. Do you still have the face to see anyone after doing such disgraceful things?" I could still vaguely hear the conversation. Disgraceful? Holding hands with a man is disgraceful? In Suyu's mother's eyes, this was indeed the sentiment of a woman of noble birth, deeply traditional, and possessing a strong desire for control. I looked at Suyu again, choosing to remain silent. Some choices, ultimately, must be made by Suyu herself. Only when she decides can she truly let go. "Mom, I am a person, a living being, not your puppet." "What did you say?" The sharp voice from the phone wafted away with the wind, but was quickly silenced as Suyu, after speaking, threw the phone out of the window. As the car moved forward, the phone landed several meters behind us, shattering upon impact. Inside the car, I pressed a button to raise the window once more. My sudden decrease in speed and lowering of the window was intentional, allowing Suyu to discard her phone, which she understood and accepted. Certain actions, once initiated, tend to recur. From the moment Suyu decided to run away with me, she had begun to change. "I suspect your mother will mobilize all the resources of the Su family to find us," I said with a faint smile. "She fears losing face, and she wants to make a big scene," Suyu replied. Turning her gaze toward the window, she appeared dejected, yet bore a hint of defiance. In truth, she had long struggled to comprehend her mother. Why was she unable to do what others could? Her mother insisted on a life of public prestige, demanding perfection without any flaws. She held exceedingly high expectations, which translated into equally high demands. "Aren't you afraid I might abduct you and sell you?" I smiled as I asked, my tone intentionally playful, knowing it was impossible given Suyu's prominence in Jiangqing. Yet, the underlying message was clear, and Suyu understood. "Aren't you Zhu Yeqing's boyfriend, a man who knows my vulnerabilities, who intentionally disrupts my life?" Suyu glanced at me, her intelligence evident. She was no fool. She was aware that my actions were not entirely accidental. For instance, hitting her. "You know I wouldn't be surprised that you came out with me. After all, the reason we met is that I know your secret." Knowing her secret, what difference did it make? Suyu turned her gaze back to the window. After a moment, she murmured, "No one has ever dared to approach me. I have always lived in the limelight, alone. Everyone, even some relatives, praised me as the most outstanding. The child who could always score 100. As I grew older, they considered me exceptional. Then, I started my own business and began working. They began to respect and flatter me. Everyone praised me. My father, busy with work, would always say that his greatest achievement was not the company, but me. Raising me was his greatest accomplishment, and he would say this to anyone, at business banquets, birthday parties, and even at negotiation tables. My mother hopes I become the person she envisions, always better than yesterday. She even forbids me from eating a bowl of rice because I must not gain weight. Even a little weight is unacceptable. She believes I should be the most beautiful, perpetually. As she spoke, Su Yu's eyes glistened with tears. Because I knew her secret, she felt comfortable sharing these heartfelt thoughts with me. I realized I should be the first to hear these words, and also the last. Su Yu sniffed, fell silent for a moment, then turned to me, saying, "Although I understand you are being deliberate, I also know that you might be my only opportunity. And you make me feel truly comfortable." I would certainly make her feel at ease, for I knew her so well. Chapter 63. Returning home, I recognized that Su Yu was following me because she had long desired to do so. "I believe you made the right choice. It is always better to change sooner than to be beyond remedy," I said with a smile. "Stop the car," Su Yu suddenly instructed. I glanced at her, abruptly pressing the brake pedal, bringing the vehicle to a swift halt by the roadside. "You are Zhu Yeqing's boyfriend. You wouldn't dare share what happened today, right? You're afraid she might find out, aren't you?" Su Yu mused, quickly unbuckling her seatbelt, her breathing quickening as she leaned forward, wrapping her arm around my neck and kissing me fervently. I was momentarily taken aback, as this moment arrived sooner than I had anticipated. The intense rebound from prolonged suppression was indeed powerful and wild. Su Yu seemed a bit reckless. She had never kissed anyone before, yet this was pure madness. This act shattered the image she had maintained for years, an action that could obliterate all her halo. The closer one is to beauty, the less room there is for flaws. If a person who has committed many wrongdoings suddenly begins to do good, society may praise them for their transformation. However, if a virtuous person, known for their good deeds, suddenly commits an unacceptable wrong, it feels like a descent from heaven to hell. People will label them as pretenders, revealing their true nature, claiming that all their previous goodness was a facade. Su Yu had borne the weight of this pressure associated with being a good person for far too long. It was suffocating her. She had had enough. Hiss. I inhaled sharply, pushing Su Yu away, my hand instinctively touching my mouth to find blood on my fingers. "You kiss and bite." I pressed my lips, realizing that although the injury was minor, it still bled. Su Yu pushed back, gazed intently at me, her breath coming in rapid gasps. Suddenly, she leaned in again, wrapping her arms around my neck to kiss me. "Wait, stop, please don't." I pushed her away for the second time, and she responded by clinging to me again. "Could you please calm down, dear sister?" I raised my hand and slapped her lightly. It wasn't a hard hit, as she still had to face the world and couldn't afford any marks on her face. Nevertheless, in the confined space of the car, the sound of the slap was quite loud, causing her left eye to redden immediately. She was momentarily stunned, having been struck on her left cheek. Yet her entire face flushed a bright crimson. Her breathing quickened, and she instinctively closed her legs, turning to look at me with a gaze that was rather peculiar. There was no resentment, no anger, nor disbelief. Instead, it bore a hint of anticipation. "Are you out of your mind?" I scolded, reaching out to pinch her arm. Su Yu flinched at the pain, cradling the spot where I had pinched her. It truly hurt, yet she continued to stare at me intently, her face growing even redder, as if she might burst into flames. My actions were deliberate. I intended to strike and pinch her. It was not born out of genuine anger, but rather a purposeful act. I am not the type of man who resorts to violence against women when angered. That would hardly define manhood. However, should a woman desire to be struck, that presents a different scenario altogether. This was Su Yu's hidden secret. She was a submissive. I was aware of this. Su Yu discovered this aspect of herself 3 years prior, quite by chance. After a particularly hectic work period, to alleviate the pressures from her family, social life, and job, she decided to practice her punches on the punching bag in her home gym. At that time, her female bodyguard casually offered a few pointers on striking techniques, which piqued her interest, leading her to challenge her bodyguard to a sparring match. They truly fought, with the bodyguard being cautious, yet an accident occurred. During that initial encounter, Su Yu found herself experiencing a peculiar pleasure. This was her own admission. I knew all her secrets, including this hidden facet of her personality. However, following that incident, she never engaged in sparring again nor returned to the punching bag. After her mother learned of the incident with the bodyguard, she forbade Su Yu from practicing, fearing that prolonged training would result in noticeable muscle development, thus diminishing her beauty. Since then, Su Yu explored various methods to validate her hidden tendencies. She had pinched herself, even pricked her fingers with needles, and at one point, secretly purchased candles to drip hot wax onto her arms. She confirmed her inclinations. Perhaps it was due to the excessive restrictions imposed upon her, or perhaps it was the result of long-standing repression. Either way, she found solace in that fleeting pain, a means to relieve her stress, express her emotions, and even find enjoyment. After this realization, she experienced fear, terrified that she was abnormal. She scoured the internet for information on the subject, watching numerous related films and gradually alleviating her fears. While researching, she stumbled upon a forum, a veritable gathering place for individuals, predominantly those who identified as either dominant or submissive, where she found many others like herself. The posts in the forum revolved around similar themes, some seeking partners, others expressing their confusion, some seeking validation for their perceived abnormalities, along with various related videos and writings. Suyu secretly perused the forum for an extended period, absorbing the information without engaging, and only rarely did she respond, offering encouragement to those who shared her fears and uncertainties. For an entire year, she maintained this pattern until 2 years ago, when she finally posted her first and only message, a lengthy 3,000 words. In her post, she articulated her confusion, touching upon her family dynamics without delving into specifics, merely expressing her grievances toward her family and others around her. She even conveyed her despair regarding life, describing herself as a meticulously crafted puppet. She particularly criticized her mother for being traditional, stubborn, domineering, and possessing an overwhelming need for control. Of course, she also mentioned her hidden inclinations. The purpose of her post was to vent her frustrations. She spoke candidly, sharing what many would consider too personal. In the anonymity of the internet, where no one knew who she was, she felt emboldened. She expressed her desire for love, hoping those around her would treat her with less caution, and longed to rebel against her mother, wishing to engage in all the activities her mother forbade. The more outrageous, the better. Essentially, her post was a cathartic release. Although she shared much, she refrained from explicitly seeking a partner. However, within that forum, no one truly cared about her reasons for identifying as submissive. After posting, Suyu was taken aback. Not only did her post become a sensation within the forum, attracting thousands of replies, but she also received hundreds of private messages overnight, almost all seeking to engage her. She was genuinely terrified, regretting her decision to post. She felt out of place among the forum's participants, viewing them as a group of lunatics. She wished she could retract her post, but the forum's administration denied her request. The forum's server was located overseas, making it difficult for her to leverage any connections to have it taken down, and she was too afraid to use her connections to shut down the forum, fearing exposure of her association with it. In the following days, she frequently checked the forum, anxiously watching for her post's popularity to wane. Once the heat diminished, she seldom returned to the forum, gradually choosing to forget the entire experience, resigning her unique inclinations to the recesses of her mind. 2 years passed, and she had nearly forgotten about it until she encountered me. When I sent Suyu a text message, she was visibly startled and fearful. That post from 2 years ago was a ticking time bomb for her. Had it not been for that indelible post, she would have little to fear, for without proof, it would merely be slander, and Suyu's reputation was far too pristine for anyone to believe otherwise. Yet, should evidence arise, it would be a different story. Are you using your brain? I remarked, pointing at Suyu again. Her eyes welled with tears from the pain, and she recoiled slightly, murmuring, I made a mistake. She had concealed her true self for so long, controlling her desires, never daring to defy her mother, forever treading carefully around her boundaries. Yet today, I had unearthed her hidden attributes, granting her the courage to embrace this side of herself, leading her to this pivotal moment. For her, this could be a positive change. Or so I believed. Suyu's issues had accumulated over time. Without proper channels for expression and release, she would inevitably resort to self-harm or worse in the future. Sit up straight, I instructed her. She looked at me earnestly, adjusting her posture. Buckle your seatbelt, I reiterated. Suyu complied, fastening her seatbelt. Suyu yearned for a life dictated by comfort, yet even she had her limits. The constraints and arrangements imposed by her mother were particularly difficult for her to accept. Let's change locations, I suggested, starting the car once more. Where are we going? Suyu glanced at me, her voice soft and light, clearly in a receptive state. Wherever you want to go, I replied. Then let's go to my house, I proposed. All right, she nodded, instinctively bringing her legs together. I pressed down on the accelerator, and the car surged forward. Returning home, some matters could finally be addressed. Chapter 64. Who are you? Half an hour later, we had returned to the main urban area. We should have arrived at the house that Zhu Yeqing had gifted me, but I chose not to go there. That property had already been transferred to my name, and I opted instead for my old family home. The Su family was searching for me. They would investigate my whereabouts. The house under my name was not secure, and there was a possibility someone might show up unexpectedly. Thus, I returned to my old residence, which was under my parents' name. Here, it was likely that I would not be disturbed for the entire day. The car had been parked at the end of the alley in Dongsheng for several hours without anyone knowing whose it was. I had been cautious when bringing Suyu back, getting out alone to purchase masks before returning. In truth, I was not concerned about being seen by neighbors. But Suyu could not afford to be recognized. As the heir to a conglomerate and the most beautiful woman in Donghai, her notoriety was exceedingly high, particularly after her recent media appearances due to the major robbery incident at the beginning of the month. She could not be seen. By the time it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I had brought Suyu back around 10. 4 hours had passed. In my bedroom, I was using a small spatula to scrape the wax from the cabinet. The candles I had purchased along with the masks had already been used, melting significantly, with wax dripping onto the table. After clearing the table, I picked up a piece of string from the floor, rolled it up, and tucked it into the lower drawer of the cabinet. I also had a fly swatter that had been left behind when I moved out. I had only taken some clothes and toiletries with me, as the new place was furnished and required no additional moving. The fly swatter was clean, having been washed when I first returned. As I busied myself, I noticed Suyu, swathed in a blanket, had fallen asleep behind me. She had a habit of taking afternoon naps, which was beneficial for her skin, but her current slumber was due to sheer exhaustion. Her lips curled into a faint smile. Suddenly, my phone rang. I turned to pick it up, answering, "Did they find you? Brother-in-law, you know?" It was Zhu Yeqing. I replied. Upon my return, I had asked Suyu during a brief moment if she had discovered who else was aware of her information. She mentioned that after checking, she had destroyed the data, taking great care to ensure her parents did not learn of her investigation into a young man's identity. Her caution was understandable, particularly since her target was a young male. The reason she could easily look into my information was that I had previously sent her a text message, providing her with my verified phone number, whereas her mother lacked such access. Though her mother could find my number by checking Suyu's call logs, her initial inquiry should have been directed toward my car, as the license plate would directly lead to the owner. However, the vehicle was not registered in my name, but rather in Yao Ji's name, which had not yet been transferred. I merely drove it. Any traffic violations would be managed by Yao Ji. Thus, it was clear that Suyu's mother would first investigate Yao Ji, who would not easily divulge my information. I understood these individuals well enough to predict their reactions. Yao Ji had already called to inform me that the Su family was searching for him, inquiring about who was driving the car. He could not mention my involvement, so he passed the inquiry to me. Subsequently, Mrs. Su called, her tone indicating her anger. Zhu Yeqing had mentioned it to me earlier, and I knew Mrs. Su would not dare to disclose anything about Suyu, as she would not permit her daughter to have any blemish on her reputation. I casually asked, "What did you tell her?" As I turned around, I heard Suyu stirring, having been awakened by the conversation. Wrapped in her blanket, she blinked at me with an expression reminiscent of a lovesick woman. Though there was no romance, her gaze mirrored that of an infatuated girl, particularly because, as an her feelings for me had transformed after our intimate encounter. I reached out, tousling Suyu's hair. She leaned closer, nuzzling my hand, then took my fingers and gently bit my fingertips without uttering a sound. She was aware I was on the phone. "You should tell her you're my brother-in-law, that you're about to marry my sister," Zhu Yeqing suggested, before inquiring, "Brother-in-law, what is going on? The Su family has been looking into you. Didn't my sister mention it yesterday?" Mrs. Su just called, and from her tone, she seemed quite furious. I asked if you had offended her, but she wouldn't say, just that she wanted to find you. Of course, Mrs. Su would not reveal anything. She was determined to shield her daughter from any scandal, so she was solely seeking me and would not mention Suyu. I had remarked that if there was anything to discuss, she should speak to me directly, but she remained vague, asserting it had nothing to do with the Zhu family, only with her brother-in-law. Li Ruatai concluded before hanging up. "All right, I understand," I replied. "Brother-in-law, what exactly is happening? You don't need to hide anything from me. If there's an issue, I can help shoulder it. We're family, after all, and you needn't be polite." Zhu Yeqing persisted. "It's just a minor issue," I said with a smile. "Do you think I would get into trouble? I know you're capable, but this feels rather strange." "All right, don't involve yourself. I will manage it. Let us end the call for now." "Okay then." I hung up, everything unfolding as I had anticipated. Ding ding. Just as I set down my phone, I heard 2 consecutive notification sounds. I picked it up to find I had received 2 reminder messages while speaking with Zhu Yeqing, indicating someone had tried to call me during that time. It was Zhu Yeqing. After Zhu Yeqing discussed matters with Mrs. Su, she likely contacted Zhu Yeqing first. I doubted Mrs. Su would call Zhu Yeqing directly. Knowing that the man who had taken her daughter was Zhu Yeqing's boyfriend, she would be hesitant to confront him directly, fearing the situation might escalate. Moreover, given Zhu Yeqing's character, she might not tolerate any disrespect. If she dared to speak harshly, Zhu Yeqing would not hesitate to retaliate. Mrs. Su held a high position in Jiangxing, being the wife of the wealthiest man in the city. When she married Zhu Yeqing, he was affluent, but not to the extent he is now. Thus, much of his current wealth was considered joint property with his wife. Furthermore, Zhu Yeqing holds immense respect and affection for his wife. Madame Zhu is an intellectual, and over the years, she has significantly aided Zhu Yeqing in his career. Madame Zhu can directly contact Zhu Yun to inquire about matters, thus avoiding the folly of venting her anger on Zhu Yun. She is not so foolish. Even if a verbal dispute were to arise between her and Zhu Yun, reconciliation would still be possible. This, however, is not the case with Zhu Yeqing. Should she find herself in conflict with Zhu Yun, it is unlikely that she would genuinely offend her, as they could make amends. Yet, if she were to seek trouble with Zhu Yeqing, it would undoubtedly lead to a direct offense against Zhu Yun. Dingling. Just as I glanced at my phone, it rang. Zhu Yeqing was calling for the third time, and this time the call connected. I answered. Zhu Yun had called me. What is your situation? Zhu Yeqing inquired, her tone filled with curiosity. What is your connection to the Zhu family? From Zhu Yun's words, it seems you must have offended the Zhu family. They were secretly investigating you yesterday and have now directly inquired with Zhu Yun. Do you wish to know? I replied, my tone laced with amusement. If you are willing to share, then do so, Zhu Yeqing responded, aware that I would never divulge matters I preferred to keep private. Just a moment, I said, turning to Su Yu and handing her the phone. Here, say something. Su Yu hesitated. Although she had heard me take 2 calls, she was unaware of the conversation's content. Nor had I revealed any critical information. Thus, she could neither know nor guess who was on the other end of the line. In truth, she hadn't been listening. During my call, she had only half heard and then forgotten, wanting to enjoy her day. Not only was Su Yu taken aback, but even Zhu Yeqing on the line paused. Is there someone beside you? She had heard. It's fine. Go ahead, I reassured Su Yu with a smile, indicating she need not worry. What should I say? Su Yu whispered. Zhu Yeqing caught the sound of her voice. Say whatever you wish. Do not be concerned. She knows who you are, I encouraged. Su Yu blinked and glanced at the phone again, then quietly asked, who is this, husband? Is it all right? Although she spoke softly, the phone was close enough for Zhu Yeqing to hear. Husband? Not only is there a woman by my side, but she also calls me husband. Zhu Yeqing thought. Little did she know that Su Yu had called me husband numerous times. In the past 4 hours, she had also referred to me as master, daddy, bad person, and dear, becoming particularly uninhibited in moments of excitement. Who? You can ask her and find out. It's nothing to worry about, I said with a smile. Finally, Su Yu took the phone, cleared her throat, and said, hello, good day. Her tone had shifted from its previous languid softness to one of formality and politeness. Who are you? Zhu Yeqing asked directly, her tone icy. Who are you? Su Yu furrowed her brow, replying with a question, glancing back at me. I maintained a reassuring smile. I am Zhu Yeqing, came Zhu Yeqing's blunt response. Su Yu's hand trembled, nearly dropping the phone. She abruptly sat up from under the covers, wide-eyed, staring at me, the blanket slipping away to reveal her bare skin marked with faint bruises and red marks, some fading while others had not. It was not serious. There was no way I could have truly injured her, as the marks were the type that would vanish within a day. Chapter 65. At home, I am Su Yu. She took a deep breath. In truth, she was bewildered and extremely anxious, though she excelled at concealing her tension. I am Su Yu, she stated, acknowledging her identity. She understood that since Zhu Yeqing was aware of the other woman in her boyfriend's life, and that her family was searching for me, Zhu Yeqing would undoubtedly uncover her identity if she chose to investigate. Denying or fabricating a story would be futile. Moreover, she recognized that failing to acknowledge it could lead to complications. If Zhu Yeqing were to lose her temper and confront me, anything could happen, and it could turn disastrous for her. However, Zhu Yeqing, knowing she was Su Yu, would prevent such a reckless act. Being the daughter of Zhu Yeqing, anyone considering troubling her would need to think twice, particularly within the confines of Jiangqing. Su Yu could not fathom why I would be so audacious as to allow my girlfriend to know of another woman in my life. It seemed utterly insane to her. After all, I had prompted her to speak, which left her puzzled. Yet, she could ascertain that Zhu Yeqing's awareness of her identity would not lead to her own peril. Rather, it would be me facing the consequences, and grave ones at that, for daring to place a green hat on Zhu Yeqing. After Su Yu revealed her identity, a profound silence fell on the other end of the line. Zhu Yeqing was genuinely stunned, though Su Yu remained oblivious to this. Miss Zhu, are you still there? Su Yu asked, breaking the silence on the phone. You are Su Yu? Zhu Yeqing inquired once more. Indeed. How did you end up with my boyfriend? What is your relationship? We are friends, discussing work, Su Yu replied with remarkable steadiness, her tone calm. Perhaps due to her overwhelming nervousness, she had forgotten that she had previously called me husband, It had slipped her mind. Friends? Yes, friends. Does Sister Zhu not permit your boyfriend to have friends? If so, we shall not meet again. A friend who calls him husband? Who are you trying to deceive? Su Yu's anxiety became evident, betraying her composure. Miss Zhu. You must have misheard. I never called him that. Did you not just call him husband? Miss Zhu, do you believe I am that sort of woman? Perhaps you should reconsider. This statement from Su Yu ironically caused Zhu Yeqing to doubt her own hearing. Yet, upon further reflection, Zhu Yeqing felt something was amiss. How could she possibly have misheard? Perhaps I misheard then, she managed, attempting to control her emotions. I apologize, Miss Su, for interrupting your conversation. Please return the phone to my boyfriend. Su Yu exhaled slightly, handing the phone back to me. Speak, I said, placing the phone to my ear. Where are you? Zhu Yeqing inquired directly. At the old house, I replied. Do not leave, do not leave. Zhu Yeqing exclaimed before abruptly hanging up. I looked at my phone, chuckled softly, and set it aside. I could easily guess Zhu Yeqing's reasons for wanting me to stay, as she would soon arrive to ascertain the situation. It promised to be quite an intriguing encounter. Are you not afraid she will find out? Su Yu finally asked, both surprised and puzzled. Su Yu genuinely could not comprehend my mindset. In truth, when I had embraced her, it had already become a compromise between us, each holding leverage over the other and guarding secrets. Thus, from the outset, this matter posed no threat to Su Yu. She understood that a woman as proud as Zhu Yeqing would undoubtedly seek revenge on her boyfriend for his transgressions, likely dismissing Su Yu without a second thought. She is an exceedingly dominant person with a strong desire for control. Her partners either submit completely or face her wrath if they irritate her. She discards them as if they were mere refuse. Such individuals disdain entanglements. So what am I truly thinking? Am I losing my mind? Su Yu gazed at me with wide eyes, waiting for my response. As I spoke, I pinched Su Yu's cheek gently and, after releasing her, added, Zhu Yeqing and I are not in a romantic relationship. This is a private matter between us. Su Yu's eyes widened further, and she raised her finger, gesturing with an expression of understanding. Ah, I see. Your relationship is also a facade. Indeed, I replied with a smile and a nod. I didn't feel the need to elaborate. My words were the truth, and Su Yu would believe them without the slightest doubt or confusion. Zhu Yeqing had a history, 3 times. To be exact, everyone in the Jiangxing business circle knew that Zhu Yeqing had been pressured into marriage by her family, prompting her to escape and start her own business in Jiangxing. She had previously employed the ruse of a fake boyfriend 3 times to avoid being single, using these false relationships as a shield. However, her pretense was so exaggerated that it became almost unbearable to watch. The fake boyfriend accompanied Zhu Yeqing to events, trailing behind like a sycophantic lackey. Without an introduction from her, one might mistake him for her assistant, so subservient was his demeanor. If he behaved this way in public, one could only imagine how much worse it was in private, where he likely treated Zhu Yeqing like royalty. Such a boyfriend would never satisfy Zhu Yeqing's tastes. When Su Yu discovered that the man who had sent her messages was Zhu Yeqing's boyfriend, combined with the recent rumors circulating about him in Jiangxing, she naturally assumed it to be true. Zhu Yeqing had been far too convincing this time. Little did anyone know, this was merely another fabrication. Only Zhu Yeqing and I were aware of the truth, and even her brother was kept in the dark for the sake of the performance. You must keep this a secret, do you understand? I said, playfully tapping Su Yu on the back. The sound was crisp as I struck just below her waist. I certainly wouldn't admit that I was inviting trouble for myself. Su Yu shifted closer, recognizing that my relationship with Zhu Yeqing was intertwined with her own, and thus, it connected to her deepest secrets that she would never dare to disclose. Oh, so you deceived me. Su Yu suddenly realized. She had been kneeling beside me, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized me. The leverage you gave me was fake. You are not afraid of Zhu Yeqing. You knew all along that I was aware of your secret and came to disrupt your life. Are you regretting it now? I smiled, neither confirming nor denying her claims. Su Yu squinted and then laughed. She turned to lie across my lap, wrapping her arms around my waist, tilting her head back and obediently replying, no. She had no regrets. In fact, it seemed she was even more pleased, feeling grateful that I had helped her take this step, granting her the courage to rebel against her mother. The 4 hours spent with me that day could be deemed the most exquisite of her life, the most relaxing, pleasurable, self-indulgent, and comfortable day in over 20 years. She was an M, and the techniques I had displayed during those hours truly captivated her, bringing her immense joy. In truth, she was already somewhat reluctant to part ways. She had intended to fully let go today, marking it as the most precious day of her life, after which she would return home to face the impending storm. Ultimately, her life would return to its usual course, and she would inherit the family business. She planned that after today, she would not contact me again. even though everything I displayed aligned with her desires. Even making her feel I was the destined master to discipline her, she knew she could not maintain contact with me. The reasons were many. But the most significant was that I was Zhu Yeqing's boyfriend. She could not afford to entangle herself with me. However, now that she understood I was also a fake boyfriend, she felt a flicker of joy. This meant she could secretly be with me and engage in certain activities. Get dressed. Zhu Yeqing will be here soon. In about half an hour, perhaps 40 minutes, I said, pinching Suyu's cheek. She is coming? Suyu sat up suddenly, instinctively nervous. What does she want? To see you. My relationship with her is a pretense that must be visible, while ours is genuine and must remain concealed. She needs to feel secure, do you understand? I smiled. Suyu appeared to grasp this, relaxing slightly. So, I should just act normal? Yes, I nodded. Can you promise not to reveal my secret to her? Just say we're secretly dating? Suyu pleaded. Of course, I responded with a smile and a nod. I love you, master, she said, kissing me before getting up to dress. Although Suyu's romance was a secret, forbidden by the Su family, she was not afraid of Zhu Yeqing discovering it. When she had accused me of deceiving her, she had already realized that while my initial leverage was false, I had granted her new leverage, the secret of our fake romance with Zhu Yeqing, which we could never reveal. Thus, a delicate balance of power had formed among the three of us. With her intelligence, Suyu likely recognized that she might be ensnared in a meticulously crafted trap, a quagmire threatening to consume her. Yet, rather than repulsion, she found herself savoring it. I was controlling her, and in a manner that brought her comfort. She willingly submitted. She had always hoped for a strong man to conquer her, and I was that man. Now, Suyu was even looking forward to meeting Zhu Yeqing, believing that the three of us formed a discreet little circle, fostering a sense of camaraderie. She could communicate with Zhu Yeqing in a relaxed manner, free from pretense. Yet, she remained unaware that the facade of my relationship with Zhu Yeqing was evolving into something more genuine. Half an hour later, there was a knock at my door. I went to answer it, and of course, it was Zhu Yeqing. The moment I opened the door, she fixed me with an intense, somewhat bewildered gaze. Zhu Yeqing was clearly in a state of turmoil. During the drive over, she had racked her brain, desperately trying to find a reasonable explanation for how we had ended up together, especially with the term husband thrown in. Suyu was not that kind of woman. Chapter 66. Our secret. She understood that the issue did not lie with Suyu, but rather with me. I, as a man, was shrouded in genuine mystery. Hey, why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face? I laughed, inviting Zhu Yeqing inside and offering her a pair of slippers. Zhu Yeqing set her bag down and kicked off her high heels, stepping into the slippers while scanning the surroundings. She was familiar with the address of my old house, but had never been here before, so she took a moment to observe her unfamiliar environment, all while searching for someone. My home was still infused with the warmth of daily life. I moved out the day before yesterday, taking only some clothes and daily necessities, while leaving everything else behind. And I did not particularly tidy up or clean. Zhu Qing detected the aroma of food, though it was not mealtime. She wondered from which household outside the window it wafted. Additionally, she heard a buzzing sound approaching the living room. As she looked around, she noticed that the door to the washing room was ajar, revealing the washing machine in operation. She was puzzled as to why I would be in the mood to do laundry at that moment. Where are you? Zhu Qing inquired as she approached the coffee table. Turning back to me, I raised my hand subtly, indicating the kitchen. Just then, darling, is Miss Li here? Suyu stepped back a few paces in the kitchen, turning her head to glance outside, her angle allowing her to see Zhu Qing, who could also see her. Miss Zhu, long time no see. Suyu greeted with a smile, her voice soft and polite. Indeed, it's been a while, Zhu Qing stammered, momentarily struck dumb. Suyu, with her hair tied back and wearing a cooking apron, wielded a ladle as if she were a devoted housewife preparing a meal. She was indeed cooking, and the incongruity was overwhelming. Suyu had always been radiant and glamorous. She was a billionaire heiress, a stunning beauty, someone to be admired from afar. Yet here she was, cooking for me. To my astonishment, she could cook. During her time at home, she was discouraged from cooking or learning, as it was deemed dangerous for her hands. It was during her years abroad that she learned to cook from the nanny who took care of her. In truth, I had never intended for Suyu to cook for me. It was her initiative. She first expressed her hunger, and when I suggested we wait for Zhu Qing and dine out together, she insisted she would prepare a meal, claiming she could do so to host Zhu Qing. It was as if she had seamlessly assumed the role of the hostess. I had no objections and acquiesced. The house still had running water and electricity, and there were a few food items left in the refrigerator, though not many. Therefore, before Zhu Qing's arrival, I had gone downstairs to buy groceries. As the market was nearby, and I returned within 10 minutes. Not only did Suyu want to cook, but she also volunteered to do the laundry, washing the clothes scattered about in the bed linens. I understood her mindset. She longed to experience the life of an ordinary person. You two chat for a moment. The soup is nearly ready. I'll fry an egg, and then we can eat, Zuo said, retreating into the kitchen, bustling with enthusiasm. Zhu Yeqing's expression remained dazed as she gradually turned to me, her demeanor rigid as if possessed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she suddenly pulled me aside and whispered urgently, "What is going on?" She questioned her own sanity, feeling the strangeness of the situation. For instance, during her conversation with Zuo, she had heard Zuo deny ever calling me darling, and she had feigned belief, only to come and find Zuo casually addressing me in such a familiar manner. Had she lost her memory? Was she of two minds? And she was cooking? Cooking an egg, no less. Zhu Yeqing was bewildered, uncertain if she had lost her mind or if the world had gone mad. She even briefly considered whether I had found a woman who resembled Zuo or had undergone surgery to look like her, orchestrating a charade to deceive her. Though she had that fleeting suspicion, she quickly dismissed it. After all, while one could alter their appearance, one's aura and essence were irreplaceable, cultivated over many years. Zuo's presence, even dressed in an apron stained from frequent use, holding a ladle, still radiated an ethereal quality that made her seem like a fairy cooking. To facilitate her cooking, Zuo had swept her hair up, accentuating her delicate facial features, giving her an almost youthful appearance, as if she were barely in her teens. Exuding an enchanting aura, it was inconceivable for her to be a mere illusion. Yet, if she were real, it was even more terrifying. What on earth was happening? Nothing's happening. She is my woman, I replied with a smile. Your woman? How did she become your woman? When did this happen? Today. Today? Were you familiar with her before? Not really. Zhu Yeqing's composure shattered, and she pulled me aside, her questions pouring out in rapid succession. Darling, the rice is ready. And I'm frying the vegetables. Could you stir the pot? The aunt taught me that this method enhances the flavor. Zuo called from the kitchen. Coming, I replied, gesturing to Zhu Yeqing that I would attend to it. Naturally, Zhu Yeqing did not follow me. She tossed her bag onto the sofa and raised her hand to cover her forehead, doubting her own sanity. Am I ill? Am I hallucinating? Darling, it's so hot. Came Zuo's voice from the kitchen. I'm sweating in this workout outfit and apron. Do you have any clothes I can wear? Yes, there are some old clothes. But they are clean. By the way, my pajamas are in the bedroom cabinet. On the left, stacked underneath, the blue ones. Check the pot. I'll go change. Go ahead. Zuo exited the kitchen, and seeing Zhu Yeqing still standing by the coffee table, she smiled and nodded. Miss Zhu, please have a seat. Don't stand. Dinner will be ready shortly. With that, she entered the bedroom and closed the door. Zhu Yeqing sat down, her expression blank. She felt she needed to gather her thoughts. 2 minutes later, Zuo emerged from the bedroom, now wearing a slightly oversized men's nightshirt, holding her apron. As she walked out, she simultaneously donned the apron, tying it securely. Suddenly, a notification sound echoed from the laundry room, indicating the washing machine had finished its cycle and the clothes were ready to be taken out. Zuo glanced back and headed toward the laundry room while calling out to me in the kitchen. Darling, are the clothes to be hung on the balcony? Will the bed linens fit? Zhu Yeqing shot up from her seat. She realized Zuo had also washed the clothes. Just as she had began to calm herself, her composure shattered once more. Madness. Surely, it must be madness. Everything had gone mad. Zhu Yeqing suddenly felt as though the world was surreal, as if she were watching a bizarre film, detached from reality and observing from a distance. She witnessed Zuo emerging from the washing room with a basin filled with freshly laundered clothes and bed linens. She saw Zuo walking to the balcony, hanging each piece on the clothesline, gently patting the garments to smooth them out. Darling, the bed linens won't fit, came Zuo's voice, their tones taking on an ethereal quality. Zhu Yeqing noticed me stepping out of the kitchen, first heading to another room, only to return shortly with a portable folding drying rack in hand. I set up the drying rod in the living room. Zuo approached me with the basin, and together we shook out the washed linens, hanging them on the folding rack. Darling, please check the pot. Zuo suddenly exclaimed, rushing back toward the kitchen. It's ready. I've turned off the heat. No need to rush, I called back. We sequentially entered the kitchen, and soon emerged with plates in hand. The dishes were served, and Zhu Yeqing, still in a daze, heard the invitation and accepted it. Miss Zhu, is your meal sufficient? It was only when Zuo served a bowl of rice before Zhu Yeqing, who was seated across from us, that she snapped out of her dreamlike state. It's plenty. Thank you, Zhu Yeqing replied, still in a haze, finally awakening. She glanced at us seated opposite her, then turned to survey her surroundings. The balcony window was ajar, with clothes gently swaying in the breeze. In the space between the coffee table and the TV cabinet, a folding drying rack stood tall, Fresh linens were spread out, and the scent of lavender laundry detergent permeated the entire room. Everything felt undeniably real. Zhu Yeqing looked back at the dining table. Su Yu's posture was impeccably poised and ladylike, never slouching. It was a habit cultivated over the years, not a deliberate act. She had removed her apron. Now clad in blue men's pajamas, her hair cascading in waves, lending her a touch of maturity, yet her demeanor exuded the charm of a young woman. Suddenly, Zhu Yeqing's pupils constricted sharply, for she realized that Su Yu was wearing my sleepwear. Had it come to this? Darling, try this. I haven't cooked in a while. Tell me if it's too salty, Su Yu said, placing a piece of lean meat into my bowl. I tasted it and smiled, just right. Miss Zhu, you should eat too. Do give it a try, Su Yu encouraged, smiling politely at Zhu Yeqing. Oh, Zhu Yeqing mumbled, taking a deep breath to compose herself. She examined the dishes on the table, for dishes and a soup, including musu meat, scrambled eggs with chives, poached chicken, and saltwater shrimp, with winter melon soup on the side. These were all simple home-cooked dishes, the poached chicken likely purchased from the market, not homemade, while the other dishes were also straightforward to prepare, amounting to quite plain fare. Zhu Yeqing was not disdainful of simple food. Rather, it was the realization that these dishes were prepared by Su Yu that astonished her. Picking up her chopsticks, Zhu Yeqing sampled the scrambled eggs with chives and found them surprisingly delightful. While not at the level of a professional chef, they were undoubtedly of a homemaker's caliber. Is it tasty? Su Yu eagerly inquired. Yes, it is, Zhu Yeqing nodded, forcing a smile. Is it salty? Su Yu asked again. Not at all, it's just right, Zhu Yeqing replied. Su Yu's face lit up with joy. She had accomplished something her household had disallowed her to do, and it felt rewarding. We officially commenced our meal. Zhu Yeqing truly lacked the appetite to eat, but was not inclined to feign enjoyment. She was determined to unravel the mystery of what had transpired. Miss Su, how long have you been with my boyfriend? Zhu Yeqing initiated a conversation, her tone neutral. Not long, Su Yu responded, glancing at me with evident affection. Well, it was love at first sight, I suppose. Love defies logic. From the moment I laid eyes on him, I knew he was my destined partner. Su Yu's words were rather saccharine. Zhu Yeqing did not believe a single word. She knew women like Su Yu could easily fall for a man. But love at first sight was implausible for someone of her background. There must be something more to it. I see, Zhu Yeqing replied. By the way, Miss Zhu, he has informed me about your situation, Su Yu began, lowering her voice. You're not really a couple, are you? Zhu Yeqing's hand holding the chopsticks paused, and she turned to me with a fixed gaze. I had inadvertently revealed our secrets to another woman. Seeing Zhu Yeqing's reaction, Su Yu assumed she was merely concerned about confidentiality and quickly assured her, Don't worry, Miss Zhu, I won't disclose anything. However, please keep our relationship under wraps as well. We can't let the world know yet. I continued to eat calmly, smiling at Zhu Yeqing when she looked my way. Just eat. Why are you staring at me? Zhu Yeqing's gaze remained fixed on me, her expression a complex mix of emotions. Miss Zhu, please don't be upset. Su Yu reached out and gently pressed her hand against Zhu Yeqing's. Rest assured, I truly won't say a word. You can continue your charade. Even if there are intimate gestures in public, I wouldn't mind. You should understand my husband. Your relationship is merely a ruse, and while he plays along, he can't entirely forsake romance for you. He must communicate with me to avoid misunderstandings. Wouldn't you agree? Su Yu's logic was remarkably clear and correct. Yet, Zhu Yeqing felt a sense of discomfort. She didn't perceive Su Yu as being overtly confrontational, but the continuous reference to my husband struck her as somewhat jarring. I'm fine, it's nothing, Zhu Yeqing replied to Su Yu with a natural smile. However, as Su Yu redirected her attention back to me, Zhu Yeqing's smile vanished instantly. Darling, try this. Darling, taste this, Su Yu said. Miss Zhu, have you been busy with work lately? You look well maintained. What skincare products do you use? Su Yu took charge of the conversation at the table. She had never been this talkative at mealtimes before, and today, she was particularly loquacious. She was no simpleton. Her linguistic prowess was exceptional, and her logic was so coherent that even Zhu Yeqing found it challenging to extract anything from her. Su Yu consumed more than usual, unknowingly finishing a bowl of rice before serving herself another half. She was the first to finish her meal. The decorum of her upbringing forbade her from eating too quickly. Her actions today were a pent-up release. Despite having eaten, she continued to serve me. Darling, have some shrimp. Eat plenty, she said, peeling the shrimp and placing them one by one into my bowl. Zhu Yeqing watched, feeling increasingly irritated. Suddenly, Zhu Yeqing placed her chopsticks down and raised a hand to her forehead, overwhelmed by an impulse she couldn't quite understand. A few seconds later, she reached out, swiftly plucking a shrimp from the plate, removing its head and shell in one motion. For you. she said, placing the peeled shrimp into my bowl. Here, have some shrimp. Almost immediately, another hand reached over, also offering a peeled shrimp into my bowl. It was, of course, Zhu Yeqing. Suyu was taken aback, then swiftly turned to stare at Zhu Yeqing. The atmosphere in the room suddenly shifted. Yet, the moment Zhu Yeqing placed the shrimp in my bowl, she regretted it. Realizing the implications of her actions, she felt as if this behavior was uncharacteristic of herself, seeking to please a man, competing with another woman. She was not intimidated by Suyu, but she understood that such actions might lead me to question her feelings and possibly provoke teasing or ridicule. Zhu Yeqing would never allow herself to be a woman who submissively catered to a man. After Suyu's startled glance at Zhu Yeqing, she turned back to me, smiling. Eat up, have more. As she spoke, she picked up her chopsticks, selected a piece of white-cut chicken, and placed it into Suyu's bowl. Miss Su, please have some. Zhu Yeqing said to Suyu with a natural smile. She gestured towards the table and added, there are plenty of dishes. It would be a waste if we leave them uneaten. Please enjoy, I'm already full. Zhu Yeqing felt she had made an error, so she quickly sought to amend it, transforming her intention of serving herself into one of serving both herself and Suyu. The awkward atmosphere was abruptly alleviated. Suyu paused momentarily, as if grasping the underlying meaning. Miss Zhu, are you truly full? Won't you eat a bit more? Suyu inquired. I'm quite satisfied. Thank you for your hospitality. You all should eat. Zhu Yeqing and Suyu exchanged smiles. Simple fare hardly qualifies as hospitality, Suyu thought, smiling at Zhu Yeqing. Originally, my husband suggested we dine out at a restaurant when you visited, Miss Zhu. But since you are here at home, I thought it best to prepare a meal myself. The greatest courtesy in hosting is a home-cooked feast. You are our guest, and this is our first meeting in such a capacity, so I hope you are pleased. Hearing Suyu's words ignited a spark of anger within Zhu Yeqing. She sensed Suyu was provoking her. Home. Hosting? A home-cooked meal? Guest? Suyu had subtly positioned herself as the hostess. Though her words flowed effortlessly, Zhu Yeqing detected an underlying intention. She understood that Suyu had likely sensed her discomfort, but chose not to address it. A woman's intuition can be formidable, and women are often the keenest observers of one another. Suyu then turned to me, glancing at my bowl, and asked, Darling, why aren't you eating? As she spoke, she picked up her chopsticks and retrieved the shrimp that Zhu Yeqing had just placed in my bowl. She brought the shrimp towards my mouth, but suddenly fumbled, causing it to fall onto the table and bounce onto the floor. Oh dear, I'm so clumsy. It's dirty now, never mind, Suyu said. Then took another shrimp from my bowl, one she had peeled herself. Come, darling, eat this, I'll feed you. Watching me consume the shrimp she offered, Suyu beamed with delight. After slurping her chopsticks, she set them down and smiled at Zhu Yeqing, asking, Miss Zhu, are you really not going to eat a bit more? This was a clear provocation, a declaration of her claim over me. Challenging Zhu Yeqing with a smile devoid of anger. I'm truly full, thank you, Zhu Yeqing replied, her breath slightly heavier, yet she smiled. The two women locked eyes, suddenly falling silent, both acutely aware of the hostility simmering between them. Though Zhu Yeqing maintained a smile, her aura suggested she could erupt at any moment. I'm also full, I can't eat another bite. I realized it was time for me to intervene, otherwise, a confrontation between these two women could spiral out of control. I stood up to clear the dining table. Suyu immediately followed suit. Darling, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. You go sit with Miss Zhu, don't neglect your guest, Suyu said, casting a meaningful glance at Zhu Yeqing. I chose not to contest Suyu's desire to handle the cleanup. I understood her genuine wish to do so. I glanced at Zhu Yeqing, offering her a silent cue. She abruptly stood and walked towards the sofa. Suyu began clearing the dishes into the kitchen, and soon the sound of running water could be heard. This wealthy heiress was genuinely washing the dishes. I adjusted the drying rack in front of the coffee table and turned on the television to create a bit of noise before sitting beside Zhu Yeqing. What on earth are you playing at? Zhu Yeqing asked through clenched teeth, her gaze fixed on the television. You lost, so just accept it. Why ask so many questions? I replied with a light laugh, keeping my voice low. The television's volume masked our conversation, ensuring Suyu in the kitchen couldn't overhear us. You really dared to offend the Su family just to win against me, Zhu Yeqing whispered. At that moment, she had pieced together the reason behind the Su family's investigation into me. It was because I had captured Suyu's heart. Yet, she remained perplexed. Even if I managed to evade the Su family, how had Suyu come to be with me? It seemed her feelings for me transcended mere affection, as if she feared losing me to someone else. No, you've misunderstood, I denied. If you don't believe me, ask her when we first connected. It was well before our wager. So how did you manage it? Zhu Yeqing was left speechless. Guess, I replied. Zhu Yeqing fell silent. recognizing she could never pry the truth from me. Suddenly, I placed my hand on the back of my neck, twisting it to relieve discomfort. Then rolled my shoulders and muttered to myself, I'm so exhausted. I've been at this all day, my body aches. I paused, turned to Zhu Yeqing, and said, give me a massage. It wasn't a suggestion or a plea, but rather a statement of expectation, a demand for her to oblige. Since Zhu Yeqing had lost the wager to me, it was reasonable for me to make such a request. Zhu Yeqing looked at me with a peculiar expression, took a deep breath, and then, through gritted teeth, said, you certainly know how to pick your moments. Do you remember what the wager was? Is it too much to ask for a little massage? I smirked. The memory of our wager caused Zhu Yeqing's face to flush. She had explicitly stated that if I succeeded in winning Su Yu's affection, she would not mind sharing a bed with us both. Zhu Yeqing glanced towards the kitchen door, contemplating. Suddenly, she stood up, unbuttoning her outer coat as she said, I'll massage you. Right here, or shall we go to your bedroom? Zhu Yeqing was ready to retaliate. She knew Su Yu might see them, but she was unafraid, even hoping for Su Yu's awareness. Previously, she had refrained from confronting Su Yu to avoid misunderstandings, but now, as she was obliged to honor her loss, it was a matter of contractual obligation devoid of romantic implications. However, should Su Yu witness this, she would certainly misconstrue the situation. Let us go to the bedroom, I suggested as I stood up. 20 minutes later, Su Yu emerged from the kitchen, tidying up as she called, Darling, what were you two talking about? Standing at the kitchen entrance, she surveyed the living room, only to find it empty. Darling? Su Yu called again, stepping into the living room and glancing around. Noticing all the doors were open except for the master bedroom, which was shut with sounds emanating from within, Su Yu furrowed her brow in confusion. She approached and opened the door, only to be taken aback at the sight before her. In the bedroom, I was clad only in my boxers, lying on the mattress, while Zhu Yeqing was dressed neatly, having only removed her outer coat. She had tied her long black hair back and rolled up the sleeves of her white shirt, which was hardly an issue. The real concern was that Zhu Yeqing was seated on my lower back, her hands pressing down on my shoulders, administering a massage. Su Yu was utterly astonished. She had certainly heard of Zhu Yeqing's formidable reputation, strong-willed, assertive, and unyielding. Su Yuqi had heard her father mention that Zhu Yeqing, when pressured into marriage by her grandfather, had vehemently scolded him in front of the entire family. When her uncle struck her, she retaliated with equal fervor. Zhu Yeqing's strength was genuine, not merely a fade. She was formidable both in public and at home. It was astonishing that a woman of her caliber would offer massages and attend to men in such a manner. So you could hardly fathom this. She believed that if it were her, with her public reputation, serving her husband or giving him a massage after marriage would not tarnish her image. On the contrary, it might even enhance her reputation as a virtuous wife, bringing her closer to perfection. It was entirely normal for a wife to massage her husband or for a girlfriend to do the same for her boyfriend. While Su Yu boasted an impressive reputation, it was not unique. She was simply exceptionally well-rounded. In stark contrast, Zhu Yeqing's reputation was distinct. Even after marriage, no one would expect her to serve a man. Rather, it was her husband who would cater to her, treating her like a queen. Thus, when Su Yu observed Zhu Yeqing performing a massage, she was taken aback. Moments later, she witnessed something even more shocking. Chapter 68. How to Break the Deadlock. Zhu Yeqing raised her head, caught sight of Su Yu at the doorway, gave her a casual glance, and then resumed her massage, softly inquiring if I was comfortable. She continued without a hint of distraction, wholly focused on her task. Su Yu's mindset, reminiscent of Zhu Yeqing's earlier demeanor, imploded. The image she held of Zhu Yeqing crumbled instantly. She even questioned her own perception. Surely, this must be an illusion. Are you tired? Take a break. We'll be done soon, I said, lifting my head and smiling at Su Yu. She stared at me blankly, a realization stirring within her. Could it be? Su Yu seemed to have an epiphany. She considered a possibility, one that was extreme, yet she deemed closest to the truth. Zhu Yeqing was akin to her. She was also an M, a submissive belonging to me. This was the most bizarre, yet plausible explanation. However, such oddities had occurred before, as evidenced by Su Yu herself. If Zhu Yeqing were also an M, everything would fall into place. Zhu Yeqing was undeniably powerful, domineering. Yet like Su Yu, she lived a contradictory existence, cloaked in pretense. Family pressures compelled her to project an image of strength, while secretly, she yearned to be dominated by a man stronger than herself. I had mentioned that their relationship was a facade, but I had not stated whether there existed another connection. If she was indeed an M, everything became reasonable. Zhu Yeqing, despite recognizing my presence, chose to ignore it, continuing to massage me as if serving her master, indifferent to the opinions of others. Su Yu had an epiphany. She felt her assumptions were correct. Even her gaze toward Zhu Yeqing softened, for they were not rivals, but rather kindred spirits, truly on the same side. Su Yu's eyes, when directed at me, brimmed with affection. If I could conquer Zhu Yeqing, then surely I was even more formidable than Su Yu had imagined, leading her to hope that the man who could dominate her would be equally powerful. As an M, Su Yu did not fear a normal woman stealing her man. But if that woman were also an M, it presented an entirely different scenario. Both women were subjects of my conquest, which would not incite conflict, but could potentially foster a shared bond. Zhu Yeqing was indeed focused on giving me a massage. This was her retort to Su Yu. She felt a sense of satisfaction, as I had not felt compelled to explain anything due to Su Yu's sudden arrival. Instead, I continued to treat the situation as normal and natural. She was unaware of the terrifying trap I had set. Su Yu stood at the doorway for a considerable time, while Zhu Yeqing pondered whether Su Yu would be so enraged as to burst into tears and flee. Suddenly, Su Yu moved. She entered the bedroom, shut the door, approached the bed, knelt, and leaned in to kiss me delicately on the lips. Zhu Yeqing froze, wide-eyed. What is happening? She thought. Then, she saw Su Yu stand, kick off her slippers, and leap beside me, kneeling with a smile, saying, "Sister, let us do this together." With that, Su Yu began to massage my arms. Zhu Yeqing's expression morphed into one of utter disbelief. She was completely taken aback, nearly at a loss for words. A woman witnessing her boyfriend being massaged by another woman not only remained unperturbed, but also joined in, addressing her as sister. Wait, what sister? Su Yu was older by several months. Why was she calling her sister? Sister, what's wrong? Su Yu asked upon noticing Zhu Yeqing's strange demeanor. Her smile sweet and disarming. That smile sent shivers down Zhu Yeqing's spine. She stared at Su Yu in disbelief, unable to utter a single word. A flicker of fear crept into her heart, akin to being trapped in a horror film encountering a supernatural occurrence. What was wrong with Su Yu? Was she unwell? Impossible. If Su Yu were truly unwell, she could not possibly be the successor of such a prominent group, nor could someone who excelled in public life exhibit such vulnerabilities. Zhu Yeqing pondered, slowly turning her head to glance at my back. She realized that the issue did not lie with Su Yu. Rather, it resided within me. Although she could not comprehend how I had managed to make Su Yu fall in love with me to the extent that she was indifferent to my other relationships, she understood that the problem must be with me. Su Yu waved her hand in front of Zhu Yeqing's eyes, explaining that she referred to Zhu Yeqing as sister because she had only recently joined me, while Zhu Yeqing had been with me longer. Zhu Yeqing was the elder in this dynamic. Could you refrain from calling me sister? Zhu Yeqing finally replied, casting a sidelong glance at Su Yu. She disliked the term, as it made her uneasy. Oh, very well, Miss Zhu, Su Yu promptly acquiesced. In truth, she was not particularly keen on the title either. She simply felt it necessary to show deference to Zhu Yeqing, who had been there first. Su Yu, do not forget to take your medication, I interjected, offering a reminder. Ah, right, I almost forgot. Is there any at home? No. Then I'll go downstairs to buy some, Su Yu said, rising and beginning to change her clothes. Zhu Yeqing, once again, looked at her in disbelief, her eyes widening. Although she is also a woman, Su Yu changing her clothes in front of me truly raises concerns. Zhu Qing can only watch as Su Yu tosses aside my nightgown, revealing that she is not wearing anything underneath. Zhu Qing notices some scars on Su Yu's body, remnants of my previous restraint, most of which have faded significantly. While Zhu Qing cannot ascertain what transpired between us, it is evident that we have shared moments of wild abandon. Su Yu quickly dons her sports attire, puts on a sun hat, and masks her face. You all continue. I shall return shortly, she declares before hastily exiting. Knowing where to find a pharmacy, she had observed a location just to the right of the alley's entrance upon our arrival. Zhu Qing, seated on my lower back, stands up and takes a few steps away, letting down her rolled-up sleeves while staring intently at me. I sit up and begin to dress, aware that Zhu Qing is no longer in the mood to continue massaging me, let alone engage in anything else. Are you not going to explain? Zhu Qing lets her hair loose and flicks it back, crossing her arms as she gazes at me. Perhaps you could give me $1 billion, and I might reveal the truth? I reply with a smile. Is that amusing? Zhu Qing squints her eyes, well aware that she will never part with such a sum for mere information, as our stakes are unrelated. She has already lost the bet, and knowing how I managed to win does not alter the outcome. How intriguing, truly fascinating, I chuckle. Even if you remain silent, I will uncover the truth, Zhu Qing asserts, indicating her determination to investigate, to which I respond with indifference, confident she will not succeed. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Qing concedes, fine. I shall not inquire further about your relationship with Su Yu, but the Su family is investigating you due to your ties with her, correct? I helped her escape from home, I respond. What do you intend to do? Marry her? Become a live-in son-in-law? Do you believe I am the type to become a live-in son-in-law? Then what shall it be? A breakup? You cannot simply vanish. The Su family will not let you go easily. Is there truly no other choice? What else do you wish to achieve? I intend to resolve matters with the Su family. What else could I do? I answer casually. You speak so lightly of it, Zhu Yeqing retorts, raising her chin as she strides to the window to gaze outside. She is troubled, not merely because of my connection with Su Yu, but also due to her own entanglement in this affair. The Su family has already traced my whereabouts, and she, Zhu Yeqing, is my girlfriend, a fact widely known in Jiangqing's business circles. Thus, from the Su family's perspective, it appears that Zhu Yeqing's boyfriend has taken Su Yu away. What now? Will Zhu Yeqing distance herself from me, claiming our relationship is a facade? She understands that revealing the truth at this juncture would be disastrous, having feigned 3 times already. If the 4th performance is unmasked, she will lose all credibility. Moreover, Zhu Yeqing harbors an indescribable sentiment towards me. However, she cannot sever ties. Caught in a web of knowledge, she should be furious with me for placing her in such a position, but given the pretense of our relationship, how could she express her anger? She cannot confront me. Such theatrics would be untenable, as genuine anger could lead to dire consequences. So what remains? A breakup? Is Zhu Yeqing the type to endure such humiliation? If she were truly my girlfriend, she ought to unite with the Su family against me. Yet that is not feasible. Alternatively, as my girlfriend, she could tacitly accept my involvement with other women and share the burden of the Su family's wrath. But what would that make her? A deadlock. Zhu Yeqing perceives this as an irreconcilable dilemma, a situation devoid of solutions. From her perspective, regardless of her reaction, it seems erroneous. I have ensnared her in this predicament. Yet she cannot blame me. She was aware of my intentions to pursue Su Yu, having even wagered on the outcome. My loss obliges me to win Su Yu over, effectively coercing me into this situation. Who can she hold accountable? As she paces back and forth, contemplating her predicament, a realization dawns upon her. She lifts her head, staring intently at me, as if she has discerned a crucial point. How could I possibly leave myself in a deadlock? To her, I am an almost otherworldly figure, incapable of trapping myself. While Zhu Yeqing has been preoccupied with how to navigate her dilemma, she realizes that it need not be my quandary. She understands I would not jeopardize my own interests or entangle myself in a mess from which I cannot extricate myself. Surely, there must be a way out. Speak plainly. I suggest with a smile as she gazes at me intently. Did you just imply that you have helped Su Yu escape? Indeed, I affirm with a nod. Then that means your relationship with Su Yu. Zhu Yeqing's eyes widen in realization. You are quite perceptive. You've grasped the essence of the matter, I laugh, unsure whether my words are a compliment or a tease. Zhu Yeqing comprehends fully now, and an icy sensation washes over her as she acknowledges the gravity of my capabilities. The profound sense of dread envelopes her. She realizes she has become a pawn in my game and must now actively cooperate with me, willingly aligning herself with such a formidable man. If I were her adversary, she would have been outmaneuvered countless times over. Suddenly, my phone rings. I approach and see an unfamiliar number, yet I recognize it as the pharmacy owner's. Hello? I answer. They've arrived. It is Su Yu, her tone frantic. Darling, I have spotted my family. They are just outside the alley, next to your car. At the pharmacy, Su Yu leans against the window, speaking on the phone while glancing cautiously outside. The store is filled with shelves and various displays, and the window is covered with multiple signs, allowing her to observe the situation outside without being seen. She is visibly anxious. Initially coming to purchase contraceptives, she had just completed her transaction when she noticed several familiar vehicles approaching, prompting her to retreat into the pharmacy. Since her phone had been discarded out the window, she borrowed the store owner's phone to reach me, relying on her memory of my number. What should I do? I am trapped inside the pharmacy. There is no need for concern. We shall descend at once. Once we arrive, do not worry. I shall handle the situation. Is it truly all right, my dear? There is nothing to fret about. Trust me. Very well then. Su Yu ended the call, promptly donned her mask, and returned to the counter to return her phone to the shopkeeper, expressing her gratitude once more. The pharmacy owner, puzzled by the young woman's behavior, chose not to inquire further, preferring to avoid any complications. In the bedroom, I hung up the phone and turned to Zhu Yeqing, saying, the Su family has arrived. Just outside the alley. Let us go. With that, I made my way out of the bedroom. The Su family's arrival was swifter than I had anticipated. Though not entirely unexpected, I did not believe that the Su family had traced my parents' old residence to find me here. Rather, I surmised they must have altered their investigative approach, as a misstep in their initial inquiries would necessitate a roundabout route, delaying their findings. The The Su family's investigation of me likely stemmed from the vehicle, the one gifted by Yao Ji. It is possible they utilized their connections to access traffic surveillance footage, tracking my movements. Do you know the Su family would come at this hour? Zhu Yeqing inquired as she followed me out of the bedroom. I am no oracle. How could I possibly know? I replied, retrieving my coat from the living room. As I put it on, I added, it is merely a possibility. The Su family might have sought me in the afternoon, or they might not have come at all. Are you not afraid they will find you? How can you wait for their arrival? Zhu Yeqing pressed further. Do not attempt to extract information from me. I chuckled, meeting her gaze. I can assure you that had you not called me today, had you not sought me out, I would have taken Suyu away for a meal before 3 o'clock, and they would not have found us. However, since you have come, I need not leave anymore. Do you understand? I said with a grin. Zhu Yeqing certainly understood. She had grasped the situation moments ago. She merely wished to validate whether this man was indeed as formidable as he seemed, or if chance played a role. Now she knew there was no coincidence. I had not recklessly engaged in any uncertain ventures, even had the Su family searched today. They would not have located me and Suyu here. But with Zhu Yeqing's arrival, it mattered not. Why did it not matter? Because as long as Zhu Yeqing was present, should the Su family find me, it would not merely be Suyu and me together. It would be the three of us, myself, Suyu, and Zhu Yeqing. This would simplify matters considerably, especially with Zhu Yeqing's involvement. Zhu Yeqing, caught in a predicament, had no choice but to assist me willingly, covering for me in this affair. She could have chosen not to help, but the personal risk would be too great. Let us go, I said, retrieving the car keys and gesturing to Zhu Yeqing. With a stoic expression, she approached, straightening my collar before picking up her bag from the sofa and linking her arm through mine. Let us proceed. At the entrance, we exchanged our shoes and stepped out, arms linked, appearing as a genuine couple. Suddenly, the phone rang. This time, it was Zhu Yeqing's. We paused at the door as she answered. Boss, there is a group gathered around Mr. Zuo 44's vehicle. I am aware. I will descend shortly, she replied, promptly hanging up. As we made our way downstairs, Zhu Yeqing, still holding my arm, quietly murmured, I dislike this feeling. What feeling? I inquired with a smile. The sensation that you have orchestrated everything, including me. And I cannot resist your machinations. Do you understand? Zhu Yeqing glanced at me. Do not phrase it so harshly. What do you mean by orchestrated? I smiled. If you had not wagered with me, I would never have involved you in this matter. Who could you blame? I do not blame anyone. I simply dislike this feeling. Are you pleading with me? Asking me not to involve you in future matters? Do you realize how insufferable you are? Your words sound akin to a pout. I am not pouting, Zhu Yeqing retorted, her irritation evident. Will you still wager with me in the future? I pressed her again. I wager you are a fool. If I wager with you again, I shall be a dog. Zhu Yeqing replied in a low voice. You possess quite the self-awareness, I remarked. Zhu Yeqing narrowed her eyes at me. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pinch in my side. Zhu Yeqing had pinched me. It was surprising that a woman like her would resort to such juvenile antics to express her displeasure. She truly was at her wit's end. Why do you act like a child, resorting to pinching? Have you truly developed feelings for me? I turned to her with a teasing smile. Zhu Yeqing expressionlessly raised her left hand and struck the back of her right hand, producing a sharp sound. I suppose my hand has a mind of its own, she said after the self-inflicted slap. I chuckled softly, choosing not to provoke her further, for we had more pressing matters to attend to. We exited the building, and as we stepped out, a faint smile graced Zhu Yeqing's face. She leaned slightly against me, embodying the spirit of a girlfriend heading out with her partner, radiating joy. We approached the alley's entrance, and before we could reach it, a group of bodyguards clad in black took notice of us. Zhu Yeqing recognized her own bodyguards among them, but this time only 4 accompanied her. The others were affiliated with the Su family. Some of these Su family bodyguards held photographs. That is him. Indeed. That is the one. The Su family's bodyguards compared the photos, confirming that I was the individual who had taken the young lady away, and they all converged upon me. After spotting my car, they had contacted Madame Su, who was en route, instructing them to remain on guard. Their current task was to watch over the vehicle, but upon recognizing the main subject, there was no way they would allow me to escape. What do you want? Step back. The Su family's bodyguards began to encircle us, but Zhu Yeqing's bodyguards rushed forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of us, fiercely pointing at the approaching group. One of them even drew a phone, clearly to call for reinforcements. Zhu Yeqing's bodyguards had initially been waiting in an SUV for her to emerge. Upon seeing the Su family's bodyguards surrounding my car, they had disembarked to investigate the situation, standing by and monitoring while also keeping Zhu Yeqing informed. Both sides had undergone rigorous training and would not engage in conflict easily until this moment. Chapter 70. Confrontation. Do not make a fuss. Zhu Yeqing said, releasing my arm as she stepped forward. As she passed her bodyguard, she casually snatched the phone from his hand, hung up, and returned it. Turning to the Su family representatives, she coldly addressed them. You are from the Su family, correct? What business do you have? I am Zhu Yeqing. Zhu Yeqing introduced herself without hesitation. In truth, a few of the Su family's bodyguards recognized her, but her declaration ensured they all understood her identity. The bodyguards exchanged glances, aware that as Su family protectors, they could not instigate trouble. While the Su family was not intimidated by Zhu Yeqing, whether they could provoke her was beyond their jurisdiction. Ms. Zhu, we do not wish to trouble you. A middle-aged bodyguard stepped forward, speaking with measured respect. I am acquainted with him. Yang Dong, a trusted bodyguard of Madame Su, also serves as the deputy head of the group's security department. However, his title is largely nominal, as he typically refrains from engaging in the group's security affairs and primarily oversees the Su family. He can be considered one of Madame Su's confidants, or more bluntly, her sycophant. It is evident that the group of bodyguards from the Su family, which numbers over a dozen, is led by him. What do you mean by blocking me? Zhu Yeqing appeared quite irate. Her temperament is one that does not tolerate disrespect. We are not here for you, but for him, Yang Dong said, gesturing towards me, who was standing with one hand in my pocket. He has abducted our young lady. I wonder if you are aware of this matter? Abducted? You mean my boyfriend? Zhu Yeqing would abduct another woman? Zhu Yeqing's anger intensified. Boss Zhu, that is not what I meant. Then what do you mean by abducted? Yang Dong found himself at a loss for words, as he was not one of the two bodyguards who accompanied Su Yu at that time and was unaware of the specific circumstances. He later heard that the young lady had run off with a man. How could the young lady just run off with a man? Hence, including himself. The Su family bodyguards believed that it was that man who had taken the young lady away, although they were unsure how he had deceived her, which is why he used the term abducted. Speak. Zhu Yeqing glared, her brows furrowed as she pressed for answers, advancing a step and exuding an intimidating aura. Well, Boss Zhu, we need to investigate the specifics further, but I can confirm that your boyfriend has taken our young lady. Therefore, Boss Zhu, you may do as you please. But he cannot leave, Yang Dong said, casting a menacing glance in my direction. Smack. A resounding slap echoed as Zhu Yeqing struck him, then shouted, How dare you accuse my boyfriend? Yang Dong staggered back a step, first stunned and then furious, nearly retaliating against Zhu Yeqing, but he managed to restrain himself. All of you get lost. Zhu Yeqing raised her hand towards them again. Yeqing, don't act this way, calm down. It's merely a misunderstanding, I said as I grasped her arm and stood beside her. Are you going to endure their accusations without a word? Zhu Yeqing turned to me. It's just a misunderstanding. A brief explanation should suffice, I urged. They came without reason to capture someone, and you expect me to explain? All right, just calm down. Look at how upset you are, I replied with a smile, attempting to soothe her. Zhu Yeqing's expression softened momentarily, her cold gaze transforming into a more neutral one. She instinctively wrapped her arm around mine, turning her head away and declaring, Forget it, do as you wish. Though we had not rehearsed this scenario, our responses were in perfect harmony, leaving the group of Su family bodyguards utterly bewildered. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Zhu Yeqing's fury was not born of irrationality, but rather from feeling misjudged, believing her boyfriend had been wrongfully accused. For someone with Zhu Yeqing's temperament, it was entirely understandable to become incensed when faced with such a misconception. At that moment, Su Yu, who had been hiding in the pharmacy, could no longer contain herself. She had been observing the situation from the window, initially believing that Zhu Yeqing intended to forcibly take me away, which would distract her family's bodyguards. However, upon witnessing Zhu Yeqing's explosive anger and even her readiness to strike, the situation escalated to a point where leaving became difficult. Although I had grasped Zhu Yeqing's hand, she did not hear what I said clearly due to the distance and the crowd surrounding us. She feared that a real altercation might ensue. What are you doing? Su Yu emerged from the pharmacy, removing her mask and asking loudly, Miss, are you all right? The Su family's bodyguards immediately rushed toward the pharmacy entrance upon seeing Su Yu. Su Yu, they are here for you and claim that I have abducted you. Zhu Yeqing and I moved a few steps closer to the entrance, speaking in a tone akin to conversing with a friend, devoid of the previous anger. This statement even hinted at reporting to Su Yu. Su Yu was taken aback. Zhu Yeqing had addressed her by name and spoke to her in such a manner. She instantly grasped the situation. Two highly intelligent women, who had not communicated previously, were indeed both astute. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Yu glanced at her family's bodyguards with an irritated expression. My affairs with my mother are none of your business. Miss Yeqing invited me out for a chat. What do you mean by abduction? Can't you think before you speak? Do not offend the Su family. The group of bodyguards was left dumbfounded by Su Yu's words. She did not speak harshly, nor did she reprimand them like Zhu Yeqing would. But Su Yu was generally kind to everyone and never spoke sternly to those around her. To avoid putting her bodyguards in a difficult position, she often accommodated them. This had always been her nature, and the Su family bodyguards perceived her that way. Thus, even though Su Yu's tone was not particularly angry, it still conveyed the impression that the young lady was quite upset. Zhu Yeqing had first erupted in anger, and now Su Yu had appeared, directing her ire at them. This truly seemed to be a misunderstanding. Young lady, it was Madam who instructed our bodyguard Yang Dong to. One of the Su family bodyguards attempted to explain. In the Su family, inciting Su Yu's anger was indeed a serious matter, as she rarely lost her temper. When she did, it was substantial. My affairs with my mother are not your concern. What she says is absolute. Is what she says always correct? Su Yu retorted, not allowing him to finish his sentence. The dozen or so Su family bodyguards were immediately taken aback, to the point that they did not dare to meet Su Yu's gaze. The kinder a person is, the more terrifying they become when genuinely angered. Although Su Yu's ire was partly feigned, it was also genuine, stemming from her mother's control over her life, which had caused her considerable frustration. This group of bodyguards, who were beholden to her mother, would report even the most trivial matters. Today, Su Yu had reached her limit. She truly wanted to unleash her anger. In the distance, a convoy of black Benz vehicles rapidly approached the alley, numbering 6 or 7 in total. I noticed it first and turned to look. Since I had been focusing on Zhu Yeqing, she also noticed and followed my gaze, prompting the others to do the same. It was the Su family's convoy. Madame Su had arrived. Chapter 71. A fortuitous encounter. Madame Su has always made a grand entrance, and this occasion was no exception. The moment Su Yu spotted the approaching convoy, the tension she had been radiating dissipated, replaced by a flicker of unease in her eyes as she instinctively glanced at me. Sensing Su Yu's anxiety, I turned to her, winked reassuringly, and offered her a smile. Su Yu indeed felt a measure of comfort. However, as the convoy drew nearer, her nervousness resurfaced. This fear of her mother had been instilled in her since childhood. She resembled a little elephant from a fairy tale, tethered by a rope since infancy, growing into a large elephant, yet still constrained by that same rope. Although she could easily break free with a mere tug, she lacked the courage to do so, convinced that she was incapable of escaping. Su Yu truly harbored inner turmoil, and this turmoil was entirely the result of her mother's influence. As the convoy of the Su family approached, it was apparent to all who the occupants were. Those from the Su family were aware, while Zhu Yeqing could surmise the same. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Yeqing steadied her emotions. She knew that confusing a few bodyguards would be simple, yet dealing with Madame Su was an entirely different challenge. Zhu Yeqing felt somewhat disdainful of her own predicament, as she had to assist in concealing the truth between me and Su Yu. It was one thing to date in secret, but if discovered, she would be compelled to intervene and help cover it up again. It was exhausting, yet at this juncture, Zhu Yeqing truly felt she had no choice. If she revealed my affair with Su Yu, her own charade of being my fake girlfriend would inevitably unravel. I nudged Zhu Yeqing, leaning in to whisper, the bag in Su Yu's hand. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yeqing turned her gaze towards Su Yu and noticed the small white paper bag she had been holding, adorned with the logo of Kongmei Pharmacy. It was the medication Su Yu had purchased, whether it was due to her anxiety or some other reason. Su Yu had not only forgotten to put the medicine in her bag, but was holding it as if it were inconsequential. When one is overly preoccupied with a particular concern, they often subconsciously overlook the items they carry. Although the pharmacy had thoughtfully provided a discreet bag for the special medication, it would be problematic if Madame Su noticed it first. Su Yu, please hand me the medicine, Zhu Yeqing said with a gentle smile, her tone suggestive of gratitude for the errand. Surprised, Su Yu quickly responded, it's no trouble at all. She took a couple of steps towards Zhu Yeqing and handed over the bag containing the medicine, adding softly, thank you for helping me. It's really not a bother. Zhu Yeqing pondered this exchange. Su Yu had mentioned needing help, and she had previously alluded to her relationship with her mother. Zhu Yeqing had heard that Su Yu's mother was quite formidable, with even Zhu Yeqing deferring to her. The strictness of her parenting was noted, yet as an outsider, Zhu Yeqing could only speculate about the extent of Madame Su's discipline. However, through Su Yu's words, it seemed she began to grasp the situation. Understanding why Su Yu expressed her gratitude, I had not disclosed to Zhu Yeqing how I had helped Su Yu escape from home. Yet she had pieced together some details on her own. There was no need for me to elaborate further, nor did I have the time to do so. Given the intelligence of these two women, if they could not communicate effectively, it would suggest that one of them was lacking in wit. The convoy soon arrived at the alley's entrance. I stepped aside casually, hands in pockets, observing the approaching vehicles. My movement brought Su Yu and Zhu Yeqing closer together. While I remained a step away, Zhu Yeqing glanced at me before transferring the bag to her left hand, using her right arm to link with Su Yu's, creating an image of intimate friendship. "Do not be afraid," she whispered to Su Yu, her tone cool yet adorned with a smile. "I can handle this," Su Yu replied, though her response lacked conviction. "Is it that you feel your mother is too controlling and wish to rebel against her?" Zhu Yeqing inquired quietly, needing to ensure there were no missteps. "Yes," Su Yu replied. "Very well, leave it to me. You need not speak much," Zhu Yeqing instructed, adopting a tone that suggested complete confidence. Su Yu had generally not favored assertive women, as her mother embodied that archetype. Yet at this moment, her perspective shifted as she regarded Zhu Yeqing with newfound admiration. Zhu Yeqing's resolute demeanor was particularly striking. The convoy halted at the alley's entrance, and a group of bodyguards disembarked. One bodyguard briskly approached the door of the central Mercedes Maybach, opening it and gesturing for the occupant to exit. Madame Su emerged, her lustrous black hair impeccably maintained, appearing to be in her 40s despite nearing 50. Her hair was styled in a somewhat traditional yet exquisite manner, and she wore a stately black dress complemented by a shawl. Adorning her hands were rings of emerald and diamond, and she held a jeweled handbag. With an air of elegance and authority, she was undeniably beautiful, even as the passage of time had etched its marks upon her visage, adding an aura of dignity and grace that enhanced rather than diminished her appeal. One could easily surmise that in her youth, she must have been exceptionally striking, a fact evidenced by her daughter Su Yu, who seemed to inherit all the finest traits of her parents while lacking any flaws. As Madame Su stepped out of the vehicle, her expression was initially cold and slightly irritable, yet she paused upon seeing her daughter and Zhu Yeqing interlinked, seemingly engaged in hushed conversation. Though I stood at a distance, she recognized me from photographs and knew I was Zhu Yeqing's boyfriend, yet I felt like an outsider, disconnected from the familial bond. What is happening here? Madame Su's mind raced with confusion, having previously harbored doubts upon learning that her daughter was with Zhu Yeqing's boyfriend. The notion of Zhu Yeqing's partner attempting to entice her daughter felt inherently wrong. She was aware that many coveted her daughter's beauty and lineage. Yet could Zhu Yeqing's boyfriend truly be so audacious? Was there a misunderstanding? The current scene seemed to confirm Madame Su's suspicions of a misunderstanding. Yet it introduced a larger, more complex issue. The bodyguards had reported not only that I had embraced Su Yu, but also that I had spanked her, necessitating a thorough investigation. "Yuzi," Madame Su approached, casting a stern glance at Su Yu before addressing her. Su Yu remained silent. Madame Su then turned her attention to Zhu Yeqing, her demeanor shifting to one of warmth as she extended her hand, saying, "Miss Zhu, it has been a while." "It has indeed, Madame Su. You remain as radiant as ever," Zhu Yeqing replied, exchanging polite smiles during their handshake. Madame Su then directed her gaze towards me. "Mr. Zuo, is it?" "A pleasure to meet you," she said, extending her hand towards me as well. "An honor to meet you, Madame Su," I replied, reciprocating the handshake with a smile. The phrase "a pleasure" is typically used to convey respect when meeting someone of higher status or age, implying deference. Madame Su's cordiality towards me elicited a sense of unease among those present. It was not merely discomforting. Zhu Yeqing sensed a hint of danger in Madame Su's tone. After all, I had spent an entire day with Su Yu, and the fact that Madame Su had just now located me felt rather fortuitous. Madame Su was a lady who never lost her composure in public, and her expectations for her daughter were largely modeled after her own high standards. Thus, her poised demeanor during our handshake was devoid of any overt anger, maintaining her dignity and grace. Chapter 72. The Confrontation of Women. Mr. Zuo indeed possesses remarkable charm, as the rumors suggest. "Miss Li, your discernment is commendable." Mrs. Su unexpectedly praised me once again, before shifting her gaze to Zhu Yeqing, implying much with her words. "Mrs. Su, you flatter me," Zhu Yeqing replied. I maintained a smile, reluctant to engage in conversation, as this was not an appropriate setting for dialogue. Mrs. Su glanced around, her eyes flitting between Zhu Yeqing and myself. "Shall we find a place to converse properly? What do you think, Miss Zhu?" She ultimately directed her inquiry at Zhu Yeqing, believing her to be the one in charge. "Certainly, I have some matters to discuss with Mrs. Su as well," Zhu Yeqing responded with a gentle smile. As we prepared to depart, I opted not to join Zhu Yeqing in her vehicle, but instead made my way to my own. Zhu Yeqing had arrived in a Bentley Continental, leaving the front passenger seat vacant. I had intended to accompany my mother, but as soon as she entered the car, Su Yu swiftly closed the door and hurried after Zhu Yeqing. The window of the Mercedes Maybach rolled down as Mrs. Su turned to call out, only to see her daughter Su Yu climbing into the same Bentley with Zhu Yeqing. She hastily closed the door, her expression shifting, yet she remained silent. A convoy of over 10 vehicles set off, with the Su family's cars leading the way, followed by Zhu Yeqing and her bodyguard, while I brought up the rear. I deliberately refrained from joining Zhu Yeqing's vehicle, fully aware of Su Yu's apprehension. By stepping aside, I ensured that Su Yu would seek out Zhu Yeqing. I wished to avoid any unforeseen incidents while Su Yu was in her mother's company. Su Yu's fear of her mother could not be easily remedied under duress. She might inadvertently say something regrettable. Thus, caution was prudent. Inside the Bentley Continental, only Zhu Yeqing and Su Yu occupied the space. What is the nature of your relationship with him? Zhu Yeqing inquired abruptly while driving. Su Yu cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Yeqing and responded, "Sister. Could you refrain from calling me sister? You are older. You should be the one to take that title," Zhu Yeqing replied, displaying a hint of defensiveness. Recalling her previous discomfort with Su Yu's peculiar behavior in my bedroom. Sensing the tension, Su Yu continued, "Then, Miss Zhu, may I pose a question to you?" "What is it?" Zhu Yeqing responded. "Are you and Zuo Chen in a romantic relationship?" Su Yu asked, her tone direct. Zhu Yeqing was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Su Yu, realizing she might have been misunderstood, Su Yu hesitated, concerned that her inquiry might inadvertently reveal too much about herself. After a pause, Su Yu probed further, "So, Miss Zhu, have you been intimate with him?" The question was startlingly straightforward. "Absolutely not," Zhu Yeqing retorted, turning sharply to face Su Yu. She would never admit to such a thing, particularly not in front of Su Yu. "Our romantic involvement is merely a fade. He has surely informed you of this," Zhu Yeqing clarified, confirming that her relationship with me was not one of dominance and submission. "Then that raises further questions. Why do you give him massages?" Su Yu persisted, having initially promised to ask, but now finding herself 3 questions in. The mention of massages caused Zhu Yeqing's demeanor to shift, becoming noticeably more serious. "Must you pry?" Su Yu pressed, noticing Zhu Yeqing's silence. "I lost a bet to him," Zhu Yeqing stated plainly, providing a reasonable explanation that aligned with her character. As long as she refrained from disclosing the specifics of the wager, there would be no issue. Zhu Yeqing would never divulge the nature of the bet, particularly not to Su Yu. If Su Yu were to learn that I had wagered whether I could win her over, it would undoubtedly jeopardize their relationship. Zhu Yeqing could not stoop to such a level. In truth, she was overthinking. Revealing the bet would not damage their connection. "Miss Zhu," Su Yeqing interjected. Sensing Zhu Yeqing's continued silence, "Do you, by any chance, harbor feelings for me? We are both women, and you need not deceive me. I can sense that you gave him a massage, and upon my arrival, you offered no explanation. Was it to provoke me?" "Miss Su, your inquiries are excessive," Zhu Yeqing replied, her tone sharpening as she turned her gaze forward, though it softened soon after. "Let us not dwell on me. Rather, focus on your own situation. Surely, you do not wish to risk never seeing him again." "Oh, right. Let us return to the matter at hand," Su Yu quickly acknowledged. The atmosphere was indeed delicate, as both women engaged in a subtle battle of wits, each using my involvement to stir the other's emotions. "Speak. What is the nature of your relationship with him? How did he assist you in escaping your home?" Zhu Yeqing pressed. "Well, it is not as complicated as it seems. I met him at the golf course today, and he made some valid points," Su Yu explained, omitting significant details and obscuring how we had met. She sought to conceal the truth of her submissive tendencies, attributing her decision to leave home to my persuasion and her own awakening, claiming her mother had been excessively strict, prompting her desire for rebellion. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yeqing found it implausible. Was Su Yu truly so naive as to be swayed by a man she had known for only a short time? Would she genuinely assume the role of his partner, cooking and cleaning for him? Su Yu was certainly not lacking in intelligence. There had to be more to the story, and Zhu Yeqing suspected that Su Yu was deliberately withholding information. However, Zhu Yeqing chose not to press further on this matter, recognizing that it was not currently relevant. The priority lay in addressing Mrs. Su. Understanding the importance of the situation, Zhu Yeqing proceeded to inquire about Su Yu's relationship with her mother. 20 minutes later, we found ourselves at Jinfu Tea House, in a private room. This establishment belonged to the Su family in Jiangqing. Although they were primarily in the jewelry business, they had diversified into other ventures locally. The room was spacious and lavishly decorated, suitable not only for discussions but also for resting, resembling a large hotel suite. Inside the room were 4 individuals: Mrs. Su, Su Yu, Zhu Yeqing, and myself. "Miss Zhu, I wonder if you might clarify why you are involved with my daughter. Do you not find it rather discourteous that you allowed your boyfriend to forcibly take her without prior notice? I am uncertain if Mr. Zuo's actions may have breached any laws. Perhaps I should consult my attorney, Mrs. Su inquired elegantly, her demeanor calm yet pointed. After posing her question, she cast a glance in my direction, directly challenging me. This was merely the prelude. The more pressing issues awaited. Mrs. Su surmised that it was Zhu Yeqing who had instructed me to take Su Yu, believing this to be the only explanation for Zhu Yeqing's current attitude. Mrs. Su, allow me to correct your assumption, Zhu Yeqing replied calmly, seated across from Mrs. Su. Firstly, my boyfriend did not forcibly take your daughter. Miss Su Yu and I had arranged to meet. However, due to an unforeseen circumstance, I asked my boyfriend to come in my stead. We had a prior agreement. Su Yu chimed in from her seat on the side, eager to support Zhu Yeqing. Mrs. Su shot her a sharp glance, her gaze penetrating. Su Yu immediately appeared deflated, looking uncomfortable and hesitant to speak. Oh, is that so? Mrs. Su turned her attention back to Zhu Yeqing. Then how is it that I heard Mr. Wu forcibly drag my daughter away? Mrs. Su, your daughter is no mere puppet. If she were genuinely being coerced, would she not call for help? Yet perhaps she was indeed deceived by sweet words, aiding those who would exploit her, Zhu Yeqing replied, her words laced with subtle defiance. Your daughter is already 28 years old. She is no longer the naive young girl, Madame Su. Do you truly believe it is possible for her to be deceived? My daughter is simply too kind-hearted. Madame Su and Zhu Yeqing exchanged glances.